offering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Niner legend Brent Jones bleeds red and gold with Tolbert and Copes tomorrow afternoon on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Shotgun snap, the give is to Etienne, plowing up the middle and pushing the pile into the end zone for the touchdown. The pitch to the left side, running with speed at the 10, inside the 5, and across the goal line is Etienne for a Jacksonville touchdown. Shotgun snap to Lawrence. In the pocket, throws on a cross. It's Kirk from left to right. Goes up the right sideline to the 30. Kirk inside the 20. Chase to the 10. Breaks the tackle at the 5. And Christian Kirk all the way 44 yards for a Jacksonville touchdown. The Jacksonville Jaguars have won 4 straight. A 31-24 win tonight over the New Orleans Saints.
Swing and a line drive. Base hit. Center field. Racing home is Pavin Smith. Ketel Marte and the Diamondbacks walk it off. The Diamondbacks win it 2-1, and this series is now 2-1.
Abreu rifles one deep to left center field. A 3-run shot. McCormick gets into one to left field. Carter back. Wall over the wall. Chas McCormick, a 2-run shot. And the Astros make a statement. They even the series up at 2-2.
And that should do it.
The Diamondbacks delay the pool party. Dusty ties up the series 2-2 against Bochy, and the Derek Carr comeback comes up short.
Pump that back a little bit.
Yeah, we're pumping it up a little bit on a Friday morning, a Football Friday here on the leadoff spot. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning to the start of the Murph and Mac Show and taking you all the way through this weekend's action of baseball, basketball, football, and hell, even some fights going on with UFC 294. We got a lot to discuss this morning, a lot on our plate, and a lot of time to dive into all these topics since the 49ers don't play until Monday night. We've been waiting all week long for the 49ers just to show up to practice this week at Levi Stadium, and there they were yesterday, back in action without Christian McCaffrey on the field, without Deebo Samuel, without Trent Williams, hell, without Dre Greenlaw, and throw Aaron Banks onto the injury list, as he's now dealing with an ankle injury as well. So the 49ers have a long list of injuries. Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday and was pretty vague with his answers on all of his superstars, talking about how they won't be playing today on a Thursday. Well, luckily for them, they were not playing on Thursday Night Football. They'll be squaring off against Kirk Cousins on Monday night. And, of course, all the storylines are coming out this week of Kyle Shanahan and the draft stories about how Kirk Cousins ended up in Washington. Fantastic breakdown yesterday of Kyle talking about the relationship with his father, of course, Mike Shanahan, and the draft where they doubled down and drafted Robert Griffin III and Kirk Cousins in the same draft class. Might be one of the reasons why the 49ers decided to double down and draft Trey Lance one year. And even though it wasn't the same draft class, immediately the next season, there was Brock Purdy being drafted as Mr. Irrelevant. And then there was Kerry Crowley the next Monday morning, making him a hum baby. And ever since then, we saw Brock Purdy go on a 10-game winning streak during the regular season, all to watch it come, of course, crashing to an end last year in the NFC Championship game, but also last week against the Cleveland Browns. So we'll see how Brock Purdy does bounce back this week, with or without Christian McCaffrey. Seems like that's been the common denominator between Brock Purdy and this 49ers offense, scoring 30 points per game. It's been a lot of Christian McCaffrey, and now we're approaching almost a one-year mark of when the 49ers went out and made the trade. Hell, we're only about a week and a half away from the NFL trade deadline, so we'll talk to John Lynch this morning at 8 a.m. with Murph and Mac to see if there's any other moves, if the 49ers are going to go out and get another defensive back, maybe get an offensive lineman with these Aaron Banks injuries, all things that we can discuss this morning with John Lynch and get an injury update from him. But as I mentioned earlier, we will play that sound from you from Kyle Shanahan discussing the playing status of all these players and what it's going to be like to square off against Kirk Cousins on Monday night. And we can even entertain the thoughts and the hot takes that are out there on Twitter that maybe Kyle Shanahan will finally complete the trade for Kirk Cousins over the next couple weeks.
You like that? You like that?
No, I would not like that. I'd like to see Brock Purdy get back in action, get back on the winning sides of things, and I think the 49ers do that on Monday night. But last night for Thursday Night Football, we saw Week 7 of the NFL season kick off, and Derek Carr almost complete another comeback win against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And what really was a pretty ugly game, I know the final score, 31-24, seems like it was back and forth action, but the Jacksonville Jaguars really dominated in the first half. This was after Trevor Lawrence went into the game questionable with the knee injury. And then, of course, there he is with a big old brace on his knee. You know, leading the team in rushing and having the most rushing yards he's ever had in his career, because that makes perfect sense. But hey, what makes sense is us picking the Jaguars yesterday as one of our dogs of the week. If it wasn't a Thursday night game, I would have picked this as one of Bobby Boucher's best bets, because it made no sense in hell why the Jags, after being on a 3-game winning streak, after beating the Buffalo Bills out in London, were the underdogs in this matchup. But hey, I'm not going to complain. I threw down a few shekels on the Jags money line yesterday. They ended up winning 31-24 as Foster Moreau watches the game slip out of his fingers. I mean, Dave, that's tough to see. 2 former Raiders, Derek Carr, of course, and Foster Moreau, who's had a great story since, going to the New Orleans Saints and finding out during a physical that he has cancer. His battle back to the field. He was heartbroken last night seeing that ball be dropped. I mean, you got to catch that ball, plain and simple, and it's a big reason why the Saints ended up losing that game last night, and now they're 3-4 out in the NFC South, which is just pretty much like the pit of misery in the NFL. A lot of bad teams, so we'll see if any of those teams earn our best bet this weekend, as there is plenty of NFL action to get into this weekend, and we can start the conversation whether or not a NFL Sunday is quote-unquote mid without the 49ers playing this weekend. And I guess the general question is it boring when your team is not playing? Now, me, I'm a degenerate gambler, so anytime NFL action is on my TV screen, I'm watching. So I don't care if the 49ers aren't playing. I don't care if the Raiders aren't playing. I don't care if Jimmy Garoppolo's not going to be out there this weekend against a backup quarterback.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Whoever the hell the Chicago Bears are throwing out this weekend. Dave, there's still plenty of NFL action to get into. And if you want to start playoff watching, if you want to start standing watching, if you want to start scoreboard watching and watching teams that will have an implication maybe on the 49ers season later on this year, there are some great matchups, starting off with the 5-1 Detroit Lions, who are taking on Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens as a 3-point underdog. Back-to-back road games. They're dealing with a couple injuries to David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs in their backfield. We'll see if Jared Goff can continue the MVP discussion that now he's suddenly in, facing off against a Baltimore Ravens defense that I feel like doesn't get a lot of love. We mentioned this on Wednesday when we were going through Waterboys Wednesday winners. We talked a lot about Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw being one of the best linebacker duos in the league. I think you could put Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen right in that conversation. Ravens have a top 5 defense, and Lamar is playing well under that new Todd Monken offense. I like the Ravens to score some points, and we'll see if they do take down the Detroit Lions to maybe help out the 49ers in the standings, but they'll also be looking for some help from a former friend, Mike McDaniel, and the greatest show on surf. You hear this new nickname? People are comparing their offense to, of course, the St. Louis Rams, the greatest show on turf, but because they got the Mosterati, Raheem Mostert, surfing in the end zone every week, they're calling the Miami Dolphins offense the greatest show on surf. And man, oh man, you want to talk about speed, you want to talk about talent, you want to talk about guys like Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, all the South Florida 49ers that used to play here in Santa Clara. Mike McDaniels has his offense humming, and we'll see how they match up against a Philadelphia Eagles defense and a Philadelphia Eagles squad that is led by Jalen Hurts. You want to get into the storylines for Sunday Night Football? I mean, they got to start showing highlights of that national championship game where Tua came in and took over for Jalen Hurts, which basically forced him out of Alabama, which sent him to Oklahoma. You want to talk about the storylines there, and I know Tua and Jalen have both talked about that moment, talked about how they're still friends and they're still buddy-buddy. I don't care what the hell you say. Someone comes in and takes your job, makes you transfer schools. There's going to be a little bit of bad blood, so we'll see if Jalen Hurts gets revenge this weekend or if the Dolphins, as a 2.5, 3-point underdog, can get the upset victory on Sunday night against the Eagles. That's definitely one of the marquee matchups. Also got a good game out in the AFC West between the LA Chargers and the Kansas City Chiefs as a 5.5-point favorite. We saw the Chargers on Monday night. I'm actually thinking about taking the Chargers to cover the spread, but they'll probably end up choking and losing the game. But hey, Dave, we'll break down some of those best bets coming up for you at 5:40, 5:45 this morning, like we always do on a Friday morning, to make sure you have some bets for Week 7 of the NFL season. And, of course, get you those injury updates on the 49ers, but we also got to check in on the world of baseball, where things are getting suddenly a lot more interesting. Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros are back. And after losing the first 2 games at home in Houston, they go into Arlington, go into Globe Life Stadium, and just completely bombard this Texas Rangers pitching staff. We saw it with Max Scherzer. We saw it with Andrew Heaney for less than an inning yesterday. And that's kind of been the kind of dirty little secret about these Texas Rangers and Bochy's boys is the pitching staff and the lack of pitching depth. The first 2 rounds of the playoffs, they beat the Tampa Bay Rays, only had to play 2 games. The second round of the playoffs against the Baltimore Orioles, only had to win 3 games. You know what that meant? That meant that they could get by with Nathan Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery pitching out of their mind. Now we've seen it with Max Scherzer making his return, and nothing against Max, but taking a month off at the end of the season and trying to hop back into the action is never really a path towards success. And we saw yesterday with Andrew Heaney, something that I previewed on the show yesterday. I wasn't expecting big things. So we'll see if the Rangers can get back on track today with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. It's actually Jordan Montgomery today facing off against Justin Verlander. That game is also at Globe Life Field, but you've got 2 games on your slate in the world of baseball. You've also got the fighting Arizona Diamondbacks, who stopped the sweep yesterday. And I know it was only game 3 of the series, but it felt like the Phillies were taking over. Hell, it felt like the Philly fans were going to take over that stadium for a couple minutes because the storylines leading into yesterday's game in Arizona were a lot about the prices, the ticket prices I'm talking about. Shout out to John Lund. I heard his son, who's out at Arizona State, said he could have gotten to the game yesterday for only $10. This is the NLCS, but hey, whoever spent that $10 got a hell of a show, got a hell of a ball game. The place was packed, and yeah, there were a lot of Philly fans in the stadium. Might actually be cheaper for a Philly fan to fly from Philadelphia to Arizona, enjoy that warm weather for a weekend, and catch a couple of those ball games. But yesterday, like I said, it was a bit of a Marte party to stop the pool party from the Philadelphia Phillies. Shout out to my guy, Greg Papa. I know he's a big Marte party kind of guy. Well, it was Ketel Marte yesterday with the RBI knock to win the game. That, of course, came after Craig Kimbrell gave up a free 90. And there I was, sitting on my couch, drawing up my sign and holding it up to absolutely nobody. Just chanting to myself like Dante Whitner when he's meditating. No free 90s. No free 90s. No free 90s. Well, of course, Craig Kimbrell started the inning walking Yuri Gurriel. Gurriel still second base. By the way, shout out Gurriel with that purple hair. He had an RBI to tie the game up 1-1 earlier in the game. He's looking absolutely ridiculous with that purple hair. But hey, he was able to score the game-winning run after, of course, that 9th inning where Bryce Harper actually tied it up with a Sewald wild pitch. That was an interesting kind of sequence right there. But getting to the bottom of the 9th, once Kimbrell gets the walk, David Smith gets an infield hit with a little bit of a slap to the right side, just trying to move the runner over to the third base. Next thing you know, Trey Turner actually makes a fantastic play at home plate. There's a play at the plate. Phillies get it done, but then here comes another free 90 from Craig Kimbrell. The bases are loaded, and then the Marte party starts. They walk it off. They win that ball game 2-1. Really was a better game yesterday than the Astros put up a 10 spot against the Rangers. But hey, I'm just glad that we're getting more baseball. I'm just glad that we're actually getting competitive series now, because that's kind of been the one criticism of this MLB postseason is we haven't had any series go the distance. We really haven't had any high-drama games. Well, last night was high drama in Arizona. They're back in action today at 5:07, and you've got some day ball between the Astros and the Rangers. That game starts at 2:07 today. And hey, if you're looking for some basketball action, Warriors will be in action against the San Antonio Spurs in the preseason. Interesting if Pop's going to play Victor Wembanyama. Might have to flip over for a few seconds there. But Dave, I'll tell you something I'll definitely be flipping on Saturday after watching some college football. Or hell, probably during some college football, because it's a big noon fight day. Not a big noon kickoff, because the UFC is out in Abu Dhabi for UFC 294. That means the pay-per-view card is going to start at 11 a.m. on Saturday. So, Dave, we usually start drinking at noon on Thursdays. I'll probably be drinking at like 8 a.m. on Saturday as soon as I start to wake up, start watching some of those prelim fights. Big pay-per-view card this weekend. Islam Makhachev is defending his belt against Alexander Volkanovski. The rematch of maybe Islam's toughest fight in the UFC. Now, of course, this is Alexander Volkanovski stepping in at only 2-3 week notice after Charles Oliveira, a.k.a. Mr. Dubronx, split his eyebrow open in training, which, of course, opened the door for Volkanovski to go into Islam's backyard in Abu Dhabi, even though Islam does train down in the 408 down at AKA San Jose. Got to give a shout out to his training partners, of course, Daniel Cormier, Cain Velasquez, and of course the great Habib Nurmagomedov. I'm sure we'll see Habib in his corner this weekend. Actually, Dave, I think Cain is in the corner of these fighters still. I saw him a couple weeks ago at a fight card, but I will see Islam this weekend. I think that's going to be a tough fight against Volkanovski on short notice. There's been this big narrative about Islam, too, about how he didn't have power in his last fight because he only had 30 hours to rehydrate. I guess this week he's going to have 40 hours to rehydrate. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you suck yourself down to 20 pounds less than you actually weigh. I mean, the world of weight cutting in MMA is absolutely ridiculous. But, I mean, people have been doing it since I was, like, in middle school, wrestling, sucking on chewing gum and spitting it out to lose, like, 2 pounds, Dave. I mean, all these weight-lossing techniques, sitting in a sauna for hours, it will drain you. And Islam said that's one of the reasons why he did not finish off Volkanovski in the first fight. This weekend, he's a minus 340 favorite. I kind of like the odds and the value of taking Volkanovski plus 270. That's your main event fight, but we've also had a late-minute replacement in the co-main event, as it was originally supposed to be Paulo Costa versus Khamzat Chimaev. And this was going to be an absolute banger, but Paulo Costa, I think, has like a staph infection in his elbow. He pulled out of the fight, and here comes former welterweight champion Kamaru Usman stepping in on short notice. Now, respect to Kamaru. He's one of the greatest welterweights of all time. I'll never say that he's the greatest because I'm on stream this morning wearing a George St. Pierre hoodie, but he's back in action this weekend against Khamzat as a plus 285 underdog. I think Khamzat ragdolls him. I think he's a future champ. I think that's going to be a good fight, too, out in Abu Dhabi. And overall, a stacked pay-per-view card and a lot of fight action. And, Dave, we also should mention the fight news that Showtime Boxing no longer exists. What a coincidence. Showtime invites the Waterboy for 1 weekend out in Las Vegas to go cover the Canelo fight, and then they shut it all down. Well, Dave, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I guess boxing might stay in Vegas. They might be looking for a new home. And also our buddies over at Bellator, Scott Coker, I heard they're going to be selling to the PFL. Hey, maybe we'll finally get the Jake Paul, Nate Diaz MMA fight that we've all been waiting for. I think I've gone the entire week without noticing or even mentioning that Logan Paul, Dylan Dennis joke of a fight that was last week. I'll try not to mention it because I don't want to give those guys any publicity. But you know who we should be giving some pub to this morning? The San Francisco 49ers and the injury report from Kyle Shanahan yesterday. Let's get back into some football news on the other side. Big opening segment, big weekend of sports. And it's a big day for Bobby Boucher with their bets coming up in about 30 minutes. It's the Waterboy, Marcus Boucher, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Yesterday was the first practice of the week for the 49ers because they have a Monday night game. And a lot of these guys that have been banged up haven't been practicing on Wednesdays. Yesterday would have been their Wednesday had it been a regular week. So Deebo has been dealing with a number of injuries throughout the year. He's been playing through them. I think that's the plan this week. We'll see if he's able to practice today or tomorrow, but I would imagine he'll continue to tough it out. The bigger question is Christian McCaffrey, who picked up an oblique injury in last week's game, and there is some question about whether he's going to be able to play this week. I think early in the week, the Niners were optimistic. As I mentioned, he didn't practice yesterday, but on a normal week, he hasn't generally been practicing on Wednesdays, first practice day of the week. So the key is today and tomorrow and how he feels and how much he's able to do in practice. I think we'll know a little bit more by this time tomorrow, certainly by Sunday morning, how likely he is for Monday night. But McCaffrey of the two, I think, is the one to keep the eye on.
ESPN's Dan Graziano earlier this morning on Get Up talking about the injury status of Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey ahead of the 49ers Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. And it feels like forever ago where the 49ers, actually spoke to the media, actually held a practice, and actually played a game because it was only last Sunday where they suffered their first loss of the season to the Cleveland Browns. But since then, it's essentially been radio silence. I know Kyle Shanahan did his conference call on Monday. We played some of that sound earlier this week. But we've all been kind of sitting here and speculating on a bunch of these injuries for the 49ers because we haven't had any practice reports. We haven't had any injury reports. We haven't had anything until yesterday afternoon where the 49ers finally returned to Levi's Stadium to step on that practice field. Now, as you heard Dan Graziano just break it down, both those players, Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey, were not on the practice field. You know who else was not on it? Trent Williams, Dre Greenlaw, Aaron Banks. So here we are in week 7 of the NFL season, looking at the longest injury list that we have seen for the 49ers all season long. Now, I will throw the caveat out there that on a normal week, the 49ers' first practice would be on Wednesday. And as Graziano alluded to, most weeks, guys like Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey get the veteran day off in the middle of the week. Christian McCaffrey's been doing this since his days in Carolina. It's just part of his rehab process. It's how he kind of resets his body from week to week after seeing the punishment that he takes in a week in and week out basis, which, of course, leads to the conversation about the usage rate for Christian McCaffrey, which we will get to in just 1 second. But first, to kind of lay out the injury picture for you, I wanted to play Kyle Shanahan's injury report from yesterday, and I actually left a little extra on this cut because I wanted to let you guys hear the back and forth interaction that he has with the 49ers beat reporters, how kind of dismissive he is about actually giving some of this information, and how he doesn't really want to clarify whether or not Christian McCaffrey is dealing with an oblique injury or a rib injury.
For today, Greenlaw hamstring won't practice, McCaffrey oblique won't practice, Deebo shoulder won't practice, Trent ankle won't practice, Isaiah Oliver knee he'll be limited, and Banks with the ankle won't practice.
McCaffrey oblique, does that mean rib has been ruled out of the equation?
Means just oblique.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yep.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day-to-day, though. So,
Are you expecting all three of those guys to play, McCaffrey, Deebo, and Trent Williams?
not today. They're not practicing today.
I love it. Kyle Shanahan. This is kind of where he gets into his I'm not talking to anybody kind of mood. He almost goes like kind of Bill Belichick.
What was the results of that MRI? What was the
oblique?
With Christian?
Yep.
Oblique. Like it almost feels like that skit from Chappelle's Show where he said, "I plead the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth." Like no matter what you're gonna ask him, it's just oblique. And then the follow-up question by Matt Mayoka: well, do you expect these guys to play today?
They're not practicing today.
Not today. I mean, Dave, this is the same man that told us that he doesn't even know who's going to be alive on Sunday most of the time.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Christian McCaffrey. It goes for Deebo Samuel. It goes for Trent Williams. Maybe we got to update that soundbite. Kyle can't guarantee anybody will be alive on Monday for their Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. And, of course, this is a story that we've been following all week long. since we heard Christian McCaffrey was going to go see a specialist about his ribs/oblique injury that he is dealing with. And that's why I threw out the kind of hot take. I don't even know if it is a hot take, Dave. On Monday, I said I would sit Christian McCaffrey. I would not play him this week against a Minnesota Vikings team that has underperformed this year. Hell, I had to even think about resting him against the Cincinnati Bengals to give him 3 weeks off heading into your bye week. That would be the long haul plan. That, to me, would be playing for January, not October. Because, again, it seems like the number one kind of concern about this 49ers roster is, can they be healthy in January? And what's more important, winning ball games in January, trying to get back to Las Vegas to win another Super Bowl, or your Week 7 matchup against the Minnesota Vikings, who are also missing their best offensive player, Justin Jefferson? So that's kind of the question that the 49ers have to ask themselves, and it might be a question that the medical team might have to step in and talk with Christian McCaffrey. Because I think if you're asking CMC, this is a guy that never wants to come off the field. If he's able to play, he wants to be out there. But sometimes you have to stop somebody from going too far, from maybe hurting themselves. Now, again, there's an argument that maybe Kyle Shanahan is hurting Christian McCaffrey by getting him involved so much on the offense. It's a narrative that I actually kind of hate. Oh, Christian McCaffrey gets the ball too much. Like, you think he gets the ball too much? I want him to touch the ball on every single play. It's funny how nobody complains about this offense scoring over 30 points a game once Christian McCaffrey got to the roster. But if they're up by a touchdown or two in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden everybody's the offensive coordinator that wants to pull Christian McCaffrey out of the game. Again, it's hard enough to convince Christian McCaffrey to come out of the game himself, and especially with Kyle Shanahan's play calling in the second half, you never know when a lead's going to be blown, and you never know when you're going to need Christian McCaffrey. But of course, since the injury narrative popped back up this week, it was a question that Kyle Shanahan was asked about yesterday about the work usage for Christian McCaffrey, who's on pace for like 400 touches this year, leads the NFL in rushing. Here's Kyle Shanahan giving his response if he's overusing Christian McCaffrey.
I mean, we treat him as our starting running back, so, I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's week to week and how the game goes, but he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game, but I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's been playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes.
Yeah, and it seems like this is a little bit of nitpicking. Again, no one was really complaining about his work usage a week or two ago when we were talking about him being in the MVP conversation, but
playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes.
Let's be honest, Christian McCaffrey has had a bit of an injury history throughout his career, and that's why, again, I think the 49ers should play it cautious this weekend and sit him on Monday night, because I think they can't get enough out of Elijah Mitchell, who we saw return last week. Really didn't do too much work, but that's a guy that came back late in the practices last week, still kind of getting his feet and his legs underneath him. He's gotten a full workload this week. And I think with Jordan Mason, with the two of them, hell, even throwing a little bit of a Ty Davis Price, who we haven't seen so far this year. Really haven't seen him since he's been drafted in the third round out of LSU. Maybe those guys can do enough to carry the offense. And then you throw in the wrinkle of having Deebo Samuel in the backfield. Because that's kind of the takeaways that I've been given this week. From Deebo going on the Kay Adams show earlier this week, to Kyle Shanahan speaking yesterday, even that report from Dan Graziano that we just heard. It seems like Deebo is more likely to play this weekend, which is obviously great news for the San Francisco 49ers and great news for that offense. To me, the biggest factor is Trent Williams. Of course, when you look at a team like the Minnesota Vikings, they don't put too much fear in your heart defensively, but they still got Danielle Hunter, a guy that's got 8 sacks on the season, which is tied for the lead in the NFL. And I think he's going to be lining up a lot against Colton McKivitz on the other side. But if Jalen Moore is out there at left tackle, I'm sure he'll go one-on-one with him also. And we saw last week with Brock Purdy facing the most pressure that he's faced all season, he struggled. Even though Myles Garrett did not record a sack, he was making an impact on that game. And I think Danielle Hunter, and I definitely think with Brian Flores as defense coordinator, they're going to be sending the blitz, and they're going to try to make it difficult. I think a lot of people are going to be watching that Browns game tape from last weekend, watching that Jim Shorts defense, and they're going to try to replicate the same thing that stopped the 49ers. It's a copycat league. But will Brock Purdy have a copycat performance? I think he bounces back this week, and so does Kyle Shanahan. Here was Shanahan breaking down Brock's performance against the Browns and whether or not he's capable of bouncing back this weekend.
Similar to everyone else. I mean, Brock missed a couple, so it wasn't his best game. I still thought he made some real good plays, too. Everyone was under duress in that. It was a challenge on all fronts, and especially some of the down and distances we were in. But it definitely wasn't his best game, but just because it was his first loss and his first pick of the year, I still thought there was a number of things he did real well in that game, too.
I mean, that's the thing. If Jake Moody hits that field goal, we're probably spending the entire week talking about, Brock Purdy led a game-winning drive. I mean, hell, we had Greg Cosell not only on the Murph and Mac show yesterday, but earlier this week with Tolbert and Copes. Say that he made some of his best throws of his career. He also made some of his worst throws of his career. He also missed a lot of throws. And yes, it was raining. Yes, there were wet balls out there. But still, that's not an excuse because here was P.J. Walker, not outperforming Brock Purdy, but still a backup quarterback, a backup running back, and a backup offensive lineman were enough for the Cleveland Browns offense. I know the 49ers were dealing with enough injuries themselves, but still not an excuse for me for this 49ers team to lose last week against the Cleveland Browns. Big picture-wise, no, I don't think the sky is falling and this is the end of the 49ers season, but I still think there are some things that the 49ers did wrong, especially with the penalties, having over 10 of them for over 100 yards. The fact that they couldn't convert on third down, 3 for 12. There were some problems with his offense, and now a lot of people are talking about those problems because Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel were not on the field. And, of course, this all goes back to the Brock Purdy system quarterback argument and whether or not he can succeed without his superstars. Well, here was Brock Purdy yesterday on the Rich Eisen show talking about his performance against the Browns and what changed once Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey both came out of the game.
Man, I would just say, just like I said, the operation, our offense, we're pretty complex with stuff. But just making sure, if a couple of our key players go down, like Deebo and Christian, being able to, help out the guys that come in the huddle who, maybe haven't gotten those reps at practice and allowing them to, be ready for play calls and stuff like that. And that's something that I take on me. Ray came in the game and Elijah Mitchell, JP Mason, backing up, Christian and Deebo. And I feel like I could have done a better job with just helping them out with where we're supposed to line up, the plays that we have to run and things like that. So just moving forward, I got to be better.
And that was something that shocked me last Sunday because we all know that both Deebo and Christian McCaffrey have dealt with injuries in the past. So to see Ray McCloud out there not knowing where to line up, running into Trent Williams in the backfield on what was supposed to be a screenplay, watching Brock Purdy take a delay of game, I was like, this is sloppy. This isn't 49er football. And even Kyle after the game was like, yeah, we really weren't prepared for these injuries to happen. I was like, yeah, it's the NFL. You got to prepare for this stuff. It's what Ken Boucher told me my entire life growing up. Marcus, failing to prepare is prepare you to fail. And since the 49ers did not prepare for these options, they ended up losing their first game of the weekend. Now, I think they're going to prepare for Monday night. Prepare for Kyle Shanahan's boy, Kirk Cousins. Because I do think that Brock Purdy will bounce back with this offense. Even if those weapons aren't there, how many times do we talk about Brandon Ayuk having a breakout year? How many times have we talked about Kittle over the middle? Even though that was non-existent last week, we saw how much of an impact he had against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, of course, Kittle has to stay in a couple extra times to help with those chip blocks on guys like Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt on the outside. And they might have to use him as a blocker against that Brian Flores blitzing defense this weekend. But I think they need to get Kittle involved, Ayuk involved. And as I mentioned earlier, they can still run the rock with Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason. I think Purdy's going to bounce back this week. Whether or not you believe he's a system quarterback or an elite quarterback doesn't really matter to me as long as the 49ers are winning games. And it sounds like that narrative doesn't matter to Brock Purdy either because he was actually asked by Rich Eisen yesterday on whether or not he buys into the narrative that he's only a system quarterback.
Oh, man. I would just say, I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win. I want to help this team win. People can say what they want. That's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals. And then we'll see at the end of all this if that's true or not.
That's it. System quarterback, game manager, elite quarterback. Does it really matter? In the words of Kevin Durant, no, it doesn't. The only thing that matters is that the 49ers are winning ball games. And I think they're going to win on Monday night. Right now, they're currently a 7-point favorite. That is unless you have an alternate book. I've seen a couple lines like BetMGM and PointsBet this morning that had the 49ers already at 6.5. I told you my betting strategy earlier in the week. Last week, we took the 49ers early before the Deshaun Watson news came out. This week, I'm actually sitting back and waiting because if Christian McCaffrey does get rolled out, you're going to see that point spread drop. Not as big as when a quarterback gets taken out, but I expect the 49ers to be a 6-point favorite by the time Monday night comes around. Stay tuned. We'll give you our Bobby Boucher best bet on Monday morning, but on the other side, we got to make sure you have your best bets for this weekend. We'll look at the NFL Week 7 schedule and give you some of our winners, give you some of our picks against the spread, and hopefully win you some money this weekend. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. All right. Happy Friday morning, everybody. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher. And you know what time it is. It's a Friday morning. It's 5:40, 5:45, whatever. It's time for some winners. As every Friday morning, we take a look at the NFL schedule and give you Bobby Boucher's best bets for the weekend. Now, last week, Dave, without you, we went 2-1, covered on the Miami Dolphins as a 13.5-point favorite against the Carolina Panthers. They went down 14-0, but still came back and ended up covering the spread. Shout out to the Dolphins and their Sunday night matchup against the Eagles coming up this weekend. We'll get to that in just a second. We also took the Raiders and the Patriots under 42 points. And I got to be honest with you, Dave, I'm almost thinking about taking the Raiders in the under this weekend against the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields has been ruled out, and so has Jimmy Garoppolo. So for all my 49er fans out there looking to see a little bit of Garoppolo this weekend, guess what? You're not going to see him. And even though we just talked about the spread moving 5-6 points last weekend for Deshaun Watson being out for the Cleveland Browns, guess what? The spread has moved like half a point this morning for Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders. They might honestly be a better team with Brian Hoyer or Aiden O'Connell. Josh McDaniels has still not announced who the starting quarterback is, so we'll see who the Raiders roll out this weekend as a 2.5-point favorite against the Bears. That under's only at like 37. Might have to hammer that, but stay tuned. We'll see if it is one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. But Dave, the only bet that we lost last week was the 49ers against the Cleveland Browns. And I got to say, I had money all over the place on the Niners. On the money line, -6, -9. But the spread didn't even matter because they ended up losing straight up to the Cleveland Browns. We've been talking about it all week. And that's why this week, I'm actually starting off with the Cleveland Browns as one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets because they're going on the road to take on the Indianapolis Colts. Now, the Colts had some big injury news this week. Anthony Richardson, a.k.a. AR, out of Florida, has been shut down for the entire season, has an AC sprain in his shoulder. Shout out to Derek Carr with his AC sprain and trying to play through it with the New Orleans Saints right now. That's why we took the Jaguars last night. And I mentioned earlier, if it wasn't a Thursday night game, it would have been one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets to take the Jags as an upset. But this week, we're taking the Browns as a favorite, a 2.5-point favorite in Indianapolis. Now, I'm hoping this isn't a letdown spot after the Browns just had their biggest win of the year against the 49ers. But this one's easy for me because the Browns, as you saw last week, have the #1 defense in the NFL. They're getting people off the field quicker than ever. And we all saw Gardner Minshew struggle last week, right? With him being the quarterback, with him turning the ball over, I think he's going to have a couple turnovers this weekend. I think Myles Garrett's going to have a couple sacks. I think they shut down that running game with Zach Moss and Jonathan Taylor making his return to the backfield. I like this one. It's within inside that key number of 3. Browns -2.5 on the road this weekend. And to be honest with you, I really don't care if it is P.J. Walker or Deshaun Watson who returned to practice earlier this week. Hell, maybe get Amari Cooper involved a little bit. They're going to run the ball with Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt. And they're probably going to have that same success. They slowed down the 49ers offense. I think they slowed down the Colts. They win by more than a field goal on the road. We're taking the dog pound -2.5 as Bobby Boucher's first bet. Now for our second bet, we're going to go and check out this matchup in the NFC South. And we just got done talking about the Saints being 3-4 and how we picked them as our preseason NFC South winner. This division's wide open. This might be the worst division in football. And this weekend, you're getting a matchup between Desmond Ridder and Baker Mayfield. Now, I've gave my thoughts a few times on both of these quarterbacks. I don't think Desmond Ridder is an NFL caliber quarterback. The guy's never won a road game in his career. And this weekend, he's going on grass down to Tampa Bay to play against Baker Mayfield and a Bucs team that kind of feels like they got their swagger back a little bit. Baker Mayfield, former Heisman winner, does have a lot of talent around him. A lot of people wrote off Mike Evans and Chris Godwin before the season started. They're still putting up numbers, and you still got guys like Devin White and Levante David on that defense. Shout out to our guy Vita Vea out of Milpitas High School. I like the Bucs this weekend, and again, look at that spread. It's 2.5 points. It's inside that key number of 3. So that's why we're taking the Buccaneers at home to bounce back this week against the Falcons as a 2.5-point favorite. I think they slow down that run game. Desmond Ridder can't throw the ball. Shout out to Bijan Robinson, who apparently doesn't say his name like Dijon Mustard. Bijan, doesn't matter. We're taking the Bucs this weekend to fire off the cannons and to cover that 2.5-point spread. Now, I just gave you 2 bets of 2 favorites within the key number. Dave, you know I got to go with my dog of the week. And since we weren't able to pick our Jags last night, we're going to go with the Los Angeles Chargers. And Dave, hear me out. I know they're the same old San Diego super chokers. We saw it on Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys. But also, if you had the Chargers +3 on Monday night, you were able to cover with at least a push. And this is basically Chargers brand of football. They'll play a close game, Brandon Staley will go out there and blow a fourth down call, and they'll end up losing the game in the fourth quarter. But I think they're going to cover this spread this weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs. They are 5.5-point underdogs. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs, for as good as they are, for all the accolades they get, they're not good against the spread, especially against the San Diego/Los Angeles Chargers. Last year, they had 2 meetings. Chiefs won them both only by 3 points. And in the last 6 matchups between Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes, Herbert has covered the spread 5 out of those 6 matchups. And that's why I think this is going to be a close game. It's going to be a shootout. I think this is going to come down to the fourth quarter. Yeah, I can see the Chargers blowing it, but I think they cover that 5.5-point spread. I mean, the Chiefs only put up 17 points on a Denver Bronco defense last week. That is the worst defense in the NFL. Might be one of the worst defenses in NFL history. Chargers got a better defense with Big Bear, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, and Derwin James. I think they keep it close. I think they keep it within the number 5.5. I had this handicapped as only a 3.5-point spread, so I like the value there. So that will be our dog of the week, going with the LA Chargers plus 5.5. Now, there were some other spreads that I was looking at, but the number was outside of that key number of 7. And that's the thing I'm looking at this morning when I'm looking at the Seattle Seahawks. And
7.
That spread jumping up now to 8.5 points against the Arizona Cardinals.
8.
I think they demolished the Cardinals, but it's a division game, and I don't love hitting that spread outside of a touchdown. It's the same reason why I'm not taking the Buffalo Bills this week as one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets. They're minus 8.5 points against the New England Patriots. I might end up teasing both of those. I probably will have some action on them, but because those numbers are so big in a division game, anything can happen. So I'm keeping those off my Bobby Boucher's best cards. Hell, I might sprinkle some money on the Bills and the under against the Patriots. Since you know Mac Jones can't score more than 20 points per game, Bill Belichick has been absolutely embarrassing this year. We can start talking about Bill Belichick as a coach, Bill Belichick as a GM. I heard people complaining about Mac Jones' lack of talent around him. Yeah, look at Bill Belichick bringing in guys like Juju Smith-Schuster and Ezekiel Elliott. I got no problem picking against the Patriots almost each and every week. They're the biggest dogs of Bill Belichick's career, and it might be time to put down that old dog, Bill Belichick. We'll see if he's on the hot seat later on this season as the Patriots are finally starting to struggle. And then a couple big games I wanted to mention this weekend. Sunday Night Football, the matchup between the 2 former Alabama quarterbacks, Tua Tagovailoa versus Jalen Hurts. You know, the same Tua that came in and stole Jalen Hurts' job in the national championship game, forced him over to Oklahoma. Well, now they're facing off this weekend, and the Eagles are a 3-point favorite. I feel like the value here is taking the Dolphins plus the points. We've seen how explosive the greatest show on Surf's offense has been this year with Mike McDaniels. But I'm still a little hesitant about that Dolphins defense. We saw them struggle earlier this year against that Buffalo Bills offense. So I think the Eagles win this game, but I think the value might be there with the Dolphins also. Tough game to pick, and that's why it's not one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets. But I definitely wanted to make sure to mention it because that game has playoff implications for the 49ers. You know what game also has playoff implications? The Detroit Lions taking on the Baltimore Ravens. And the Lions here are a 3-point underdog. Again, seems like good value. Hell, maybe I'll throw together a 2-team teaser with the Dolphins, with the Lions to get them both plus 9. But I think they both have a chance of losing this weekend because I think Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are going to take care of business against a Jared Goff-led offense that might be without David Montgomery, might be without Gibbs, the running back out of Alabama. Shout out to LaPorta. Shout out to Amon St. Brown. Shout out to Jameson Williams being back from his suspension for gambling on sports. But I don't think the Lions have enough firepower this week to hang with the Baltimore Ravens, who have a top 5 defense. And I think Lamar Jackson is going to start getting some talk about MVP with the way he's playing in that Todd Monken offense. I like the Ravens over the Lions. Another great game this weekend. And, of course, that all leads up to Monday night with the 49ers taking on the Vikings. We'll give you our preview on Monday for that game. And, Dave, for all the 49er fans looking to see Jimmy Garoppolo this weekend, you won't see him. He's been rolled out against the Raiders. Don't bet on this game. Maybe take the under 37 points. It's going to be an absolute, disaster between 2 backup quarterbacks. I don't even know why I bring this game up, Dave, but shout out to all my Raider fans still living in the Bay Area. And for the Raider fans who cashed in off that Max Crosby sack/safety at the end of the game against the Patriots to cover the spread. But those are our 3 Bobby Boucher's best bets of the week. Browns minus 2.5, Bucks minus 2.5, and we're taking the Chargers to cover that 5.5 point spread against the Kansas City Chiefs that seem like they can't just cover. But hey, you know who can cover? My guy Paulie Mack, who went 2-0 in the Friday football forecast last week. So we'll get his picks, and we'll also get some picks from Saturday Murph as Murph and Mack join the studio next. We'll get you ready for the Murph and Mack Morning Show on a football Friday, on a fight Friday, on a baseball Friday, all right here on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Right on time before the final buzzer. It's the end of the leadoff spot before we make the connection with Murph and Mac. Fun show today with my guy Overnight Dave, talking a lot of Bobby Boucher's best bets for a big weekend of sports, not only with the NFL Week 7 action. Of course, your 49ers on Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings, but we got a big fight card out in Abu Dhabi, UFC 294 that we talked about. Hell, you got the Warriors taking on the Spurs and maybe Victor Wembanyama tonight. And of course, you got more ALCS and NLCS action this weekend with Dusty tying up the series 2-2 against Bruce Bochy. A couple questionable pitching decisions yesterday, and there were the Arizona Diamondbacks stopping the Phillies pool party from happening, cutting that series lead down to 2-1. Both games back in action today, and boys, you're back in the studio. What's up, Murph? What's up, Mac? How you doing today?
You said it all. I'm just sitting here listening to the rundown. I love it, man. Of all those things, which grabbed me the most? The fact that you're going to watch a fight in Abu Dhabi.
Dude, it starts at 11 a.m. on Saturday.
I shouldn't say Abu Dhabi seems exotic because from my world of golf, they have a big event there in Abu Dhabi every year. So
that's right.
You and me, buddy, we do Abu Dhabi sports.
Well, don't leave me out of Abu Dhabi either, because I got to shout out the fact that Dave, and I'm sure
the Dead play Abu Dhabi.
You're getting warmer. You're getting warmer. Shout out to the Kiss Army setting up shop at Abu Dhabi. It was a couple of years ago, and I know Adam Copeland was on board. I think Copes bought the pay-per-view. Anyway, Abu Dhabi rocks with Kiss. Murph, go ahead.
Okay, that's it. We did it. We crossed all the T's, down all the T's. Are we worried about Boch, guys? Are we worried about Boch?
A little bit. Oh, here comes
a little
Dusty.
bit. It's suddenly the Astros, they're flexing bats.
I mean, I don't like it when Andrew Heaney doesn't even escape the first round yesterday.
Heaney, bro.
They're running out of pitching
now.
there.
I have to go get him.
I got Boch with his water bottle. He looked all nervous.
Well, I got money going today, boys.
He does have money going today.
That's his guy. That's his go-to guy with the beard.
Afternoon game. Verlander versus Montgomery.
Yeah, he's going to be out there with his belly.
Evening game is the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. So, and then last night, well, after me slagging Trevor Lawrence, he was pretty good.
There's a weird thing with Murph and Trevor. I know, it's fascinating.
Dude, he's my fantasy quarterback, and my team stink. I need him. I come up to him before every game. I pound him on the shoulder pads. I say,
like Harbaugh,
I need you, buddy.
Harbaugh used to hit Alex Smith.
I need you.
But doesn't he keep winning games, though? He keeps winning.
It doesn't matter. It's fantasy points.
That's it. He needs fantasy points.
You don't care about the wins.
So
wins don't get you any points, Paulie Mac.
We looked it up last night, me and my kid, because he goes, he's better than you're saying. I said, no, I read him his game log. He's right now in NFL quarterbacks fantasy-wise, he's 15th.
Middle of the pack.
Which you would call, Waterboy, you'd call that mid.
That's mid. I expect Trevor Lawrence, but last night did not put on a mid performance. How about he's out there with that big old knee brace, and he leads the team in rushing. He's just scrambling left and right.
In the mid segment, Reed's locker room, where I'm holding up the ball, and NFL Films is filming me in the locker room, going, boys, gather around. Great win. Game ball today. Quarterback Trevor Lawrence. Hey! That's what we did today.
Well, Murph, I'll tell you who ain't getting the game ball. Foster Moreau dropping that touchdown pass. You see him almost crying on the sideline.
Oh, that was a tough
I mean, the dude's got a phenomenal story. Former Raider. He's got Derek Carr as his quarterback.
Overnight Dave played at Clank.
That was
Shout out to Jackie Smith in the end zone and back in Super Bowl whatever. I'm going old school there, buddy.
There it is, Murph.
Big drops, 808 KNBR. Big drops.
There it is. Okay, Murph. Way to get us started on a Friday morning. It's a football Friday. It's a fight Friday. It's a baseball and basketball Friday. We got everything going on. It's a sports equinox, and it's the Murph and Mac Show, and it is KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Friday morning starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
That discussion about Foster Moreau dropping that, but people don't know what happened last night because you weren't watching Amazon. Jags Saints Thursday Night Football. Kind of seemed like an ordinary game. Jags are up 24-9. All of a sudden, it's 24-24. Then big touchdown in the final 3 minutes from Trevor Lawrence to Christian Kirk makes it 31-24. And then here comes emotional Derek Carr.
Oh, dude, he's always pump that back a little bit.
Driving him down the field.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has the winning touchdown in the back corner of the end zone. Foster Moreau pretty much all alone. And the pass was right on the money. And he just dropped it.
Yeah.
He just dropped it.
Yep.
And that's it. You lose the game.
What these things happen, Murph.
So I was thinking, like, biggest drops in NFL history. Well, I mean, Jackie Smith's the one I go to, but I can't come up with any more.
I can. Excuse me. I mean, it's nothing pleasant. It's not a good memory, but if you want to talk about drops,
I mean, Exhibit A, 1986 Niners at Giants Meadowlands playoff game. It's the Jim Burt knocking out Montana game. But don't forget, score 0-0. Montana hits Rice on a slant. Rice is running across the field wide open. He's breaking for the end zone. Murphy just kind of knocks the ball out of his own hand. I don't know if you would call that a drop.
I wouldn't call that a drop.
I'll call it
I'd call that a fumble.
A damn...
That's a fumble, wasn't it?
It was a catastrophe is what it was.
It was.
It was a catastrophe.
I'm looking at I just Googled. Thanks for that memory, by the way.
I told you it wasn't pleasant.
I told you. I'm looking at the 5 worst. Bleacher Report has a list of 5 worst
what are
drops
they?
in NFL history. Let's see here. They say Wes Welker had one in a Super Bowl. Do you remember that?
No.
Against the
Not
Super
my head.
Bowl,
No.
looks like Super Bowl 46. The New England was clinging to a 2-point lead, and Welker dropped one. I guess that cut. Is that the game they lost? Let's see here. They say Stevie Johnson dropped one in a Bills-Steelers game. I don't know. Darren Nelson dropped one in a Vikings in an NFC Championship game against the Saints. You remember that?
No.
See, these aren't coming to me.
No, these are obscure.
Dude, Marcus,
see, now we're getting
now.
personal.
That was listed on here is Lewis Billups dropping the Montana interception in Super Bowl 23. Lewis Billups dropping anyway, went down that road. Anyway, happy Friday morning, everybody. Here we go. 925 says Jaquaski Tart. Still hurts.
Oh, damn
NFC
it. That's
Championship.
another one. Yeah, boy, oh, boy.
Can you count? Does a DB count as a drop?
It's a damn drop right
Is
there.
it?
Right off his chest, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think it has to be a receiver.
Boy, how come everything we're bringing up is extremely painful? Like, I'm getting depressed.
Foster Moreau's happy because at least he has company.
We've had 3 Niner catastrophes brought up in like a span of 30 seconds.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, I'm upset that the Niners aren't playing until Monday.
Well, yeah, you don't like that.
I don't like it at all.
No. What about the glamour and glitz of a nationally televised?
Is it?
Not really anymore. It's Sunday night's got the glitz now.
Yeah,
in
Sunday
fact,
night.
look at the Sunday night matchup. That is going to be a really interesting game. I'm really eager to watch that game and see how Philly handles that high-flying offense of Mike McDaniel with his pants hiked up. Dare he hike his pants up in Philly?
In Philadelphia.
Does he have the balls to show some shin?
That's going to be a great question because,
I don't know if he's got the balls.
He's going to subject himself
You don't walk out in Philly and be like, guys, here are my shins.
Yeah. Here's my shins.
Shout out that band, The Shins. I don't know anything about them other than their name, The Shins. Are they like Americana? They're doing like a Mumford thing or something?
Yeah,
we're doing this.
Yeah.
We got mandolins. We're doing this. Yeah.
They'd be in the same.
We're singing about coal mines.
Family tree
Americana.
A little bit like War on Drugs in Lord Huron, a little bit.
The only Americana I'm looking for now is going to be from Sierra Farrell. That's the only Americana I need at this juncture.
Although I was on Sirius XMU the other day, and you know who they were pumping up?
Tell me.
Faye Webster.
Nice. That's Marcus's girl.
Yeah, she's blown up. Marcus was on early.
She doesn't even know it yet, but she and Marcus are destined to be together. They haven't crossed paths yet.
She doesn't know, but Marcus is going to take her in Bobby Boucher's Best Bets next Friday.
She doesn't know, but Marcus is going to wing her over to Abu Dhabi for some MMA.
To go watch the Islam. What's his last name?
What'd you guys do on your
Makachev?
What'd you do on your first date? We went over to Abu Dhabi, saw some MMA.
We wanted to see the Makachev fight. Anyway, I felt bad for Boach last night. I want him.
Me too, buddy.
Because all our woofing and crowing about Boach goes away if he loses. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, now you're just a guy who lost the LCS.
Well, it was never easy when he was skipper in the Giants. I mean, it wasn't like they skated through the.
This is true.
He always had to earn it, and it gets pretty tense at times. So this is familiar territory. But again, you're right. I mean, the Astros have totally stolen the momentum.
And oddly too, it's like there's no home team has won a game in that.
But hey, listen, we talked to Mike yesterday, and we said, Mike, we want some competition, and now we're getting it. Now you got a series.
Are you buying the D-backs being back in this thing at all?
A little tiny bit. A little bit.
The way
a little bit. Because, that's dicey, man. That's very dicey. But, it was a nice win for that team. I mean, low scoring, hits and runs were hard to come by, and, walking them off. I mean, that's got to give them some kind of wind in their sail.
Torey Lovulo avoided total villain status for taking out Brandon Pfaadt after 18 batters just because he said, that was our plan. 18 batters. That was our plan. He'd struck out 9. And he'd walked no one. And he said, it's our plan. He said, quote, I was booing myself. There's a point where, that doesn't even work, where you're like, I'll take the heat. You will. And I'm going to give you some more, too. You know what I mean? It's not enough. There's like Dan Lanning from Oregon. He's like, I deserve all the criticism. I'm like, you do. And I'm going to give you some more. So anyway, he dodged a bullet because the Diamondbacks pulled that one out. And like we said, the Jags got the win. And are you ready for a Friday football forecast?
Pretty much, man. I mean, I'm going to take some chances today. My picks are going to be controversial. I'll call that right now. But I don't care. I'm walking right into the fire, or running into the fire, if you will. Say I'm ready. I'm spiritually ready. But I'm more interested, actually, about the couch potato guide, and I'll tell you why.
First of all, it might be my favorite part of the forecast.
It's odd.
Here's why.
Okay,
I do my picks. There's all this pressure. I know I'm going to get ridiculed. And then I get through that, and then I get to like kick back, and I listen to Murph just drop science, and then he's like telling me. But last weekend, I was away. I was up in Portland. I didn't see really college games are hard to come by. I was busy the whole day. This weekend, I'm dropping anchor. I'm dropping black and anchor tomorrow, and I'm watching college ball. I'm not doing anything other than that. And I'm looking forward. So whatever you tell me to watch,
a couple good ones for you.
I'm going to watch.
A couple good ones for you.
So I look forward to that. Yeah.
Well, I look forward to it too.
You asked if I'm ready. I'm ready.
I look forward to it too.
Mm-hmm.
And then yesterday, Paulie, I had to jock blog and had to dip my toe into the the Giants manager search.
Wait, where for out there? Yeah, wherefore art thou?
As I
that Giants manager. You know what I'm saying?
They hiring a guy named Romeo. I don't know.
Yeah, seriously, I'm on a knee. I'm out here. I'm singing.
What are you doing? Taylor Swift love story?
I guess. I don't know.
Will she be at the Chiefs-Chargers game?
By the way, shout out the Rolling Stones doing an unannounced gig in New York City last night. Lady Gaga came out and did the new track with them on stage. It was a club show. They played a little club in the city, and Gaga came out.
Is any one of those guys 80 yet?
Yeah, Jagger's 80. And you've heard the new track. I don't know what to say anymore about this guy. He's not from Earth. He's not an Earthling.
Does he want to run for president?
He probably should.
Yeah,
he probably should.
He's a little more fit.
But let him go on tour first. I need some more gigs.
The point of the matter is, all of a sudden, you look up, it's October 20th.
Yeah.
And they don't have a manager. And Farhan said he wants to have
World Series, I know.
before free agency begins, which is 5 days after the World Series. The World Series could end as soon as November, I looked it up yesterday. Free agency could begin as early as November 4. So we're theoretically 2 weeks out from the earliest possible date. Basically, say 2 to 3 weeks out. You got to have a guy. It's starting to get down to it now.
Well, you tell me he's not monkey blanking this, is he?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, of all the names we've heard so far.
Yeah, I hear you.
I said this in the JB. So we've heard
I like the JB.
Kai Correa.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard Mark Hallberg. We've heard Alyssa Nacken.
Yep.
And we've heard Stephen Vogt.
Correct.
Those are the only names we've heard.
Those are the official names. You know what's interesting about that, too, is every single day we do the show, we get texts that ask us about Mark DeRosa. And I keep hearing it from listeners, but I haven't seen anything official.
No, neither have I. We're just from the text line.
But that name keeps yeah.
Wotus has not been mentioned.
Throw the silver-haired fox in there, man. You want to calm the waters. I know.
I determined yesterday he'd be my number one choice.
Yeah, I'd love that. I would love it if Wotus was a skipper. I think a lot of Giant fans would.
I asked if we put up a Mike Holler's big poll on all those names, which name do you think would win? Right?
Wotus or Vogt?
No, out of those names I mentioned, just Vogt, Correa, Hallberg, and Nacken.
Probably Vogt. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, that's what I wound up going with.
Yeah.
I wound up saying at this point in time.
Oh, you actually cast a vote in the JB.
Bring me Vogt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
By the way, I'm just throwing this out there since we're promoting. I had Ronnie Lott on the podcast yesterday. He was great, man. He was really, really great. Murph, so inspiring, just talking about waking up, making plays, making the world around you better, all that stuff. So if you want to be inspired, go find that Polymac podcast. It should be up today. And Ronnie Lott was our guest. He was awesome.
Yeah. Did he tell you, did you make a play yesterday?
I tried to. Well, the play was getting Ronnie Lott on the podcast. Yeah. My play was making a play for the Bay Area. Right. Yeah.
Okay, here's the deal. It's Friday. Everybody's in a good mood.
Yeah.
That heat wave broke.
Dude, it got pretty hot, legit hot yesterday.
Yeah, it really happened. No, we had the...
Not a cool right back down.
Cool time for a cool breeze, as Little River Band once sang. A cool change, pardon me, Paulie. Cool
LRB,
change.
man.
So we'll say good morning to Marcus. We'll get the guest list. It's a Friday. Everybody's feeling good. Niners play on Monday night. It's the Murphy Mac Show. I'm Brian for 104.5. I'm having a rough week on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday down at Levi Stadium to give an injury update on Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and Dre Greenlaw. To hear the latest injury report on all of the 49ers, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bo, 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 bo.
Damn, Waterboy, whatever that is. That's my favorite rejoin of the week. That
It's
is
a Funk
Is this
Friday.
some New Orleans like blues or something? That's damn sounds good. What is that?
Well, the funny thing is, boys, this is actually a band that we usually play on Reggae Fridays. This right here is slightly stupid.
Really?
This is just a riff that they call Circle House Blues.
Well, it sounds more like I feel like a muddy New Orleans thing. I feel like I just walked into a bar on Frenchman Street and a local blues band's playing, and that's for Foster Moreau. The blues, playing the blues.
Well, I'm starting to wonder.
Do you consider this the blues?
Yeah, it's a little funk. I'd say it's closer to
More
a funk,
funky,
but there's
yeah,
a
more
blues
funky.
vein
Yeah,
in there.
yeah, yeah.
You know, Marcus, I wonder
guys.
if he's transitioning from a Reggae Friday to a Funk Friday. Is that what you're doing?
Are we going with
We're
the
talking George
Funkadelic
Clinton
Friday?
Parliament
Well, that's
Funkadelic.
such a broad.
Sly Stone, James Brown. We could go. You know, it's up to you. You're running the show. I'm just here. You know,
I mean, that's
it's
big,
Marcus's world.
broad umbrella.
Yeah.
Although I just feel like it's Foster Moreau's New Orleans funky blues.
Whatever it is, it's working. It was a nice way to start a Friday.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
It hit the right spot.
Marcus
there.
has that kind of instinct.
He does, very much so. Yeah,
Yeah.
poor Foster Moreau. See, you can't knock Derek Carr, right? I mean, he put the pass right where we're supposed to be.
Murph, pump that back a little bit.
This is, again, why we get into, like, our wins a quarterback stat. I mean, Carr led them down the field and threw the pass right where we're supposed to be. The guy dropped.
There's nothing else Derek Carr could do, yeah.
I guess he had another play and threw the ill-fated. What are teams going to just stop throwing that ill-fated fade on their 4th and goal?
It's my least favorite play in the canon. I hate that
I mean,
play.
Murph, it's a bad play on 1st and goal, 2nd and goal, 3rd and goal, but then to pull it out on 4th and goal, you don't even let a play develop. You have no time to improvise.
Nah,
it's a terrible call.
It's a terrible call, and it's dependent on so many things going right for that play to work, or you're hoping for a flag. But in any case, whatever the design or the intention, I just don't like that play. Seems like it doesn't work more often than it does.
Ayuk caught a back shoulder.
That was beautiful.
One-on-one
That was
earlier this year, but that
beautiful.
wasn't. I don't think it was
not a proper fade.
I don't think it was goal to go.
He was actually.
Wasn't it?
No, it was a bit like a 30-yard play. I think, if I'm thinking of the same one.
And it definitely wasn't a 4th down play.
No.
Anyway, you saw, and by the way, I heard Al Michaels catching more flack last night on my Twitter feed.
What about eating veggies or whatever?
Well, the final call, if you listen to it, sounds just like an incompletion in the second quarter. The guy said, "Hey man, where's my Gus?" It was
Where's
the
the
awful
drama?
announcing. He said, "Not exactly Gus Johnson," because it was the climactic play of the game, and he's like, "Pass falls incomplete."
Al's
like,
getting, listen,
it's hard to dog Al Michaels.
Al's had him all over the world. He's getting tired.
It is hard to dog Al Michaels.
Yeah.
He is the man. By the way, you know what I was reading during the break here? We were talking about the Giants manager search, and this is something we should probably address.
Yeah.
You ready for this? We got Farhan in Japan.
Going to Budokan? Like, what's he?
KNBR, he's big in Japan. Are you ready for Yamamoto? Yamamoto.
Maybe. Tell me.
Are you ready, Paulie Mac, to do a song on Yamamoto?
Maybe I might be.
Farhan calls this guy the best pitcher in the world. He says it's not an exaggeration. My man is named Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
You asked if I'm going to do a song. Here's the first idea I have. It'll be done to Styx's Mr. Roboto. Doer Omigato, Mr. Yomiyato.
Yamamoto.
Mr. Yamamoto. That's my first idea,
They say
Marcus.
he'll be the most coveted free agent in the world behind Shohei Ohtani.
Wow.
And he flew to Japan.
I don't know if that's going to help.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? The guy might take a look at Farhan
Yamamoto
and
looks
be
up
like,
at the stands and sees Farhan.
he's going to look at Farhan and be like, I think I want to talk to some other teams. Maybe. You know anything about Yamamoto, Waterboy?
I don't. I wonder if he was one of the guys on the WBC because they have another guy, Roki Suzuki, out there that is dominant pitcher. They had that Japanese Babe Ruth that broke all the home run records, but no. Yamamoto is his name?
Yamamoto. Easy to remember. Can I talk to my World War II historians? Yamamoto, yes. One of the great lines in world history came from Admiral Yamamoto after Pearl Harbor. And I want to shout out Mr. Sherman, one of the greatest teachers in the history of American public high schools, our U.S. history teacher. This guy was a legend, Paulie. This guy was a legend. He would do his Civil War lecture on the last day of the end of the first semester. Dude, ready for this? People would come in and pull up chairs just to watch it.
Wow.
Guy was an absolute master. He was like a performer,
showman. Yeah.
He was like quirky. He was brilliant.
Yeah,
dude, it was incredible. But anyway, he told us the legendary line after they bombed Pearl Harbor. Yamamoto was not into it. He was like second guessing the call. He said, "Quote: I fear all we have done is awakened a sleeping giant."
Turned out to be true.
And filled him with terrible resolve.
Yeah. Ooh, terrible
resolve. What a great line. I got to give it up, Yamamoto. That's a great line.
When was the last time, Murph, you felt terrible resolve?
About this Giants manager search.
Okay.
I think is what it is.
Good enough. Good answer.
Or the having to wait till Monday to see the Niners.
Yeah.
Anyway, Yamamoto is the name. And anyway, they sent Pete Patilla to Korea. Dude, we're blanketing the Far East.
Giants are going worldwide, yeah.
Blanketing the Far East.
Yeah, and Paulie Mac, we're talking about parody songs in honor of the great Greg Cosell, who came on the show yesterday. Instead of Woman from Tokyo, can I get a Farhan from Tokyo from Deep Purple, Paulie Mac?
Let me applaud that. That's coming from you, Marcus, like third-generation Deep Purple guy. I love that riff. Thank you.
That's incredible.
Yes, you can do anything you want.
So you won't be interviewing managers when you're in Japan. Unless he's bringing back a manager from Japan.
What else? You know what? I need to get over to Japan, see what's going on.
Well,
get some.
The Bad News Bears went there.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of cool people have been to Japan. And they got that whole samurai culture. I'm a fan. Marcus, you seem like a samurai practitioner. Are you a fan of the whole samurai culture?
Oh, I love the samurai because it's all part of the mixed martial arts.
You ever read the Book of the Samurai? It's incredible.
I have not. I've seen The Last Samurai with, what is that, Tom Cruise? It's a terrible movie.
It's all about serving your master. You got to be ready to die at any given second to serve your master.
A lot of discipline.
Tons of discipline.
We need to teach Triple E the way of the samurai. He needs to be willing to die for his master.
Go. Very good.
Very good. So, Jung-Hoo Lee is the Korean center fielder Patilla was scouting.
Yeah.
So the Giants are trying to open their checkbook and bring in some Far Eastern talent. Yamamoto, who Farhan called, not a stretch to call him the best pitcher in the world, and Jung-Hoo Lee, center fielder.
All right, listen.
Korea. We shall see.
Whatever gets me some wins.
Other than that, how was your Thursday night, Marcus?
It was good. I was bouncing back and forth. A lot of baseball yesterday and then caught the Thursday night football action as well. Had to split the screens, but of course I got two of them, so I was watching a little bit of everything.
I went baseball mostly because of the inability to flip out of the Peacock.
Same here, Murph. I'm in the exact same way.
Yeah. It's
a little much.
I'm telling you, I'm like, I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not doing it. No, I don't have two screens like Marcus.
I'm with you 1,000,000% on this. You got to make a decision.
Watch one on my phone.
Nope.
You know what I mean? I don't want to go get the baseball on my phone. So I put the baseball on.
Yeah, that'll bore me too.
And I followed the football basically via social media.
Now I'm curious, what does someone like Big D do in that situation? Because it seems like his generation will want to go for like the 2 TV screen or at least pull it up on his phone or on his laptop, Murph.
Somehow, some way, he always gets these results. He's always telling me, he goes, T. Higgins just caught a touchdown. I'm like, where are you watching this? So I think he's on his phone watching multiple screens on his phone. I think he's doing it on his phone.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's like me. It's this whole entire TikTok generation. We can't keep our attention on one thing.
All the time. He broke news to me last night. He goes, have you heard Caleb Williams wants ownership of a team in the NFL?
Yes.
I said, what?
Yeah.
He told me this.
So does Pat Mahomes.
He said, Caleb Williams said, this is a USC quarterback.
Yeah, it's a little early to start talking about being an owner.
I'll make more money staying at USC instead of going to the NFL, but if some team wants to give me a piece of the team, I'll go. I'm like, what?
I mean, this is after a week or two after his dad's like, we don't want to play for the Arizona Cardinals. Maybe we won't come out if he's the number 1 pick next year and the Cardinals have it.
I just saw somebody listed Shedeur Sanders and Bronny James at USC. Shedeur's making $4.9 million, and Bronny James at USC has not shot a shot. He's making $5.9 million.
It's a nice little payday.
I mean, NIL, baby.
Dude, and then here's our guy, Brock Purdy, taking home $800,000.
His time will come, though. He just keeps doing what he's doing. He's going to get paid.
I mean, Paulie Mac, we got guys like Daniel Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo making more per game than Brock Purdy's making the entire season.
Hell, I probably shouldn't be admitting this on the air, but let's be honest. Marty Lurie's making more than Brock Purdy. for Sundays in the park, for God's sakes.
Who does Marty want for manager, by the way? He's
Great question. Well, he's got the ultimate decision. He's got the ultimate vote.
Can I pump up one of my own lines, Paulie?
Yeah.
Can I get some praise?
Anything you want.
It tickled me. So, since nobody reads the Jock blog, I might as well say I was listening to the reasons why I want WOTUS. I'm like, here, let me give you the exact. I don't want to screw up my own quote here, Paulie.
You got to pump up the right line.
I know, but this just tickled me, and I thought you would get a kick because you just said Marty, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Marty. He makes all the decisions.
We're going to get to here. So WOTUS is. I said, listen, I don't think Farr is going to hire WOTUS. As far as we know, he's got an interview. He came on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes and distinctly avoided the whole topic. So I said knowledge, Paulie, temperament, loyalty, championship fiber, game management, player-friendly, media-friendly, fan-friendly personality. He knows the game like a PhD. He knows the players stone cold. He knows the region. He knows the organization. He knows the history. He knows the park. He knows River Islands is a fast-growing community.
That's all.
That was the line.
That was good. You got me. I was a little off balance. That was a nice build.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
That was actually well executed. Yeah, because I was on the line for that. I was like waiting for the list, and then boom, there's Marty. I like it.
And meanwhile, overnight, Dave and I are in a World War II history argument.
Okay.
He says the line was a sleeping tiger. OD, I love you, and I'm not doubting you.
He's a big
I'm just telling
WW2 guy.
you, Mr. Sherman, you're going up against the great Mr. Sherman now. This guy's the greatest teacher in the history of American public education. So, this guy was unbelievable, Paulie. So, Dave, until you got to go take this up with Mr. Sherman. All right, buddy?
Pump that back a little bit.
All right, let's get the guest list going on Friday, 10, 20, 23. I'll be in Manteca this weekend, Paulie.
Manteca's really nice. I like Manteca.
I'll be out there checking it out.
Yeah, man. Do your thing. What time?
The games are at 4:30 and ready for this, 8:30.
Perfect to get in the way of your UCLA game.
Well, parents
it's like perfectly laid out.
I hate to tell you this, but like these youth baseball tournaments, we honestly
baseball you're doing.
Yeah, this is baseball.
Okay.
We begin planning how we're going to cocktail. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's like okay, what hotel are we at? Do they have a bar? Is there a lobby situation? Is there a pool to drink at? These kind of things.
We can get into the bourbon.
Let's be honest. It's a comment on suburban parenting. It really is.
Yeah, you need to take the edge off. There's no question.
You can comment, and if you criticize us, it's a fair criticism. We are addicted to the weekend alcohol.
We're trying to do it.
8:30 game.
I would say we're entitled to a little bit of a cocktail come weekend time after doing our thing all week long. You're paying bills. You're sending kids to school. Why not have a cocktail on Saturday?
Well,
I'd say you've earned it.
8:30 game doesn't end until 10:30.
Jeez, what do we do?
So what do I do?
It's like a pro game.
No cocktail.
Yeah.
So now I'm in Manteca with no cocktail.
Well, you know what I say right there. Half a gummy will do you just fine.
I don't think I can watch the game.
I handle my business. Marcus, you know me. I'll go half a gummy in a blink.
But in the gummy situation, you don't want to be surrounded by like youth baseball parents.
Preferably not. Yeah, no. But I was always a lone wolf. I was always pacing around by myself. I distanced myself from the herd quite a bit at those
You were
youth.
that guy.
I really was.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't want to get involved with the politics because there's so many little cliques and those parents didn't like that parent and this mom's mad at that dad.
Yeah.
And so I'm just out. I'm like, listen, I can't. I'm over here by myself.
On a gummy?
I'm just, probably.
Okay.
Well, especially when I had to take those 3-hour trips, dude. I was driving all over the place. And I would be like, you know what? I got to take the edge off, man. I got to calm down.
By the way, Overnight Dave checked in, and he is coming correct. He says Mr. Sherman was right. The sleeping giant.
Oh, D's back.
Yamamoto.
Okay.
All right, what do we got here, buddy?
I'm glad we have harmony, though. That's good.
Boys, in about 20 minutes, it's a Friday, so that means one thing and one thing only. It's time for the Friday football forecast.
I'm already ready.
6:50 this morning. Paulie Max, stay hot.
I want everybody to know on the YouTube stream and on the Twitch stream, I do provide you the guest list. And so come enjoy.
True that.
Please enjoy.
It's an exclusive on the live stream.
It's a Murph and Mac exclusive.
In Triple E,
we should have a sounder.
Puts pictures on this thing. He works hard for these things.
Actually, I kind of enjoy
What
his
are today's
artwork.
pictures, Paulie? Can you tell me? Because I'm holding it up to me. I can't see
you got I got John Lynch and Shanny with the red
that's
hat.
the big hit. I'm looking at the guest list here,
Hold
bud.
on. I don't know if I have that in front of me. I don't.
209 says if you're at the 925 says, if you're at Field of Dreams, they serve beer. I got it. We're not at Field of Dreams. We're at Mistland.
Oh,
7 miles away.
By the way, I'm glad I found the guest list because I got G-Pop. Is that G-Pops up in the? Yeah, it is G-Pops in the upper
with
right.
the custom Papa jersey.
He's got
too.
a Papa number 5.
How about that?
Number 5.
Not Randy Gregory, not Trey Lance.
I
It's
like
a
to
Greg
wear
Papa
number 5,
jersey.
John.
What's the 5 stand for with Papa?
5. Keep 5 alive. 5 Super Bowls?
Put 5 on it, John.
Yeah, no,
I've always got 5
Give
on it.
me 5. I'm still alive, John.
Look at us,
and I know.
Paulie kicked down that door.
Down low. What do you want from me? I also got Chris Rose in what looks like a checkered, almost like a purple blazer, looking very handsome. And I guess John Lynch back in the day knocking some fool out.
Okay, so where were we on the guest list, Marcus?
Well, it's pretty much everybody that Paulie Mack just named because it's the Friday football forecast at 6:50 this morning. Then we'll ask Greg Papa about his custom 49er jersey at 7:35. Our big hit today is, of course, the man that used to lay out big hits over the middle. It's John Lynch, number 47, San Francisco 49ers GM. Then we'll hop into our cooler of content, and then Chris Rose, 9:35, talking some postseason baseball, but also can talk about his Cleveland Browns beating the 49ers last week.
530 says, I look forward to the Friday Johnny Lynch hit these days. Dude, I mean,
me and you both.
I'm almost like,
yeah.
I almost want to
take your headphones off and just listen.
Well, no, I mean, 530, yeah.
No, he's really
it's
good.
It's almost like he said it like he's surprised. You shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no,
the
this
guy
is no
money
surprise.
On the radio.
Yeah,
He has absolute money.
Mm-hmm.
He gives his all. He cares about the media.
Yeah, he really, thank God.
Does.
I know.
He really does. So
precious now.
He's awesome, man.
Yeah.
So, yes, 530, we're with you, buddy. Okay, we're getting ready for the Friday football forecast. But first, what did Kyle Shanahan say about all these injured 49ers next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
It's orgasmic.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For today, Greenlaw hamstring won't practice. McCaffrey oblique won't practice. Debo shoulder won't practice. Trent ankle won't practice. Isaiah Oliver knee, he'll be limited. And Banks with the ankle won't practice.
McCaffrey oblique, does that mean rib has been ruled out of the equation?
Knee's just oblique.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yep.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day-to-day, though. So,
Are you expecting all three of those guys to play, McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
not today. They're not practicing today.
He was being coy, Kyle Shanahan. He had a little grin on his face. Not today. Not today. So we said this a couple days ago, and you're just gonna have to hang on, man. You're just gonna hang on until Monday. You're gonna hang on until Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport sends out a tweet at some point Monday around like noon or something like that. You know what I mean?
It'll probably be from Schefter too. He's always the guy.
Listen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. It's funny. Yesterday, that's funny you bring that up because Trevor Lawrence was a question mark yesterday, and obviously he's my starting quarterback on the mid-segment read. So I'm like, well, I got to know. Is my guy going? Because I got to ding him if he's sitting, and I got to put in my scrap heap waiver wire pickup Jordan Love, who's just it's a loss. It's my Belichick 23 season, Paulie. But anyway,
I don't think anybody's having a better year as Belichick.
I went to my phone and I'm like, where do I go for my Trevor Lawrence news? And you know what, dude? I was sitting there on my couch at my phone, and I go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to check in on my guy Rap Sheet.
Yeah.
Because
Rap Sheet's the man.
So I decided to go to Rap Sheet.
Give Rap Sheet some love.
And I went to Rap Sheet, and he had a tweet saying,
you know what?
Sources say Trevor Lawrence is going to play tonight.
Thank you, Rap Sheet. Like a gentleman, nice and easy.
I kept him in the lineup, and he performed decently for me. You know
Have I mentioned the fact that I miss Rap Sheet?
Do you?
I do. I miss talking to him. I really do. I loved having him on. Now, I'm very happy we have Greg Cassell. We have John Lynch. We have an embarrassment of riches here, Crew Kipe, etc. But I do miss Rap Sheet. It was a great little hit we had.
It was a moment in time, Paul.
Yes, it was. It was.
Kyle Shanahan, that man you just heard who was being coy with his little grin. No, they're not playing
Yeah, he's
today.
doing a whole song and dance now.
He joins Tolbert and Coach today at 3:30. She'll get more coy Shanahan.
The elusive Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process.
That's it.
For loans, insurance, investments, and retirement.
Yeah.
Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. It's funny, I was talking about my lack of alcohol Saturday. A ton of people writing in saying Field of Dreams has a bar. I feel you. We would only play Field of Dreams on Sunday. Saturday, we're at Missland. They don't have a bar. And somebody goes, come on, Murph. In terms of drinking at a youth baseball game, planning is a process.
Well, a lot of the parents used to do, and Marcus doesn't have kids, so you might not know about this, but there was a whole, I remember it started right at the beginning when the first thing my kids ever did was they were playing soccer at Rossi Park when we were all living in the city. This is like Saturdays at 7 a.m., dude. They're like 3 years old. They don't know what's going on. They're running around. The grass is soaking wet. But I noticed a lot of the parents would have their coffee mugs. They're like this, like a travel mug. But I could tell just based on the aroma coming out of those bad boys, you got a couple of hits of Jack in there. Like they were dicing up their coffees at the soccer game, bro.
Paul and Mac, trust me, I know about it because we used to do it in like our college night classes. Like on a Thursday night, we'd be in class and we'd be like pre-gaming before we go out.
That's
and
pretty gangster
with the coffee mug.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
That's some gangster-esque.
More Shanahan from yesterday, Marcus. He was wearing, by the way, that hat is now officially. I'm waiting for the backlash on that hat now. Because now Shanahan's wearing it. The little cursive SF thing
he loves that thing.
Purdy wore to our interview. It's that Johnny and Papa wear because they get them down in Santa Cruz. They're the cool kids.
What do you give me for that Niner weird SF hat and Willie Mays' G hat?
Well, Shanahan was wearing it yesterday for the first time.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen him wear it, so he finally
it's catching
broke it
like
out.
wildfire. That hat.
Now, like if you or I wear it, would that make it officially uncool?
I can't. No, I'm not cool enough to wear that thing. I can't do that.
Well, yeah, you can.
I have one hat. It's my City Connect. I'll wear that until it falls off.
Yeah.
I
get
get
a new one.
One hat per decade. That's how I roll.
Right.
Yeah.
What else we got here, Marcus, from yesterday?
Well, what do you want? I think there was some good stuff on Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy's performance, talking about Christian McCaffrey's workload, and also told a really interesting story about drafting Kirk
that was
Cousins.
wild.
So, Murph, take your pick. What do you want to start with?
Well, Purdy. Let's hear what he says about Purdy after watching some film a couple days later on Purdy's. Because Purdy went on Rich Eisen yesterday, by the way. How about that? How Purdy doing Rich Eisen? So, Kyle, on Purdy here.
Similar to everyone else. I mean, Brock missed a couple, so it wasn't his best game. I still thought he made some real good plays, too. Everyone was under duress in that. It was a challenge on all fronts, and especially some of the down and distances we were in. But it definitely wasn't his best game, but just because it was his first loss and his first pick of the year, I still thought there was a number of things he did real well in that game, too.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen, I've already seen somebody. The first question to Eric Branch's mailbag in the Chronicle today was, is that the end of, is that literally, it said, is this the end of the road for Brock Purdy? That's what it said. It said, we saw this with Kaepernick. I was like, damn.
One game. I told you.
That's what he said.
I told you before it happened. I said, get ready.
So, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
One bad game, dude. I want his head on a pike.
What if he has another bad game?
Oh, the sky's falling, dude.
How
officially.
will you feel?
I won't feel good. I expect them to beat. I expect the Niners to roll up there and definitely handle their business against a far inferior Viking team.
Okay.
So I'd be quite upset if this did not turn out that way because this is a team the Niners are 100 times better than on both sides. I mean, they should They should
Kirk
theoretically.
Cousins can throw. He can sling it.
Yeah.
He can sling it.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Purdy now doing Rich Eisen. Doing Alaska Airlines, Rich Eisen.
Let him go. He needs that dough. He's only making.
You better win a game. You're right.
He's got to supplement the income.
He does need the
He's
dough.
got a wedding coming up.
He's got to get within 50% of Caleb Williams.
Murph, someone's got to pay for that photo shoot on the beach because that thing looked high level, man.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, here he is taking accountability. He thinks like after the injuries that the guys weren't lined up correctly on plays, and he's taking the heat.
Okay.
Man, I would just say, like I said, the operation, our offense, we're pretty complex with stuff. But just making sure, if a couple of our key players go down, like Debo and Christian, being able to, help out the guys that come in the huddle who, maybe haven't gotten those reps at practice and allowing them to, be ready for play calls and stuff like that. And that's something that I take on me. Ray came in the game, and Elijah Mitchell, JP Mason, backing up, Christian and Debo. And I feel like I could have done a better job with just helping them out with where we're supposed to line up, the plays that we have to run, and things like that. So just moving forward, I got to be better.
Okay. That's part of it, though. That's part of being a leader. You got to take all that heat and you got to put it on your shoulders, take it away from your teammates. Guy McIntyre told me something years ago. I thought about this when you played that cut. He told me one of the reasons they all love Joe Montana so much is because no matter what happened on the field in a game, Joe could get sacked, like in that Philly game where he got sacked, I think he got sacked like 8 times in the first half before he had the big comeback in the second half in 89.
Uh-huh.
And Guy was saying Joe didn't say a peep about protection. He said he didn't say anything. He would just come back to the huddle and be like, all right, guys, here's what we're going to run. And they loved him for that. He didn't complain. He didn't point fingers. And that's, I think, kind of what Brock is doing there, saying, no, that's on me. I like that.
Told you, remember at that halftime, Bob McKittrick said he gave a heartfelt and sincere apology to Montana for letting him down.
No, Joe needed the apology,
yeah.
So he goes, don't even worry about the apology. I'll just throw 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. I got this.
In what may be
4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Ultimately my favorite game ever.
And he threw, I mean, look at the balls he's throwing to Rice, dude, in stride. It's perfection.
He was on the cover of SI the next week. The picture's incredible.
What, Joe leaning back? Yeah, with the throw.
It's late afternoon in Philly, so there's some shadow.
I remember it.
But there's still a little sliver of light on him.
And Joe's getting ready to launch one.
He's being bathed in this golden light.
Yeah.
The same light that Stuart Copeland said bathed Sting the first time he saw him.
No question.
Because I walked into this bar in Birmingham. There's a guy up there. He goes. Not only was he just ripping on the bass, playing stuff
with his
we've never
abs
heard
and everything.
before.
Yeah.
He goes, and he had an amp.
Yeah, of course. He had everything. He had the gear.
But he was also bathed in a golden celestial light that it was unbelievable.
I got to be honest. I think when Sting sleeps in the morning, there's light shining down on him. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Well, by the way, that game was in Philly too. Don't tell you Philly fans. Sit on that one.
Totally. Yeah.
Sit on that one there,
One
buddy.
of Montana's greatest games of all time.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, on your list, I remember you had that on your list when we did one of the list shows during the pandemic. And I remember I was so happy what was the topic that day?
Was it
greatest comebacks or
just our favorite games of all time?
It might have been favorite Niner games. Yeah, favorite Montana
Speaking
games.
of favorite games, yesterday Holler came in, Mike Holler, who's now corporate, by the way. In fact,
he's 100%.
I'm playing him in fantasy this week. Do you guys want me to win for the man?
Represent us, yes.
We're going to win to take down the man.
You got to take down the corporate powers, yeah.
He walked in yesterday, he goes, today's the anniversary of Zito's Pearl in St. Louis.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And I actually got upset. You should be surprised, Triple E. I got upset, just like I flashed on Triple E when he dogged my picks.
Yeah.
I said, dude, Pearl? That's a frick Pearl? It was one of the greatest games in the history of baseball, Pearl. It was up against all odds. This guy had no business going out there and throwing 7 1/3 in St. Louis with the season on the line. A Pearl. I said, a Pearl is Logan Webb throwing 8 innings in August against the Diamondbacks. That's a Pearl. I go, this was an intergalactic happening, dude.
Yeah. And you didn't even mention my favorite bunt in Giants history. Zito laid down the best bunt I've ever seen.
So, favorite games of all time. If I had to just pick, right now, 89 Montana at Philly and Zito in St. Louis.
I got no problem with either.
So anyway, all right. Well, there you go. Some Niners sound for you. Purdy taking responsibility. McCaffrey sitting out of practice. I think I would imagine he'll sit out again today. I would imagine.
Preserve that body.
I shouldn't even get. You know what? You know who'll know? Our 8 a.m. guest, John Lynch.
There you go, Murph.
We'll talk to him about the whole concept of ribs and obliques and injuries and all that stuff.
I'm sure he's familiar. Yeah.
Did you see right now, Marcus? I think the stat was only Travis Etienne, or Etienne as they call him. it has like one more touch than McCaffrey. Other than that, he's the most touches of any player in the NFL.
Well, in this day and age, nobody's really going with these workhorse running backs. Everybody's using a committee, which, of course, leads to the argument of whether or not Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason are going to be used more on Monday night.
Yeah, right? Okay, well, that's obvious. Again, that's what I hate so much is we have to wait until Monday night, but we'll get there.
And Murph, that's the thing we should point out. Yesterday was the 49ers' first practice of the week. Usually that's on Wednesday. Usually that's a practice that Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams skip regardless.
Yeah, good call. Good
Yes.
call. Okay, here's the deal. You know what time it is, baby. It's time for the forecast. It's funny. I had a little moment today.
Yeah, thank you.
With Overnight Dave, who's hot today because he's on Yamamoto and all that stuff.
I'm so happy to see Dave.
And I mentioned to the group when I came in, I go, hey, Brock Purdy was on Rich Eisen and Marcus and Overnight Dave. Marcus points to Dave. He goes, Dave, cut it up. I go, you cut it up? He goes, yeah, I got 14 cuts. I go, look at you.
Well,
and I wanted to make him happy.
Yeah.
So I said, you're getting stuff done like Lyle Alzado in Super Bowl 17.
Damn.
You know what he said to me? He goes, 18. And I said,
hesitation.
I said, 18 and life to go. And he was taking a big swig of something, and he pointed at me, he goes, Skid Row.
Yeah, man.
What he said.
Yeah, I've seen him, by the way.
The reason why I bring that up is Skid Row opened for
Aerosmith.
Yeah, there
no
you
question.
go. And anyway, the point is somehow, some way it gets to
I love everything you're saying.
Guns N' Roses.
I love everything you're saying.
The forecast is here.
So fine.
And if you miss it, baby.
You know where you are?
You're going to die. The forecast is next. We're all going to live on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
You know what I said to him, Paul? I said, welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees.
KNBR presents
It's the Spoiled Kings, Maryland Diamond Rings.
Murph and Max Friday Football Forecast.
Football.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby. I don't even know.
Keep it coming. I love this.
Oh, man.
Well, we're going to live, baby. You know where you are?
We're going to live, and we're going to forecast.
Empty the blanket chamber. I love all of that
You
stuff.
are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It's Friday. Everybody's in a great mood. We're in a great blanket mood.
Hells yeah.
And the forecast is here, and Polly's hot. Handle this man with oven mitts, y'all, because the last time Paulie Mack was here, this guy was giving winners in absentia. My man was like, I care so much about winning.
I do. I like to win.
I'm going to record these from a chamber and leave them. He left us a taped podcast and took off.
I really did.
He said, I'm just going to leave you these two wins like Paulie, when you go to a hotel and they leave like mints on a pillow.
I appreciate that, because I'll eat that damn thing at the end of the night. I will.
You just left us two wins on the pillow.
I do what I can. I hope I can continue.
So stay hot, Paulie Mack.
Yeah, man.
Last week, if you need the refresher and you don't believe us, Paulie Mack rode the Honolulu Blue of the Detroit Lions at Tampa Bay. Easy win there. He gave 3-1 by 14. And then Paulie Mack said, you know what?
Yeah, you know what?
He said, you know what? Mark Davis in your WNBA dance.
Dedicated to pick to Marcus, my friend.
You know what? Jimmy G in your bad back. And
yeah.
You know what? Stefan and all you Vegasites.
The whole bit.
He took the Raiders.
I did.
Yes! He went against the Patriots.
I did. I felt good about it, too.
And you got the win.
I did.
So you are now a robust and mighty, fancy 7-5. Paulie Mack is here making you a winner.
What's the okay, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, at least for one day. Like David Bowie. We could be heroes for one day. That was me.
Stride boldly into the next week of winners.
I'm going to do that. I am going quite boldly, actually. I think this is going to be a bold way to start the forecast.
You're a Star Trek guy. You're to boldly go.
I'm a big Star Trek guy. I'm still waiting for that third or that fourth installment. I mean, I got Chris.
Are you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You don't want a fourth installment.
I do. Oh, no. Once J.J. Abrams took over, dude, this stuff is all. I'm telling you. Yeah.
You embraced the new one.
Oh, big time.
Wow.
Big time. The guy Chris Pine playing Kirk.
Surprised.
That guy Chris Pine playing Kirk is a phenomenal James T. Kirk. Phenomenal. And the dude playing Spock is awesome, too. I'm dead serious. And the kid from Harold and Kumar, I forget what his real name is. I apologize. But that dude is playing Sulu. He's Mr. Sulu.
Is there going to be a fourth installment?
He's flying the Enterprise around. They're supposed to be, but we're all waiting for it now. It's been a while. And
Did
I'm getting
you ever
antsy.
go for Halloween? Halloween's coming up. Did you ever go as?
No, but I'm about to reveal something I never thought.
An easy one. Just throw on the green smock, the green mock turtleneck.
You ready for this, dude?
The little thing on the chest.
I'm about to hand in my street cred rock and roll street cred card, and it's about to be revoked for all time. I've never admitted this on the air, but I'm about to confess. I feel like sharing this on a Friday.
Okay. This is the forecast, baby.
It is, and I'm about to get to my picks. But do you want the revelation? I don't have to do this.
I want the revelation.
It's extremely embarrassing. All right, true story. I think I was 14, maybe 13. I just moved to New Jersey. I'm meeting dudes. It's a foreign land. Like, I miss San Francisco. I don't know what's going on. You guys are all weird. San Francisco was a lot better. Some of the things I was thinking. But all of a sudden, here comes this kid, Rags. And now I got a friend. I met this kid named Rags, and we're hanging out. And he goes, hey, Paulie, I'm into Star Trek. How about you? I go, me too. Me too. Let's bond on that. So you know what we did, dude? We got on a bus. We went to, I'm not kidding, we went to New York City, where we went to a Star Trek convention. I've done it. You hear me? Did you guys hear what I just said? That's awesome. A true. You could call Rags right now and ask him about it.
The fact that Rags went with you makes it so much cooler.
It's true. It's all true, man. And we walked around, and I remember the big thing that day was Dr. McCoy was there, like signing stuff.
Did you get
No, we couldn't get near him. It was like Beatlemania.
It was Madison Square Garden.
No, it was like in the Javits Center or something, one of those convention centers.
In Manhattan?
It's like Moscone Center. They have these big...
You guys took a bus.
I swear to God, yeah. Because we would come right through our town and go right to New York. Wow. Star Trek convention, I've done it.
See, Paulie Mac,
I've done it. There are dudes walking around with the fake ears on. It's an S show in there.
This is mind-blowing because I've always known Paulie's a true deadhead, but I didn't know you were a true Trekker. You're a true Trekker.
Trekkie, they say.
True Trekkie.
You got to get the terminology right. I'm a Trekkie, yes.
Do we go to the parody song book and so trekking up to New York City?
Yes, totally. Keep trekking like the Zulu man.
On and on.
Dude, like the Zulu man.
Oh, man, that's incredible. Paulie, I've worked with you for
That's true. I thought I'd confess, yeah. I got all kind of secrets, all kind of hidden stuff.
Well, again, the fact that you went with Rags is kind of amazing.
Yeah, we were little kids.
That made you...
That fortified our friendship.
Okay, I'm putting this down on the Murph and Mackey ballot.
You should. And by the way, little sneak preview.
You went to a Star Trek convention.
I really did. I swear to God, man. Yeah, it was awful.
So are you familiar, Waterboy, with the whole Saturday Night Live skit where Kirk snaps on the... What do you people do? You're all virgins and geeks. And doesn't he snap on him? Doesn't he?
Yeah, totally.
It's this SNL skit.
Yes.
Get
a life, people.
I just want to know if Rags comes after Star Wars like he does the Philadelphia Eagles. You're Star Wars. You've got one Jedi.
You've made one franchise. Yeah. Oh, you have the Force. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Well, great.
Yeah, you'll never see a larger collection.
Because I told you to boldly go into your picks.
And I thought I'd walk through that door. I gave you something bold. And never will you see a larger collection of virgins in one place. That's a true story at a Star Trek convention.
Other than maybe me and my buddies hanging out in high school.
All right, boys, let's get into it now.
Boldly, by the way, for the English teachers out there, they say to boldly go as a split infinitive. It's like a grammar mistake.
Oh, is that right?
You're supposed to say like to go bold. You're not supposed to put a word between the...
He says it with such conviction, though.
It's like a split. At least that's what my buddy Red Bear told me that once.
Does it really matter?
He went to Stanford, so, you know. All right, Paulie, split infinitives and picks. What do you got?
By the way, last thing on this, they updated the beginning speech for the time. I swear to God, like now in the Abrams films, they don't say to boldly go where no man has gone before. They say to boldly go where no one has gone before. That way, everybody's being included, the women and everybody else. We're all going together.
Overnight Dave checked in, says Star Wars is science fiction, Star Trek is science fact.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate the support. I do. And any my fellow Trekkies, you're also always welcome to hang out with me. We'll talk about the Zorn and all that other stuff. All right, guys, get into it at my first pick of the week. Murph, did you mention the Detroit Lions, America's team?
I did.
You did mention Detroit Lions, America's team. How about this? I'm looking at these Lions, and I'm very, very intrigued by what they're doing. They score a lot of points. They put points up on the board almost as well as anybody. In fact, they're the second highest scoring team in the whole conference behind only Murph's San Francisco 49ers. Why do I mention that? Because, again, these guys can put points up on the board. They've been doing it every week. They're 5-1. They're going down to Baltimore to take on a 4-2 Ravens team. By the way, the Lions are 5-1 against the spread. They're killing it against the spread. And they're getting 3 points. So let me make sure I got this straight. It's America's team. They got the Honolulu Blue. Vicky from Metallica is a fan. These are all positives. Jared Goff is like one of the great Cinderella kind of comeback stories of the year. I mentioned the 5-1 against the spread. And that Ravens defense, you mentioned Roquan Smith. I like him. He's a great linebacker. I don't think this defense is like the old days, though, in Baltimore. They're good. They're not great. Listen, Detroit's got something happening right now. I think they're onto something special. And the fact that they're getting points with this high-powered offense, I think the Lions are going to hang around in this game at the very, very least. At the very, very least, they're going to hang around, if not just flat out outscore the Ravens. But if it's a hang around game and you're giving me 3, I told you I'm going to be bold. I'm taking the Lions on the road. I'm taking them.
First of all, I think
I'm taking the Lions.
Going to this game is bold. Like, I would stay away from this game.
I told you it was bold.
Right? But in my pool, I have to pick it.
I'm taking it.
And I'm in the same. It is a tough one.
It's a hell of a game.
Why did you choose to go to this game?
Because I just like what the Lions are doing right now. They do score
Even
a lot
at Baltimore.
They're 5-1 against the spread, and you're giving me points.
I heard Waterboy
like
talking the Ravens linebackers.
That's
this morning.
okay. He knows, and I said Roquan Smith. Respect.
Him and Patrick Queen are one of the best duos in the league behind Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. Statistically speaking, the Ravens are a top 5 defense, Paulie Mack, but we've also seen this Ravens team blow leads in the second half week in and week out. I've got Baltimore winning this game, but I do think the Lions can stick around. They'll have a chance to cover, Paulie Mack.
Even if they're losing the game, the fact that they have 3 in their back pocket, that makes me feel good. I'm taking them. What the hell?
In the pool I'm in, I actually took Detroit also. I agonized over it.
It's
if I was you and I only had to pick 2, I wouldn't have gone to this game.
It's definitely a tough game. On to my second pick a game. I feel a lot more.
You're going boldly, as we say.
I do.
Yes,
exactly.
okay.
Totally. And I'm glad you set me up like that. So pick number 2. Listen, how many years did I roll in here and just open up the page and go, let's see who the Pats are playing this week because that's the game I'm taking. And it gave me so many wins over the years, far more wins than losses. Now the tide has turned. I mean, I would say the New England Patriots, they're down and out. They've fallen on hard times. This is maybe the worst team in the NFL.
Somebody put Belichick on the number 2 on the hot seat.
So I got a text.
He might get the Ziggy.
I got a text from my friend Joe Mazzi in Boston, guy I went to college with. I've known him 25, 30 years at this point. Unprovoked text from Mazzi the other day. It was a 2-line text, like Spinal Tap's Shark Sandwich review. He just said, Mac Jones sucks and the Patriots are done.
Okay.
That was the text. I said, I'll talk to you later, Joe. Well, and he goes, and then the final sentence, so thank God the Celtics are starting soon. That's what he wrote to me.
Some people think the C's are going to win it all.
I'm telling you right now that it's crazy to say this, but the New England Patriots might be the worst team in the league right now. They are down and out. It's as bad as it sounds. If you haven't seen this team play, take a look at the Patriot defense, which was always their anchor. Belichick, the great defensive mind from the 1980s to the present. Like, I never thought I would see a Belichick defense taking penalties. Have you seen these guys are running around all over the place? They don't even know what they're doing. They're not set before the snap. Boom, there's another penalty right there. I've never seen a Belichick team get flagged as much as I saw last week in Las
Bill
Vegas.
Walsh never let it get to this.
No, it's discipline, and Belichick teams are always disciplined. That's what's so crazy about this. But this defense, it's almost like they don't know their assignments. They have guys looking around. I mean, well, the play is underway. Dudes don't know where they're supposed to be.
And Teddy Bruschi's calling out Belichick for just chasing Shula only.
So here's the deal. The Patriots are 1-5, man, and the Bills coming off the loss. That's a big spread. They're giving the Pats 8.5. I don't even think that's a problem. I got to be totally honest. I think the Bills are going to come in with a nasty attitude. They're perfectly capable of putting 25-30 up on the board. And the Patriots can't stop anybody, and they can't score. They are inept. Murph, it's disorganized, it's disjointed, it's unclean, it's unsanitary. You follow me?
That's for old school.
That is for old school. So I'm sorry to do it to Belichick, but this is the chickens coming home to roost now. This is where... they're exactly...
You now are going...
I know. See how I'll do it? I'll boom, like that.
So now when you look at your picks, you look for the Patriots to stomp on them.
A little bit. A little bit.
Where are the Patriots? I'm going to pick. You're like the bully at lunch who goes right for that guy.
I got no spine.
Like the bell rings and lunch is out, and the bully just goes right for the little kid and starts shoving him in the chest.
I can't
That's
bully
you
anybody.
looking for the Patriots.
No. I will say this, though. Unless Belichick pulls something out of his A, which I don't think he can with this group, I'm taking the Bills, giving the 8.5, Marcus.
I have a question for Marcus, who is our resident degenerate. Mm-hmm. Why isn't that spread bigger? Like, I agree with everything Paulie's saying.
Yeah.
I almost think like 8.5 is like a gift.
Yeah.
Like, they'll easily win by 10. Why isn't it like 11 or 12 to make it harder on us?
Well, I think it's because of Bill Belichick, because this weekend is the biggest underdog Bill Belichick has ever had as a home team.
The game's in New England.
Yeah, the game's in New England, so that's why it's 8.5. But I'm with Paulie Mack, man.
I don't think it matters, Marcus. I'm sorry.
It's a bad roster. It's bad quarterback play. It's bad coaching.
Just awful football.
We're talking about Bill Belichick being the biggest home underdog of his life, boys. We might be at the point where it's time to put down that old dog.
And almost like last week, I almost felt like watching that. Well, watching that game last week, I almost felt like Belichick has lost the team. That's how disorganized it was out there. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
He said he was going to, quote, start over, Paulie, like John Lennon.
Yeah, good track, by the way.
Is ultimately what you're saying? There's some poor caddying.
Well, it's poor caddying. Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick
is no longer able to do. I don't even know where my poor caddying is anymore. It's been so long. I'm scrambling.
It's got to be on like page 1 or 2, doesn't it?
I'm choking right now. I'll give it to you when I can find it. I'm sorry.
Then
I'm
give
choking.
me some more of that Donnie Dome then.
Yeah, I'll give you the because now we don't play these. Now I play these sarcastically.
Bill Belichick.
Yeah, it's over for
Isn't
the
there
Pats.
another dome there?
There's a whole bunch. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what? You know something? You know what I want to tell you? I'm too drunk here.
That's my whole collection. Those were better days in New England when the Patriot fans were riding high. But anyway, Murph, I'm taking the Bills. I don't care. I'm taking the Bills. I'm taking the Lions. And let's just see what happens.
Can I get one more of those Bill Belichick?
Absolutely. I'm happy to give you the Bill Belichick. It was a good cut. Served us well for a long time.
Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick.
So, Waterboy, do you know the history on that sound? So probably late 00s when they were going like 17-0 or whatever. Just like 4 or 5 obnoxious guys in their early 20s just filmed themselves watching a Patriots game.
By the way, Murph.
Poor caddying.
For your head. Sorry, it took 10 minutes, but there it is.
The guy called himself Donnie Dome. I'm guessing he had a big head.
He had a big head,
He introduced himself. He was filming himself, him and his buddies watching a Patriots game, and he wrote, "The headpiece is back."
Poor caddying.
And they just started talking about how great the Patriots are.
You go get your own stadium.
And they're going, you go, everybody hates the Patriots.
Scott Pioli.
And they're going, Scott Pioli's doing better than you. You get your own Scott Pioli.
Yeah.
Get your own Bill Belichick. Guy goes, Bill Belichick.
Yeah, just like that, man.
Roofing, yeah.
And then it was a preseason game they were watching.
Bill Belichick.
And then they just start laughing, and then he says he's too drunk and everything.
I'm too drunk here.
I'm too drunk here.
And they're just the biggest massholes you've ever seen. And they're crowing about the Pats.
Not anymore. Not anymore, buddy.
We're using it as
a punchline.
Bill Belichick.
I'm picking against Bill Belichick. Picture in the books, Marcus. That's all I can do.
Do we stay or do we go? We break?
Like the Clash.
All right, we break. All right. The Friday Football Forecast Part 2. Part 2 coming your way next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Let's get ready for a nice weekend here in the Bay. Enjoy our Friday mornings while we have it. And let's talk about Prize Picks. Hey, if you want to get set up for the weekend, get some action on some of these games, and you want to play some daily fantasy sports, let's head over to prizepicks.com where you select 2 or more players. Then you predict on their stats for the day in any category you like. Reception yardage, touchdown passes, yards rushing, sacks. Any statistic you like, you pick a couple of them and place your entries. It's really as easy as that. And if you know football, you have a little bit of skills, you know the game, you can turn $10 into $250 just like that with a couple of taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options. They're all waiting for you over at Prize Picks. It is the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So when you're ready to test your own skills, join the Prize Picks community of over 7 million football fans who have already joined up, and you should be next. Prize Picks also going to match your first deposit up to $100. So visit prizepicks.com/leader. The code word is leader to get that deposit match. So prizepicks.com/leader. It is Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby. I mean, it hurts my throat to even hear that, but it is the forecast. It is the jungle. It is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the weak. Baby, if you fear for your life, don't come to the forecast. But if, like Star Trek and the Murph and Mac Show, you boldly go into the forecast, then welcome. Welcome to the jungle. That is the forecast, everybody. Paulie Mac's picks are in.
Yeah.
He's 7-5. He picked his 2 picks last week. He got 2 winners. He's trying to ride that wave.
Thank you.
He's going with the Honolulu Blue Detroit
Again.
Lions, getting 3 at Baltimore.
I like it. I do. I feel good about it.
And now he's just picking on Belichick and the Patriots.
Hey, man.
He's shoving him around like a bully. He's going to get detention after
We had
school.
our time together. Now it's time to move on.
He's taking the Bills on the road in Foxborough, giving 8.5 to Donnie Dome.
My
and
time
the crew.
with Bill Belichick is kind of like how you categorized our time with it was a moment in time.
It was a moment in time.
And that moment is now over.
All right, well, for the very first week, I finally bled. It was going fine with my little water polo tread water every week. 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. And I knew it was going to be a weird week when Washington and Oregon wound up as a push. By the way, shout out the Oregon Ducks and the San Francisco 49ers. Get on the phone if your kicker missed a 41-yarder in a big moment, because Oregon had a chance to tie that game, which I was kind of hoping for because I needed to get to OT for the spread. I knew that the miss would have given me a push. Oregon, Waterboy, this is why spreads of 3 are dangerous. You're frequently going to wind up with a push.
Oh, Murph, we talk about the key number a lot. It's always at 3, which is always why you got to be careful of those hooks. Also, that 3.5 will kill you.
The hook can save you, or the hook can kill you.
Live or die by the hook, Murph.
But they didn't go with the hook, so that was a push, and then there I was. And I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm going to be careful. I don't want to lash out and say something irresponsible here. You know me. I don't want to lose my job. Suffice to say that riding with Chip Kelly and the Bruins up at Oregon State was yet another disappointment.
Oh, man. Yeah, give him the growl. Yep.
The wheel spinning nothingness of the Chip Kelly era at UCLA.
Sorry, man.
The wheel spinning nothingness of the Chip Kelly era at UCLA.
That's a bad wheel.
They had a great defense. That's why I went with them. And everything went wrong. So I lost that game. So I went 0-1-1. How bad is 0-1-1, by the way?
No, it's not Gucci.
So I'm 5-6-1, limping in, but I'm looking to get back over 500. I'm getting right back on the horse, and I'm staying the hell away from Chip Kelly and the Bruins.
Fine.
And so you know my deal. You know me, Paulie. West Coast is best coast. You know, we play some ball on the West Coast. You know that. And I always like to stay in the Pacific time zone, the best time zone in the nation. It is. It's the best time zone in the nation.
Hands down.
People say, what do you do for time zones? I say, I do Pacific.
Yeah, it's the only one you really want. It's the only livable time zone, in my opinion.
West Coast is best coast. California love, Tupac and Dre. What do you want? I'm all about it.
Throw
Right?
Bob Weir in the mix,
on
too.
the West Coast. I'm all about Phantom Planet singing that song, California, here we come. All that stuff. That's all by saying, I'm getting on a plane, buddy, and I'm flying to the Eastern time. I rarely do this now. I try to stay west. How am I not going to touch the Penn State-Ohio State game, which is by far the game of the day? Early preview of the Couch Potato Guide. You want something,
Thank you.
Pauly?
I do.
9 a.m. Now, I don't know how you feel about that. 9 a.m.
I'll be drinking coffee, walking around.
This is the game. This is the game. And the deal is this. They're both undefeated. They're both top 10. This is for everything. Now, Michigan's over here saying, oh, really? You guys have your little tiny game over here. We're going to beat everybody. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, Harbaugh,
But I got to do this for my guy DePippa because Penn State they have a great team. They're undefeated. They are they are going to Columbus as a 4.5-point underdog. Okay, here's the deal. Ohio State, the same way Pauly Mack bullies Bill Belichick and the Patriots, Ohio State bullies Penn State. They've beaten them 9 out of the last 10 times. Like, this is ownage, okay? So Penn State's got a major complex heading into this game. Their inferiority, submission, all the things you want, buddy. College Game Day will be there, by the way. Do you know this little stat? College Game Day has been in Columbus more than any other site. They continue to go. So they're going to be there. The hype's going to be real. Here's the thing. Everybody say, is this the year? Because Ohio State's a little down this year, just a little down. They're not getting it done on both sides of the ball as well as they usually do. They do have kind of a rough and tumble defense. Their offense is okay. Look at their results. Look at the way they're playing. The Notre Dame game is one everybody goes to. They kind of got lucky to steal that game. They probably should have lost to Notre Dame. Penn State, meanwhile, is dominating people on defense. Not a great offense, but a dominant defense. And we know, Pauly, defense travels, right?
It certainly does. Look what the Jets did last week to the Eagles, yeah.
Penn State is getting 4.5 points. Okay. That's what it's all about.
Okay.
If it was like 1 or 2, I don't know. If it was 3, I don't know. I'm getting 4.5 points. And I'm also looking at a Penn State team with a giant chip on its shoulder. I'm also looking at an Ohio State team that's not as dominant as it's been in the past. I'm also looking at a Penn State team that's sick and tired of getting bullied like Pauly Mack bullies Bill Belichick.
Once again.
And for my guy DePippa. And for
this is good.
Restoring the roar. Take Penn State plus 4.5 points.
Okay.
At the Horseshoe. It's a ballsy pick, Pauly, because
that was convincing.
The ownage is there, but it's time.
Shout out to one of our girls from high school, Lynn Chambers. She went on to Penn State, and she was a fine young lady. So more Penn State pride all the way around.
Was she at the Star Trek convention is my question.
Unfortunately, no. Okay, she was way too cool for that. Yeah.
All right, now we get on a plane. We come back to the West Coast. I'm looking at the Pac-12 schedule. It's an interesting schedule. I was looking at the Oregon-Washington State game. Despite Oregon losing that game, I am a believer in what Dan Lanning's doing, but the spread's 20. I was leaning towards taking Oregon and laying the 20. I was like, guys, there's something else out there. UCLA, Stanford. UCLA's a 17-point favorite. Quite frankly, I'd probably go with Stanford in the points, but just something not right. Washington's a 4-touchdown favorite over Arizona State. I'm like, I'm not so sure about. And there it is. Utah at USC.
Okay.
All right. This is a big one, baby. Now, this one, you want to talk about rivalries, Penn State, Ohio State. Talk about ownage. You know who kind of has ownage? Utah kind of has ownage on USC. They've won 4 of the last 6.
I like this.
My man Kyle Whittingham is flat out the most underrated coach in the nation. All right? Flat out. They have that bruising defense. USC, what the hell is going on? Triple overtime with Arizona? Now, Arizona's now making some noise. They went up and clobbered Washington State. The Notre Dame game. Bro,
you can go all the way back to the Arizona State game. They gave USC a handful and almost got a win.
Dude, I'm already reading Lincoln Riley's got feelers out to the NFL.
See,
we got Caleb Williams.
He's a transient. He's here. He's there. He's all around.
He can't play defense.
No, he ain't into defense at all.
What I'm saying in USC,
he doesn't believe in it.
I'm seeing a lack of organizational pride in the USC Trojans this year.
See,
whereas the Utah Utes are defined by their organizational pride. Are you down with them? They take a safety named Sione Vaki, and they said, "Bro, why don't you carry the ball?" He's like, "Oh, you want me to play safety and hit dudes? Then you want me to carry the ball?
Just give me the rock."
He ran for 158.
Damn, that's a football player.
So you tell me Sione Vaki is getting off the plane in L.A. and he's getting 7 points? He's getting 7 points?
Hey, listen.
Against this USC defense? USC defense is already starting down 7-0 in this game. And Kyle Whittingham against 1 foot out the door Lincoln Riley? Give me the Utes. Plus 7 points,
Love
baby.
it. That's
Give me Utah.
Murph, would you consider that a bold pick?
7 points.
Or is it just ballsy? I like it. Whatever it is, I like it.
Why not?
I dig that.
Let's call ourselves bold and ballsy.
I'm with you on this. I don't like this USC team either, and it's the whole Lincoln. It's all of it.
Something stinks there. Something
agree.
stinks there.
I agree.
And you're giving me 7. You're giving me Kyle Whittingham and the whole deal. So there you go.
Nice.
All right, Paulie, you
Nice.
said you liked the Couch Potato Guide.
I'm waiting for it all day.
So we do our honorable mentions. The teams that just missed games include your game at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, Buffalo at New England. That did not make the cut.
That's too bad.
Nor did Paulie. I was going to put this in there for a goof, but then I realized it really is one of the worst games of the week.
What?
Raiders at Bears.
Well,
is it Tyson Badgett against Brian Hoyer? Is
They
that it?
haven't even announced who's the starting quarterback for the Raiders. Jimmy Garoppolo rolled out. Still waiting to see if it's going to be Brian Hoyer or Aiden O'Connell.
God help you guys if you lose this game.
Fields is out, right?
No,
Fields is out.
Fields, you got to beat this
the guy
Brown.
that Tripoli tried to trade me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you want Fields?
Was that unethical?
Yes.
Was that unethical?
He's trying to pull one over on you.
I think it was personal.
I was driving.
Y'all messed around.
I was driving 3 12-year-olds back from Stagecoach Greens on Sunday, and I heard one of the kids in the back trying to trade another kid, Justin Jefferson, in fantasy football. And one of the kids, it was a kid who knows his sports versus a guy who wasn't that into sports, but he entered the league because they asked him to. And he goes, "Oh, Justin Jefferson, he's really good." And he goes, "Yeah, well, I'll trade you him right now." and here's what I did from the front seat driving. I go, well, I said, "Hey, I got to step in here." I said, I got to throw the 15-yard. We got an ethical violation going on here right now.
I don't know, Murph. All's fair in love and fantasy.
I told the kid who didn't know, I said, Justin Jefferson's on injured reserve for the next 4 weeks. And the kid who was offering the trade, he goes, "Yeah, I was trying to scam him." That's what he said.
Wow. Where's the integrity? Where's the honesty? Where are the parents? I need to speak with these parents ASAP.
Well, Paulie Mack, I want to know where was Murph last year when I took Cooper Kupp from Triple E.
Oh, man.
Well, that's like stealing candy from a triple. Yeah.
But that was just, there was no injury involved. That was just blatant choking.
Trying to scam him. And he admitted his sin, too.
That's just our guy, Triple E.
Triple E tried to trade me an injured quarterback.
I don't know how you think he was going to get away with that.
I said he has a broken thumb and cornered. Triple E goes, "It's dislocated, not broken."
Oh, come on, Triple. What are you, a doctor now? Come on.
He said. Anyway, the point of the story is that Vegas, the Raiders and the Bears just missed the cut. I'm going to come in with my 1-star pick. I'm going to go to Harbaugh. This is a game I thought about, but the spread's just too big. Did you know Jim Harbaugh in Michigan State tangle? 4:30, Paulie, if you want to get your khakis on. Now, there's a controversy now. Michigan's being accused of stealing signs, Belichick style.
These guys are always in hot water now.
Yeah. He's already been suspended 3 games.
Yeah.
Michigan at Michigan State. There's been stories that this rivalry is too toxic. It's too toxic. Remember,
hold on.
There was actually a very uncool brawl after the game last year with the players in the tunnel.
Yeah, I remember that. That was not good.
Very uncool. So everybody just, it
is a game.
It's
a
Michigan
football
at
game.
Michigan State. It's at 4:30 on NBC.
Will Draymond Green fly in for the coin toss?
He might be the guy. He might be. Don't get him in the tunnel.
You know what I mean?
My God.
Yeah, he'll be
maybe
wolfing.
that was a Jordan Poole. People surmised that was because Poole's a Michigan guy.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, maybe there was some of that.
I never even thought of that.
They call him Little Brother, and it gets a little gnarly. Anyway, that's my 1-star pick. Well, it's at 4:30 on NBC on Saturday.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Paulie Mack special.
It is.
Now, you have your choice, though, because a half hour later is my 2-star pick, Utah at USC, 5 o'clock on Fox.
I will transition over to that one. I definitely want to watch that.
So you can flip back and forth.
Yeah.
Utah USC is the 2-star pick. The 3-star pick is Chargers at Chiefs, 125 CBS, also on KNBR.
Interesting game.
Dare I say, Tay watch? Dare I?
I hope not. I've had it.
I mean, people are burned.
I just want to watch the football
out
game. Me
on
too.
Taylor Swift right now.
You know when it jumped? You know what happened for me? It was when I was trying to watch Saturday Night Live like a gentleman and mind my own business. Maybe grab some Ice Spice on the way out. All of a sudden, boom! There she is. I go. I didn't need it. I didn't ask for it. Like I just saw you at the Jets game. Enough.
Yeah. And
so anyway,
Murph,
I'm with you
and all that. But will she be there?
I hope not.
I'm guessing yes.
I hope not.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I don't know.
And
if
she is, how many times should we get shown? Well, they did 17 her second appearance. It went to her 17 blanking times.
Is she going to come out with a tweet like saying like Brandon Staley's a choker or something like that? Is she going to come with some Charger hate?
I doubt. I doubt it.
You guys were thinking about Chargers plus the points, right?
I took the Chargers plus the points.
What's your reasoning there, buddy?
Well, the last two times that they played last year, both those games were decided by 3 points. And Justin Herbert, mano-a-mano versus Patrick Mahomes, last 6 times they faced off, he's 5-1 against the spread.
How about that?
I think the Chargers are going to keep it close. They'll probably end up choking and losing the game, but I think they cover that 5.5.
Yeah, that's actually a good.
That's a lot. I had it handicapped around 3.5.
Only thing is, though, Marcus, is that offensive line in front of Herbert. It stinks.
But they still put up almost 30 points per game.
Okay, man. I hope you're right. I would love for you
That's
to
your
win.
3-star pick, 125 on Sunday on CBS. That game is on KNBR, 104.5 and 680.
Good.
My 4-star pick is my game of the week, Penn State at Ohio State. That's for DePippa. So, by the way, DePippa and I are driving out to Manteca after that game because I could have a very sour DePippa or a very elated DePippa.
I've never seen a sour DePippa. The only DePippa I've seen, this is what he looks like, because I've seen him at Sound Summit, and he's watching the band. If the band's in front of me, this is what DePippa does when the band's playing. He's like...
Yeah, he's a very stoic guy. You're right. That's him. That's it. Everybody
I would expect he'll have the same posture in your car, just eyes forward.
9 a.m. on Fox. It's also on KNBR 1050 if you're in your car.
Yeah.
You can get that too. And then finally, the 5-star pick. And we stayed away from this game. You stayed away from it. I don't know what Marcus did with it. It's the Sunday night extravaganza. Mike McDaniel and his shins.
What a ball.
At the Philadelphia Eagles, 520 NBC, KNBR 104.5 and 680.
That's a big game.
You didn't go to that game.
No, I didn't know really what to do with it. I don't know. I didn't.
Spread's pretty close.
I know.
Is it 2.5? No. Is that what it is?
Can I get a Joe Biden? That's a big game, man. I feel like I need one because that's a big game, man.
Man, I have to tell you guys, I have to pick that game. Philly minus 2.5. I took the Dolphins.
Yeah, well, you might be going the right way on that.
I feel like Philly might be hitting a little midseason low.
Nice. I hope so.
And I just feel like there's just too many weapons, man.
Yeah, let's get some infighting going there.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get some finger pointing.
That's the big game Sunday night, 520 on NBC and KNBR. And Paulie, that's a big game, man. It's a big game, man.
I appreciate
and that is your Couch Potato Guide. There's your picks.
Now
in the
I feel
books.
good. Now I feel good.
And we lived. You in the forecast, baby. And
You're gonna live.
And you lived. Thank you for sticking it out.
That was awesome.
On Friday, 10/20/23, it is now time to come to Papa on a Friday. G Papa with a 49er preview, and then the great John Lynch at 8 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday. Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Hey, Murph and Mac, time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we love our Fridays with G Papa. Many reasons. We love talking to Greg. We love the Friday vibe. We love talking Niner football. Kyle Shanahan going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. I would imagine Greg's been talking to him too. But first and foremost, good morning, G Pop.
Hey, Greg.
How are you, man?
He will talk to me at about 3:15. He leaves my chair and goes right to Tolbert and Copes.
Sweet.
It's usually what we do on Thursdays, but with the game on Monday night, Friday is a Thursday, so we'll do it that
Friday is a Thursday. Okay, I got you.
Hey, before we get going on the Niners, I need, because you knew Derek Carr quite well. What'd you think last night of the Saints coming up short? Foster Moreau dropping a ball.
Ooh,
Trevor Lawrence playing hurt.
Corner route.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like Jacksonville was going to run them. They were just controlling the game, and then Derek somehow got him back at the end. And I would like to not see Derek behave that way. And
You're talking about, for people who don't know, he was what?
He just flipped out.
Yeah.
He was going at Pete Carmichael. He kind of threw a hissy fit.
Yeah.
He's a man of faith, so I think there's a little bit of a conflict, how you treat other people, especially in a public setting. So I wish he didn't do that. And, when the Brock Purdy game on Sunday in Cleveland, the one thing about Brock, and it's debatable why he was errant with the ball. He was late on some throws because their defense is that good, and it was hard to uncover, and the pressure was in his face. And he made a lot of great throws in the game, obviously. The 3rd and 2 to Juwan to get him in field goal range at the end. The one where Zadarius Smith ran a stunt, got in the A-gap, and annihilated him. And he hit Brandon down the middle of the field in a post route. The ball just got on Ayuk a little strangely where he couldn't pull it in. But see, you can debate, and we debated all week about, whether he could grip it or rip it.
Yeah.
With the weather, the wind and the rain and everything, the ball slipped out of his hands and he missed some throws. But one thing he never lost a grip on was the team and his behavior.
Good call.
Did you see Brock at all yelling at anybody
no,
throwing touch pads down, or he reacted the same unflappable,
nice, I like
Brock steady way, whether they're laying 42 on the Cowboys or they're scoring 17 in Cleveland.
Yeah, man.
I wish Derek. That's the one thing about Derek. I think he's a skilled player. There are times I wonder about him seeing the field and being able to step into throws off the ankle injury years ago. His 2016 season is when he finished 3rd in the MVP to Trent Cole. But he's played well. He's tough. He had some injuries. He had a shoulder injury early this year against Green Bay. I thought, no way, he's coming back, and he came back.
He can be an emotional dude, Greg. Remember last year?
He totally is.
Yeah, he had a very emotional press conference, I remember. He was talking about...
cried. He broke down and cried.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
so I get all that. I don't know what he said after the game. But, yelling at your teammates and everything. And, I saw Kirk Cousins this year flip out and, go off on his sideline, and Tom Brady used to do it later in his career. I just wish Derek, if you're going to live the life that he lives and treat everybody equally and with class and dignity like you would like to be treated, I wish he would treat his team. I know it's a hot environment. And maybe it's just too much to ask of him, but I think I wonder what he looks at himself back on video, what he sees when he's behaving that way.
I think he said something after the game about, I need to be a better leader or something like that.
And be a better leader.
Yeah, that's what he said.
How many times have we seen Derek behave like that? He's done that too many
Think
times.
about the great players throughout history, whether it's, Montana or Aikman or whoever.
Did Joe yell at guys?
No. You know who did, though? Brady did, didn't he?
All the time at the end.
Peyton Manning
did,
too.
He didn't do it in New England.
Yeah.
As much. He did it in his offensive line when he got to Tampa Bay.
Peyton did a lot of that in Indianapolis. He would yell at his receivers and stuff, I can remember.
Yeah. Well, he was yelling all to get the ball snapped. Everything was like a torture. It was like a root canal to get the ball snapped. But anyway, they came back, got in the game. My main takeaway is Jacksonville's good. And the 49ers, we got to go to Jacksonville this year.
Yeah, that's an interesting
game. And that's
game.
after the bye week.
Yeah.
Now, they have a bye week as well. They actually have, because they played last night, in 10 days they play Pittsburgh, and then they don't play again until we go there, the Niners, in 2 weeks. So I think it's one game the next 23 days.
Wow.
For them.
Wow.
That's why I think the Cleveland game was the perfect storm with the weather. The Browns were off their bye week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they didn't play till October the 1st. And I know they didn't have the quarterback, the running back, the left guard. They had a lot of guys. The Niners lost 3 prominent players in the game, which is more difficult. But they had a bye week to get ready. And the other thing is this game in Minnesota Monday night is critical because the Niners are flying home right after the game, obviously. They don't get home till the break of dawn as Monday turns to Tuesday. Mm-hmm. You land at like 5 o'clock in the morning. It's a short week to get ready for the Bengals. And the Bengals are on their bye week. So a lot of teams this year, the Niners are playing. Cleveland, Cincinnati, Jacksonville are going to have 2 full weeks to get ready for the Niners.
All right, well, it's something to watch for sure, because then the Niners had that whole, they beat teams up and they would lose the next game, and now they're going to be playing these rested teams. So wild stuff, man. All right, hey, G-Pop, before we get into any of the X's and O's, how about this for a little reflection? As Diana Ross once sang, reflections of the way life used to be.
Shout out Diana Ross, man.
1 year ago today. 1 year ago today. There it is.
Yeah.
I mean, put this thing into perspective, right? It's arguably, Fred Dean comes to mind, but arguably the greatest trade in 49ers history, right?
It might be, G-Pop.
John's coming out at 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
So you can reflect with him. Without a doubt. They gave up a lot. They gave up a second, a third, and a fourth, and a future fifth. If they had not done that, and they had an extra draft pick to give up, he might be playing for Sean McVay and Les Snead in the Rams. The Rams tried to get Carolina to take Cam Akers back. Cam Akers, by the way, is a Viking. He'll run against the 49ers on Monday night. So he's been terrific. He's the center of the offense, there's no doubt. We'll see if he's able to play on Monday night with the oblique injury. You got to keep him healthy. It's interesting to me, and I talked to John about this during the Thursday night week when he was the game plan interview instead of Kyle. They gave up a lot, where the whole league is not valuing running backs as much. Look at what the Minnesota Vikings did with Dalvin Cook. They wound up just getting rid of him.
Yep.
They tried to trade him the entire offseason, and now he's a New York Jet, and they just wanted to give the job to Alexander Madison. So, and to give up, that much draft capital, and he's the highest paid running back in the league, probably in the history of the league, the way they've done it. Now, Carolina did restructure his contract, so it did make it, palatable for last year. But, the money does soar this year and future years for McCaffrey. But he's that great of a player. He's the center of it. And I think the big question mark, he did not do anything yesterday, neither did Debo or Trent Williams. Will the 49ers have any of those 3 available for Monday Night Football in the Twin Cities?
Yeah, and let's just play the game that he doesn't. Knowing this guy, he probably will play, but if he doesn't, the guy we've been talking about a little bit this week is Elijah Mitchell, who was such a factor in 2021.
He was the lead horse, yeah.
And now just, injuries have derailed this guy. And, the question, I guess, being twofold, what sort of faith can they have in him? And then also, if not, is Mason enough of a Mitchell character? Impersonator.
I think they'll do it like the whole league does it. With the exception of the Niners and a few teams, when they have a clear number one back like McCaffrey, they're going to co-op it. They're going to share carries. Now, last week Elijah was just coming off a knee injury where he missed 2 games, so he was just getting himself back into practice late in the week. So Jordan Mason got 15 snaps, Elijah got 7, and JP scored the touchdown and got most of the carries. I think this week Elijah looks good and he's full go now. I think they'll share it. I think you'll see 25, 24 going back and forth. Will they do it by series? There really isn't a clear difference in skill set where you would make one guy a third down back and one guy a first and second down back. I think they're pretty similar. They run the outside zone the same way. 3 steps, hit your landmark, get downhill, and get whatever you can. They're comparable backs. Something to ask John. But I think if CMC does not go, I think you'll see an equal mixture of Jordan Mason and Elijah Mitchell. And then TDP, Ty Davis Price, would probably be up for the game most certainly. And he would get some run as well if Christian can't play.
Well, that's it. It's going to be fascinating to see how this running back situation works. And, that brings us back to Brock Purdy without McCaffrey. I mean, there's one theory that, he's a different guy without McCaffrey. I don't know. What did you see when you know?
I personally didn't think he could grip it and rip it. I thought the ball, it was gnarly. When I first walked on the field on Sunday morning, I thought of two people, Jake Moody and Brock Purdy. I thought, damn, it is windy. I grew up on Lake Erie, so I know those winds. It was whipping. Now, it got fickle like it does on Lake Erie, and it stopped and it started. And that stadium there, it's the only stadium that I've been to that I can recall where it goes east to west. The lake is to the north, so the stadium is on the southern shore of Lake Erie. I don't know why they built it that way. I think Charmin Carmen kind of got up against it as far as getting it built.
Charmin Carmen.
Because Carmen Policy ran the Browns when they came back as an expansion team. And I think there was a rush job to get that stadium built. You want the stadium built with a field going north to south, because if you have a night game and the sun is setting, you don't want west to east position. So the point is you get a lot of crosswinds in that stadium blowing either towards the lake or off the lake. And I thought the wind was just a factor. Then the rain started it was just a gnarly day. And, Brock's hand size, a little small. I just don't think he could grip it and rip it. Now, a lot of it was their defense. I'm not discounting what the Schwartz be with you, did in that game. But their defense is good, and they play tight man-to-man, so you're not going to have any windows. Your throws are going to have to be precise, and even then, they're hipped up on you, and they're going to tip balls away. But I just saw too many throws where it just didn't seem like Brock Purdy to me. I thought he had a hard time in the elements, gripping it and ripping it. And I know we talked on Monday after the game about the Drake game and all that. He did wear gloves in that game. Matt Barrows did a little history going back to his college days, and he did wear a glove on his right hand. So we'll see. It's not going to rain on Monday night inside that dome. So we'll see if they have a rain game later in the year. You could have it at Levi's, obviously. We get a hell of a lot of rain starting in November. Could rain in Jacksonville, could rain in Seattle, could rain in Washington, certainly could rain in Philadelphia for the big showdown game there. So I just thought more than anything their defense is all that. And the 49ers got way behind the down and distance. Just how many second and third and longs,
all
even
day.
First and long.
Yeah, it felt like all day.
When Brock committed the grounding and, Trent holds, Burford false starts. All of a sudden, you're 1st and 25 against that defense. Good luck. So they just could not convert on third down, and they just weren't themselves offensively.
No, they weren't, and that then defensively too, allowing that running. And I know you guys have talked about it this week. I heard you guys with Tim yesterday. The rush. That's a great hour, by the way. He sounds so good.
It is. I love that.
Just giving up 160 on the ground, and he went through I heard him break down Armstead and the 3 technique and all that stuff, but. That's something to watch this week. Now, the Vikings aren't bringing a monster run game.
No, but they're going to run where what Tim was detailing, and it didn't seem like a lot. They ran to their left to the 49ers' defensive right. Like the one play, and they did a lot of different runs to get there fast, but the play where the touchdown run to Kareem Hunt, where they put the tight end under center, and they run that play, and you think it's going to be a tush push or their version of a tight end sneak, tight end playing quarterback Harrison Bryant. They pitched it to the edge fast to Kareem Hunt. He got the edge right away.
Yep.
Everybody got caught inside. They got a lineman out. Usually it was the center, Ethan Posick, on Fred Warner, and they were able to pin and pull, which is what they call it. Every team has it. The Niners have it, where you have a wide receiver, and you can't crack down on ends anymore, but you come down and you pin the end. And they have this big wide receiver there, Donovan Peoples-Jones, who was doing that on that side. And then they got their left tackle, Jedrick Wills Jr., out in space. Again, this is when you have 2 weeks to get ready for a team. You know who their offensive line coach is in Cleveland. It's Bill Callahan. And Bill's a pretty good offensive line coach. He's one of the best ones ever. And they were able to get the edge. And I think Minnesota will try to do that with Darrisaw, their left tackle. But the Niners obviously have been working on that all week in practice, so they'll try to shore it up. But, look for Minnesota because it's a copycat society world. Everything's copycat. Certainly football is. They're going to see if they can run that pin and pull play and try to get to their offensive left and the 49ers defensive right.
All right, we're talking to Greg Popper. We do it every Friday. We got John Lynch coming up at 8 a.m. It would be nice, Greg, if Jake Moody got, 3 kicks, go 3 for 3 on Monday night.
Are you freaking out over the kicker?
I wouldn't say freaking out.
Robbie Gould did miss a 41-yard field goal, as I recall.
I know, but he'll
be fine.
Yeah, Robbie Gould.
It was the wind. The wind took that ball.
Yeah. You can't make the Robbie Gould comp there. I mean, that's like the body of work is, it's not even.
Robbie Gould did miss a 41.
Yeah, I mean, that's the. You want to talk about Ralph Barbieri's two things can be equally true.
All right, would Robbie Gould have made a 57-yard field goal in L.A.?
What was his longest, by the way, Robbie Gould?
He wouldn't even try anything above. If he didn't get to the 35-yard line, he wouldn't try it.
To your point,
so
if Moody
he would not
could
have kicked anything beyond the 53. The kick he made in L.A., the game was tied at 17, late third quarter. That was a one-score game. Robbie wouldn't have even tried that kick.
Right.
So I understand what's going on, and it's a pop. Let me ask you, Murph, were you freaking out when Doug Bryan was a rookie kicker for the Niners in '94?
Well, that was a little different.
No, but we didn't have social media, so nobody freaked out.
I'm trying. I covered
we
that
didn't have
year
Twitter
season. He didn't miss any huge kicks. That he was 95 when he missed.
You know what he was that year? He was 60 of 62 on extra points. Wow,
great detail.
And that was from the 10-yard line.
60 touchdowns that year.
Yeah, they did. So there wasn't a whole other than the 40-8 game in Philly.
3-yard line then.
There wasn't a whole lot
that were 20 yards.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. The good thing the Cowboy game didn't come down to a kick that year. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? That would have been a little scary.
Get off the kicker.
Back to my original point. It would be nice to see him get back on the horse.
Yeah, I agree.
Know what I mean? Yeah. He's got to,
Be nice if he makes every kick. I saw him yesterday in practice. He drilled every single one.
Awesome. Well,
yeah. So we'll just see. Kickers do miss.
Hey, no wind up there in the dome.
Except for Gary Anderson one year. When
my God.
Remember the NFC Championship.
Or the Minnesota Vikings.
Didn't he?
And then he missed in the playoff game against Atlanta.
Yeah, they were like 15-1 that year, weren't they? That Viking team.
One of the greatest offensive teams of all time with Brian Billick.
Out of hand that year, and then they boffed that kick.
Kickers.
Yeah. So I had him. He and I went to school together. He's from South Africa. Gary's a great guy.
We went to Syracuse
together.
Nice.
I had him on KNBR years ago when I was filling in during the NBA lockout, I think it was, for Radnich, and Gary went to the morning show.
Oh, man.
I had him on that Wednesday, building him up, and then what does he do on the championship game? And it was, I don't even think it was 41 yards away.
Yeah.
And it was in a dome. And he missed that field goal, and they lost. And Atlanta wound up going to the Super Bowl.
He birthed the Dirty Birds.
That was the Dirty Birds.
There's no Dirty Birds without Gary Anderson. Yeah. That's my big theory in life, Greg.
That would have been a much better Super Bowl against Elway and Denver.
I agree.
And you know what's unfortunate? I think if I'm remembering
Gene
correctly,
Robinson wouldn't have gone, Greg.
The week before that game, unfortunately, was I think it was the second snap of the game when Garrison Hurst hurt his ankle in Atlanta.
Yes.
And then that game was basically over at that point.
Yes.
That was really disappointing. Garrison Hurst, I love Garrison Hurst.
Georgia Dome.
Yeah.
So anyway, it'd be nice to see him do his thing. And I know, listen, kickers miss.
Yep.
But he's a rookie and he's
Breathe
got
out your eyes. He'll be fine.
Okay.
All right, man. Well, listen, should be fun. And by the way, how did a South African do in the winter in Syracuse,
it's cold
New York?
up there, G-Pop.
Syracuse.
No joke up there.
Fine. He did fine.
That's a tough
It was a dome. We had the Carrier Dome.
Is it true that Syracuse?
I don't think he ever missed it. You know what? He was drafted. Who drafted him? Buffalo or Pittsburgh? Somebody. He got cut right away. He didn't even make the first team he went to.
He became a Niner.
At the end of his career.
Yeah.
Hey,
is it true that Syracuse winters are the worst
it's pretty
in
bad.
the nation?
Pretty bad.
Are they number one, the worst in the nation?
It's and I always thought it was Seattle. But the number one percentage of cloud cover in the United States of America is Syracuse.
No kidding.
So I grew up in Buffalo where we got, now Syracuse did not get the amount of snow.
Number one.
We get in Buffalo because of it's Lake Erie. In Buffalo,
right? Okay.
The lake effect snowstorms. But as far as pure cold, like your car battery is dead,
forget it, man.
It was undeniably Syracuse.
Greg Papa, before you go, I want to also just get a quick take, if I could, just 10 seconds or less on the Eagles and the Dolphins.
I'm going to be watching that Sunday.
You got a feeling either way? What do you think?
Well, I think Miami's going to light them up. The Miami Sound Machine.
Okay.
Oh, did you hear, Greg? Greatest show on surf.
I love that.
Yeah, for Mostert. Paddling out.
That. The Mosterati.
Yeah.
Fastest team ever.
I know.
Oh, man.
That's the great thing about playing Monday Night Football. We can watch football all day on Sunday. And we got Lions, Baltimore. Have you looked at Detroit's schedule,
by the way? It's easy. They're going to roll, man. They're going to roll.
John and I went through the schedule this week.
They're going to roll.
Has the Lions going 13-4.
Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable.
And losing Sunday in Baltimore.
Greg, we've been saying it for years. The road to the bowl runs through Ford Field. You know what I mean? That's it. The road to the bowl. We've been saying it forever. Hey, when do you guys fly?
Tomorrow after practice. So I'm going right now. I'm going to go down to Levi's, watch practice, interview Kyle. And one thing is Jake Brendel. I'm going to talk to Jake. I think the key to the game is poise and the noise. I mean, this Dome with their skull horn and the chant and all the things they do, it is so damn loud there. And their defensive coordinator, Brian Flores, former head coach in Miami, they do all this stuff with their fronts where they're walking around. You don't know who's coming or going. It's kind of like a Belichick front. And they blitz. Remember Wink Martindale and the Giants?
Yes.
They blitz more in Minnesota than the New York Giants blitz.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, they blitz 63.6% of the time. The Giants at 47.5%. And they blitz Justin Herbert 85% of the snaps. So
it's going to be tremendous intrigue.
That's going to be the key.
Tons of great storylines. Awesome.
Gary
Can't
Anderson,
wait.
a Niner in 97.
Yeah,
by the way.
we were there. We were there. Maddie and I were covering that team, and they lost to the Packers.
He did miss 3 field goals that year. Yeah, he was 9 for 12 there.
They lost to the Packers in the rain.
I hate that game. I hate it.
Oh, pardon me. Hold on. He was 29 to 36. He missed 7.
And Antonio Freeman running a slant. All right, Greg. Be good. Have a great show.
Have a good trip.
Yep. Enjoy Minnesota.
What time is John on right now? I'm going to listen to John.
4 minutes. 3
momentarily.
minutes.
1 year ago today, you made the greatest trade since Fred Dean.
We're going to stroke him. All right, Greg, be good. That's Greg Pop on the UMA guest line, and John Lynch is right around the corner on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And Max Power Hour, now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan stopped by the Papa and Lynch show yesterday for his weekly Power Hour, a.k.a. the Bull Rush, to break down what went wrong for the 49ers against the Browns and their Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now. This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
Alrighty, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at QS Media Station. You know, Greg has a bunch of little phrases.
What, like poison and noise?
And then Lake Dreary. And
yeah, Lake Dreary.
You have to kind of listen. He leaves these little Easter eggs in his sentences.
He's like Steven Tyler. He's got all these like cool rhymes.
He's a big rhyme. Could be a rapper.
Yeah.
Did you see, by the way, and this is totally off topic as we wait for John Lynch to call in. I was Waterboy, I'm going to sleep last night, scrolling my Twitter. Maybe you've seen this because you're social media. Paulie's not an X guy. The only X Paulie likes is the band X, starring John Doe and Exene Cervenka.
Shout out Billy Zoom as well on guitar. Billy Zoom.
Paulie and I ride with X.
Yeah, rockabilly, man.
Anyway,
this must be the new world.
Gilbert Arenas was in a rap battle.
Nice.
With a guy named Superfly. Do you know Superfly?
No, I don't know about this.
It was. I thought about sending it to the Cooler Content.
I don't know how you didn't.
It's a 4-minute long rap battle.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty darn good.
I want to get a piece of that.
The guy, apparently at the end, and you can kind of tell, like, who wins. Because for a while, Arenas is winning, and then the guy comes back, Superfly.
There's a crowd like, going crazy.
Dude, it's almost like...
That's the best part.
It's unbelievable.
Crowd's going bonkers.
Hey, what we're going to do right now is we're about to answer the phone and talk to John Lynch. But, of course, there are other sometimes important things that we like to do here at the Leader. Marcus.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
All right, the connection is being made right now. Give me the thumbs up when we got the man. John Lynch on the UMA guest line. John, one of the things we love about you, you give great radio, you care about radio. Your dad was a radio exec. You love the medium. your promptness. You're a prompt guy.
John, you're second to none.
Good morning, John.
In terms
How
of
are you?
promptness. Second to none.
That was a big John and Kathy Lynch thing. We're Lynches. We are not late, and so
that is awesome.
That's kind of been ingrained upon me, and then a lot of the coaches I have that hammered that home. So
here's the big question, John. Did that translate to your kids? Have they picked that up?
They're pretty good with it. Other than church on Sunday, we're sometimes a little stragglers on that. But,
All right, well, now that we're on parenting, Paulie and I have been on this lately because now I have a teenager, and it's getting to the crisis point, John.
Oh, man.
Wet towels on the floor.
I don't know what it's about,
Your
John.
thoughts.
They don't know. The bathroom's right there. That's what I keep telling them. Guys, the bathroom, it's right there. Just hang it on the hook. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I love being a parent. It's just like we have 4, and every one of them is so different.
Yeah.
Man, but it's a blessing. It's just like, Cleveland was a tough weekend, but one of the highlights, my son is now living in New York City, starting his work career there. He came down from New York City, traveled with me up to University of Michigan to watch a little football on Saturday, and then, stayed through the game on Sunday. So you look forward to those moments as they start to leave you. I'm in that stage. We've got one at home, and so you covet those moments when you get to spend time with them.
That's awesome. That's great. And let's start there about the Michigan. I did read on social media that you were there, and so just talk to us a little about that process of, there's a lot of games to go to, John, and obviously I think that one fit you logistically maybe, but how much can you truly net out of an event like that? Going to see Michigan, they played. I'm sorry, who would they play? Maryland? Who they play? Maryland or Rutgers? I forget. Who was it? Michigan.
No, they played Indiana.
Indiana. My bad.
Yeah, so probably more so out of the whole process. Our college scouting coordinator, Tariq Ahmad, does just a tremendous job, and a director, and he's a big time, and as are all our road scouts. Adam Peters does a tremendous job, but probably the process of it. Michigan has a lot of guys this year, probably not top end guys, but they've got a lot of depth to their team, and so there's going to be a lot of prospects. So kind of how that works is Tariq comes in each week, and he and I sit and watch prospects together, different position groups. That week it was, let's watch all Michigan's guys. And so I think that process of really getting familiar with their roster, studying them, and then you get to go see them, what we call on the hoof, and you get to see them in a live exposure. And a lot of that's just pregame. You can watch the game on tape, so do you gain a lot there. But I think there's always a chance that you're going to see something different. Maybe it's just the structure, man. That guy really is a big presence on the field. He's got a feel for things. You watch him communicate on the sidelines, things like that. So you do gain, oftentimes like that game, we needed to get back to turn in some transactions for our game. So we left at halftime, but one thing I noticed, that part of the world, a lot easier to scout than out here. When we're on the West Coast, there's a lot of disadvantage. I mean, we got on a plane, 24-minute ride to the airport over there near University of Michigan, 20-minute drive over. I mean, it's just really easy, and the same down in the Southeast, where we are at a disadvantage to get out on the road. So I try to be really targeted on the trips that I go to. Last year we went down to Georgia and Jackson State, saw Dion. I mean, you try to be targeted and do things for a purpose, because I like to spend my time around here. Our head coach Kyle likes me to be around, and I like being around our team. So I'm very targeted when I do get on the road. But I think it's that whole process that you really gain things, and you're pretty familiar with the draft class by the time it gets there, that we're really studying it in earnest.
Talking to John Lynch. We do it every Friday at this time about the trip up to Ann Arbor to scout the Michigan-Indiana game and do that before the Cleveland game. So listen, it's been several days since the Cleveland game, so obviously you're already thinking about Minnesota on Monday night, but we have you, and this is the only time we get to talk to you, and so your reflection on that game, how frustrated you were, how upset you were, how much you put it in perspective. I guess that's my question, is your overall takeaway from that game in terms of the team and its seasonal direction, how it affected the direction of your season.
Yeah, I think that remains to be determined. I think first and foremost, you give Cleveland a lot of credit. We had an inkling, we had a feel. Kyle prepared our team that they were going to come to play and that they were a good football team, particularly on the defensive side of the football, a very good football team. And, I think having said that, and you give them their credit, we probably had more mental mistakes than we have all year, and sometimes the other team forces you into those, but I think we had that. We endured, we faced some injuries during the game to some of our best players. That all affected, I think we could have done better in a lot of areas. I mean, they were playing PJ Walker did a really nice job, but I mean, when you've got not their starter out there, you want to take advantage of that. And they were able to run the football a lot and, move the chains doing that. And then, kind of an extension of their run game, their screen game. That's an easy way for a quarterback who's hasn't been playing to get the game going. I didn't think we responded and reacted well to that. So there's things we can certainly improve upon. We feel like we've got the makings of a championship team. But I think also the mark of a good team is when you have a rough day to still be there at the end and have opportunities to win. And that was the unfortunate thing. We had that. We let that go. And I'm not just talking about the last play, the missed kick. I'm talking about many more other opportunities through that game. We left a lot out on the field. And, we took our medicine. Hopefully we learn from it. Sometimes things like this can be a good thing just to tighten details. And, we'll see how we respond. It's important that we do.
Talking to John Lynch, we do it every Friday at this time on the UMA guest line. Let's go to the quarterback. I mean, basically any analysis shows he'd missed throws. And, Greg Cosell, who does such a great job with the film, told us he didn't think that Cleveland's defense dominated you. He thought Purdy missed some throws. Eric Branch of the Chronicle did his film review and said there were 5 throws not under duress that he missed. Greg Papa, our buddy, says he thinks the rain affected his grip on the ball. Your reaction to him missing throws that he's been hitting all his career thus far?
I think Brock's been phenomenal for us. We've talked a lot about that. When you are that good, there's a standard that you've created, and so when you're a little off for a lot of reasons, I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. During the course of the game and early in the game, we lost Debo. Then shortly thereafter, lost Christian. They're a big part of what we do. And so when you're missing them, especially when it happens live, so you haven't prepared for it all the week, it's going to affect what you do and who you are. Having said that, I'm sure Brock, holds himself to a high standard, and there were some throws he'd like to have back. And there's some. Like I opened the show saying there's a lot we'd like to have back as a team. So all we can do is learn from that. Brock has shown that he's a guy who responds, hasn't had many bad days. So this is an opportunity for him to show everyone that he's looking forward to that opportunity to get back on the field. And we expect the standard from him because that's really what he's showing to us.
Talking to John Lynch every Friday we do. So that that's the Cleveland game, and obviously then it gets to the lead up to the Minnesota game, which is McCaffrey. And, I know you're not a doctor and you don't know the medical reports. I know it's Friday, it's not Monday. But is there anything you can share with 49ers fans out there about, I guess the question would be, are you optimistic he can play Monday, or are you pessimistic?
Yeah, I don't know what to be as of yet. I think Kyle characterized all those guys, Christian, Debo, and Trent as day-to-day. And I think that's truly where they are. It's a good thing that we had the extra day of preparation. And to me, like as a player, that was always a day and a half because you don't play till Monday night. And that sounds like a little bit, but it's a lot. It really is when you're talking about the ability to heal and come back from a game like that. So I think all those guys are working really hard and doing their best to try to be available for us. And we're just going to let it play out, and see if they can get out there on the practice field. And then not put – these guys are really good players. It's a long season. We always have to have their health and safety, at our primary concern, always will. and make sure that they're safe being out there. So a lot to factor in, and we'll just kind of let that continue to play out. But I know they're all doing their best to get back out there for their team.
No question, and we'll all keep an eye on that. We'll be waiting and watching for Monday. And then, John, let's just stay in the backfield, talk a little bit about Eli Mitchell and Jordan Mason, both of those guys. Now, Eli, we haven't seen a lot of this year. We got him a little bit on the field last week. I know he's been dealing with that knee problem. Jordan Mason, on the other hand, man, I like what I see from him. He runs hard. He looks really strong out there. But maybe you could talk a little bit about the status of Eli Mitchell, how he's feeling, and what you think we can see from Jordan Mason this week, too.
Yeah, I think those guys are both. We're very fortunate to have them. I mean, to have a guy like Christian, and then to be able to bring in, a Jordan Mason, we call him JP, but he's been playing at a really, really high level. And you're seeing an improved player. Runs with a physicality. The first guy never seems to bring him down. If he does, it's, JP's carrying him for 3-4 yards. He's very secure with the ball. Elijah's always been a really good player. He's got a mix of physicality and speed. Has improved in the pass game. Elijah's challenge has always just been staying on the field and staying healthy. I can tell you he's looking really good. Both those guys are looking really good. So we're excited that we have that depth. Ty Davis-Price is a guy that it continues to get better. So we're confident in that group and their ability to function at a high level with or without Christian. And then Christian, obviously, is a special player.
Talking to John Lynch, we love doing it every Friday at this time. Obviously, injury reports are part of it for sure, and quarterback evaluation is part of it. And then there's see, in the course of this conversation, because we're going to, at some point, I want to address the 1-year anniversary of the McCaffrey trade, which might be, along with the Steve Young trade, the best trade in 49er history. So we're going to give you your flowers there, John. But here's the negative question, and that is the Jake Moody pick came with it baggage from the moment it was made. And then he misses the kick in Cleveland. So the general manager who made the pick comes on the radio and says, what about his kicker? Because fans are like, if he makes the kick, they win the game. You drafted him to make that kick. So what do you say about the Jake Moody situation?
That was a decision for the now and for the future. And Jake's going to be a really good player for us for a long time. We've got full confidence that he's going to respond. Now he has to go do that, and that's a tough position. It's a tough place to kick at Cleveland. But Jake would be the first to tell you that's something he's got to finish that game, and that's his expectation that he does. And we've got a lot of confidence in Jake because what he does out here each and every day, what he's put on film, and because of his makeup. So we've got a lot of confidence in him. I think he can grow from this experience, and kickers miss from time to time. I know there's a spotlight on him because he is a rookie where we drafted him, but we've got a lot of belief that he's going to be a tremendous kicker and an asset for us moving forward.
Do you spend any time this week as the GM swinging by his locker or sidling up to him on the practice field just for a little chat?
I mean, I'm always around these guys, and if they ever need me, I'm right here. But you try not to make it bigger than it is.
Yeah.
He's used to that.
Right.
He kicked for Jim Harbaugh. I'm sure there was a lot of stress in that that itself. I mean, one of the coolest things, Ronnie Bell came up to me on the field yesterday as we were in our field goal portion of our practice, and he just said, "This kid's a stud." I was around him for 4 years at Michigan. He's going to be fine. He's going to be great, And so to hear it from someone who's been around him, that's our feeling anyhow. But I think our whole team's got a lot of belief in him, and now he's got to just go show it by being him.
All right, and I think it would be nice if he got a chance to climb back on the horse. You're right, man. The kicker thing is, and as you know, Mike Silverbrook got that quote from Harris Barton that's such a great quote that kickers don't like. But he goes, you got 100 guys running into each other in a violent manner trying to win a game, and then some guy who wears Birkenstocks comes out and tries to win it. It's a great quote, right? It's a money quote. But, John, as a guy who played the game at a violent position and you gave of your body all the way to the Hall of Fame, what is your sort of philosophy on a kicker? I mean, the kicker thing is really, it's a cultural thing. It's weird, right? Like, I mean, throughout the history of football, it's been a strange phenomenon. This guy just runs in on the sideline. Would you guys get mad at him sometimes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you really just appreciate them. That's a tough job. They're supposed to make them. When they don't, that's when they kind of are recognized. But it's a tough job. I mean, I think back, I played with some great ones. Martin Gramatica down in Tampa. Yeah. Jason Elam, borderline Hall of Fame guy down in Denver. I think that the funniest thing is these guys' routines in the old school. It didn't seem like they were around as much. I remember in Denver, our facility was in a place called Dove Valley, and Jason Elam was a pilot. And we were right by the private airport. So Jason would get his work in, and then he'd come buzz the tower of our fields. And we were like, while we were practicing, there's Elam. There he goes. So, I think sometimes there is a little bit of, what the hell, these guys, at least stay at practice. And nowadays, believe me, they do. But then it was a little different.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you really need this guy missing a kick and then buzzing you? It's like, no, not that cool. Is it not that cool? And now it is.
Didn't miss many.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. No, that's true. No. And it is time to reflect, though, because, sports, that's what we do. We mark time and anniversary. It was 1 year ago today. 1 year ago today that you finished the trade for Christian McCaffrey, which I think, move, man. Honestly, unless I'm forgetting one, Bill Walsh getting Fred Dean, Bill Walsh getting Steve Young,
easily as big as that.
John Lynch getting Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah,
I mean, especially if it ends in a bowl or two. If I had to tell you a year ago at this time, what were you doing on the phone to finish this thing? I know you've addressed it a few times with us through the years, but since it's a 1 year anniversary, do you remember just like your Google photos come up 1 year ago today? You know those things?
I just remember like the elation, and getting off the, I think letting the blood curdling, yes from my master, from our bedroom and my family going, what is going on? And it was at night, and I remember wanting to get off the phone and letting Kyle know, we got him, and we really didn't know right till that last call. Ultimately, I think it was a 5th round pick next year that we had that the Rams didn't. That was the difference, and we had gone that far. We said, all right, we're not going to let a 5th round pick 2 years out hold this up. So I'm sure glad we did it. Everything from his talent, his ability, but I think the biggest thing, I tell our young players all the time, there are so many examples on what it means to be a pro, and it's not often that in places the best players. And there's so many examples, Fred Warner, the George Kittles, Christian McCaffrey. If you just watch that guy, you'll understand what it means to be a professional. And so he's added so much to our team. He's got an intensity about him. He's a great teammate. We just can't say enough. He's versatile as a player, does it in the run game, in the pass game. He wants to be out there. We have to take him out. There's no diva to him. This guy is a football player. Yeah. I think he'd return if we allowed him to. And,
oh, wow.
He's a special player. So he's made us better as an organization. We're sure glad to have him.
Yep. Did you ever hear from the Rams, like at an off-season event, like GM meetings or something from Les Snead or McVay, like, damn, you got us?
No, they left that one alone, but
right.
Yeah. It was interesting because we just knew coming in, like somehow it's going to be the Rams that we're going against, and sure enough, it was. And I'm thankful we had that 5th round pick that was the difference maker and allowed us to get him.
The 5th round pick that changed Niner history. I love it, man. That'll be on the 30 for 30 for sure. We are getting closer to the trade deadline. What could you tell the fans out there and us, is it ramping up? Do you anticipate being active?
Yeah, I think this time of the year, it's just a lot of phone calls with other teams. Where are you guys at? What are you looking for? Who's available? So it's a lot of those things, and then you start to hone in on, okay, in the right situation, these are the guys we'd like to have. And so it's just a lot of communication with other teams. I think we've got a proven track record. We're not afraid to be active, and if it can help our team, I think the one thing we've remained relatively healthy number one. Number two, we got a pretty deep and talented roster already. So, it's got to really make sense for us. But we're certainly not afraid to make a splash if needed, and if we think it can improve us. So and that's just not a stock answer. I think there's still, Halloween, where the trade deadline is right after our Cincinnati game. So that's a long time, in terms of these things, and we'll continue to monitor, continue to communicate, and if we can make a difference on this team, we will.
Definitely, it's probably a question that's a lot more relevant as we get closer, for sure. That's one of those trade deadlines tend to be time compressed. Last couple ones for you, John. We always appreciate your time. As an old DB and as the GM of a team that lost a close game, on a scale of 1 to I'm furious and I can't even answer this question, how are you on the Tayshaun Gibson penalty? As an old safety, and that thing might have cost you the game.
I'm mad about it.
Can you do this without swearing?
No, it was, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, what you said. It's I honestly believe that should be on the teach tape as to how to avoid a hit like that. In my eyes, he kind of braced such that it wasn't a situation that they're trying to avoid. And understand that there's a big emphasis on those things. We continue to try to educate our players on how we play physically, but also play within the rules. I thought Gipp did a great job right there. I'll leave it at that.
And you remember we asked about George Kittle's fine. Did you ever get a letter from the league for the Dallas T-shirt?
Oh, George got one.
Okay, okay, George got one. Would you get one? I'm sorry, go ahead.
George paid up.
Okay.
or will pay up.
I guess the same question. Have you heard from the league about Gibson?
No, it generally takes a little bit of time. I don't know. I don't anticipate seeing one in that, but that's up to the league.
Yeah. Okay. And if they don't send one, that's sort of a tacit admission, isn't it?
We'll see.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah. But it was bad.
It's a dicey one.
Was tough.
I know. All right. Well, what's your feeling on going to Minnesota, man? Like the whole skull chant and the Harley Davidson, the guy on the fur, and Kirk Cousins.
You know what, though, John? If Bud Grant's not up there, I'm not worried about it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. But respect to Bud Grant. Yeah.
Respect to Bud Grant. Yeah. One of my last memories of him, when I was in broadcasting, and it was the year they were building this new stadium.
Yeah.
So they were playing at University of Minnesota, and I was doing a Seahawk Vikings.
I remember
playoff.
that. Yeah.
And it was freezing.
Yep,
and they brought Bud Grant out, probably 92, 93 years old.
Yeah.
And he had a short sleeve shirt, and it was like minus 15.
Yeah,
and I was like, I was worried for him, and he didn't blink. He didn't. That was Bud Grant, tough as nails.
That's a tough dude.
It's a great environment, man. Those are really good football fans, and they used to be in our division when I played in Tampa. That Harley drives you nuts. The Viking on the Harley, all day long.
Right.
Now they've added the school thing, but they are really good football fans, and they've got a talented football team. They're not going to have Justin Jefferson, who's one of the better players in football, but they got a lot of good football players, and they got off to a slow start, but I think they're a better team than their record indicates. And so we've got a lot to play for, with an opportunity to rebound from our first kind of clunker of the year, and I know that our guys are eager to do so.
Do you know that? Are you going to bring earplugs so you don't hear that horn? Paulie, they have this horn.
I've heard it. Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous.
And you, like you said, you had to deal with that every year, so it must bring you nightmares, huh?
It does, and but that's a really cool stadium, man. They did a great job with the natural light, all of that. It's a cool place.
By the way, last one, because you're like us. You grew up when the NFL was really coming into its own, and those images are seared into our brains of Bud Grant at Metropolitan Stadium.
Chuck Foreman.
But did you read the stories that later in life, and you talk about him at that coin flip in Seattle? Did you know he did this famous yard sale at his house every spring? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Every year. Yes. Yeah. And the coolest thing, when I'd go through there, I think today, even at their brand new facility, they still keep an office for Bud.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And they keep it, we have one for Bill over in our museum.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Office that looked up in Redwood City.
Yeah.
Wow. But they've kept true to that, and they keep an office for Bud. And I've heard about that yard sale every year.
If you should have a time on the plane or something, look up in the Minneapolis Star Tribune. They've written big features Honestly, there's like bucket list items in sports. If you could go back in time, I'd love to go to the Bud Grant yard sale, hang out, bring a Budweiser, bring out a folding chair, and just talk to Bud on a Saturday afternoon on the lawn. You know what I mean? So
really cool. Really cool.
All right, John, we always enjoy it. Hey, listen, I know Monday night's going to be a big night. It's a big night for Brock. It's a big night for the Niners. It's Monday Night Football. Everybody's watching. I know you'll be psyched. So we always enjoy the conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
We'll do it next week, man.
Thank you, guys. All right.
John Lynch, every Friday, Paulie.
No, the guy's the best. I mean, great radio, great Niner insights, and great Bud Grant reminiscing today, too. That's a great thing. John is so cool, man. All the ins and outs of the Niners, you asking him about the CMC trade was cool, but also just the fact that he's such a historian and student of the game.
Yeah.
He will talk football.
Well, I was wondering, those of us of a certain age, there was something about the NFL in that era that's different than now. It was more, I think because we had less exposure to it, it was more magical.
Yep.
Like it was more like
there's always more mystique.
Now
yes.
I got CJ Gardner-Johnson, in his car, riffing on Debo or whatever.
Not only that, your son and my son are coordinating trades in the league.
But there was I'm talking to the youngsters over here, Marcus and Tripoli, is that there was NFL Films was a bigger deal. NFL Films is now, I'm not even sure where you see, I guess on NFL Network, but NFL Films was like a big, if you got a piece of one, you were enthralled.
Yeah.
And there was something about the games that was just so magical. And there were teams and uniforms and colors and faces that were more epic. And those Minnesota Vikings with Bud Grant outside were like something out of a painting or out of a novel or a movie or something.
Yeah, no question, man. They had the great defense. They were great. They represented the NFC 4 times when Murph and I were kids in the Super Bowl, and they lost them all. They lost all 4.
There's something about the condensed breath coming out of their helmets.
100%. No, it was magical. It was because we were here in California watching that. It was like, wow. The smoke, it would be 30 below zero. Yeah. The Rams would be going up there, and the Cowboys.
Again, I know an older generation would say, yeah, but you didn't see Johnny Unitas. That was magical or whatever. But, I don't know. For Marcus, maybe he looks at, the John Gruden Raiders as mythical and magical.
No, I forgot. So probably. Hey, by the way, one last thing on the Vikings of that era. Have you ever heard this theory? There are people out there that claim, and this could be true. I'm bouncing it off at KNBR Murph for validation. Have you heard the theory that people say the term Hail Mary, the Hail Mary pass was invented?
No, that's a fact.
That's a fact. Okay, so it was throwback to Drew Pearson.
The freaking Cowboys.
But I didn't know that was
my Vikings.
It was mine too. Our Vikings. Yeah. So that was the first time that term had ever been used.
And if you look back on that, the Vikings did something that will never be done again. All they had to do was not give up a touchdown there, and they left single coverage on Pearson.
I don't get that.
Nowadays, they put the whole defense in the end zone to knock it down.
Yeah.
Back then, they didn't.
And it ended the game. It was a playoff game, too.
I forget who was it. I think it was John Facenda, I think.
Probably. Yeah, most likely. But, you're right. Single coverage. I'm thinking about the play now. Yeah.
Here they got the Catholic Church with the Hail Mary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
By the way, great. 510 wins the text of the day. Although I know, Waterboy, you like the Faye Webster text from earlier today.
Yeah, shout out my girl, Vicky Valancourt.
Yeah, he says, hey, Murph, had you gone to Bud Grant's yard sale, Bud would have gotten more than $5 for your TV.
I agree.
That's, this guy, 510, I got to give you listener of the day.
That is
deep.
You
are listener of the day.
That's deep. Thank you.
All right, let's do this. Let's do the cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday to give injury updates on Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Deebo Samuel. So to get the full 49er injury report, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
By the way, can I get a Fox breaking news?
Chime. There it is.
Raymond Ritter. There's 2 items on this. 1, Raymond Ritter rules. That's
true story.
That's the news. 2, Raymond just tells us Klay Thompson is going to be on the Manning cast Monday night. This is a tough one because, it's the Niner game. I got to watch the game, but if you're telling me Klay's on the Manning cast.
That could be some comedy gold right there.
So we're going to have to be, who's working the sound desk Monday night, Marcus? Hopefully it's a competent guy like OG Greg Silver.
Oh, well, if it's the 49ers on Monday night, Danny Dunn should be in the building, so we'll get some of that
I have no concerns then. He'll do it right.
Because I want Tuesday morning, I want the full Klay Thompson sound in our package.
There's no question.
Right?
I'm going to need that too.
So thank you, Raymond. Oh, no. We got another?
Oh, stand by, double
You want
chime.
to break this for us?
Well, yeah, I'll break this because this is some news that came out about 15, 20, 30 minutes ago. We were in the middle of talking to Papa. We were talking to John Lynch. We were doing the Friday football forecast, and the news came out earlier this morning that 4-time NBA champion Andre Iguodala has officially announced his retirement.
Well, I suppose that's not a huge shock, right? But it's a moment because it's a 4-time champion.
Well, and he was the MVP in their first title. I mean, he shut LeBron down essentially as
maybe the inspiration for one of your most underground hits ever.
Okay, you want to go all the way back?
Yeah,
well, real quick, a final tribute to the defensive wizard, glasses wearing, sweater promoting. He always had like the fashion thing going on the sidelines. And yes, we did a Garage Rock tribute to Iguodala way back in the day. Oh man, Murph, this is going to be gritty. It's going to be gritty, Marcus. Get ready.
On the way.
Yeah, I don't know.
On the way.
I don't know.
Iguodala.
That's what I got.
On the way. Iguodala.
Man, that's so good. It's about the only thing I tolerate from my former favorite band of all time.
You're really hard on these guys, yeah.
Well, I read that book, man.
Well, no, I did too. I know. Sometimes it's like, come on, bro. Yeah. Or the Bleeding Sands. All this, like, dude, come on.
All right. Well, Iguodala, what a career. And, he wasn't on the roster going into the season, so.
Remember last year, he's just
shocking. He wasn't planning to be part of the rotation this year.
I remember last year, I basically asked several times throughout the season, like, is he ever going to even play? He was just sitting there, literally sitting there the whole year on the bench. I'm like, I don't know. He's taking up a roster spot.
Paulie Mack, I felt like every single morning we were just talking about the different sweaters that Andre Iguodala was wearing.
I was like, this guy, because he is taking up a roster spot. I mean, I think he kind of functioned as a coach, really.
I wonder if he will get into coaching because
he would be a great coach.
But he's a guy. He's into investing.
Totally, he's into tech. Yeah.
He's looking to find the next big thing.
He wants to join Google and go take naps in those little sleep pods they have down there. Those little
Google's too 2,000 for him. He wants 2030.
It's too mainstream. Yeah, he's got.
He wants to get in on these cruise cars, these self-less driver cars out here.
He's probably got a hand in that too.
They're stuck down on those.
Oh, yeah.
Did
you hear about a guy got trapped underneath one of those?
It's like it's going to the halls of Congress.
No, it's mayhem out there. These things are taking over.
Backed up over him again.
Yeah, no, they're doing whatever they want.
We're really late on the cooler, buddy. Nick Bosa. Nicky Bosa. I asked him his name in the 3-point stance. He did some media yesterday. They asked him, hey, you lost. What's your routine after a loss? He forgot.
Yeah, it was tough. We had to kind of eat it for an extra day. And then we were kind of dreading coming in here to do the meetings. But it's been a long time since we lost. I actually forgot what the routine was when we lose when it comes to team meeting and all that stuff. I was because our regular season last year, we didn't have one for a long time, and it happens, so we got to bounce back.
That's all time. You know you're going. I forgot what we do after a loss.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. Hey, man, listen, Nikki, feel free to get loose Monday night. Feel free to introduce yourself to Kirk Cousins a couple of times. That's pretty funny, though. Good sound. All right, Arizona Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovulo is next, as Marcus calls him, Turn Up Torey, because he's the one who said, let's party all blanket night, man, all night. Paulie's like, all night?
Yeah, that's a big statement, yeah.
Paulie, till the break of dawn?
Till the break of dawn, or you got to cue up the Quiet Riot, which we did when you were out, Murph. We actually did cue up the Party All Night by Quiet Riot. And when it comes to the break of dawn, I got you covered as far as that goes as well.
To the break of dawn, baby.
You hear me buying time? I was scrambling, but there he is. He's still there.
You worked so hard. Give it to me again.
Okay, and I'll give you the laugh, too.
To the break of dawn, baby.
And by the way, don't think, Marcus, that Nicolas Cage... No, don't think Nicolas Cage ain't a football fan, because he is. He was placing a lot of bets in the Bad Lieutenant.
He scored a touchdown.
Out of his mind.
Anyway, Lovulo went from everybody's favorite... Listen to that.
He's still going, I know.
Talk about, he wasn't acting with much subtlety in that movie.
No, he's over the top.
So Lovulo went from being everybody's favorite, let's party all night, yeah, man, to the villain. So, Brandon Pfaadt, rookie, carving. One of those moments where, like, a guy grabbed the moment and seized it and said, this is mine. Like, this is what happens, man, in sports. Like, you have a chance, like, you have your moment. In a movie I just showed my son, Dead Poets Society, you got a Carpe Diem.
That's a good flick.
You got a Carpe Diem.
Is Matt Damon in that as a little kid?
No, he's not, but the guys who look like Matt Damon are in it.
Yeah. Okay.
But Pfaadt went, ready for this? He was going, let me give you his line here right now. He'd gone 5 2/3, 2 hits, no walks, 9 Ks. Okay? He's at, ready for this? 70 pitches. Lovulo took him out. Because the quote, the plan was to face 18 batters.
What the plan? How about the plan be to win a ball game? How about that's the plan?
And Arizona fans,
that's my plan.
Even though they're terrible baseball fans, booed him.
Yeah.
And he tries to like deflect the blame.
No,
says,
no good.
I was booing myself there. Yeah.
Absolutely. This manager's lost his absolute mind. I was booing myself as I walked out to the mound. I didn't need to be in the stands. I'm sure I was the most unpopular guy in the city of Phoenix, in the downtown area, and maybe the entire state of Arizona, right? But I want everybody to know that is trying to think along with me that we have a strategy, I have a strategy for everything that's done. Everything that's done is been well talked about. And it's not just analytics. I know how quickly playoff baseball can change. And I felt like Brandon kept the game under control, and it was time to turn it over. So, yes, I am prepared to get booed. I am prepared to get second-guessed. It's my job. I sit in the seat, and that happens.
Boo. I'm booing him right now. Murph, just because of that right there, Phillies win tonight, guaranteed.
Can I get a...
that was lame.
Didn't old Pecan have a bite saying, then to hell with you? Did he have that one?
That was great with Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I'm going to say that. This is awful on every level. And you know what? They won the game, so he's yucking it up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, laugh it up, fuzzball.
That's what I'm saying.
You made a boneheaded decision because you had a here's your strategy. Watch the freaking game.
Right.
How's that for a strategy?
That's the problem with this whole analytical approach of,
watch the game right in front of you.
It's not analytics.
Oh, it's not. What was our strategy to not allow our starting pitcher to face this lineup for the 3rd time? Oh, you're talking about that same lineup where he's got 9 strikeouts the first 2 times through the lineup?
How many times are we going to see this?
This is the problem with baseball.
We've seen it with Snell. We've seen it in previous years. Like, when is this trend going to stop? If you have a pitcher doing good, solid work in the postseason, let that guy work. Let him work.
Use your eyes. It's common sense. Come on.
Of course, Bochy's guys aren't pitching that well now.
Bochy's going to have to figure something out now. There's a big game coming up today. There's a big game.
We ran up against the time. We can dip back into the cooler on the other side because we went long with John and everything. And also we had to tell you guys the Iguodala. Triple E, they say Iguodala's doing ESPN right now, so let's roll on that. Great call from a texter who said he's calling Iguodala head coach WNBA Lacob. San Francisco.
Wow.
That's a good call, actually.
That's a really
I put that on the grease board
call.
as like one of the top 5 destinations.
Well, now, you know what, though? Lakup's got to make the right hire to make sure his call comes through of a title within 5 years.
Yeah. Well,
it all starts with coaching.
Starts with Andre.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a brief cooler, but we'll go back in. We'll go back in on the other side. We're having Friday vibes are good.
A double dip.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I actually forgot what the routine was when we lose.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, Iggy, fans had been waiting for your announcement. You made an announcement earlier today that you will be retiring. What message do you want to give to the fans?
Well, it was a beautiful run, beautiful ride. Played in some great cities, played for some great organizations, learned a lot throughout the course over my career, and some great teammates. And what I'm trying to do, or what I try to do off the court, and be the leader of investing in the tech space and opening that door and bringing it to the players, has been beautiful to watch, and we continue to go down that journey.
See, there he is, Andre Iguodala, already talking about investing and tech, and that's him, man. He's one of those dudes, man. He's out here playing chess. Big golf guy, too, by the way.
Big
Huge
wine guy.
guy.
Big golf guy, big wine guy, too. He likes good juice.
Andere. Yeah. My only problem is that he's an Arizona Wildcat, like Kerr and Tolbert and Bruce Frazier and all those guys.
Well, you like Coach Kerr, though, right?
I do, but I really dislike Arizona basketball culture. They're really. Well, I should probably just.
No, I don't know. This is you got to take that.
Don't forget Iguodala, the Miami Heat in 2019, 20, and 21. Started with the Sixers back in 2004. Started with the Sixers in 2004.
Nice career, Andre.
Sixers all the way up to 2012. Then he was with the Nuggets for 1 year when the Warriors recruited him.
Yep.
Mark Jackson. Despite Fitz's just what's the word I'm looking for? Just passionate disdain for Mark Jackson. And I understand he did some things in the building.
Mark Jackson built this
that angered some people.
He put the first bricks down, and he made sure that they were playing defense when they previously had not.
I thought he should get a ring. I think Fitz wanted to come in, and I think Fitz wanted to slash my tires when I said that.
He didn't like that. But I'm with you. I think Markey was the beginning of the whole movement. So,
listen, I get it. He wasn't, was his behavior perfect and well received by everyone in the building? No, but did he change the culture? Did he himself say things be changing in Golden State?
I also remember when he got the axe. I remember, and they hadn't named Steve Curry yet. I remember Steph Curry was like really upset about it. Like he was really backing Mark Jackson and saying how much he.
Who was saying it? Curry
helped him as a young player. Yeah, Steph Curry was very attached to him early.
And don't forget, Kerr was not the first choice. It was supposed to be Stan Van. It was supposed to be Stan Van.
That's insane!
Yeah.
Wow.
Would they have done everything the same with Van Gundy?
It's possible, maybe not. I mean, it sounds like Steph and Kerr. Maybe. But I think Kerr, with his understanding of, I don't know. I just think Kerr is like the right guy for this group. But real quick, too, I lost my train of thought.
Anyway,
it had to do with
Iguodala,
but I forget.
And tech, golf, sweaters,
it'll
wine,
come back. I'm sorry.
Sixers, Nuggets,
firing
Mark Jackson, giving him a ring.
Mark Jackson was. Oh, that's it. Mark Jackson. Are you surprised that Mark Jackson has never got back into coaching? I assumed he would when he first got fired.
Something happened along the way where teams moved on from him. He tried to get some interviews. And
it just looked like I thought
there's some info out there that we don't know. That remember he had that whole thing.
I do. Yeah, there was some stuff going on there.
We like to call that. It's a tough deal.
Yeah,
that's a tough deal.
Right. Right.
Anyway, he comes to the Warriors in 2013-14, the year before they win the championship. And here's the stat of stats. I'm on his basketball reference page.
Yeah.
2013-14, that's the year they lose to the Clippers, and that's the year Jackson gets fired in his execution suit. Remember that?
With the little hanky. He had like the purple hanky.
Well, Marcus, I don't know if you remember this. Jackson knew that if they lost, he was going to get fired. He knew he was going to get fired, I think, either way.
It's kind of a mafia thing. You're going to get clipped.
He wore his best suit
You got to put your best suit on.
Without revealing too much details from behind the scenes, we once had a very prominent person in our building know he was going to get whacked.
He came in looking like $1 million. You should have seen him.
Finest suit that day.
I said, that's it for him. That's the last time we're going to see him.
And he wore his best suit.
He had his hanky on, too.
And he walked out. We said, look at that. There goes a gentleman. There's a gentleman right there.
Yeah. That's a gentleman's firing.
Paulie, do you have your suit ready?
I need to buy one. I better get one for the occasion, actually. I need to get a properly fitting suit, yes.
The sad part is when they do come get me in the middle of a show, I'm going to be wearing like a quarter zip.
Yeah, me too. I'll be wearing a Stone shirt.
Anyway, so 2013-14, he plays 63 games, starts 63 games. Here's the stat. I'm looking at this on my screen. 2014-15, 77 games played, 0 starts. It says 77 games, 0
first title
starts.
Year? Yep. Yeah, first title year.
And that's incredible.
That's why I think Chris Paul, you can use that as a model of exemplary results where you say, yes, I know it's a slight hit to your ego, but we're all chasing the same thing.
Wound up being finals MVP.
Yeah.
That year.
No, I mean,
you want to talk about karma or something?
You know what's so crazy is what a difference a year makes. The very next year, they go back to play the Cavs again. It's round 2, and Iguodala's back was all messed up. He really couldn't defend properly, and the Cavs got him. The Cavs got him. So
in Philadelphia, he started all 82 games 4 times.
Nice.
He comes to Oakland and starts 0 games.
Yeah,
into
how about that?
So Chris Paul, man, take a lesson.
But that was that was Steve Kerr who sold him on that. Steve Kerr was able to sell him on the idea of sitting down and then coming off the bench, and I don't know.
19-year career. One more time, Paulie, on his way out.
You want to cue it up again?
Yeah, let's go to the Sphere.
Let me go back to the garage.
Let's go to the
Sphere. All right, hold on a sec. Here we go. Cue up the guitar. Here's the edge for you. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. I think it's our only U2 song.
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah. On the way. Iguodala. On the way. Iguodala.
That was peak edge right there.
Nice and easy, yeah.
Marcus, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering what your guys' thoughts are. If anybody wants to hit us up on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line, 808 KNBR is the number. Does Andre Iguodala get a statue outside of Chase Center?
My instinct is no. It's Splash Brothers. It's the three. Steph, Clay, and Dre, although Durant thinks he gets one.
KD's like demanding one.
It's going to depend on how Lacob wants to do this. Does he want to just because Busch Stadium has a ton of statues. And the Giants are going Hall of Fame only. You got to be Cooperstown. It depends on how Lacob wants it. Blanket the area with statues.
Totally. Where's my Sean Livingston statue? Damn it.
Bogut gets one.
I want Barbosa's statue. Yeah. Bogut totally gets one. I want the angry Aussie.
Festus Ezeli gets one for putting up with that prank from Ruff and Mac.
Oh, dude, yeah. They got him with the balloons. I want him holding balloons in the statue. Yes.
So, I mean, he could do that group statue of Steph, Clay, Dre, Andre Kerr.
That's a very involved statue. Yeah.
That is a very involved. It's like the Iwo Jima one, holding the flag up. So, anyway, my initial instinct is no. And that's not, I hate to be a hater.
I agree with Murph.
You put me
I don't
in
think
a tough
so.
spot there, buddy.
But there's a lot of great guys that are right on the bubble like that.
Because I do think it's an interesting conversation because obviously he was finals MVP, 4-time champion. We just talked about all that stuff. But boys, how about we compromise? If we can't get a statue outside of Chase Center, how about we ask Raymond Ritter to put it in that brand new park that they're going to open up outside of Chase?
Warner's World or whatever. Yeah.
The park! Where's the park?
Kids will play.
You would think that's the easiest thing, man.
Kids will fly kites.
I could build the park, man.
I remember
Honestly,
the model.
If they're like, hey, Murph, could you build the park? I'm like, yeah. I'll go to Goodman's Lumber, get some fertilizer,
throw a seesaw,
throw some grass. I'll build a bench, and then that's it. Here's your park.
Throw a little sand pit in there.
What's
give me a seesaw.
They were like, yeah, that park is the thing. Oh,
we're
my
gonna have picnics. Kids will fly kites.
8 years, there's no park.
Yeah, tic-tac-toe.
Waterboy.
Assorted games.
Oh my God. They're talking about Winchester Mystery House, Winchester Mystery Park.
Yeah, the Warriors
Raymond,
Park.
Where's the park?
I don't know.
Where's the park?
We saw the model of the park, too.
Wouldn't it be? They built a $2 billion structure. They couldn't throw down some grass over
it's like,
there.
With a little sand pit. You don't need that much.
Oh, Marcus.
Yeah, a couple swings.
Absolutely hit on it. Where is the park?
Children's will swing. Yes.
And they were like, yeah, it's going to be beautiful. You're going to be lounging down there.
I want kids
Picnics.
playing Foursquare. Yeah. Picnics, kites, all of it.
Oh, my God.
A dog park.
That's an incredible call. By the way, the next riff, KNBR statues. Okay.
Oh, my God.
So easy right away, Ralph and Gary.
Yep.
I think Tolbert's statue worthy.
What about
Definitely.
Pete Franklin?
He's in the Iguodala range.
Not quite.
Fits?
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Okay. Agnew?
Yeah, you kind of got to acknowledge
T-Sal.
No question.
Hammer?
T-Sal's like
Hammer?
Like Bear Bryant.
Hammer?
Yes, absolutely Hammer. Yes.
Can you imagine the bronze of Hammers?
Bro.
No, I'm just riffing. I'm just riffing. All right, guys.
Don't forget the Godfather.
Great job, brother.
Oh, no, he's the first and most important.
Do you honestly know if we did that, if we did KNBR statues?
Oh, he'd flip out.
Do you know he'd
be on the
walk
phone
in,
right now.
He'd walk in right now and say,
Let me talk to the sculptor.
He'd say, as serious as a heart attack, first statue's mine.
I don't like the dimensions.
He would say that.
Bigger. Make it bigger.
Particularly around the groin.
I want to see my midriff. Oh, totally. Remember the bulge your Robert Plant had? Double it. That's mine. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
We got a Marty statue.
Remember Robert Plant and Song remains the same? Double it. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's a Friday for
Plant
sure.
had like a sock down there. I don't know what he was doing. Yeah.
We had something like that in the cooler, too, where Tiki Barber was talking about Jeremy Shockey.
It's always a topic. Yeah, let's be honest.
It seems like every day we go that.
You know what I mean?
Chris Rose is moving to 9:15. Okay, cool. Okay, more important, enough of the riffing. Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy both spoke yesterday. So let's tell you what they had to say. On KNBR 1, after I tell you that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group. Because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. All right, what did Purdy's going on Rich Eisen? I hope he's getting a little money for that. I hope he is. Alaska Airlines, Rich Eisen. All right, let's hear what he had to say next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
I love talking about Amici's Pizza because it's the best pizza in town. And I love a good large cheese, extra large pepperoni. I love the wings. And here's what I'm here to tell you. I know today's Friday, but Monday through Thursday, we have a situation. So plan for your week next week where it's October, and October is National Pizza Month. We don't need an excuse, but what the heck. So to celebrate, if you go online to amicis.com and then you order, a couple large pizzas and some wings and some salads and some pastas, and then you enter the code Pizza Month. That's PIZZAMONTH. Pizza Month at checkout. 20% off your entire order. That's your order over $30, right? So again, amicis.com, Monday through Thursday, all month long. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout. Amici's gives you 20% off your entire order. You win. We win. Your wallet wins. Your taste buds win. Awesome. Looking forward to you doing that next week. Of course, if you want to go to Amici's this weekend, you can just do that on your own and enjoy some football on the TV. But next Monday through Thursday, Pizza Month at checkout, 20% off $30 or more. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivered.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For today, Greenlaw hamstring won't practice. McCaffrey oblique won't practice. Debo shoulder won't practice. Trent ankle won't practice. Isaiah Oliver knee, he'll be limited. And Banks with the ankle won't practice.
McCaffrey oblique, does that mean rib has been ruled out of the equation?
Means just oblique.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yeah.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day-to-day, though. So.
Are you expecting all three of those guys to play, McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
Not today. They're not practicing today.
Jeez. So coy, Kyle. I don't know.
Was that you earlier today?
I don't know.
Or was that Mark? Somebody said he was getting his Belichick on with all those vague answers.
Was that you,
Marcus?
Was that Marcus?
That was a good call. It's very Belichick of him. Yeah,
very good. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hey, can you tell me who the comedian is visiting the Bone right now? Because the guy was riffing like crazy in the snack room. I had to run back, by the way.
I didn't see. I didn't go down there. I don't know.
Because we have this new system where you have to like punch in the item, and
I'm afraid of it. I haven't even tried it yet.
Well, this guy's in there riffing. He's a big, tall guy.
Oh, in the kitchen?
With a long beard. And he's like, what's stopping me from, he goes, walking past that robot and saying, F you, robot, I'm not paying.
That's not even right, is it?
He's riffing in there. We had a guy in there riffing on because this machine is really hard to figure out. He goes, what if I just walk by the robot and say, F you, robot?
Yeah, kind of that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Kind of made me laugh.
Robot, go blank yourself.
I might go see this guy. He says he's at Cobb's. whoever he is. Anyway, just letting you guys know, I had to run in here because the break was about 2 minutes shorter than I thought it would be. But we're back.
Oh, yeah. No, we're back in the saddle.
It's all good, baby. It's all good. Okay, Chris Rowe's going to join us in a few minutes. It was a good chat. Talk a little baseball and football with him. But we got to get into the Niners Monday night, man. So you ready to go a weekend without your Niners?
Yes, actually I am. I can deal with the Monday night, the anticipation, because, frankly, there's so many good games on Sunday. The Bills game, or excuse me, not the Bills game, but the Lions game. The Lions at Ravens, I think, is really good.
Not on your TV.
No, but it's a good ball game. That's when I'll be in the Red Zone. I'll get some Red Zone.
Oh, you will go to Red Zone?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a no-fly zone for you.
No, I do it. I get little pieces of Red Zone. And then, of course, the nightcap. That's a big one.
I don't like you going to Red Zone. What I like about Paulie is
I just do it pure. Yeah, I do. I'm very old school. Yeah.
You'll reveal during a week. You're like, I was watching that Jets game.
I do stuff like that. Yeah, because I'll lock in.
I'll be like, you were watching that?
I'll commit.
Like, yeah.
Well, that one really paid off. Like watching that game was a great payoff. If you wanted.
Sunday afternoon, Paulie's going to be watching Chargers Chiefs.
Rooting for the Chargers like you wouldn't believe.
Okay. Really? Why?
Because the Chiefs are a fraud, man. I'm telling you. Without the assistance of the refs giving them help every fourth quarter they play, they'd be in bad shape, and they're barely winning the games they're playing. Marcus, this ain't the 2019 Chiefs out here.
No, you're talking about a Chiefs team that only put up 17 points on an all-time bad Denver Broncos defense.
Do you see them as one of those?
That's what I'm saying.
Do you see them as one of those teams that's like, we'll start trying after Thanksgiving?
I expect them to be around. I expect them to be there. Yeah,
they're kind of playing with their food right now, Murph.
Thank you. There's that phrase, right?
That's not a good habit, by the way. Don't play with your food.
Well, yeah. Talk to Rory about
moving
that.
the peas around and stuff. Push them over to one side. I don't know what that does. Here they are now. They're over here.
Why is Buffalo, New England the CBS game and not Detroit? Oh, no. We would be a Fox game. It's the visiting team, so NFC. So Detroit at Baltimore is the best morning game, and instead you're getting Raiders, Bears, Bills, Pats.
Those are sleepers. Both those games are snooze fest. Yeah.
So I'd rather have the Lions.
Me too. And where's Gentleman Jim going to be? Like, what's his game of the week?
I'm guessing that he's Chargers, Chiefs. Is that because it's the afternoon game? Or is he Bills, Pats?
Well, they
both
might
of those games are CBS games.
Yeah. I don't know.
kind of just default to Belichick and Nance doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, back to the Niners. Waterboy asked this great question this morning. Is an NFL weekend without the Niners, ready for this? Is it mid?
No. I mean, it's in a way, it depends on how you look at it, because you could take it like you don't have the stress of a Niner game day where you're like all wound up and everything's really super intense. It's kind of like a day off. You know what I mean? It's like a day, like a vacation day. You just get to watch other teams with no iron in the fire, so to speak.
You don't think it's mid?
No, man. Especially with the games, again, like we said, these are great matchups, man.
Well, for Murph, not at all for me, because I'm a degenerate, so anytime football is on my screen, I'm laying down some action, so I'll have bets on all type of games outside of the Niners. And in this day and age, everybody's so invested in their fantasy football team.
I got
still watching all these games.
Sorry, Murph, real quick.
It's all about fantasy.
I missed your Boucher's picks of the week today. I was running around in the back. Who did you take in the Philly game? I'm curious.
Oh, so that was not one of my best bets, Paulie Mac. But if I have to pick, I feel like I'm leaning towards the Dolphins, but I'm just still kind of not sold on that Dolphins defense.
I don't know. This is why. This is going to be
the underrated factoid that Paulie makes his 2 picks. Bobby Boucher makes 3, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Usually 3 a morning.
Is the underrated factoid that your boy here in the quarter zip, I'm in a pool where I got to pick every game. I'm out here putting my neck on the line every week.
That's way too much.
By the way, this is a real pool. I could win some legit cash in this thing.
What's a buy-in?
Well, we'll talk later.
Oh, okay. So we're talking
Paulie,
high stakes here.
I'll tell you about the unit of what would the unit be? So-and-so Doblers. You know what I mean? Remember
yeah.
Hondo with his last names as Petrocellis and all that. I'll tell you later how many Doblers I paid.
How many Hellers?
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. So I had to pick the Philly-Miami game.
Yeah.
And, I took Miami.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know where to go on that one. I'm just going to let it play.
You're going with the greatest show on surf.
You said that this morning as I was pulling my car into the spot and leaving my key for Majid.
Shout out Majid.
It's working out so far.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. Every day's an adventure.
No, he specifically came to me and goes, I need your key.
Yeah.
I go, well, I only have one on me. And he's like, well, you bring me a spare then.
I
Like,
leave it on the tire now.
He told me to do it.
I used to leave it for Ronnie over there.
Me
that
too.
worked
You
out.
trust these guys, yeah.
They don't trust is a must.
Yeah, especially when they're driving, they got the keys to your car. You better
especially when he's whipping your car around 80 miles an hour in about a 10-foot space around a pole.
I know, apparently he does some body shop repairs as well.
Did you know
when no one's looking?
Did you know they're filming Fast and the Furious 11 down there in his garage?
Well, you could easily. You brought up our boy Ronnie from our old parking lot. I don't think Ronnie's got his own personal buffer. I think that's the problem.
That's what I mean.
Hey, at least he cares enough to buff.
Yeah,
you know
but to be fair to Ronnie,
he could just leave it and say, I don't know.
I got to be fair to Mijette. Ronnie had helpers over there. This guy Mijette's doing it all by himself, dude. He's running.
By the way, the comedian is Brian Posen. Is that his name? Brian Posen.
I don't know his name.
He's in the snack room riffing. He's like, what if I walk past this robot and said, "F you, robot"?
Oh, he did work with Sarah Silverman.
I'm not paying $6 for a bag of chips. That's what he said.
No.
Anyway, back to the Niners. So we just did the injury update in the back and forth, right? So the next cut is about the workload, and the stat is that McCaffrey has the most touches in the NFL. I think ATN now has one more than him. But the bottom line is it's one of the top 2 heaviest workloads in the NFL. Is that good for a guy who can get hurt?
I mean, we treat him as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's week to week and how the game goes, but he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game. But I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's been playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes.
Okay. And again, injury, quote unquote, injury prone, right? And there he is. So we'll see Monday. Now, there was some dispute as to in the Lynch interview when he said, I think he'd return if we allowed him. Eric and Marcus, Tripoli and Waterboy thought that meant return Monday. Paulie and I thought it meant return kick.
I'm chalking that up to the youthful innocence of the other side of the glass.
You're confident in your take?
I heard what you heard. I thought he meant returning kicks. Yeah.
Well, boys, I have the sound for you. Here's a 35-second clip of John Lynch talking about the type of player that Christian McCaffrey is.
Christian McCaffrey, if you just watch that guy, you'll understand what it means to be a professional. And so he's added so much to our team. He's got an intensity about him. He's a great teammate. We just can't say enough. He's versatile as a player, does it in the run game, in the pass game. He wants to be out there. We have to take him out. There's no diva to him. This guy is a football player.
Yeah.
I think he'd return if we allowed him to. And,
oh, wow.
He's a special player. So he's made us better as an organization. We're sure glad to have him.
Okay, there's some controversy there. I stick with my take.
I do too.
I stick with my take.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he wants to return kicks.
He was talking about how well-rounded of a player he is, multidimensional, and I think that implies like returns. I think that meant kick. That's what I think.
All right, we'll leave that open.
Yeah.
We move on to the guy that used to be known as Brock Purdy.
Give him one. He's due.
You can't say that when you lose in Cleveland.
It really hurts your throat. I don't even do that because it's painful.
So, Kyle, how'd your quarterback play? What's the story?
Similar to everyone else. I mean, Brock missed a couple, so it wasn't his best game. I still thought he made some real good plays, too. Everyone was under duress in that. It was a challenge on all fronts, and especially some of the down and distances we were in. But it definitely wasn't his best game, but just because it was his first loss and his first pick of the year, I still thought there was a number of things he did real well in that game, too.
Heard Tim Ryan in an incredible bull rush hour. I was in my car between 11 and noon yesterday. Dude, the purity of that.
I'm with you.
The purity, whoever's engineering that, the purity of Ryan. Is that you, Marcus? Yeah, baby.
Oh, no. Shout out to our guy, Barista. He sets it all up down at Levi Stadium.
Tim Ryan sounded like Pavarotti coming through my mic, dude. It was incredible. He was like just dull. I can't even do it.
Have you watched the video that accompanies that?
No.
I have. I've seen him because he does he'll throw his hair in a ponytail and stuff. He gets all, I guess that's him being formal, like when he's doing
He was talking about how, he goes, guys, quarterbacks have disaster games. He goes, and he goes, he was spinning positive because, that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Tim likes to spin positive, but he said, a lot of guys in that situation throw 4 picks. Steve Montana had a 4-pick game in 84.
He threw quite a few picks, actually.
And he was saying, like he minimized the damage. Really, he threw 1 pick, but he could have been worse. And he was like, I'm actually looking, that he was, as Kyle said, under duress.
And Papa, when we talked to Greg Papa today, Papa kind of reinforced the conditions playing a role. Like he certainly said it blew the Moody kick. He said, don't discount how the weather affected that game. The wet hands and all that, the ball, it certainly looked like it just slipped right out of his hand when he drew his arm back. The ball came. It was a horrible look, but.
So anyway, here's Purdy himself. Well, did we play that Kyle then? We just played that Kyle one. So let's hear Purdy himself on Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
Hope he's getting some bag for that, like Debo. because the kid he's making $4 million less than Shedeur Sanders.
He's almost
right now.
sure.
No, I'm not even kidding. Okay, that's a true story.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So here's Purdy on Rich Eisen, and he's blaming himself for not telling Ray and Juwan and everybody where to be when the injuries happen.
Okay,
man, I would just say just like I said, the operation. Our offense, we're pretty complex with stuff, but just making sure if a couple of our key players go down, like Debo and Christian, being able to help out the guys that come in the huddle who maybe haven't gotten those reps at practice and allowing them to be ready for play calls and stuff like that. And that's something that I take on me. Ray came in the game, and Elijah Mitchell, JP Mason, backing up Christian and Debo, and I feel like I could have done a better job with just helping them out with where we're supposed to line up, the plays that we have to run, and things like that. So just moving forward, I got to be better.
Okay, taking a little heat, and it's true, unusual situation. He's still, by the way, has only started 11 regular season games, so he's learning. What do I do when my guys are gone? Okay, this is what I got to do better next time. Last one, and then we'll get to Chris Rose here, and that is, Eisen hit him with the, they're saying you're a system quarterback.
Okay.
So what did Brock say?
Oh, man, I would just say, I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win. I want to help this team win. People can say what they want. That's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals. And then we'll see at the end of all this if that's true or not.
Okay.
Ooh, all right, Brock, let him know, man. Let him know. I like that.
We'll see.
He's going to get sick of hearing this like every single week. He's going to burn him out at some point. Get ready.
Well, I mean, if he has, it could happen. If he has a bad game on Monday, well, he might have to do some more. By the way, I'm starting to think of songs saying "I don't care." Any "I don't cares"? I mean, I see Ed Sheeran and Justin Bieber. I don't want that one.
Black Flag, I don't care, but that might be a little too much for most people. It's very intense, Marcus. Don't care. I don't know if you're ready for the Black Flag.
Yeah. I'm trying. There's not too many songs about not caring.
Yeah, I'll have to think. So far, Black Flag's all I have.
We know Joe Walsh saying, I don't know which way I should go.
Nice.
Right? But
I don't know. I don't know
about which caring either, too. So anyway, there's some sound from Purdy on Eisen and Shanahan yesterday. We'll do it again today, tomorrow. They leave after tomorrow's practice. They get to Sunday. All the writers will watch Sunday football. The Niners will do their walkthrough. And then finally Monday night at 5 o'clock.
I expect the Niners to stomp that A. I really do.
7-point favorites.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you guys touch that one?
No, I didn't. It was a Monday. Well, it's like off limits. It's a Monday.
I kind of have a rule in that pool, though.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick against the Niners.
No, you can't.
I did one week, and I just felt dirty.
Me too. I hate it.
So in that pool, for my head.
And Marcus, if I'm not mistaken, I believe, don't have it in front of me, but I think the Niners are 5-1 against the spread. So picking the Niners is a very good idea.
Yeah. I mean, not last week, but yeah.
Right.
You didn't say 5-1, right?
Yeah.
That's the one. Okay, Chris Rose is going to join us. Hey, he's a Browns guy. Plus, he has some thoughts on baseball. It's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan stopped by the Papa and Lynch show yesterday for his weekly Power Hour, a.k.a. the Bull Rush, to break down what went wrong for the 49ers against the Browns and their Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is no good! It's no good! And the Browns will beat the 49ers 19-17. He pushed it wide to the right.
There it is, man. Hey, kickers write history. Jake Moody wrote the wrong kind of history there. And the Cleveland Browns won the game. I'll be curious to see how the Browns go because it was impressive, man. Now, you know, P.J. Walker, not really, but maybe they won the game. Chris Rose can talk to us about that. And he can talk to us about all other things, too. So, Chris, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, Chris.
Good, guys. How are you?
Well, congratulations. Your Browns beat our Niners. What do we owe you? Do we owe you like a sandwich or something?
Sourdough bread, something like that? Yeah.
No, just an appearance on your show is gift enough.
That's the reward,
it
yes.
It really is. Oh, no. Actually, I'll be sending you a full request.
Formal request, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, that's a great win for the Browns, especially because P.J. Walker was the quarterback and Nick Chubb is out, and we thought that defense was the real stinking deal. And it makes me start to wonder, where the Browns fit into the AFC hierarchy because they never get mentioned. I mean, it's strictly the Chiefs and the Dolphins and the Bills and, nobody else, right? Maybe the Bengals. But are the Browns, knocking around here?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think the first 4 weeks of the season or 5 weeks, people went, okay, you went against the quarterback in Joe Burrow who had one leg and there was a torrential downpour, so we don't know really how good your defense is. Then week 2, the Browns lost the game in Pittsburgh where they lost Chubb.
Right.
But the offense gave up 2 touchdowns, one on a pick six and one on a fumble return. So the Browns defense gave up 1 touchdown the entire game. Then they blew out Tennessee, who stinks. And then they got lit up by Baltimore, and that was the day which was so screwy because the team thought that Deshaun was starting. Then that morning, their 5th-round pick, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, finds out he's starting. And I think the whole team was like, what the hell's going on here? And to Baltimore's credit, they went up and down the field, unlike any team has gone against the Browns. So I think the defense is really, really good. I think this weekend you'll actually find out just how good it is. The one thing the Browns have not been able to do over the last 3 seasons is stack wins. In fact, they are 3-13 the week following a win.
Huh. Wow.
3-13.
That's the most Brown stat ever. You know?
That's tough. Yeah.
It is. So if your defense is elite, no matter who's going to be quarterbacking, whether it's P.J. Walker again or Deshaun Watson, who, from what I was reading on X this morning, actually had a little zip on the ball today in practice and took all the first-team reps, that defense is going to have to win a game like this in Indianapolis. And I think that's when you show if you're elite. It's not always against the top offenses. It's in games where you're supposed to dominate that you are good enough to help your offense through some rough waters.
Yeah, man. And so, it's time for the Browns to start stringing some wins together, stacking some wins together. And it was impressive. Listen, I mean, the Niners, did you factor in the no CMC, no Debo, missed kick kind of thing? Or are you like, hell no, we won that game?
Well, I mean, we did win. They don't. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Nothing's perfect in the NFL. Nothing is perfect.
No.
You're going to have days where guys play crappy or guys get hurt during the game.
Yeah.
I mean, when the Browns lost in Pittsburgh on Monday night, yes, people were mentioning Chubb, but they weren't going, well, the Browns lost because they didn't have Nick Chubb. They went, what the hell's the matter with Deshaun Watson? That was the story the next day. So you either win or you lose. I don't care what – I mean, there's been – believe it or not, I've been watching the NFL for a long, long time. I have seen – now, this might come as a shock. I have seen kickers miss 41-yard kicks before. I've seen it.
You have? Wow. No.
I have.
Yeah.
I have seen it.
You've seen it.
And it happens.
Yeah, it does.
He's not the first kicker to do it. I know it feels that way. But, people say, well, if he makes the kick, we win. I got it. I hear you. If our kicker hits a 47-yarder earlier in the game, then you have to score a touchdown. I mean, but he didn't. So that's the way it went down.
They say if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
How about that, Chris? See?
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have a refrain that's a little
spicier,
more X-rated.
A little spicier.
A little more,
Does it involve queens and kings?
No. No, not quite.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got even another one.
Yeah. But we'll save that for the YouTube version.
Okay, there you go. That's what you do on your podcast there. We're talking to Chris Rose there. That's where you can say whatever the hell you want, man. And, of course, he's got the Chris Rose Rotation podcast, and he's on John Boy Media, NFL Network, BattleBots, all the good places that Chris Rose is. Hey, let's riff a little bit about the league as we kind of spin around here. Dolphins-Patriots Sunday. Dolphins-Eagles, my bad. Dolphins-Eagles Sunday, game of the week by a mile, I think. We have a keen interest because we want the Eagles to lose. We're sort of wondering, is Mike McDaniel, they're calling it the greatest show on surf.
Yeah.
I just heard that one today. Your feel going into this one and which is the more legit Super Bowl contender here?
Well, so Miami is, I want to know whether or not they're just a cute little toy that are kind of fun to play with and watch, or if they are legit, okay? Mm-hmm. I'm going to read you a list of teams that they have beaten this year.
Okay.
The 2-3 Chargers,
mm-hmm.
the 1-win Patriots,
yeah.
the 1-win Broncos,
yep.
mm-hmm. the 1-win Giants, and the winless Panthers.
That's absolutely brutal.
Yeah. Now, Miami should not be apologizing.
No.
It's not like they're booking teams for their homecoming game. Mm-hmm. And they put 70 on Denver, and they've scored a lot of points against a lot of these teams. But the one really good team they played was Buffalo. And they got the snot knocked out of them. So I know Philadelphia is banged up, especially in the secondary. I'll be curious to see whether or not their linebackers can run the way they need to run against a team like Miami. But if they beat Philadelphia on the road with the bright lights and all of that and that crowd, then I will change kind of where I sit with Miami. And for me, that's the biggest question going into this week in that game.
I would agree with you. I mean, it's they are. I mean, they're a cute toy all the way down to McDaniel's like cute press conferences and stuff. It's like they don't feel like super serious. Like Philly feels super serious.
I agree. Actually, they do. They feel
so
lighthearted. It's almost unlike the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're fun to watch, right? And they're really, really fun to watch. I actually think that home field advantage for them is more important than any team in the NFL.
That's a good call.
Like they have to get the bye because I don't know if that team and Tua in particular will work if he has to go to Kansas City if it's 8 degrees. Buffalo, if it's now, people will say, well, hold on. Played great last year in that game. Yes, he did. Absolutely. January could be a little bit different. That's all I'm saying.
Plus, how can Mike McDaniel wear those sweatpants pushed up to the shins in 8 degrees?
Yeah, you don't want to do that in Philly, right, Chris? You don't want to show off the shins in front of those Eagle fans.
Probably not, but he's probably heard it all as a wide receiver at Yale.
Right.
Yeah, right. Those Cornell fans I hear can be kind of brutal.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's right. You don't want to go to Ithaca with your sweat with your shins.
No, you don't roll
showing.
into Ithaca like that.
Hey, the NFC, we think it's Niners, Eagles, Niners, Eagles, Niners, Eagles. Oh, wait, there's a 5-1 team. That's not the Niners or the Eagles.
What a great story these guys are.
I mean, you want to talk about a team that maybe isn't a cute little toy? The Detroit Lions.
They keep doing it.
For some reason, they feel more real than the Dolphins. I don't know. Or maybe not. Maybe that's a bad take. Maybe they are a cute little toy, and they're going to get served by Baltimore this weekend. But also, Chris, we're talking to Chris Rose here on the UMA guest line. Their schedule's really easy the rest of the way. Your take on this Lions phenomenon?
Yeah. So last 2 weeks ago, I think I was doing the show late at night on NFL Network, and Daniel Jeremiah was our analyst. I thought he had the perfect description of the Lions. He said they are the JV Niners, and I loved that comparison. I thought that they're tough. They have built both lines up big time through the drafts or through free agency, and that's where they believe. They are the identity of their coach. I really feel the same way with the Niners. So I feel like they're a half step at least behind the Niners, whom I still believe is the best team in the NFL. But as long as Jared Goff continues to play exceptionally well on the road, which he has this year, and he leads the NFL in completion percentage on deep passes this year, and it's not even close. He's completing 65% of his passes when the ball travels at least 10 yards in the air. That is a substantial difference than anybody else. And if he can continue to do that, they're going to be okay. They're going to be I think they'll finish as a 3 seed in the NFC, possibly the 2. And they are not going to be a fun play in January.
Man, oh man, what a story. Well, listen, every year, the NFL playoff rotation swaps out. Half the teams miss. That's one of the most bankable stats in the in sports. It changes every year. And hey, bring the Lions in. Bring them in. Now well, you know how long have we been saying it, Chris? I mean, the road to the bowl runs through Ford Field.
You can't have one without the other.
It's one of those cliches in sports, really, right?
Well, it was factually accurate for Super Bowl 40.
Remember the Jerome? You just gave me Jerome Bettis flashbacks. Do you remember how many times? Did you know Jerome Bettis is from Detroit? He's here with the Steelers.
Seriously? Wait a second. You know what? I got one. Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
We're doing hot
Run
takes.
with that one, guys.
We're doing hot takes.
We will.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Hey, hold on. Phillip Rivers has 17 kids.
Yeah, he does.
Who knew?
By the way, Kyle Shanahan was on the phone talking to one of those 17 kids saying, "Is your dad home?" How about that story that he was ready to call Rivers if the Niners quarterback had one more injury?
Is your dad home?
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
God, I would love to see that.
Old man Rivers.
Yeah.
Coming out.
The guy shot with the football down the field.
Yeah. Who are you going with the Lions in Baltimore? Right? That's a hard one.
Yeah, I'm worried about the Lions' run game. I think they're really.
I just saw. I'm interrupting you, Chris. They say Jahmyr Gibbs should be back. Is the news?
Okay. Yeah, but he hasn't been healthy, and against that defense, that could be a real problem if they have to use guys that just aren't like they'll take that ball away. That's what the Ravens specialize in. And Lamar's playing great football. He really is. So I think I like the Ravens in a close one, but I'll be rooting for the Lions.
If it's a close one, they can cover the 3 for Paulie Mack. Hey, before we go, just one hit on the MLB because we all love it, and we're Bochy guys, we're Dusty guys, and
hey, we finally got a series, finally,
and then Philly
in the American League,
Arizona. Yeah. But your biggest takeaway, like, do you feel like the Astros have done it? But there's Boch going, oh no, I've been in this situation before. But the Rangers don't have any pitching. The final 2 games will be in Houston. Today's a big one. What's your thought?
Well, the Rangers do have pitching. I mean, in fact, you could say that their starting pitching is better suited in games 5 and 6 than Houston because Framber Valdez, who's going to pitch game 6 for the Astros, has been extremely inconsistent over the last couple months. So would you rather have Verlander and Framber or Jordan Montgomery, who's been great in a Rangers uniform and really over the last year plus has been very good, and Nathan Eovaldi, who's been lights out in his postseason career? Listen, the Rangers got to win tonight or it's over. But if they win, I mean, I'm really rooting for it. I think it's going to be a blast.
Do you feel like, though, whoever it is roadkill for the Phillies? Destiny, team of destiny?
No, not roadkill. No. Especially if it's Houston. They just know how to win. But I do think, I think I'd be surprised if Philly's not hoisting that commissioner's trophy at the end of the day.
Okay. All right, bud. It's always great catching up with you. Props to your Browns.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
See if they can stack 2 together.
Oh, my God. I'll let you. I might call you back.
It's asking a lot. I know.
I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Me too. 4-13 following a win on Sunday, I might just, who knows? I might run up to San Francisco.
By the way, are you bumming on these white helmets? Are you missing your traditional?
I thought that was odd. The whole marshmallow look.
No, I dig the white helmet.
You do? Okay.
Send it back to the championship days of our 1946 birth. That's pretty good.
You going autogram on us? What are you doing?
Yeah. Heck yeah, why not?
Let's
roll when we were the toughest team in the land.
We're going to go Mount Otto more. We're going to go Autogram, Jim Otto from The Simpsons, and then I need one more.
I'll give it to you because in Repo Man, Emilio Estevez's character was named Otto, and he was the lead guy. Good movie, Repo Man.
Or our favorite Warrior sub, Otto Porter Jr.
That's all we can do.
Otto Porter Jr.
There you go.
Pick in the draft.
That's what you got, Chris. Take care.
All right, boys. Always good catching up.
You're the man,
great
Chris.
weekend,
Thanks so
man.
much.
Just a fun conversation, as always. All right. Hey, it's a Friday vibe. We were short on the cooler.
We'll go back in.
We'll go back in.
Yeah, good.
It's fun sound to end your Friday on a KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
I know for a fact that Tua is a better quarterback, but it wasn't working. So that's when you put Jalen in.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Oh, man. I would just say, I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win. I want to help this team win. People can say what they want. That's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals. And then we'll see at the end of all this if that's true or not.
Well, there it is. We said earlier today about Brock Purdy saying, I don't care, to Rich Eisen about the system quarterback. You just heard it there. So I said to Paulie, just kind of riffing off the top of my head, I said, Paulie, songs that say I don't care. And we both blanked, and then we went to break. And then here came the text line pouring in with two candidates. Number one was Phil Collins' I Don't Care Anymore, which was your Sergio Romo song. And then Marcus, joined by an army behind him, said, dude, what about the banger that is it Icana Pop, Isana Pop, Icana?
Icana Pop?
Icana Pop?
Murph, I'm not sure. I just know they used to use this song a lot for like Jersey Shore commercials.
This, for you lasso
this
heads,
is definitely Jersey Shore music.
I can second that.
Yes.
I talked to you guys earlier about European discos
right
at 4 a.m, embracing cheesy pop.
Keep this going.
In the Ted Lasso episode that ends with Beard and his after hours, and he reunites with his girlfriend at the disco, this is the song that's playing.
Yeah.
And they have like a really like happy reunion. It's like it's a feel-good moment in Lasso.
Well, let me take a different spin on this. So keep this playing. So this is total Jersey Shore music. Let me give you an authentic Jersey Shore experience with this song playing. So you're walking down the boardwalk, this tune is pumping out of some store over there, and all of a sudden, here he comes. Here he comes in the tank top with the chain. The blank you looking at. That's an authentic Jersey Shore experience I just gave the Bay Area. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The blank you looking at.
Yeah. And what's your answer?
Yeah. Or did she say something to your girlfriend like, hey, what are you doing with this loser? You know what I mean? Like, because someone's always got something to say.
And what's the appropriate response?
You just keep walking. You don't want to get involved.
But then are you weak?
Yeah,
if you
I don't want any. I'm way too old for that nonsense.
Kyle
yeah,
Shanahan.
but this is what's playing in the background, by the way.
Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. I feel this is more Euro than Jersey. Am I wrong or right?
I can see it, though. I could see these guys down there. They got the steroids
especially
going.
During that MTV Jersey Shore era, everybody was fist pumping their minds out, Murph.
To this particular song?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know how it goes, Paul.
Well, we did the fist pump, the 2012 Giants, the fist pump cam. We did the fist pump with Mario's mom. The 2012 Giants World Series one was fist pump grandma.
Yeah.
But it wasn't this song that was playing. It was a different one. It was a Jersey Shore fist pump song. And she did it all anyway. Back into the cooler. Do we have an open for this?
Yeah, I want some cooler, man.
Yeah, we have an open or no? Mm-hmm.
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
We're going to start with somebody chiming in on 707.
Yeah, it's out of control out there today. You saw the one I just saw.
Do you guys ever notice that Triple E's tie-dye shirt looks like private parts where it's pink on the left side is below his arm?
I haven't, actually.
What are those tests where you see like the two blobs and you got to figure out what it is?
Rorschach or whatever?
That's what Triple E's shirt is.
It's
open to interpretation.
Now I see the phallic nature. Yeah.
I'm getting corrected by the Lasso Army. It's called I Came to Say Hello.
I don't care.
It's almost identical song.
See, now it's in my head.
Almost identical.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Look who leads off our cooler of content.
I don't. Who is it?
I mean, it's been 3 weeks. It was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Today.
Boy, 3 long weeks too, with not a whole lot of progress for the rest of us out here trying to keep an eye on who the next Giant skipper is going to be.
Gabe Kapler's back now. 2 items. One, Waterboy. What did you find on the interwebs just now?
I saw a story that the Boston Red Sox are interviewing Gabe Kapler for a front office job, Paulie Mac.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I'm just saying.
I mean, listen, he's a baseball guy.
Yeah, no, good luck to him, man. He's got Red Sox ties. He was on the field when they won the World Series.
He was in 04.
Yeah.
I'm almost feeling like a Polymac riff on Kapler in the North End, or Kapler with the Italian eyes.
I don't know.
Kapler at Santarpio's.
Yeah, do you have anything with any sprouts and freshly?
Kapler doing one of those IG lives with that guy running the coal oven at Santarpio's.
I will tell you this, though. If he goes into Santarpio's and tries that new AGS, they'll show him the door. They don't play that at Santarpio's, man.
I really feel this store represents the patriarchy.
Is this aged cheese, the mozzarella you guys are using? Can I take a look? Let me come back and take a look.
The store was founded by white males who had an advantage.
Oh, boy. Well, that's East Boston now.
I mean,
that's a tough neighborhood.
Anyway, he must be feeling good because he's back on Insta.
All right. Well, go get him,
So
Gabe.
I think, by the way, the Boston Globe reported it.
He's not going to get a gig before the Giants name a manager, is he?
Would he be good as a front office guy?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Sitting in a big office, wearing office clothes, looking all chic and stuff.
Where he doesn't have to fake. As I wrote in the...
I could see him walking down Newbury Street now. Just like it's like one of the really nice streets in Boston with all these stores and like boutique-y kind of places to go hang out. I think Daisy Buchanan's your spots over there.
Oh, yeah.
He'll go down Newbury. Yeah, this is a great blanking street. Look at the cobblestone. It's epic. Shout out Beacon Hill. You know what I mean?
I'd get a lobster roll, but it's
totally
cruel to the lobster.
No, why do they call it New England clam chowder when I'm actually in Boston?
Maybe he's better in the front office because he doesn't have to fake the daily interactions. I wrote in the Jock blog with Gabe, I said, you didn't know if you were getting Gabe or Chat GPT.
I don't think Paul Revere is somebody we should be celebrating. You know what I mean? Like, just uncovering stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's all right.
Anyway, he's back. He was making a breakfast scramble. Listen, it looked like a pretty good breakfast scramble. I ain't going to lie.
No, he knows his way around the
Here
kitchen.
he is.
Yeah.
Getting you ready for a breakfast scramble.
Okay.
Here's a quick look at a post-workout scramble with 6 eggs, some local jalapeno jack, salt, pepper, cayenne, and some leftover brisket. And a less ordinary ingredient, a Honeycrisp apple. I just chop it up into small pieces and add it last so it stays nice and crunchy.
I got to tell you right now, Murph, if I ate 6 eggs...
Local jalapeno jack? Like there's a plate like this is local
My
jalapeno
stomach would
jack?
explode if I ate that thing. 6 eggs? Half a dozen eggs? You know how much...
How many did Sly knock back with the talk radio
These
going?
guys are pro boxers and athletes. I mean, I couldn't eat 6 eggs. No way.
By the way, shout out Sly Stallone in that scene. He does it. That's
how
a
many
goal.
times do you think they had to cut that scene, too? Hope that was a one take.
What always gets me about that scene is that it's like he gets up at like 3:30 in the morning to go on his run, and he puts on the radio, and it's lively call-in radio in Philly at 3:30. Some woman's like, the other thing I thought. He's like, well, I disagree with you. There's some talk radio going on.
They're already going at it.
They're going at it.
Throughout the night.
It's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Although you said there was a guy on WFAN who used to do it overnight that you liked.
Yeah, Steve Summers. There was a guy named Steve Summers. I think he had some experience in San Francisco, too, at KNBR in the old days. Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
man.
I think so.
He would do overnight call-ins?
Yeah, and he was really good. He would call it schmoozing under the covers.
But
and
at 2:30 in the morning, somebody would call about the New York Giants?
All pissed off. Like calling about with serious Ranger takes. Listen, here's what they got to do with Messier at like 2:30 in the morning.
Listen.
And you heard some of it.
I used to listen a lot. Yeah, I like that guy. Steve Summers was cool. Yeah.
Young Polymac staying up late listening to that?
Yeah. Well, I had later hours back then. I was a young man doing young man stuff.
Did you ever call in?
No, I never called. I've never called any radio show ever. I like to listen.
Marcus, have you?
Yeah.
No, I've never been a caller,
Triple E?
actually.
Yeah.
Have you called a radio show? I'm the only one?
Yeah.
So I called Larry King, and I got on. National.
How'd you get through?
I was very excited.
Yeah.
And he used to say your city, and then hello.
What was the topic?
So he would say Mountain Lakes, New Jersey, hello.
Nice.
They had Leonard Shapiro, who wound up being a friend of mine on the golf beat. He was the assistant sports editor at the Washington Post.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Larry had him
You
on to
told me
talk
this.
about sports writing.
Yeah.
I have Leonard Shapiro from the Washington Post. I'm doing Kapler, Howard.
I dig it, though. I know what you're
Larry.
doing. Yeah.
He had a great radio voice, Larry King. He really did.
He did.
It was called Open Phone America, and I was a junior.
like,
I was a senior at UCLA, and I was like, I want to be a sports writer. I should call this guy in. I called and waited, and then all of a sudden I heard it, man. Mill Valley, California. Hello. And I said,
Yeah.
I said, hi, I'm a senior and I'm at a major Pac-8 university or whatever, Pac-10. And I'm interested. I'm the sports editor of my school paper. I didn't even say the school. I should have just said, I don't know why I didn't say. I was like trying to be mysterious. And I said, I wonder what Leonard say about advising sports writing as a career. And he goes, Lenny, what do you say? And he said, it beats work.
Yeah, good answer.
That's what he said.
So does this.
It beats work.
Yeah.
I took that and ran.
Yeah.
All right, Davante Adams is next up. He is. Well, I don't know how you feel about this, buddy. I don't know how you feel about this. He comes at your Raiders.
Well, I feel the same way that Devontae felt before the season started when he said he didn't like the direction that this franchise
He was already
heading.
upset.
This is him on McAfee.
Okay.
Davante Adams.
I mean, I'm a human being, and I have extremely high standards for myself and this offense. So
to me, it's not just about, I'm sure people thinking like, well, they won the game, they won the Packers game, why is there an issue? I mean, you see why it's an issue. Y'all should know who I am, know what I'm about at this point. So it's not about, when you're a player like me, mentally, my benchmark is not wins and losses, it's greatness. So when I go out there, I expect to be able to have that ability to put that on tape and have an influence on the game. And that's, like I say every week, that's my purpose for being here. I'm not here just to hang out and, like I said, come here to hang out with Derek and all of that stuff from last year. Came here to win and to do it the right way. So if it don't look like it's supposed to look, then I'm gonna be frustrated if I'm not a part of that plan, because as I have the opportunity to go and to change that and make it look like a much better picture out there. And if that doesn't happen, then I'm gonna be frustrated.
Murph, just a couple quick reactions.
What's going on there?
Anytime, I know he went into serious detail, but anytime you start any answer to a question with, listen, I'm a human being. Like when you start with that, like you're setting the standard. And then number two, I want to thank 516 who checked it on the text line and confirmed it. Steve Summers, it was not KNBR, but this guy confirmed Steve Summers was a sports anchor on KPIX.
I don't remember
Channel
that.
5. Yeah, because I remember
I ride with Wayne Walker.
And he would be like this. He would be like, I just came from San Francisco. He had like this really cool, like mellow delivery.
Steve Summers.
Schmoozing under the covers. That's what he used to call it. Yeah.
Very good. Waterboy, what do you think, man? So, you guys have won 2 in a row. Should you not be complaining?
See, here's the thing. It is a little bit of diva behavior from a wide receiver, but I've made it clear I stand with Davante Adams. I haven't been happy with Josh McDaniels or Dave Ziegler, the decision to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo. It makes no sense to have Davante Adams in silver and black in this point of his career, and that's why they're talking about this morning on ESPN. Should the Raiders trade him before that deadline at the end of the month?
Trade Jimmy G or Davante?
Davante.
All right.
They're in the middle of a rebuild. Like I said,
what do you get for him?
Should.
What would you expect?
I would assume a
Niners
first or a
aren't gonna do
second.
that, are they?
It'd be similar to the package that Tyreek Hill got. I would assume, right?
I don't want him going to like the Eagles. I don't want him going to the Lions.
Right.
Man.
Yeah, Davante's a dude.
He is.
And he just and right now he doesn't have a dude who can throw the ball.
Sounds to me like he's going to get traded.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm a human being, guys. Listen.
Has anybody emerged as the lead horse?
Oh, dude, they were throwing the Chiefs up on the screen this morning, but I can't see that.
That's
You
the last
can't
thing we need.
trade him.
That's the last thing we need.
That would kill
They
your
won't do
soul,
business with the
wouldn't it?
Chiefs. They're not going to trade him.
Yeah, I know the Carolina Panthers have been talking about getting a number 1 wide receiver.
That's fine. Send him
for
down
Bryce
there.
Young, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think he wants to go to Carolina either.
Yeah, that kid's really.
It's a mess out in Las Vegas, boys.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
As usual.
3-3 going into Chicago. You're probably coming out of Chicago 4-3.
That's the crazy part.
I went with you guys.
Did you?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, I hope it works out.
Even without Jimmy G, you're still rolling with the Raiders, huh?
It's the Bears. The Bears are.
I got time to fix it.
Yeah, Bears
By the
are
way, I
bad.
went in and fixed my Jacks pick before kickoff, and I went with Jacks. So sometimes you change.
Okay, well, that's good.
Once I knew Trevor was playing.
Yeah.
Tiki Barber on his WFAN show with Evan Roberts. This gets a little dicey. We're going to get a little spicy. And PG-13, kids, talking about male anatomy. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Trust me, Tiki, people have peeked at you. All right, I was in a locker room my whole life.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
He went to a Jamaica New Beach.
I took showers with 30 men every day for 10 years.
Some of them were surprising, right?
Yeah.
Would you call yourself a middle of the pack guy in the '98 Giants?
Yeah,
what would you rank yourself?
But that damn Jeremy Shockey.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Jeremy was
Jeremy's he's a large human being.
I'm whipping one out. I don't know why I find this so fascinating. I got to admit it. That's the thing about I don't want to see naked people, but I'm kind of curious.
Of course. Oh, man.
Well, a lot
We
going
went
on
there at
there.
9:50.
A lot going on. Jeremy Shockey's a big guy. Lot to absorb and digest.
Well, I mean, Jeremy Shockey right now enjoying his Friday.
He comes out looking good.
He comes out, he's just enjoying, like, people like, I mean, there was a God, do we go down this? There was a female
It's the end of the
groupie
week.
who wrote a whole book about.
Oh, the plaster
I can't use
caster?
that word anymore, but.
Plaster caster?
Yeah.
Yeah. They did a whole thing. They would
And
do
so
the
there
cast.
was she was kind of just.
Do you know
outing-
about the plaster casters? Google that, S.
Outing and evaluating.
Yeah. No. They made these casts now, like these.
Sounds like she should visit.
I'm not going into that.
They got Jimi Hendrix.
Sounds like she
I'll
should
tell you
visit.
that. They did. It's out there. I'm
I
just saying.
don't want to see naked people, but I'm kind of curious.
Of course. That's the thing. The guy goes, of course.
God,
I know.
Can't end it on that one. We got to do Jamal
Okay,
Murray.
let's clean it up. Yeah.
Asking Nikola Jokic what he's doing when he's sitting over at practice on his phone.
Of course.
Here it is. Yeah. You got Jamal Murray asking Jokic what he's doing at practice. Jokic just turning into this all-time character here.
Okay.
Here he is looking at his phone. Here's Jamal Murray.
Who's that?
No. I'm scouting horses.
You're scouting? How many do you have?
Right now, like 7, 8, 10, 12.
That's it. What are you doing? Scouting horses? How many do you have? 7, 8, 10, 12? Jokic and his horses. One of your favorite things.
I do. It is. He's like such a non-NBA. He's like a non-pro sports.
Dude, he literally said,
I don't know how to describe him.
Was this the best offseason of your life? He goes, no, it was 2 months shorter. I hated it.
He didn't want to be away from his horse. He didn't even want to go to the parade. He was like, I got to go back to my horse. That's a dedicated guy. He don't give a damn.
He's incredible.
I know.
And nobody's talking about him winning the Denver.
Same drill again. Here we go again.
I went back and looked at that Hollinger piece I was talking about. He actually picked Memphis to win the West.
That's not happening.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, that's not going to happen.
No love for the Nuggets. No love.
I give the Nuggets love, but I'll tell you, the Memphis ain't winning S. They're not.
Take that up with John Hollinger. Paulie says Kiss has a song called Plaster Cast.
They do. Shout out Gene Simmons, Plaster Caster. He knows all about it.
It's time to go.
Yeah.
It's time to go.
See you guys.
Hand it over to Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
I'm scouting horses.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, there it is. The only time Reggae Friday revisits us is our farewell on Friday. Fun day, man. What did we accomplish? We had the forecast.
Today was a lot of fun. I laughed a lot today.
Greg Papa came on, talked to us about
always a good thing.
Everything in life, and then Johnny Lynch. Always good. John's just, everything.
Well, John Lynch rules. And Greg Papa gave us Poison and Noise. Don't forget about that, the rhyme scheme. He did.
Do we have the boys?
That's an old one.
They're
You
on.
guys
They're
haven't
right
heard
there.
that before?
Are they there? I have not heard Poison and Noise. I dug that.
That's old. Did I say that?
Yes, you did. You said he's got to have Poison and Noise.
I also didn't. I'd never heard
Lake Drury.
I had never heard Lake Drury.
I like
either.
Lake Drury too.
I grew up on Lake Drury.
You got a million of them. You had one or two more. You got
did?
you're like a rapper, man. You got all sorts of
Grip It?
bars.
What else did I have?
I compared you to Steven Tyler, like
You
a
know why? 'Cause,
mid-70s.
every Friday morning before I come out with you guys, I smoke 2 joints, and I just start rhyming.
I might do the same. I would never admit, though.
That was pretty much a mic drop right there as we bump up right against 10 o'clock.
Have a great trip, man.
Hey, safe journey. Can't wait for your call on Monday
You better
night.
be safe or we're not winning.
Well, this is true. Yeah.
I love when they
should
say
probably
that before we get out of the charter.
I know, right? Well, it's an old...
you know what'll happen? I'll be and others.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Let's get back to the smoke
That's
2
very
joints.
dark.
That's much more
You
fun.
gotta
All right.
Cheers, you guys.
Papa
Lake
Lund,
Minnetonka.
bringing you gold next. Paulie, have a great weekend. Waterboy, Tripoli, have a great weekend. See everybody Monday. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's been a long time since we lost. I actually forgot what the routine was when we lose.
Post-workout scramble with 6 eggs, some local jalapeno jack.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The pitch to the left side, running with speed at the 10, inside the 5, and across the goal line is ETN for a Jacksonville touchdown. He just kept gaining speed down that left sideline, scoots in for 6, and it's 13-3 Jaguars. 1st and 10 at the 17, shotgun snap to Carr, sets and throws, looking for the end zone, jump ball for Michael Thomas, got his feet in, touchdown from 17 yards out. The first touchdown for Michael Thomas in over a year, and the Saints are within 2, 24-22. Shotgun snap to Lawrence. In the pocket, throws on a cross. It's Kirk from left to right. Goes up the right sideline to the 30. Kirk inside the 20. Chase to the 10. Breaks the tackle at the 5. And Christian Kirk all the way 44 yards for a Jacksonville touchdown. And the Jaguars grab a 30-24 lead. Gets the shotgun snap. Drops to throw. Throws it back in the end zone. Wide open and dropped by Foster Moreau. Moreau was the loneliest man in New Orleans in the back left corner of the end zone, and it caromed off his right and left hand and out of bounds. Oh, my goodness.
Well, thanks for joining us. What we missed there is Andre Iguodala retiring. How will Warriors fans remember him? 1 year ago today, CMC, the trade. We'll get into that as well. You know what I was just watching? Rich Eisen has our friend Brock Purdy on. We'll get into some of the things that he said. Didn't used to be Derek Carr. You heard some baseball in there. The Diamondbacks stay alive with the walk-off, and the Astros do not lose at home. Busy Friday. Good morning, my friend.
They do not lose on the road, the Astros. They don't win on.
Did I say home? Yeah,
well,
they don't win at home.
The Globe Life Park, I think we have to rename it there. It's the home of the Astros. They got some hitters in that lineup. Yordan Alvarez, but Jose Abreu. Wow, that's going to be a fun series. And we watched the Marte Parte and Arizona walking it off. I actually listened to the great Greg Schulte wrapping up a great run as the voice of the Arizona Diamondbacks. But Tom Candiotti from St. Mary's, the knuckleballer, the former Oakland A on color. So you are home today. I am in Levi's. I stopped and tried to pay it back. I got you a breakfast burrito this morning, John. So do I keep that for next week in the bag? Or do it'll go hockey puck status by next week, or do I take it with me to the land of Lake Minnetonka?
Oh, that's right. You guys do that anyway, right?
We're leaving tomorrow.
Yes.
I got to get me a Juicy Lucy, I think, on Saturday night, which I've never had.
You absolutely.
Before. Have you had one?
Yeah, I have, and you'll be talking about them forever. They make them in Minneapolis, for those who don't know.
Is it St. Paul or Minneapolis where they make them?
I think it originated in St. Paul. You had a bar in St. Paul. And
was it a bar?
I used to know the story, but essentially what they do is they kind of hollow out in the middle a little bit, and they put the cheese, and depending on what kind you like, but they started with like a cheddar cheese, in the middle of the burger rather than on top, and then you bite in the thing, and it's like molten lava.
Oh, wow.
It's like one of those...
Explosion?
Yeah, you know how McDonald's has those apple pies in the middle of the apple pie? It says right on the outside, like, it's going to be really hot, don't bite into it, and you do it anyway. That's what it's like. And so they had them in Detroit when I lived there. It wasn't quite like Minneapolis, but they were really good. And I don't know why they haven't caught on all across the country. One. They are so good.
I got to go righty-tighty and Juicy Lucy.
And you can have any kind of cheese you want. Like, they'll throw whatever in there.
Got to go.
And it is good.
I am pro-Valone. You know me. But it depends what kind of burger. Maybe we'll go cheddar.
Yeah,
anyway.
Really good.
A lot going on. We'll get to Andre Iguodala's retirement and how he kind of symbolized the people wanting to come here and play before Kevin Durant ever wanted to come here. It was Iggy. He didn't like being called Iggy, but like Kevin Durant and Rick Barry, he's the only Finals MVP we've ever had around here. So certainly retire the number. I don't know about a statue for Andre, but he should get his number retired. So we'll get a Juicy Lucy on Saturday, maybe in Minneapolis. For Derek Carr, as he's spitting up his beignet this morning. So that was I'm impressed they even came back. They look so overmatched for most of the game. Alua Khan had the pick six, and the Saints are down 24-9, and Derek got him back into the game. That Taysom Hill package. And I guess what they do is they have all three quarterbacks up on game day. Even though you have this new QB3 emergency quarterback rule, Jameis Winston's the backup to Derek. At one point, they were calling for famous Jameis or infamous Jameis to come in and pull Derek, and but they run Taysom Hill as a quarterback, which is the rules I read, and Kyle Shanahan showed me a little different. But in any event, all three quarterbacks are up on game day. They don't use that emergency QB rule. It's just so easy for him to be able to score that way. It's just he walks in the end zone. Then Michael Thomas finally scored. And anyway, they came back and tied the game. And then Trevor Lawrence and Christian Kirk, man, is he fast. And then poor Foster Moreau, the former Raider, who, going to New Orleans, they found the cancer and saved his life in the offseason, John, but he was just heartbroken. So, and Derek's just going off on everybody on the sideline, Pete Carmichael and all the coaches in New Orleans that Dennis Allen has there. It was kind of an ugly scene. They came back and they wound up losing late, but my main takeaway is the 49ers got to play Jacksonville coming up out of the bye. How good are the Jaguars? And Trevor Lawrence with a bad knee not only played last night, he was their leading rusher with ATN. They got a good defense. They got Kirk and Ingram, the tight end. They got some pieces there. Calvin Ridley, shockingly, was quiet last night. Targeted 4 times, caught just 1 for 5 yards. But and the key thing with Jacksonville, John, they're going to be off their bye week. Now, the 49ers will be as well. But that's going to be a hard game. That's why what Tim Ryan was talking about, this game Monday night in Minnesota, and we'll find out more about the 3 injured Niners. I think Dre will play, but he didn't practice yesterday, so you don't have CMC and Debo and Trent and big play Dre, and also Isaiah Oliver's got a bit of a knee. He was off on the side, so we'll find out more today about health. But after that game, you've got a very short turnaround to get ready for Cincinnati. The Bengals don't play this weekend. They're on their bye, and then coming out of the 49er bye, which will be after the Bengal game, is Jacksonville. They're going to be on their bye. But they just played last night. They play Pittsburgh in 10 days, then they're off for 2 weeks. So Jacksonville plays exactly 1 game over 23 days going into the 49er game. So you better get this Viking game, John, because you got bye and then double bye, but 1 game in 23 days. These teams are going to be a lot like Cleveland. They're going to be focused and rested for you.
Yeah, I feel good about the 49ers. I think they're going to bounce back. And again, you're talking to people today. You're talking to Kyle. I just get this sense. I watched the interview with Brock this morning. He doesn't seem any different than he ever is. But you're right. I mean, there's a tough stretch there that might be a little bit underrated. Although I will say with Jacksonville, and you can only play who's in front of you, but I thought that whole Bills situation was a terrible setup by the NFL to have the Bills go out there on a Friday, and Jacksonville got 2 straight weeks there, and Buffalo looked tired. They've beaten the Colts a couple times. I guess I'm bitter to Jacksonville because I was in an NFL suicide pool. I took them at home against Houston, and they lost. So I don't like Jacksonville.
You can't bet against D'Amico, John. What are you doing?
I know, I did. And I
think Jacksonville's good. I think they're
okay.
Good.
They're okay.
You're tough.
They're okay. We'll
you weren't impressed by them last night? Their defense is pretty good. I mean, the quarterback is a good player. They're good. They're going to win that division. I think Houston's a nice story with C.J. Stroud and D'Amico, but Jacksonville's good.
Yeah, and in New Orleans, I don't know. Dennis, is Derek Carr going to cost Dennis Allen 2 jobs? That'll be interesting. No, he didn't cost him.
It's not going to be Dennis. It's going to be Pete Carmichael.
Yeah, they don't.
He is not connecting with the offensive coordinator.
Not at all. So we had that going on. Did you go watch afternoon baseball when we left each other yesterday?
I listened to it during the 49er practice, and then as I said when I was leaving here, the Marte Parte broke out. And just good for Arizona to get back into the series. But are they going to go bullpen game now against the Philadelphia Phillies? Wow. Good luck with that. We'll see how it goes. By the way, Cap is interviewing for the Boston Red Sox president of the baseball operations job.
Yeah, I heard that he actually went into his interview with cutoff sleeves on a suit. So I don't know if he's going to get that job. But could you see Cap as a guy running the operation?
I thought he'd go back and run a farm system, but that'd probably be a step down. I think I said that. He may not, I don't know if he'll be a field manager anymore. I would hope someone would get him a chance, but why not general manager? Anytime he breaks down a player, it's in great detail, kind of like a farm director, which he was with the Dodgers before he got the manager job in Philly and then the Giants. Yeah, I ultimately, I don't know what he's best suited for. The field manager is a little more touchy-feely, and maybe he doesn't have that. I could be a broadcaster, obviously, very easily. But just the way he has kind of a scout's eye for a former player. He obviously has the analytics, and being a former player, I could see him being a GM.
The other big news that comes out, and our good friend Andrew Bagley, who we no longer have on Fridays, which makes us sad, but he wrote about Farhan Zaidi, who's taking a quick break for the managerial search, and he was in Osaka, Japan on Wednesday to watch free agent pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto start.
Nicely done, John.
It took me a second.
I already did 2 sakis by the time you said that.
But apparently, 25-year-old right-hander who's going to come over. Apparently, the Giants really like him, and I don't know if that has to do with Ohtani at all, where you get him. Maybe he's friends. I don't know. I have no idea. But anyway, he was over there, and Bags wrote about it. So
I saw that.
Maybe he's over there looking for a.
So did they interview Stephen Vogt this week before he went to Japan, or did he do it from the Far East? What was the deal with that?
I do not know that.
Pipe said that he was going to Stephen, I believe, and Stephen Vogt was going to interview, I believe, yesterday.
Okay.
And there was reports that he interviewed this week, but when did he do that? Before he flew, or did he do it via Zoom, or did somebody else do it? Maybe Buster interviewed Stephen Vogt.
That would be interesting. Former teammates.
Get down to the crouch.
Yeah. He took Pete Patella with him, too. So the whole front office, the 2 main guys in the front office went over to Japan to check this guy out. So I would think there's a fair amount of seriousness to this. I can't say that I know other than watching a little bit of video on the guy, but apparently he's supposed to be kind of – he's not Ohtani, but certainly, but he's probably –
Farhan said he's one of the best pitchers in the world.
So that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'd love it if they stocked up on pitching. I don't know what he would cost. I have no idea. There's a lot of I brought up Snell a lot, but Jordan Montgomery's really good. Aaron Nola. I mean, there's a lot of good free agent pitching out there. The thing that made me a little nervous about it was Andrew Friedman, the Dodgers, said their number one piece of work in the offseason is starting pitching. So they're going to go out and
Mozeliak, the Cardinals GM, said they're number 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
They want to buy 3 starting pitchers.
So
they
it's
lost
be
91 games last year.
Yeah,
the
they don't
most
do that.
ever in the history of the DeWitt ownership. They don't take well to that. So they're going to buy up some arms. There's no doubt.
So we got a ton to do today, but we'll start it off with Andre Iguodala, giving him his flowers, and also 1 year since the trade of CMC. There's a lot of pieces out there in regards to that. We'll give you a great guest list on Friday. We've got a poll still at Orec for you. We'll do it all coming up next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Andre Iguodala, he retires, the Warrior great. How will fans remember him? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Well, it was a beautiful run, beautiful ride. Played in some great cities, played for some great organizations, learned a lot throughout the course over my career, and some great teammates. And what I'm trying to do, or what I try to do off the court, and be the leader of investing in the tech space and opening that door and bringing it to the players, has been beautiful to watch, and we continue to go down that journey.
That is Andre Iguodala. He's going to retire after almost 20 years on the hardwood, 19 in the NBA to be exact. Of course, came out of Arizona, four-time NBA champion. And this is pretty cool. Most former athletes want to go into broadcasting or music or movies or something like that. He is going to run Mosaic, a $200 million venture capital fund. Very cool.
Well, that's a big reason why he came to the Bay Area, was to be connected with the South Bay. And he's just a smart guy. I mean, he could go into a lot of different things, but he's made a lot of money off the floor. He'll make more. Made a lot of money on the floor as well. He's just a sharp guy. So, I mean, he started in Philadelphia as the guy who was going to be the AI to replace AI, and it just didn't work out. He was a very different player than Allen Iverson. Much more complete player, but wasn't the scorer that AI was. AI was one of the great scorers. And then he went to Denver, and that's where, he kind of crossed paths with the Warriors, playing for George Karl in that 2012-2013 team that the Warriors knocked out of the first round of the playoffs. And then San Antonio's in town tonight with Pop, and then the Warriors played the Spurs the next round. But it was that first foray into the postseason for Steph and Clay and Dre and that group against Denver that really impressed Andre. And I honestly, and it wasn't a free agent signing, but it really was. It was kind of a sign and trade. And Joe Lacob talked about it when Bob Myers stepped down. What a complicated transaction that was. Bob worked on that for a long time, and that really was, Andre wanted to come here. And Denver wanted to move him, and it was just a weird three-team deal. Who'd they give up? Richard Jefferson and Andres Biedrins, Grey Goose. I mean, that was it's like, well, how did you pull that off to get Andre Iguodala? And then he was on Mark Jackson's final team, and he was in the starting lineup that initial year. And, they wound up losing to the Clippers in 7, and then George Karl got fired the year before, but
right.
Steve Kerr got hired as head coach. Mark Jackson was gone, and then they put Andre off the bench, and he just he worked. And I thought he should play off the bench right away, but his ego wouldn't allow it the first year. It took Steve Kerr and time because he was the ultimate Swiss Army knife. He could guard, not quite 1 to 5. He wasn't able to guard center some, but really he could guard 1 to 4, and he could play point guard. He was point forward, and he just ran the club so well. And he had so many big moments. I mean, his hands. He's the greatest stripper in the NBA, Jad, and there are a lot of great strippers in the NBA. But for some reason, whenever Andre Iguodala would reach in, he would never get called for a reach. He would always get Spalding, and he would come up with the steal. Just so many big moments. Remember, he got LeBron and Cleveland up against the sideline, and he got Kevin Love. I can think of, 4
he got
or 5.
Dame in a playoff in game 2 against the Blazers.
Yeah, when he was rising up in the Western Finals when Durant was hurt, and that was. Some of those were really risky. The Damian one and the LeBron one on the baseline, if they call a foul there, it's an upward motion. It's 3 free throws. But he got the strip on those guys, and obviously his performance guarding LeBron in the first championship run of 2014-2015 was a finals MVP. I mean, around here, the Warriors have won 5 NBA championships in the West Coast. Rick got the first finals MVP. And then, obviously, Andre got the one with the start the dynasty. Durant got 2 of them. Then Steph got the most recent one. So I think without question what he's meant to the organization, his number 9 will be retired. Is he worthy of a statue? I don't know about quite that. But I also think, I know he's a multimillionaire and he'll do well off the floor. But I wonder if there'd be a role for him in the organization in some regard. The last few years, he went to Miami and he came back. He's been largely hurt. Really wasn't a part of the last year's team at all or the championship team, the 4th one. But he was like a coach. He would be up off the bench, coaching up guys. So I just wonder what role he would have with the team, if any, proceeding forward. But when he got here, he was a really good player. And when you look at his international experience, the body of work of his career, I think, and it's not just an NBA Hall of Fame, it's a basketball Hall of Fame. I think Andre Iguodala, like Steph and Clay and Dre and Steve Kerr, he's going to be in Springfield one day.
There's no doubt, because he was on international teams, and I don't think there's any question at all that he's going to be on it. And I think, like you said, people kind of get confused. It's not an NBA All-Star. It's a basketball Hall of Fame. Our friend Mark Spears wrote the piece in Anscape today. Andre says the following: it's just the right time. He said, time started to get limited for me, and I didn't want to put anything in the back seat. I didn't want to have to try to delegate time anymore, especially with on the court, off the court, with a family a lot. You want to play at a high level, but then family's a lot. My son is 16 and 2 girls, so I'm looking forward to see them grow up in these important years. I mean, to me, that's incredible that he's gonna transition, and he's done this himself, that he's going to transition to the business world. He's going to be able to watch his kids grow up. I mean, it's an awesome, he just accomplished all these things in his life. He's only 39 years old. I mean, he's got so much more to live, and he's going to do this. And it's interesting also to me that, I don't know if long term, because most guys do, they want to become commentators or actors, or maybe there's just so much money out there, they want to own teams or run teams, depending on what Steph will end up doing. But for him to go into this side of a business, I do wonder if it inspires other players to come to Golden State, because while a lot of guys want to move to LA and become actors and get into Hollywood, I mean, if you want to do the type of things that Andre's doing, and I know Kevin Durant invested and Steph does and all this, this is the place to be. So I wonder if that will inspire some guys to want to do that, to see what Andre did.
Well, I mean, he came here 10 years ago. It was a long time ago. And I remember right away him being on the cover of magazines, and that was a driving force. It wasn't the big, I think it was one that put it over the top. But the reason he wanted to play here is he saw the Warriors, that young up-and-coming core of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. They had Leandro Barbosa then, and they didn't have Durant yet. Harrison Barnes obviously was starting, and they beat Denver. That was a very good Denver team that he was a part of. And he just saw the joy that the Warriors were playing with, and he wanted to play with those guys on top of the Silicon Valley and what he could make off the floor. So it was a great choice for him. I'm kind of surprised that he waited until now. I think he wanted to do it just before the start of the new year. I mean, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that last year was Andre's last year. He only played 8 games all of last year and 31 the year before. And don't forget, he also was a part of Miami's team that went in the bubble and went to the NBA Finals against the Lakers. So he's played for a lot of great organizations, obviously, and with Pat Riley. But probably in his Philadelphia years, where he was in Philadelphia, the same amount of time, 8 years with Philly and 8 with the Warriors. But I think when they look back on his career, and they don't pick, like a logo or anything when you go in the Hall of Fame, but I think he'll be most remembered for his time with the Warriors, even though he scored more points and was a better overall player as far as statistical with Philadelphia. He won the most meaningful games. And that Finals MVP, there's a short list of guys that have been Finals MVP, and he scored well in those Finals against Cleveland, the first title, but he won that Finals MVP with his defense, which is highly unusual.
Yeah, there's no doubt. By the way, the trade itself, July of 2013, as you said, Iguodala had a contract offer from Denver. Remember, Sacramento was involved, but it ended up being 4 and 48. And the trade was Andre Iguodala to the Warriors, Randy Foye to the Nuggets, and expiring contracts and draft picks to the Jazz. And the expiring contracts were Richard Jefferson, Andres Biedrins, and Brandon Rush.
Genius.
And then they gave up 4 picks. So, I mean, if you look at, Steph was already here, Clay was already here, Dre was already here. Not to say that they didn't make a bunch of moves that moved the needle, but as you pointed out, this was the first one. And not a lot of people were clamoring to come to the Bay, to the Warriors. But all of a sudden, he saw it. He had just played against it. He saw it and was kind of like, that was kind of a changing of the guard moment. And you added that veteran guy, and he wins the Finals MVP, the first one. I mean, he was a huge piece, as you said. I don't know that he's statue worthy, but certainly 9's going up to the rafters. I don't think there's any question about it.
They don't win. They don't win without Andre Iguodala. They do not win that first championship. The 73-9 team, he was possessed. He played so well when they got off to that 24-0 start. They were all angry that nobody gave them their due for the championship the year before, and they fixated on all the players that that got hurt and didn't play against the Warriors, including, Kyrie with a fractured knee in Game 1 and when he banged into Clay. He was the glue. He put it all together. He was the organizer. He was the grown-up in the room, extension of the coaching staff at that stage of his career. It was perfect to bring him here. And honestly, later they got Durant. Mm-hmm. And Fitz made the point the other night, Durant's the greatest free agent signing in history. Damn, if they would have got that third championship. But it's hard to say, win 2 the first 2 years and then, get losing 6 in the finals in the third year. So, Durant certainly is up there and as far as pure ability. But Andre was here, and it wasn't technically a free agent, but it was signing, but it was. And I think it's not even just the dynastic run. That's the first significant free agent signing. Somebody out there prompt my memory, the Warriors have ever had. It was always guys leaving, starting with Wilt Chamberlain being traded because you had Nate Thurman. Rick Barry eventually left and went to Houston. Whoever signed with the Warriors was a free agent. Jamal Wilkes left and went to the Lakers. They all left at some point. I can't recall one player with the Warrior franchise from when they moved here in 62, 63, all the way to Andre coming. Tell me, Jeff, what free agent ever said, I want to be a Warrior? Just did not happen.
Was it Corey Maggette?
Yeah, as I say, give me a name of a guy who wanted to be a Warrior.
No, but you're right. It was always with the Warriors. It was when they were really bad, it was, well, there's nobody with money left. This guy will sign with the Warriors and we'll overpay him, right? Derek Fisher or somebody like that, where it was like, what are we doing with that money?
Mully let him out of the deal because he had the eye situation and his daughter was sick.
But it was never like you said. It's not Durant to win a championship. And you can go back to if Iguodala doesn't sign to even get to the Durant phase of this whole thing. I mean, the claim to fame for him, one is positive, one is negative. One is, and the negative one isn't his fault, but the positive one is he started this whole thing to, like you said, change the narrative around the Warriors, and then, of course, LeBron with the block. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I did whatever. LeBron's one defensive play. When I think of Andre Iguodala, I do not think of that play.
Unfortunately,
I do. I think about all the strips that he had. How about the strip of LeBron in Cleveland right around the time Durant made that pull-up 3 on the left wing? Andre Iguodala stripping Kevin Love, stripping Damian Lillard. I'm telling you. And you know a lot of them, John. Andre Iguodala is the best stripper in the history of the NBA.
Andre Iguodala on
never
main
got a
stage.
reach foul. How did he do that?
That's pretty amazing. Because, like you said, he had gigantic mitts.
But
so
still,
it's not like
if you reach like that, I teach. Mm-hmm. Guys don't reach. He just got the ball, and they never got called for a foul, or very seldom.
Yeah. Plus, it was cool. There was a bunch of stuff. Again, giving him his flowers today, and so it was really cool to hear guys like Jonathan Kuminga and stuff like that. Like, they literally, especially early, he is early in his career, but where he would just go to Andre for everything. Like, what do I do with this? On and off the court, So, anyway, huge. Andre Iguodala retires after 19 years. All right, we got a ton of 49ers. You're down at 49ers today, and you'll be doing your interviews. You were at practice yesterday, so we'll get a report there as well. Plus, while Andre Iguodala retires, Christian McCaffrey's got an anniversary. We'll explain that one next, when we hear on the Sports Leader. John Lund here for my good friends at Modesto Toyota. I talk about Modesto Toyota all the time. They are family-owned since 1965, so if you're like me, you get a vehicle at Modesto Toyota again and again and again, they're going to be there. It was one of the best selling points for me to go out to Modesto Toyota. And of course, my son's Toyota from Modesto Toyota. They always have great deals going on. And I'm up to, I think, what is this, my 5th vehicle from Modesto Toyota, so that tells you what I think of the entire crew at Modesto Toyota, and whether it's a lease deal, whether you're looking at new deals. The best part about this whole thing is you go online right now to ModestoToyota.com. You check everything out, and you order your car right online. You look at the ones that you want. That's what I did with my latest vehicle. It's a RAV4 hybrid It is awesome white with the black wheels, and I looked at it, and I looked at all the bells and whistles. That's exactly what I need. I like those panoramic sunroofs, all that kind of stuff. And that picked it out, boom, went there, picked it up. It is an awesome experience. So Kevin and the whole crew, they'll take care of you just like they took care of me. It's Modesto Toyota. Check them out today at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
You are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
McCaffrey oblique, does that mean rib has been ruled out of the equation?
Means just oblique.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yep.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day to day though, so.
Are you expecting all three of those guys to play, McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
Not today. They're not practicing today.
That was a clinic what Kyle Shanahan just did right there. Clinic. So here's the deal. October 20th, 2022, the 49ers' fortunes changed. They got Christian McCaffrey. The Panthers got a 2023 second-round pick that they turned into tight end Brenton Strange. A 2023 third-round pick, number 93, which they did some swapping with the Steelers. So that pick 93 became Darnell Washington, the Steelers. 2023 fourth-round pick, 132 overall, became Nick Herbig of the Steelers as well.
Two good players.
Yeah, really good. And they still owe the 49ers still owe the Panthers a 2024 fifth-round pick. That is next year. Now,
how did Pittsburgh get those draft picks from Carolina?
I'm not sure what the trade was, but they traded with Carolina. They were doing some back and forth with Carolina, so I don't know exactly what they received back, but those are the players that were picked with those original picks. And for that, we've seen what Chris McCaffrey has done with the 49ers. It's been quite phenomenal. What's amazing is he's first in the NFL since that point, so a year ago today in the 20 games. Scrimmage yards first, touchdowns 21st, rushing yards 1537 second, 87 receptions first among running backs, 702 receiving yards first among running backs. I mean, I could go all day long. It's boring. Point is that Chris McCaffrey is, as we all know, has changed the offense not only when he has the ball, but when he does not have the ball. And you and I talk about this all the time, the gravitational pull. So needless to say, as good as those players may become for the 49ers, this has been a big win.
For 1 year, I mean, first year of the trade, without question, although that tight end, Washington, out of Georgia, is a monster. And he is going to have a long career. He is so big. I mean, at the very least, he'd be Mercedes Lewis. But I think he'll be able to become a much better route runner and separator. And that Herbig he looks like T.J. Watt Jr. And he is from Wisconsin. So I didn't realize those are the players that went in the McCaffrey trade. So, and you've got one more pick to give up. You gave up a 5th-round pick in the coming year. So it's a lot to give up for a running back, but that's what was required a year ago today because Les Snead and the Rams wanted him. So what it did for you was win you the NFC West last year. If you did not make that trade, do you win the West? Seattle was right there. How much would the Rams? Now, their season was an unmitigated disaster. When McCaffrey had flipped their entire year like that, who knows? But it allowed you to win the NFC West, to win those 2 home playoff games against Seattle and Dallas, and then go to the championship game and start out 5-0. So for the first year, it's a win. Although keep an eye on those names, and in particular Washington and Herbig. I think they're both going to be good players. And then the next part is Christian's health, and it's somewhat ironic that he's a big question mark for this game. He has stayed healthy as a 49er, although he did battle through a significant injury in the Dallas playoff game. He played through it with a calf and was in and out, but scored the only touchdown the Niners had that day, the first play of the 4th quarter, and he gutted out the championship game when I didn't think he was going to play, and he jumped over Marcus Epps and scored a touchdown, and he did his CMC, bit. So, but we're 1 year into the trade. Let's see where it goes from here, and the point is you got to keep him healthy. And that was the major concern with McCaffrey, was after his, really productive early years in Carolina, and they used him a lot, and he went, 1,000 guy like Roger Craig in 85 and Marshall Faulk in the late 90s. And then he started getting a lot of soft tissue injuries, ankles and shoulders and thighs and hamstrings and quads, and he didn't play as much. So the first year, without question, overwhelming success, but it is a little ironic that 1 year to the day you make the trade, he's a big question mark heading into this game on Monday night with his first significant injury as a 49er.
Sure. I can call it now. I mean, even if it doesn't work out the rest of the way, I'm okay with it. I think what they did was smart. I think that Christian McCaffrey has changed the offense. If he gets hurt from this point forward, it's going to be open for question because of the names that we just mentioned. I think Darnell Washington has a good chance. Herbig is a really nice player, and again, they did that in a trade with Pittsburgh. So those are the players with those picks. Who knows what the 49ers would have done with those picks, and the 49ers historically have been great in middle rounds. So we can assume for a second that they probably would have drafted a couple of really nice players. But I think the point of it all with that trade and taking those kind of chances, that's what the 49ers do, and I think it has helped make them successful. And I think with the trade deadline coming up in 11 days, and everybody's speculating about what the 49ers may do, and given that they're in this championship window, and I think there's obviously, and you know better than I do because you're down there more, a sense of urgency around this team, and there's, to me, one glaring weakness, and that's at corner. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know that they're going to get as aggressive as they did going after McCaffrey because of the financial situation moving forward for this team, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if they got fairly aggressive on the corner market.
Yeah, and I think specifically it would be a nickel corner. And even Isaiah Oliver has a knee injury. And he's played well overall, but stylistically he's a little bit different. It's interesting, K'Wan Williams may be available in Denver, who was the 49er nickelback before, and he's in the final year of a contract. So we'll see. And the other thing is the 49ers are 5-1. And they're a good team. We'll see how Monday night goes. And then you got one more game on the ensuing Sunday at home against Cincinnati. And it's right when you have your bye week, time to really reassess. The trade deadline is on Halloween, the Tuesday of the bye week. Remember, the 49ers made the trade to get Christian McCaffrey last year when they had just lost to Atlanta. And it was the week of the Kansas City game. So after the Atlanta game, John, they were 3-3. Mm-hmm. They were not 5-1. And then they wound up dropping the first game to Kansas City. McCaffrey had a small menu. He wasn't in on third downs. I think he played 23 snaps, number 23. And, Kansas City was just so on point with those jet sweeps to McCole Hardman, who they've reacquired, by the way, now, and laid 44 on the 49er defense. But that loss dropped the Niners to 3-4. Then they wound up winning 10 in a row with McCaffrey to get to 13-4. So the interesting thing was they made that trade when they were 3-3. And the year before, they were in the NFC Championship game. They thought they were good, but they had some tough losses. The season opener in Chicago and Denver and the Atlanta loss. So it was a bold play to get McCaffrey. So I think for at least 1 year in, what he won you the NFC West last year. They would not have won that without McCaffrey. And then obviously Jimmy playing well to start, then on to Brock. And now let's just say they got to keep him healthy. I mean, the one thing, and it's an oblique, but those are difficult. And the way he runs and the way people are hitting him, I mean, the key thing for this whole season now, and they've got good bats. Elijah Mitchell's back to practice and J.P. Mason, and I think TDP will be up if Christian can't go on Monday night, is he unlocks the entire offense, and mainly the passing game and just his gravitational pull. He means so much to this. So you got to keep Christian McCaffrey healthy, but how do you do that? He's a football player.
Yeah, and it's tough. Look, and that you and I discussed this. I mean, when they made the trade and gave up all these picks, it wasn't that he wasn't talented. It wasn't what he couldn't add. It wasn't anything. It was injuries. That's what it was, because he had been banged up, and he got banged up after. I'm not going to say he was overused in Carolina, but after the 1,000 season he had in Carolina, then all of a sudden the injuries just started to kind of pile up a little bit, and the league must be obvious, or the league obviously has a plan against him, which is bang him up, grab his face mask. If you got to get a penalty, do that, whatever. Let's try to hurt this guy. I mean, that's what the league.
Well, they're trying to get him on the ground, and he's giving you stiff arms right back into your face mask. So, and they don't call that on running back. So he's just stiff arming guys all over the field. So that's the way to get him on the ground. The irony, not the irony, but the interesting element of it is that we saw Christian McCaffrey right before the 49ers traded for him. He played against the Niners on October the 9th in Carolina, and they studied him, and we looked at it, and then it was Ben McAdoo was their offensive coordinator. It was a bit of a leap of faith if he could run the zone, although McAdoo did more of the outside zone running scheme than he had done in his career before. And I think of him mainly at Stanford with David Shaw, its power and his early years in Carolina, but he got into a little bit at the end in Carolina a year ago. But I just, I'd question whether or not he had that breakaway speed, because his touchdowns in Carolina, he had big years. The year he went 1,000, he had 15 rushing touchdowns. He only had one in 2021. He had 5 the year before. Now, a lot of that was he didn't play much. I actually scored 5 rushing touchdowns in 3 games in 2020. But I didn't know if he still had the agility and the jump cutting like LaDainian Tomlinson, All-Day Adrian. But I didn't know if he had the home run speed to take it all the way. He was quick getting to the edge, and I remember one play in particular. I think he had it against maybe it was the Rams the week after he played the Niners. He played the Rams, where he bounced it and he got to his left. He turned the corner. You saw it there, but at the bottom line, with the 49er blocking and Kyle's scheme, McCaffrey was getting himself to the second level, the linebacker level in Carolina. Kyle and the scheme was getting him to the second level. And then now all of a sudden his agility is getting him into the secondary level. And now, his first game as a 49er, he goes for the hat trick in L.A. He has that great catch on the Jimmy Garoppolo pass for a touchdown. And now you saw the breakaway speed, what you saw in Pittsburgh, and just the ability. So the only thing that I question with all those soft tissue injuries was did he have that same breakaway Christian McCaffrey speed that he had at Stanford? And obviously CMC Dynamite. He's got it back. There's no doubt.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. All right, so 1 year ago today, Christian McCaffrey became a 49er. Text line is wide open, by the way. Give us your thoughts both on Andre Iguodala and on Christian McCaffrey a year later. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. Make sure that you check us out there and start the conversation. One interesting name. I'm going to hold this until we come back. Another interesting name, even though Farhan's out of town, he's in Japan scouting a pitcher over there. A really interesting name who would be pretty much the polar opposite of Gabe, I would imagine, has popped up in the search for the Giants. We'll give you that next only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your old pal John Lund here. Happy Friday, first of all. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? That's not cool. Some are not even based in the entire state of California, but Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You see them. So please be careful, and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? That's what they'd be. I made that clear. With a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But don't be scared away because you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Alex Rodriguez is drilled, and he says something to Bronson Arroyo. And we know what he said. Here we go. Veritek and A-Rod going at it. Schilling is right in the middle of it. Now another fight off to the side. Millar is in it. Nixon is in it. Down to the right. And it was Sturtz. That's who Millar and Nixon got into it with. Today's starting pitcher. It's going to take forever to get this thing straightened out.
The reason we play that for you, because anybody who doesn't like Alex Rodriguez is a friend of mine. Jason Veritek is a candidate for the Giants managerial job. That, according to Joel Sherman of the New York Post. He's reporting that the Giants have asked the Red Sox permission. He is the player information coach, and you remember him as the fiery catcher for the Red Sox in a World Series winning team. And he says it was not publicly known if Veritek has interest in the position or if the Giants already have interviewed the former longtime catcher. So that's an interesting name.
It is an interesting name.
Jason Veritek.
I hadn't heard that one at all.
Me neither.
Played his entire career with the Boston Red Sox, so that would be interesting. By the way, the dynamic on the pre and post game on Fox with A-Rod, Big Papi, who just takes over. Yeah, Yordan Alvarez is a baby Papi. Seriously. And then Derek Jeter's just got that face on, like, how much are they paying me to be here to have to deal with A-Fraud and listen to Papi's gibberish? So very awkward. I mean, the Yankees and Red Sox are not even in the playoffs this year, and we still got the Yankees and Red Sox dominating our playoffs. So Veritek, who was thought of as a smart guy throughout his career, he retired a long time ago, so a little older than Stephen Vogt. But what I want to know about the Stephen Vogt interview, if it was done this week, apparently it was. Did Farhan do it stateside? Did he do it by Zoom from Tokyo? I don't know, but we heard it was yesterday, or maybe it was earlier in the week. And then one thing Bags also mentioned is Bob Melvin is still out there. And even though A.J. Preller was asked about it not once but twice, and he danced around it, I think there is a possibility of making a trade to get the manager of the San Diego Padres to manage the San Francisco Giants, and maybe they're working on that right now. What would be the compensation you would give up? There is somewhat of a precedent of trading for a manager. Was Bob traded when he went from the A's to the Padres? I think Billy just let him out of the deal.
He let him out, yep. And it's you and I talked about this at the time, so we were waiting on that interview, and then A.J. Preller came up and said he was going to be their manager. But then when he was pressed on the issue, kind of was wishy-washy about it, which got you and I into a conversation about that. And that's the way Bruce Bochy went from the Padres to the Giants. But yet at the time, Sandy Alderson, I went back and read the articles, they let Bochy out of last year of his deal in the same way. They didn't get any compensation back from the Giants. So I doubt that would be the case this time. But that hasn't changed for me. I mean, if they can make some kind of a move for Bob Melvin, I think it's important enough. I mean, I'm not giving up Kyle Harrison for Bob Melvin, but, you know, I could be talked into a couple other names on the list and some money. I mean, I think it's that important of a deal.
And I mean, Art Howe was not technically traded to the Mets, but I think Billy, he wanted him to leave anyway. And that was when Steve Phillips was the general manager of the Mets. So there is precedent. Flat out, you know, Chuck Tanner was traded for Manny Sanguillen, and it seems like all these trades involve the A's and their manager. But we'll see where it all goes. I mean, Bob Melvin, ultimately, I think you'd ask Bob Melvin, what do you want to do? Do you want to manage our team? Do you want to work with A.J. Preller? Yes or no? You got one more year on your contract. We pay you well. If not, do you want to go to the Giants? And then are we cool with sending you to a division rival, which would be interesting? Would they be less likely to do that? So I don't know. So, I mean, Jason Veritek's a name. Seems like he likes former catchers. I mean, Stephen Vogt and Veritek and obviously Bob Melvin and catchers have made good managers and good broadcasters for that matter. So we shall see how it all goes. But I just something tells me privately they're making a run at Bob Melvin.
Yeah, and it was funny because, like you said, I read the same thing you did where Bags kind of mentioned that they might be engaged in that, and I was thinking to myself, that's interesting because at the time when A.J. Preller said it, and we ran the cuts right after he had the interview a couple of weeks ago, he got the follow-up question. I don't know, guys, if we have it, but he got the follow-up question, and he was very non-committal after saying originally he's our guy. Then it's like, well, maybe not. And
well, he didn't say it that way, but I thought he handled it very well, and it was a no comment. It wasn't a no comment, but he left it open for I'm not talking about that right now. But whatever he says publicly doesn't matter. He could say I'm not trading Bob Melvin, and then 5 minutes later call Farhan and say, do you want to trade for our manager? So I mean, whatever they say publicly doesn't matter. It's just their rumblings behind the scenes internally and in baseball circles that's not dead. So let's just see where that goes. And ultimately, it's up to Bob. What do you want to do? You want to manage our team or their team? And then are we comfortable trading you to an in-division rival? I mean, that's right now, the Padres they actually finished ahead of the Giants, didn't they, this year?
They did. Mm-hmm.
Did they get over 500? I think they got to 82 wins, didn't they, with their September? But they're just so popular down there in San Diego. They're selling out Petco every single game, and Giants are trying to rekindle the fan base. Do we want to help them do that? Hiring a Bay Area guy and a former Giant. How much would that mean to the Giant fan base? So it would be. I think people would be by and large very much for it. So if you're the Padres, do you want to jumpstart the rebirth of the Giants by giving them a manager the way you did years ago with Boch? I don't know where it all goes. Yeah. Different ownership, and
sure.
And A.J. Preller wasn't the GM there. It's up to Seidler. And then if San Diego does that, John, who manages the Padres?
Yeah, exactly. The one thing I would say is, regardless that they are bringing Bob Melvin back, if you read the things down there, and I know that you have, and Kevin Acey and some of the guys that cover the Padres have written pieces on this, it's not kumbaya. So they still have an issue, and they still have to work through that issue. So, again, I know nothing about that, but if he's leaving it open, they still don't get along, maybe A.J. Preller's got his eye on somebody, and they would just as soon do that. And then the biggest thing would probably be, in this day and age, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but guys just don't walk away for nothing anymore. I know Bruce Bochy did. I know that Bob Melvin did. I don't think that they would do it for nothing to come up to San Francisco. So then what do you do? I mean, they probably need money. I saw a piece this morning that they said that defensively Xander Bogaerts isn't good enough at shortstop, so they're going to move him to like second base or something. And now they need a shortstop. They probably need a first baseman. Blake
what are they
Snell.
going to do with Hassan Kim?
Right. Well, and they probably move him back to short, and then they, Snell.
So flip him, put Kim at short and Bogaerts at second?
That's what I read this morning. And then, Snell and Walker are free agents. Do they want one of your, if those guys leave, do they want a pitcher from you? Like, what exactly is the correct compensation for a manager? I don't know.
Should have kept Cap and traded him Cap. I mean, that's why when you fired Cap the Friday before the season ended, you were tipping to San Diego that you were going to do it. So I don't the one was Chuck Tanner from Manny Sanguillen. How many times have we had a manager traded in baseball? You did have, and the reason I bring up the manager for managers, Marty Lurie did prompt my memory years ago. There was a flat-out manager for manager trade, but you already fired your manager, so... sign Stephen Vogt as the manager and then trade him for Bob Melvin. I don't know how that would all go down. I mean, it's the kind of deal where I think it's kind of circulating and percolating underneath that there's still a possibility of trying to get Bo Mel here. And again, I think it would be, what does Bob want to do? Do you want to manage our team or do you want to manage their team? And, it's not as simple as we're just going to let you walk, but does Bob want to manage? The Padres. I know there was frustration with the data that was being presented him from A.J. Preller and the analytics, and I think there was a little bit of a disconnect with the pregame work, and where the Giants were criticized for overworking or underworking their players or at least not doing it on the field, and that surprises me because they seemed like they were such a hardworking staff. But Bob was critical the other way where we got, Machado and Tatis Jr. and Soto, they post every day. These guys do not have to be on the field at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for a 7 o'clock game. It's just overdoing it. Now, did they come to an appeasement there? Has Bob Melvin been quoted at all saying, and all I ever heard from him was, I got one more year on my contract at $4 million. Has Bob spoken after the season ended about what he wants to do? I mean, it's his life. He's the one that would be involved. So I think it's pretty much, what does Bob want to do? Does he want to manage the Padres, the Giants, or neither?
This is what I read this morning, and you did the same thing when we were reading a piece about the Japanese pitcher that Farhan is over there looking at. Andrew Baggerly tweets out the following with his story today. With Bob Melvin's uncertain status hovering over the Giants' managerial search, Farhan Zaidi detoured to Japan, blah, 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 blah. So, by the way, and this isn't just blah, 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 blah. The growing sense is that the Giants will not be outbid for players they aggressively pursue, including Yamamoto from Japanese. So that's an interesting point. But it starts out with Bob Melvin's uncertain status hovering over the Giants' managerial search.
Sure.
That's interesting.
I think so.
Yeah.
And
so
Bags knows things, so we'll see.
He does know things, so there you go.
He hears things. He
hears things. But yeah, I mean, look, I'd be willing to. I don't know how deep I'd go on players. I don't know what the money would be, but let's just say, for the sake of conversation, they were sorely lacking a first baseman. Would you trade him Lamont Wade Jr. and a few million bucks?
That's too much.
Is that too much?
No, it's too much.
It is? Okay.
No,
I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know what the price for a good manager is. I mean, I think that would be fair. I'd probably do
Randy
that.
Wynn was traded for Lou Piniella.
Right.
And Lamont Wade Jr., I mean, Randy played exclusively outfield, but I don't know. Then we re-signed Brandon Belt. Is that what we're going to do there? I'm all on board with that.
They're not going to do that.
I want the captain back in the league.
You do?
I mean, I wouldn't offer him really much. It would be a minor league. I don't know what they would want back. I mean, it's
Joey
pretty
Bart.
much.
You want to trade him Jerry Bart?
Wow.
They need a catcher.
I don't know.
They've got a really good. Actually, they have
We're going to go through the whole. It's going to be someone you never heard of.
I'm just trying to think, like, what would they want?
You're going to have to go deeper. I don't know. I have no idea what they would want. The whole concept of where does Bob want to manage, and would the Padres be open to trading him to the Giants? I think those are the two big hurdles. And then you can work out the compensation, but I don't know if I'd give him somebody from the Major League roster.
Well, the two managerial trades you talked about, Manny Sanguin and Randy Wynn, those are both solid players. I mean, they weren't awesome, but Randy.
I don't remember Manny
right?
Sanguin with the. He was more of the Pirates.
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember Manny Sanguin much with the A's. And that was the end of their run.
Right.
I mean, Randy was traded for Lou Piniella.
Right.
So that's how he left Tampa Bay. So he, where did he go to see? He went to Seattle.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
Seattle.
Randy's best career was actually after that trade. Manny Sanguin played 1 year with the Oakland A's, and that was the terrible 1977 year. He did catch 152 games.
Page.
Yeah. The Rage, Mitchell Page and Wayne Gross.
Yeah.
That was, post-dynasty. And Manny Sanguin, he had a good year that year. He had 275, 302 on base. He did not walk much. Manny Sanguin came out swinging. 354 slug, which wasn't great. So he had 17 doubles. He hit 275, and he had 600 plate appearances. Then he wound up going to, ironically, back to Pittsburgh.
Yeah. You know what's
and Chuck Tanner was actually a very good manager for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Really good.
So he was part of their. Did he manage them to their We Are
79.
Family championship?
Yeah, he was their manager in 79.
So then they got Sanguin back. So that's a heist.
Yeah, what a deal.
Charlie got heisted.
This is weird. Not weird, but it just tells you. I mean, they traded for Lou Piniella. Maybe Tampa was desperate because in those days they weren't winning. Randy Wynn was an All-Star in 2002 and traded to the Seattle Mariners in 2003. So he was coming off an All-Star year and was traded for Lou Piniella. How about that?
Yeah, I wonder.
That's
well, you know what? They were desperate for a manager.
Yeah.
And Tampa Bay is in Pinellas County. So they thought if we could get Sweet Lou Pinellas, they could make. So that's your precedent.
Yeah.
An all-star player. Now, if A.J. Preller starts citing Randy Wynn with me, I'm hanging up. And, how much longer did Lou manage?
I don't remember him very long in Tampa. That was not a long run.
He got frustrated there.
Yeah,
but Randy was good in Tampa. We should get Randy Wynn on and talk about the trade. Randy was an excellent player.
How would you feel about that as a player that you got traded for a manager? Would you feel good about that? Or like, what the hell? A manager?
Well, he got closer to the West Coast where he's from. And Randy had good years in Seattle.
Really?
Where Randy really took off is when the Giants acquired him. He had the greatest final 2 months of that year. He just went off.
In 05.
Yeah, he was so good.
He hit 359.
Those 2 months. And,
that?
And then he was on Team USA the following year for the first year of the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, he was good. He was really good. So
whenever Randy gets traded, he gets better. So
that's what happened. He was good with Seattle, too. I don't know if we have the breaking news sounder. I think this is worthy of breaking news because I am such a fan of this show. Golden State Warriors star Klay Thompson will join the Manning cast with Peyton and Eli when the 49ers take on the Vikings on Monday night. Wow. That's some breaking news.
That's
to me.
a breaking news?
That is to me.
Wow, that's going to kill our audience on KNBR and the Niners Network.
So now what am I going to do?
Now we're going up against Joe and Troy and Lisa
and
a Manning
Clay.
cast and a Claymation the night before he starts his new year.
Yeah, he's going.
You know what he's going to announce during the Manning cast? That he signed a mega super max contract with Joe LaCobb's Warriors.
That would be pretty cool if he did break that. That would be awesome.
Wow. We know Clay played Little League Baseball with Kevin Love. Did Clay play football? Did Clay play football? Can you imagine him as a tight end?
Yeah, he'd have to gain a few pounds, but he'd be long. He could get him around the end zone.
Who else we got in the Manning cast?
I haven't seen. Although I did see, we have to play this. We have to play this a little bit later because it kind of morphed from Peyton talking about how the Manning cast this year, and then it morphed into Brock Purdy talk, which he said he's excited to see Brock Purdy up close. But so the first year of Manning cast, they were doing 4 guests, 1 per quarter. They cut it down to 3. And he said they were going to do...
Isn't it 2 now?
Well, he said they were going to do 3 this year, but they've had a bunch of cancellations and all this stuff.
Is that what it is?
And so essentially they kind of stumbled into 2 as kind of the number.
I think 1.5 is better.
Yeah, that's what he actually said. He was on with McAfee, I think, and that's a contracted deal. And they knew each other with Indy. And, he said they kind of stumbled into 2, and 2 kind of works. So.
All right, so Clay's 1. Do we know who the other one is going to be?
Have not seen.
Kevin Durant. Now, it has to be somebody from Minnesota. Right?
Yeah.
Who would it be? Jared Allen. The great Jared Allen. Wine 'em, dine 'em, 69 'em. Adrian Peterson?
That would be interesting. Minnesota side of things.
Well, the last time the 49ers won a game in Minnesota was the early 90s. Matt Mayoko is going to join us. We looked this up the other day. It was Steve Young over Rich Gannon. So Rich would not
That's
be
the
a
last
big
time
enough.
they won in Minnesota?
Last time
really?
they won in Minnesota. They haven't won in Minnesota since Mayoko's been on the beat. They haven't won a Super Bowl since Mayoko's been on the beat, and they haven't won in the Twin Cities since Mayoko.
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe we'll go out and get a Juicy Lucy and exercise all these curses.
Oh, wait a second. I got a tweet from somebody who's a listener in Minneapolis. This is from Troy.
Troy?
Yeah, Troy says...
Lake Minnetonka?
Yeah, this is what Troy says. Troy says, can you ask Papa if he's getting a Juicy Lucy burger at Matt's Bar? I'll buy him one. That's the originator.
That's where we're going. Matt's Bar.
Yeah, that's the originator.
Well, I got to take Holder and Mike Baird because all they ever look for is beer and a burger. So we're going, tell Matt we'll get in Saturday night, Juicy Lucy.
Juicy Lucy.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
he
the
owns
place.
it?
Matt's Bar. No, he doesn't own it.
Oh.
His name is Matt. His name's Troy, not Matt.
Troy.
But he said that's the place.
That's where it was started?
Yeah. And he says he'll buy you one. So
he doesn't have to do that.
Does he realize that that's pretty dangerous? That's
why?
Because I know what's going to happen. I mean,
what's going to happen?
What's going to happen? Well, just things happen around you. I don't know why.
I have a Juicy Lucy?
Yeah, then just things might go haywire. Who's to say?
We'll wind up a glam slam. I got to go to Paisley Park. I've never been to Paisley Park. When am I going to fit that in?
Yeah, that's a good call. Geez, I cannot believe that that's the last time they won. That's crazy, but you're right. I just double-checked that. Not that I needed to, of course, Matt Mayoko. Yeah, he's accurate. Crazy. All right, by the way, Matty Mayoko is going to join us at 11:50 this morning, so he'll give you the latest on things that are going on. We still haven't gotten your observations from practice as well yesterday, so we'll get into that as well. And again, big stories today. Andre Iguodala retiring after 19 years. Christian McCaffrey trade was 1 year ago today. We'll discuss it all. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch, 49ers general manager, joined Murphy Mac this morning, as he does every Friday, on the one-year anniversary of trading for Christian McCaffrey. What's his health heading into the Vikings game for Monday Night Football? That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hello, friends. John Lund for my good friends at the Laser Eye Center, and I tell you this all the time when we talk about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It has changed my life. No more readers. No more walking into a dark restaurant and having to turn my light on. It's very embarrassing for such a young man as I am. They have changed my life, and, of course, they've changed Papa's life. We both got the CLR, the custom lens replacement, with Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling. It is awesome. It was quick. They explained everything, and now it's your opportunity to learn more about what we've been talking about at CLR. There is a cool CLR webinar. That is Thursday, October 26th at noon, and you can be a part of it. All you have to do is register right now. Space is limited, and it's free, but space is limited, so go to lasereyeclr.com. lasereyeclr.com. So you can find out the difference between LASIK and CLR. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? All those things. I can tell you right now, the procedure, it's simple. It's easy. They explain everything to you, and you have a full understanding. You feel very comfortable about everything. It was an awesome experience for me and for Papa. And like I said, it worked wonders. So if you want to find out more, and you do, just go to the webinar. Webinar, October 26th. That's Thursday, October 26th, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Write this down or just do this right now. lasereyeclr.com. lasereyeclr.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I don't know what to be as of yet. I think Kyle characterized all those guys, Christian, Debo, and Trent as day-to-day. I think that's truly where they are. It's a good thing that we had the extra day of preparation. And to me, like as a player, that was always a day and a half because you don't play till Monday night. And that sounds like a little bit, but it's a lot. It really is when you're talking about the ability to heal and come back from a game like that. So I think all those guys are working really hard and doing their best to try to be available for us. And we're just going to let it play out, and see if they can get out there on the practice field. And then not put – these guys are really good players. It's a long season. We always have to have their health and safety, at our primary concern, always will.
That was John Lynch. If you don't listen to it on the regular, you should. He's with Murph and Mac every Friday. Gives you a lot of great insights. Talked about the guys and the mindset they have coming off a loss, which Nick Bosa actually admitted that he had forgotten what it's like to do this because it's been so long. But you're going to be out to practice today. You guys are leaving tomorrow. You were out yesterday. Anything jump out at you yesterday?
Well, those guys didn't practice, and Isaiah Oliver didn't practice, and Dre Greenlaw didn't do much. So today's, today is Friday, but it's Thursday on the 49ers schedule because the game is Monday. So practice today is at 1 o'clock, and we'll find out how they designate them. Trent never practices on a Wednesday, or very seldom does. So the fact that he didn't practice yesterday, standard operating procedure. If none of those guys practice today, then, you still got one more practice tomorrow before they fly, and then the walkthrough would be Sunday in the Twin Cities. So one thing John did say, which I think is key, is that the 49ers are playing Minnesota on Monday night, and not the game would be, if this was not an ESPN Monday Night Football game and it was on Fox, the game would kick off at noon in the Twin Cities, 10 a.m. our time. Now, with the game going to Monday Night Football, it's going to kick off at, in the late window at 5 o'clock. So what's that, 31 hours you're going to have from Sunday morning at 10 a.m. till Monday evening at 5 o'clock to get your body right. So I think those 31 hours are significant. I know for a Thursday night game, like when Ayuk missed the Thursday night game against the Giants and Debo balled out. Had that game been a Sunday 1 o'clock game, I think Ayuk would have stood a much better chance to play, but he just could not make it by Thursday at 5 o'clock. Conversely, the extra 31 hours will help. So, but right now, they're a major question mark on all three guys, John. I do think, based on what he told me last week, Dre will play, but he didn't practice yesterday, which is interesting. But we'll have to see about McCaffrey and Debo. And likewise for Trent Williams, especially with the game being on artificial turf. And we'll see what Isaiah Oliver does. I think he'll play, but you don't know. He didn't do much yesterday.
Yeah. And then this weekend, as far as what's nice is you got the weekend off, and then Monday Night Football, obviously the 49ers have the stage to themselves. But this weekend, as you're watching games on Sunday, Dolphins at Eagles is a huge game.
That's a Sunday night game.
Sunday nighter. I can't miss that. Lions at Ravens, and we've talked about this week. You got to be a Ravens fan this weekend, and I know it's early, but, man, they've got an easy schedule coming up, the Lions. Ravens are one of the few teams on there. Division-wise, surprising 3-3 Rams are at home against the Steelers. The Seahawks seem to have an easy one against the Cardinals. And this one I looked at, Chargers at Chiefs. If they were to get embarrassed in Kansas City, at some point are the Chargers going to make a change at the top? I would think so. So, anyway, there's a few
Well, they just need to win that game in light of the last loss, and Justin Herbert did not play well in his last game on Sunday night against Dallas. So the thing about the Miami-Philadelphia game, that'll be 7:20 Central Time in Minnesota. And typical the night before a game, they'll do a Sunday walkthrough in the morning in Minnesota, so a lot of the early games will be tough to see. All these typically walkthroughs around noon when all these games kick off. So Raiders, Bears, Lions, Ravens is one you probably have to watch on the phone when they're going through a walkthrough. Browns, Colts, Bills, Patriots, Commanders, Giants, Falcons, Buccaneers. Tampa Bay right now is going to win the South, and they are on the 49ers schedule. And then later in the day, they have a hole in the schedule when they get back from walkthrough on Sunday. And when the 3 o'clock hour, they have pretty much free time from 3 till around 7. So you could watch the Rams game if they wanted to sit and watch that game. And then they're playing Pittsburgh, and then Arizona, Seattle. You got Green Bay and Denver. And then Chargers, Chiefs are all in that late window. But then when they reconvene for meetings and chapel and all that on Sunday night before a Monday night game to watch the thing about the Miami-Philadelphia game, and not only so many 49er ties with Mike McDaniel and all the coaches he brought there and support people, but obviously Raheem Mostert and then the importance of the game for Miami to do well to give Philadelphia their second loss. So I wonder, how much football they get, because they're so locked in on the assignment ahead. But the thing is that when you wake up Monday morning, the game is so damn late in Minnesota. You don't play till like 7 o'clock at night. It's like eternity on Monday getting ready for the Monday night game. So you do have all day Monday to prep as well. So if you wanted to carve out a little personal time to also do your job in a different way, I'm sure Kyle and John Lynch and Adam Peters and those guys will be watching. But you have to kind of sneak a peek in the morning games, the afternoon games, better for the schedule. But the one we're all going to be watching is Miami and Philly.
I can't wait for that game. That's going to be incredible. Got to be a Mike McDaniel fan, right? Just like you were a solid fan last week.
I think it's the Lord Fangio. I think it's up to him. Is his defense good enough? And that's why they brought him in. And a lot of people are going to that defense. And Minnesota did it last year with Ed Donatel. Everybody was adopting the Lord Fangio defense. Mike McDaniel brought him in. Is he going to be able to shut down this ground game, the Philadelphia Eagles? I think that's going to be the key, John. They're going to, their passing game is hit or miss. Obviously, they're still feeling it out there, but they got the two great wide receivers in AJ and Devontae. And is Julio Jones going to play in this game, or is it too soon for Julio?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of shape he's in. He runs like a 6-second 40 now.
So he'd be a jump ball guy in the red zone.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think this one, Miami's offense is state of the art. Philadelphia figure out a way to keep them in the. They're not going to lay 70 on Philadelphia. Can you keep them in the 20s? And then can Vic Fangio's defense stop the Philadelphia running game? Is getting DeAndre Swift in particular.
Did Randy Moss got fired by ESPN, right? Is that right?
The former Viking, Patriot, Raider wide receiver. No, you're talking about the
49er.
Oh, I thought you meant the horse racing guy. I'm very confused. No, Randy's still doing. Does he do Sunday morning or he does Monday? He does Sunday morning.
I was thinking Randy Moss would be the perfect guy. Randy Moss.
Oh, for the Viking standpoint? There you go.
From the Manning cast.
There you go. Contact the Manning producers.
Yeah, I was thinking that's who it would be.
Yeah, and then Joe Buck would be there, and that is a disgusting act.
I forgot about that. The one thing they have done, and by the way, we bring it up because Klay Thompson's going to do it on Monday night, so you're going to have competition, and I think he's going to do very well at it. They have improved. One thing I was complaining about, they have improved the sound quality and the video quality. Like the first year was first couple of years, like it was cutting out all the time and stuff. At least
there's studios.
Better.
Peyton Manning looks like he's in a studio. Is that just his basement in Denver?
Yeah, I was told that they built that whole basement out. Yeah, that's actually his house.
Yeah, it's much better.
So yeah,
Randy Moss would be a good call.
Yeah,
played for both teams.
I don't know anything. I thought Moss would be perfect, and he's funny. So I wonder if they're doing that. Anyway, they're only going to have a couple of guests. Clay will be one of those. All right, Matt Mayoko is going to join us at about 11:50, and we'll get more into the latest and what's going on and congregate over everything. And plus, trade deadline's coming up in 11 days. Does Matty think the 49ers will be aggressive on the one-year anniversary that the 49ers grabbed Christian McCaffrey? We'll talk about it with him at 11:50. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Man, it was obviously tough. You never want to lose any game. And, for us, even if we did win the game, it's like, man, you got to look at yourself and be real about the things that we got to clean up. We got to be better on the road with a lot of things operationally as an offense, taking care of the ball and, taking advantage of the opportunities that they give you. So, we're real about it. But at the same time, and we got a lot to look forward to with the season. We got a big game coming up this week with Monday Night Football. So we're real about it. But I think that's what, makes us pretty good.
That's Brock Purdy, who was on with our pal Rich Eisen this morning on the aptly named Rich Eisen Show, talking about bouncing back. That's been kind of a theme all week. He talked about it. Nick talked about it. Nick said he forgot how to do it, but I think they'll be fine.
Well, the Vikings present a different challenge, certainly, than what Cleveland presented. You're not going to have to deal with the rain. You're to be in a dome. It's going to be loud as hell there, and they blitz. We talked about it yesterday. Brian Flores their defensive coordinator. And last time we saw him against the Niners, he was the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, and he brought extreme pressure. You don't know where it's coming from. Basically, they blitz about 2/3 of the snaps, 63.6%, by far the most in football. The Giants, who we saw in that Thursday night game, and they blitzed the Niners 85%. But on the year, the Giants were at 47.5%, and Minnesota's at 63.6%. Now, some of it is bringing 5 and not 6, but we'll see what they do. And they have guys walking around. You don't know who's coming, and so it'll be a whole different challenge. And Brock started that Giant game a little slow. He was 3 for 8. Then he got going, and they wound up gashing them. So, you may take a little while to figure it out. Just don't turn the ball over. It's going to be a different challenge being in the Dome. This will be Brock's first time on Monday Night Football. He's obviously played on Thursday Night Football a couple of times, on Sunday Night Football against Dallas. This will be the first time Joe Buck and Troy Aikman and Lisa Salters and the Countdown crew can tell the story of one Brock Purdy before a game, because he's never played on Monday Night Football before.
Yeah. I get the sense, and again, you're down there and you'll find out more today and talking to Kyle. And who's your player that you're talking to today?
Jake Brendel, because the offensive line did not play well in Cleveland. Jake had a great block on McCaffrey's touchdown to finish off that first drive. Got to the second level and was able to get to Walker, their middle linebacker, who, by the way, got concussed in that game. They're not playing the entire second half. But anyway, I just think this is where Brock is going to have to exhibit poise, and it's going to be loud. They have that skull horn they blow, and the drums, the thing they beat before the game. It's loud as hell there. Niners were there to open the season in 2018, you remember. We played them in a preseason game last year after scrimmaging with them in Egan. And even in a preseason game, that dome is so loud. U.S. Bank Stadium, it's beautiful. It hosted a Super Bowl. It's state-of-the-art. They actually simulated snow. I remember during a commercial break in an August preseason game, they wanted to go back to old Metropolitan Stadium and Bud Grant and the Purple People Eaters, but that stadium was really loud. And Brock did play a lot of snaps in that game, being a preseason game. That was the second one he played that year after the Green Bay opener at home, and the last one was in Houston. But I think just getting the right guys blocked, John, when they're all walking around in their amoeba front, and you have a good idea that Danielle Hunter's coming, number 99, and the 3 down guys, but they could bring Jordan Hicks, the linebacker, on just about every play, or he'll bail out. They're just tough to figure out their front, and they are going to bring a 5th rusher a lot, and that's up to Jake Brendel to get that communicated with Brock to make sure you don't have any free hitters. When Harrison Smith comes down a lot, he's coming off the edge to either slam the run game or trying to get the quarterback. They blitz him a lot, and then you have to go to a silent count. If Trent is not playing this game, it's Jalen Moore out there on an island and Colton McKivitz on the other side, and it's a huge advantage to be the home team with their pass rush and with the crowd noise. So I think the first thing, remember we talked so much about Brock handling the noise in Seattle, that first game he ever played on the road, and he played that game with 1, maybe 2 cracked ribs, and he played well, and that was loud, and Jake Brendel was the center. But this is a dome stadium. This is not an outdoor stadium. Is this place the loudest stadium in the NFL now? I mean, Seattle used to be so loud.
Yeah.
The old Metrodome used to be so loud for both baseball and football. The Kingdome was loud.
Kingdome was
I mean, how do you get any louder? Is this place louder than the Superdome in New Orleans? I think so.
I don't think
we were there.
It's not that loud in there. I don't know why.
Which one? The Minnesota Dome or this?
No, the New Orleans.
No, that one gets loud. That's loud. I mean, they have a raging hangover coming off Frenchman Street or Bourbon Street.
Maybe it just feels that way. Yeah, because you're.
Yeah, but it's loud and it's dark in there. It's just the lighting is
dank.
Dank. Good word, John.
Dank.
We love our dank.
Very good word.
We do. But this one's bright because it's all glass and you can see outside and see the skyline. But it gets loud. I don't know what the decibel reading is. I mean, the outdoor stadiums, obviously Arrowhead and Seattle are the 2 loudest. But this place is a dome stadium. There aren't that many domes left.
No,
Indy, it's louder than Indy.
Well, let me go back to your blitz rate, too, because I was reading about that this morning. They're at 65.2%, and it's by far the highest blitz rate. I think number 2 is like 45%. So,
Right.
I mean, like you said, Minnesota blitz is now – they did have the Giants at 85%, but in talking to – I think we did this off the air more than on the air yesterday. Tim was saying it's a different kind of a blitz package, what New York did versus what Minnesota does. But I would think that Brock having and the offense already having gone through a game in which they got blitzed 85% of the time, it's got to be a help to what they're going to see in Minnesota.
But it's different because you don't know who's coming. I mean, that's why they're all walking around. It's that amoeba front where you don't know who's coming. I mean, you pretty much think the down guys are coming, Danielle Hunter, but he's never – Danielle Hunter's now an outside linebacker, so they've gone to a 3-4. So he's standing up at a 2-point stance, and he almost always comes. But then, DJ Wanham will come from the other side. So 98 and 99, I think you count on them coming quite a bit. Marcus Davenport, the young guy who began his career in New Orleans, has gone on IR with an ankle injury, so he won't play in this game. But they got the inside guys, Hicks, 58, that Ivan Pace Jr., the rookie. They're always mugging up in the A-gap. And the question would be for Brendel, when both those guys are mugging in the A-gap and what they call a double mug, and Mike Zimmer used to do that with Eric Kendricks and Anthony Barr. Chicago did it for years with Brian Urlacher and Lance Briggs. They would just cover up both A-gaps, but you have to account for them. And whether or not they come or not, how do you treat that? What if both come? Do you plan on both coming? Do you plan on one coming and one bailing? A lot of times they will show and then bail. But what I see on tape is a lot of teams, John, have those 2 inside guys over the center. You have 3 guys, the center and the 2 guards, blocking 1 guy. And the other 2 guys bail out. And then on the other side, on an edge, they'll put 2 or 3 guys over 1. So you're not blocking the right guys because they're showing pressure on any snap. It could be as many as 8 guys. Then they rotate out of it. So with the Giants, it was more you kind of knew who was coming, and they blitzed that safety Pinnock a lot, and he blew up the 49er run game on the boot game. When Harrison Smith's down, number 22, he's by and large coming. But what's confusing is to get the right guys blocked, and that's Jake Brendel and obviously Brock Purdy, because their blitz package is kind of deceiving, where you don't know who was declaring as far as who's coming or not.
Yeah, it's interesting. Although I will say, and Tim was saying this yesterday, unlike Cleveland, who has a couple of elite corners, Minnesota's given up a quarterback rating over 103, completed passes over 70%. So they bring the house, but then they're vulnerable on the back end. So if Brock can get it out, there's yards and plays to be made.
Well, their secondary plays completely different, where Cleveland plays press man across the board because they got the guys that can do it. Denzel Ward. And he left the game for a little while on Sunday in Cleveland. I thought, here you go, let's go at him. But he came back into the game. But Brandon Ayuk got behind him and should have had a touchdown on that post route. But with Denzel Ward and Greg Newsome, those are both first-round draft picks. And then Emerson, their nickel, he actually plays outside and they move the other guys inside. He's a third-round pick. Cleveland built their defense with their pass rush, fast linebackers, and those corners, and the safety Delpit. So they don't have a lot of weakness on their defense, but they play tight press man. Minnesota does not play that at all. They are soft and off. They play zone behind the pressure. They don't have great corners. The one guy is they got Byron Murphy, the junior from Arizona. They bought him in the offseason, and the debate would be, will he follow Brandon Ayuk around on Sunday? He did follow DJ Moore, the receiver for the Bears, around on Sunday. So, but they're playing off. So with them, you got to get them to miss tackles when all this pressure they're going to get on you. Brock's not going to have the kind of game as far as the low completion percentage in this game, because he's going to have openings to get the ball out because their corners are playing soft and off. You gotta yak bro them after the ball gets out. You got to be able to make them miss tackles or miss in space and run. But they got the pass rush. You don't know where it's coming from, but they don't have the kind of corner play, or stylistically, they don't play press man. They play zone behind it. Very different than Cleveland.
All right, we'll have all of that for you on Monday. Niners playing on Monday Night Football. Let's get the latest. Matt Miyoko is going to join us coming up next, our pal. Of course, you hear him every week on the station on all the shows, and then we have him on the pregame for Sundays as well. So we'll have him on Monday night right before the game from Minneapolis as well. We'll talk to Matty all about what's going on and the latest from the 49ers, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, it was tough. We had to kind of eat it for an extra day, and then we were kind of dreading coming in here to do the meetings, but it's been a long time since we lost. I actually forgot what the routine was when we lose, when it comes to like team meeting and all that stuff. I was, because our regular season last year, we didn't have one for a long time, and it happens, so we got to bounce back.
There is Nick Bosa. In fact, the last time it happened in the regular season, they had lost in Atlanta on this very same week a year ago, and then the next week they lost to Kansas City. In 365 days since, as Matt Mayoko writes today, the 49ers acquired Christian McCaffrey. We got that to talk about, bouncing back from a loss, Monday Night Football in Minnesota. Matty joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Remember, at Mayoko MBCS and the 49ers Talk podcast, he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Nothing much. Mayoko, spelled just how it sounds.
No, it isn't. Because people would think it was a Y, and it's not a Y. It's a Maoocco, and I'm not even looking at anything. I just know that. That's how much you mean to me.
It's spelled like you would spell it if you knew how to spell it. Okay.
Wow. My mind is blown.
What if you didn't know how to spell it?
Well, then you wouldn't know. By the way, yesterday, Greg Papa and I taped 49ers Talk podcast, his Ask Papa segment. I got to say, Greg, that was so much fun. I enjoy that every week. But yesterday was particularly fun, lighthearted, good information. I enjoyed that.
Did we
a
talk
lot.
Juicy Lucy going on for a burger? Did we get that on there?
No, but the last time I went to Minneapolis was for that preseason game. Actually, I left before the game even started, but I was there for the practices.
Renegan,
and the very first thing, I think Jennifer Lee Chan and I don't think we were on the same flight, but I think we met at the airport. I rented a car, and the very first stop we made was at Matt's bar.
Yep.
And we've got a Juicy Lucy.
So you are a connoisseur from Marucci's out in the East Bay to that place in Nolens. What was the place you went to like every single day?
Butcher.
Soshan Butcher or whatever it was called.
Good.
I think it was good.
So where do you rank the Juicy Lucy and all the sandos you've had from coast to coast?
Yeah, it's probably not the healthiest. You also have to beware when you bite into that bad boy, like it's molten lava coming out of that, and so you just got to be a little bit careful. But yeah, it's very tasty. Very, it was. Not a whole lot of frills with that thing.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's just like there it is. It's the patty with the cheese, cheddar cheese, I believe, inside.
Inside.
It's
inside
bun.
the burger. Inside the burger.
It's cooked. Yeah, the cheese is inside the burger. So when you bite into the burger, the cheese comes spilling out into your gullet.
It's so good. You know what's amazing? We got to get the football.
I've never had it.
It's so good.
My
I'm a Juicy Lucy
right
virgin. Never had it.
Well, you know what's interesting about it? I lived in Detroit for a while, and they had them there at different bars, but it really, it was there, but it took off in Minnesota, and I don't understand why some things are just regional and not national or international. I mean, the Juicy Lucy is a really simple thing to do. You could easily do it at home. It's really simple. It's really good, and yet it doesn't seem to have taken off around the country. We just all, throw the cheese on top, which is fine. But the middle cheese, like you said, it'll burn your mouth off like one of those McDonald's apple pies. But it's good. It's really good.
It is a crying shame. I think
it's weird to me. I don't get it.
All right, we'll do that on Saturday night. So 1 year.
I'm looking at my photos right now from that.
From a year ago when you were in Egan?
Yeah. Let me,
send me a picture of the Juicy Lucy.
It's good.
Well, here's. I'll send this to both Greg. Can I text? Yeah, I can text and talk.
Are you driving?
Right?
Are you driving yet? Be careful. One text or call could end it all. Be careful. We don't want that.
That's ironic you would say that.
All right. Can we ask you about...
I just sent you a photo.
Yeah.
You can tell
right.
when I say no frills, you know what I'm talking about now.
I got it right now. Hold on. What did John Heyman say about...
I gave you another text. I'm texting you all the time.
All right. 1 year ago today, And you have the timeline on this. I'm reading through. This is like the longest article column you've ever written, Mayoko. You went through the whole history from John Lynch and Scott Fitterer and try to spell that and pronounce that after a bite of the Juicy Lucy. You went through, this is like the longest work of your life.
Yeah, my goal was that you would have to read it in like real time. So by the time you finished, a whole year will go by. No, I mean, I thought, that was a big deal. That trade was an incredible trade, and it's a blockbuster, and it's the likes of which we really haven't seen before. For an established player, a guy with local ties, a guy who's, big time name, big time producer. And so, I've been kind of, sketching this thing out over a couple of weeks. And so I thought it was worth it. I thought it was worth to kind of look at the past 365 and, notable things that occurred, notable things that were said. I thought Christian McCaffrey is worth it. It was just they were a good team. They were like a really good team before they got McCaffrey. But it just feels like the aura it was never bad, but it seems like it really changed even for more the better since his arrival. Now, the thing they got to do to really be seen as the trade to end all trades is eventually win a Super Bowl with him at the the controls of that offense as far as just being the focal point. But no, I think I'm going to ask Christian this question today if I see him. Like, does it feel like it feels like he's still new to the team in a way, doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of feel like he's this, the freshly unwrapped Christmas present?
It does not seem like a year ago. It does not seem like a year ago. No.
It doesn't. It seems
well, maybe that's because it was middle of the season last year and the middle of the season this year. Is that why? Because he's still kind of new this year? I don't know.
I remember, like, in the off-season, watching him in the off-season program and going, holy cow, like the way he practices, and then in training camp watching. Remember, by the time that he got to the 49ers, around the league, teams shut down their practices, so media members other than Greg Papa can't watch the practices. So I had no idea. I mean, I suspected, but I had no idea how he practiced, what he looked like on the practice field. And I remember watching him in the first, organized team activities where a lot of the big name guys aren't practicing. He's out there going 100 miles an hour. And I remember just kind of being blown away, like, wow, I guess this is the first time I've ever seen him practice. And it's a treat to watch him practice.
What's amazing about it is you mentioned something interesting because, I mean, through the first year, if you look at any number, he's in first as far as running backs go, scrimmage yards, touchdowns, yards after contact, receptions, all these other things. And we talked a little bit earlier about what they gave up. We know what the picks gave up. We even know the players now that Carolina acquired, and they actually made a trade with Pittsburgh, and they got a couple of really nice players out of it. So, I mean, look, that's a lot of draft capital, and given the fact that the 49ers do a lot of damage as far as middle rounds, I mean, they probably gave up some significant players for him. But now we sit here a year later, and while everything is awesome, and I wouldn't regret the trade for 1 second, but now he's getting a little bit banged up. So is the trade a home run and there's no looking back, or if he starts to get banged up and those type of things, is there any? I guess my point is, in a long rounded way, is there any way that this doesn't become the great trade that it looks like it is?
I mean, you hate to even go there as far as like, okay, let's just say he never plays another snap. Let's just say that, for whatever reason, then you'd look at it and you go, not a great trade, I guess. But I mean, I remember people even at the time speculating that this was just for the end of the season. Like, oh, there's no way they can pay a running back $16 million next year. So they got him for half the season. And I just remember thinking, like, well, that's not right. I mean, no, he's going to be around for the long haul. I don't know. What he does on the field is one thing, but just the way he kind of carries himself, and Kyle mentioned this yesterday, like the way he approaches practice, it's like, hey, rookie, you want to know how to practice. You want to know what's expected of you as an NFL player. Hey, watch that guy right there. Watch number 23. That guy is a superstar, and look at how he practices. Look how he approaches it. I remember, Brock Purdy, which I included in this piece. After Brock Purdy was around Christian for several weeks and spending time before and after practices, day before games, or even game day, going through every freaking play in the game plan and reciting formations, shifts, motions, everything, assignments. Brock Purdy kind of took a step back and was like, wow, this is what greatness looks like. And so, I'm not going to say that Christian McCaffrey is responsible for Brock Purdy's ability to step in and perform as well as he did, but he's a contributing factor with what he showed Brock Purdy after coming to the 49ers, and just the level of preparedness that Brock had to be under just to be able to keep up with McCaffrey as a teacher. It would be ridiculous to say that did not have some impact, probably a very large impact on Brock Purdy. So I would say, right now you gave up a lot. Yes, you're paying him a lot, but it's an A+ trade.
The bottom line, and before Brock became the quarterback December the 4th against Miami when Jimmy got hurt, Jimmy quarterbacked against Kansas City, the Rams, the Chargers, Arizona, and New Orleans, and Jimmy was on a heater. And right away, they went from 20 points a game to 30 points a game. And they were 3-4 when they made the trade, 3-3 when they made the trade. And then he played the Kansas City game at a limited role, lost that game, went 3-4, then ran the table. And then, as far as the regular season, finally lost Sunday in Cleveland. So let's just say he didn't go to the 49ers and he went to the Rams.
Oh boy.
Because that was close.
Yeah.
And John had the extra pick, and they wanted to peddle Cam Akers off, and now Cam Akers is a Viking. So at least for the here and now, is it safe to say at the least he won the 49ers the NFC West last year? And how good would the Rams be if they had Christian McCaffrey next to Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua? Now, they may not have been able to draft those guys, but what if he was a Ram?
Yeah, no, on 49ers Talk, Jennifer and I talked about that. I think it signified the balance of the power shifting in the NFC West to the 49ers, because if the Rams had made that trade, and it wasn't a full teardown that the Rams went through in the offseason, but they did get rid of some notable pieces. I just wonder if they had been able to acquire McCaffrey, if they might not have just kind of tried to kick that can down the road a little bit and leave them, restructure contracts, do some things to keep the nucleus of that team together. And would the Rams now still be the team in the NFC West? I kind of think they might be. I kind of think that if the Rams had McCaffrey, that there certainly wouldn't be the separation that the 49ers appear to have with the rest of the division. And I think you could make an argument just it would have kept the Rams in that win now mode where they're adding pieces and they're not discarding, but moving guys along for salary cap reasons or whatnot. So I think they would have just continued to be all in for as long as they possibly could have been if they had acquired McCaffrey in that trade 1 year ago today.
I agree with you, because I think it changes. I think it says that we're in full go-for-it mode, not that they aren't. They're one of the surprise teams of the league at 3-3. So let's fast forward 365 days since McCaffrey. They already made the move to get Randy Gregory, but it sure seems like there is a glaring weakness defensively, and that's at corner, because if you have an injury at corner, as we saw a couple of years ago, certainly you don't want a Josh Norman type, and I'm not saying Ambry Thomas is, but I don't think they have full confidence in him. So do you think, 11 days away from the trade deadline, that the 49ers will still be aggressive in the trade market and specifically at corner?
Yeah, I kind of think I don't expect it, but I know that they created a lot of cap space to give themselves that ability to do something dramatic. And when they did that, I think they're still like $40 million under the cap, or something along those lines. What I didn't necessarily expect them to okay, they cleared that to go get a player at a position. I think that they did it because it doesn't hurt them to do that. In other words, unused cap space rolls over to next year when they will need some salary cap relief. But also it kind of covered them where they wouldn't have to just hurriedly do something to get under the cap if they lose a player, a significant player, and they have the opportunity to get a replacement, so that the loss of a player is minimized. So right now they're healthy from the sense that none of the injuries that we've talked about, not McCaffrey, not Debo, not Trent Williams, none of those are long-term injuries. So they don't have to go get somebody to replace somebody. But they certainly will be keeping an eye on the trade market. And the question is, if you're talking about a cornerback, who's going to be available? And I've heard some wild, young corners names thrown out there, but that's it's some of those Surtain. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. If you got a guy like that who you have under contract for several more years, you keep him. But so from that sense, I think it's going to be difficult for them to get a starting cornerback on the trade market, but it's not out of the question for them to get a guy that could plug in and be a contributor and minimize the loss if they need another cornerback out there. They should be getting Darrell Luter, and I don't know how much they can rely on him. I mean, he was a rookie who had a really good offseason program, but then injured his knee and did not take part in any training camp. So it's a little bit too much to ask for him to step in. But yeah, I mean, if your third guy is Ambry Thomas and you're calling upon Ambry Thomas to play some crucial game time, some matchups that are either in the playoffs or late in the regular season, I would think that there'd be a little bit of concern there. There would be a concern. So yeah, to me that would be the position. Before the Gregory thing, I would have said edge rusher. Well, check that. And now I would agree. I think that if an opportunity presents itself for them to add a corner, I don't know how aggressive they can be, but I would expect them to certainly be interested. And part of the problem too, not to just keep rambling on here, but part of the problem too is if a good corner becomes available, there's probably other teams that have more, that it would be easier or better for the team looking to get rid of a cornerback to get better compensation, because any team that trades for the 49ers or trades with the 49ers has to assume that draft pick is going to be, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 in the round, whereas a team that might be battling for a playoff spot could be more middle of the round as far as draft picks given up.
Well, they got 2 more games to go before the deadline. This game Monday night in Minnesota, then home to Cincinnati, and the Bengals are on their bye week. So 2 critical games, then they'll go into their bye week and reassess before the Halloween deadline, which leads to, on the 1-year anniversary of McCaffrey, how we feeling about Christian possibly missing his first game as a Niner? Do you think he plays on Monday night? And then Debo and Trent Williams and Dre? Well, what are you hearing on those injuries?
You know what? I haven't heard anything, and so this is just total speculation. I think it's going to be really difficult for them to keep McCaffrey off the field because, I mean, this guy's a maniac. And he doesn't want to take plays off. He certainly doesn't want to miss a game. I think it was kind of it really rubbed him the wrong way or bothered him that this narrative at the time of the trade was, McCaffrey can't stay healthy. I think a lot of it having to do with him missing time with Carolina, missing as many games as he missed with Carolina the past 2 seasons, was that they were out of it, and so there was no need to rush him back. So I think he's going to really make an attempt to get out there and play. And if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I think he's going to play. again, that's just total speculation. No one's told me that. I'm just guessing. But I think the other two guys, like if I were to rank them, I would say better chance of McCaffrey playing than Debo, and Debo better chance of playing than Trent Williams. I think that's the way I would kind of rank it.
Oh, very good. Yeah, Trent, Debo. By the way, that Debo thing's weird because he was saying with Kay Adams, well, it's a stinger, but we were talking with Tim yesterday. It seems like it's a little bit further down, so who knows? Who knows on Debo?
Yeah, that was interesting where he said, yeah, I got a stinger. I never had a stinger before, so I didn't know what it feels like. And then Kay says, well, what does it feel like? And he's like, I have no idea. Did you hear that?
Yeah. I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess what does that mean? He has no idea how it feels because it was numb?
Stingers normally dissipate. He had it. He shut himself down early in the game, Matt. So, I mean, stingers are a shot of pain, and then they go away. Yeah. It didn't go away for him.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like an AC joint or what's going on there. I don't know if you caught Kyle yesterday. He was very evasive, more evasive than he's ever been about injuries. So
no kidding.
It was kind of funny. He and I think he enjoyed it too, like just kind of being super evasive. When he said, about Christian McCaffrey's status or the injury, they removed rib from the injury report, so that suggests that it's no cracked ribs, no issue with the ribs. And so we asked him, like, how's what's McCaffrey's situation? And he said oblique. And I thought, oh no, he said Christian McCaffrey's status is bleak. So I didn't hear. And I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't hear the O part. I'm about ready to typing out BLEAK.
Wow.
This is not good, 49er fans.
Love handle.
But then he said oblique.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Bleak. He was being rather.
Be sure to tip your waitress.
Yeah,
he was being rather opaque about the oblique.
To the guys in the studio, do we have that? Because I thought it was hilarious. We played it actually yesterday on the show, and like you said, he was kind of bouncing around with you guys, and he's like, "Oh, for today, they're not practicing." Like that whole thing back and forth was like, he was being evasive.
Yeah, I think he kind of enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought it was funny.
I got your picture of the Juicy Lucy.
Yeah, I told you, no frills.
So how many bites were you into this? You're about halfway done. Weren't you about halfway done?
Yeah, I think, what happens is, I'm not one of these people who, do the Instagram, hey, take a picture of my food.
You're not Gabe Kapler?
I kind of like to eat it, but then after I took a couple bites, I was like, oh, shoot, I should have taken a picture of this. And so what you got was my scrap.
It tastes better than your picture. I think
so. It seems to me, though, in the picture you sent, the right side of the picture is where the cheese is oozing out, and not so much to the left side. So, can you ask for it to be on one side of the burger,
no.
or you want it to completely come out balanced?
Are you
oozing?
Really?
Huh?
Are you really that high maintenance?
I am. This is more like the 49er offensive line.
I would like the cheese to come out on the right side,
we're running
please.
behind Burford and McKivitz more.
Wow.
I'd like it even to the Trent Williams, Aaron Banks side.
I will say this. It's one of those places where you walk in there and you see the guy at the grill and you're like, oh, my God, that's the guy making my burger.
Yep. Ugh. So you're scared?
So
he hasn't washed his hands in a while?
Yeah, but those are the best kind of places.
There's no question.
Yeah,
absolutely no question.
Dirty fingernails?
Dive Bar Mayoko, man. Dive Bar Mayoko.
There was something like you go in there and they serve like Coke but no ice, or there's something like there's a sign like we don't have ice. So it's that kind of place.
We don't have ice.
It's Minnesota.
No, I'm almost
they don't have ice
in
Minnesota? Come on.
Yeah, right. I'm not in the
summer. They have 10,000 lakes. I can skate on ice outside.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God. Good stuff, man.
Are you here? I heard you parking your car.
No,
where are you?
I pulled over, but I was in the car talking to you, but then you had the greenhouse effect where I started, sweating. So now I'm stepping outside and just kind of walking around behind a dumpster talking to you guys.
Oh, that's
a lot cooler today than yesterday. Yesterday was
here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing.
Okay.
So then last year they have all these cool hats from Matt's Bar, And so I I got to get a hat.
Oh, that's
from
a
that
great
bar.
idea. Yeah.
And so I got the hat, but now like I'm embarrassed to wear it because like I don't know if you guys know this, my name is Matt, and I think it's kind of goofy for me to be walking around wearing a hat named that says Matt on it. Like it kind of makes me look even more egocentric than I actually am.
You don't want a hat that says Matt on it for Matt's
Well,
Bar?
I don't know. I mean, isn't that kind of weird? Like,
No, get that.
So Matt?
Were you drunk when you bought it? I mean, didn't you think of that when you bought it? When I wear a hat that says Matt's Bar
it was like
on it?
11:30 in the morning.
Okay. Well, that doesn't mean you're not drunk.
Well, that's a very good
But I get
point.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, most people know they're not, but I get it. I'm not judging. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at Matt's memorabilia right now. Matt's Juicy Lucy. I love those shirts and hats.
In fact, let me here. I'll send you guys another picture. I think
send me that.
I think I even took pictures of the hats. Here they are. Here, I'll send that to you guys.
Wow,
3500 Cedar Avenue, Minneapolis. Matt's Juicy
No,
Lucy.
it's in Minneapolis, not St. Paul.
Yeah, look at those T-shirts. I like those and the hats. Those are
And
nice.
then you
I'd
guys
wear that.
tell me which picture, which hat I should have gotten.
All right, here's the Juicy Lucy.
Okay.
That looks. Why is it called the Juicy Lucy, by the way?
That's a good question. I don't know.
She worked behind the bar?
Kind of weird.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
also kind of weird. Like
Here are the Matt's hats.
What do they look like? Okay, I got it.
It's also kind of weird because, like,
Ooh,
I have
like
a daughter
those
named
hats.
Lucy. I have a daughter named Lucy, and so.
Oh, and it
she
says
wasn't-
Matt. Oh, okay. Now that would be a different way. Why? Because it says Matt's Juicy Lucy. It doesn't say Matt's
Yeah.
Bar. It says Matt's Juicy Lucy. If
Oh,
that's your
does it?
daughter's
Okay.
name, that's a little awkward.
Yeah, a little bit weird.
Yeah. Okay.
But I picked the hat on the far right.
The maroon.
The red one?
The maroon
Red.
one. Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. You didn't go trucker
this
hat. Okay.
You know what? Just for you guys, when I get on my flight early Sunday morning,
Yeah.
I'm going to be wearing that hat.
I think you should. I like it.
And you're going to Paisley Park Monday morning, right?
I am going to Paisley Park Monday morning, yes.
And then
Bob
you'll
said
change to
you
a
said you wanted
purple
to go
hat.
there.
It'll be a purple hat for that one?
Oh, there we go.
All right, man. Hey, thanks for the
That's
insight.
it,
We
huh?
appreciate it.
Very
Safe
good.
travels.
Was this really on the radio?
We
I know.
covered
That's
it.
what I'm trying to get rid of you now.
No. People turned
No
it
more
off.
pictures.
It was just the three of us talking.
Yeah. Nothing.
Okay, very good.
All right.
When am I going on your show? Is that later today or?
Yeah, we'll give you a call. We'll give you a call,
Okay.
mister. We're running behind now. All right.
Perfect.
We'll see you later.
All right, gentlemen.
Safe travels.
Okay.
Take
thanks.
care,
I'll see ya.
Maddie.
That is the great Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. And, of course, we'll talk to him on Sunday and the 49ers Talk podcast. Follow him for everything. We'll go behind enemy lines in about 13 minutes. Ben Gosling is going to join us. He writes for the Star Tribune in Minneapolis and covers the Vikings. So we'll get into that conversation. I like his Juicy Lucy is and that's what they look like. They're not a sight to behold, but they are good. We'll get into that next. Plus, we were just talking trade candidates. What position, what could they be looking at? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Former Stanford head football coach David Shai joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Christian McCaffrey's season, his toughness, and what his possible absence could mean Monday night in Minneapolis for the 49ers. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey-year-old pal John Lund here. Happy Friday, first of all. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? That's not cool. Some are not even based in the entire state of California, but Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You see them. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? That's what they'd be. I made that clear. With a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But don't be scared away because you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Hello, friends. Happy Friday. Hope you are great. Ben Gosling is going to join us bottom of the hour, covers the Vikings for the Star Tribune in Minneapolis, so we will go behind enemy lines. You'll be taking a flight out, Sunday?
Tomorrow afternoon, right? John, after practice.
Saturday afternoon.
After practice.
Saturday afternoon. Very nice. We'll talk to Ben in a few minutes. We were just talking to Matt Mayoka about a number of different things, Juicy Lucy's among them. But on the one-year anniversary of Christian McCaffrey, could the 49ers do it again? I don't know that they're going to do it to this aggressive of a level, but one of the guys at corner that I was thinking about is there's got to be a lot of parameters here in who they would take out, but there's a guy named Jalen Johnson in Chicago who went to Utah, was a high second-round pick in 2020, 6'1", 195. He's got an expiring contract at the end of the year. He's 24 years old. He's from Fresno. And more importantly, he can play inside and outside. So I don't know how aggressive they're going to be. I don't know what Chicago would ask for. I've seen a number of the names. I think Surtain is unrealistic. There's a few other names out there as well, but that would be one guy that I certainly would be interested in. I like that kid, and he fits what the Niners need, plus you wouldn't owe him any money. It would kind of be like the Emmanuel Sanders deal of a couple of years ago.
Well, whatever name you bring up, I am listening to, because you nailed the Christian McCaffrey trade about a month before it actually happened. I was looking at Saquon Barkley, and I thought just overall was excessive. They gave up a lot to get him, but no doubt McCaffrey flipped this franchise. Funny you should mention Jalen Johnson, because the Minnesota Vikings played the Chicago Bears last week at Soldier Field, and I was watching. Number 33. And he's 6 feet tall, but he has long arms.
Yeah.
He reminds me a lot of Mooney Man, Charvarius Ward. Well, when I met Mooney Man for the first time as a Niner, I thought, you're a lot shorter than I thought you were. I thought you were like 6'3", because this guy looks longer, taller, because his arms are so long. So it's the perfect body. You want the 6 feet's not short, but it's not gangly. So he has the short area quickness to move his feet. To me, he's a base down player. So he would push Diamador Lenore for playing time, and then you just kick Demo inside, or he could jump inside and play nickel and play Demo outside, but he's in or out. But I think, he would play. To me, in the base, your starting corners would be Jalen Johnson on one side, Charvarius Ward on the other side, and then when Demo comes in, whoever's more comfortable, move Demo inside or Jalen inside. But when he began his career, Jalen Johnson, his first year, played right cornerback. His second year, played left cornerback. Now they just list him at DB, meaning he plays them all, and he plays nickelback. So he is perfect. I like that. I like that name.
Yeah, and again, I think I could be wrong here. Maybe they'll take on additional money, but with all the money that they're going to have to be due, and I'm talking about Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy at some point and all these kind of things, they're going to have to pay the credit card at some point. Now, obviously, the cap is fluid, but this is a guy that, look, if he plays great for you, maybe you do find room for him and sign him. I don't know what he would demand, but you do have the flexibility if you trade for him that he's a free agent at the end of the year. And like I said, maybe he's an Emmanuel Sanders type where he helped you, and then unfortunately you let him go. I don't know what they would be thinking, but I like that he's from Fresno. He's a local guy. He knows things. I like that he's a free agent at the end of the year. I like that he's physical. I mean, if people know anything about anybody coming out of Utah defensively, Kyle Whittingham is there. He's tough. He'll come up. He'll tackle. And like you said, he's versatile as a corner. So, look, as we talk about weaknesses for the 49ers, this thing is kind of shaken out. Colt McKivitz looks fine to me on the right side. They got Randy Gregory at the edge. The thing that is sticking out like a sore thumb at this particular point is I don't want to be one play away from Ambry Thomas. I think you put yourself in a bad position there.
You realize Ambry Thomas started playoff games in 21.
He did.
All of them.
Something has happened. I mean, I don't think that I don't think that the team trusts him. I don't think that he has the confidence. I just would not feel good about having Ambry Thomas at the corner, and you know this better than I do. All you need is one weakness defensively, and then go at you. So, look, no offense to Ambry. I just think if you have an opportunity as close as this team is, as good as this team is, to make a move like this, and we know how aggressive the 49ers have been in the past, whether it's getting Christian McCaffrey a year from now or a year ago today, or looking into a Khalil Mack or whatever, going out and getting an Emmanuel Sanders. I mean, this team is aggressive if they have the opportunity to. So I think if there is something that makes sense at that position, I think they would do it.
How do you feel about the killer bees from B gap to B gap? Are you cool with Banks and Brendel and Burford? The reason I ask, I think Minnesota is going to start selling. Would they sell Ezra Cleveland, their left guard, who may not even play in this game on Monday night? He's got an injury.
Real good athlete. He's a really good athlete.
Ran a 4.9 340.
Are you thinking Burford? I mean, is that where the weak spot is? I mean, Banks wasn't as good as he's been, but I mean, I think Cleveland has some versatility too. I know he is a guard, but he's tall. I think he's 6'6", so he can play some tackle. I think too. But yeah, that would intrigue me. I don't think it's as big of a need as corner is, but I mean, these guys evaluate everything, and coming off what the offensive line looked like against Cleveland, and I don't want to overreact to Cleveland because they're really, really good defensively. But yeah, if they think that that's a weakness, I think that, again, this is what's fun about being a 49ers fan right now. They're not going to sit back and watch. If they have a weakness that they think is a real weakness, they're going to go out and they're going to do something about it. Now, whether they can get it done, I don't know. But part
Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is the Vikings GM.
You got a connection
was with John Lynch in the front office. They already did business when the 49ers moved up to get Jair Brown at 87. They moved up with a pick from Minnesota. So Ben Gosling covers the Vikings. And what else are they going to do? Are they going to trade Kirk Cousins between now and Halloween?
He's got to approve it, so I wonder if he would do that, but could be. Let's ask Ben Gosling all about it, not only about the 49ers, but the trade deadline. If the 49ers beat them on Monday night, then they're 2-5 in that division. Would they start thinking about selling pieces? The trade deadline, again, 11 days away, so we'll get into that conversation. Ben Gosling joins us next. Behind Enemy Lines, we'll talk Vikings, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you have always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass their wealth on to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Play action out of the shotgun. Harrison Phillips trying to give him his first sack. Josh Metellus forced to fumble. It's bouncing about. Picked up by Jordan Hicks. 40, 30, and is loose. Touchdown! Jordan Hicks, with the second touchdown of his career, has run the Minnesota Vikings to an 18-6 lead.
That's our guy, Paul Allen from KFAN in Minneapolis.
The voice of the Vikings.
That's right. Let's get behind enemy lines. Our guy, Ben Gessling from the Star Tribune, covers the Vikings, and the Vikings sit at 2-4. And last year they were so good in those one-score games, and they've played all one-score games. Problem is they're 2-4 this year, having beat the Carolina Panthers and Chicago Bears, having lost to Kansas City, the Chargers, Philly, and Tampa, all in one-score fashion. Ben joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Ben. How are you?
I am doing well, guys. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. So tell us the difference from a team that was dominant in these one-score games to a team that's 2-4 in them this year.
Yeah, I mean, the turnovers have really been the big thing. They have fumbled early and often, and they have done it in some unique ways and in a lot of costly ways. It's been, just about every way you could think of that they fumbled on special teams, on a backwards pass last week. It's been fumbling in the red zone. It's been a couple of interceptions near the goal line. Those have really been the big pieces of it. I mean, I have said it, and I think they probably have reason to say it, that if a few plays go differently, they could be sitting there, 3-2, 4-1, probably without much trouble. I mean, the one against the Chargers a couple of weeks ago, Kirk Cousins throws a pass to T.J. Hawkinson, a little bit off his frame, in the final seconds of the game. Hawkinson has the ball go off his hands, and then it gets intercepted in the end zone, and it's basically game over. So It's been a lot of trouble taking care of the ball. It's probably been less efficiency on offense than I think we expected to see from this team, but they have certainly done a pretty good job of shooting themselves in the foot in ways that they didn't do last year. I mean, they won all those close games because they had the people that made the plays at the end, and it was Patrick Peterson intercepting Josh Allen in overtime in Buffalo, or stripping the ball from Emir Smith-Marset to beat the Bears. I mean, a lot of those things went their way, and this year they've been the team making the crucial mistakes at the wrong moment. That's basically been the story of it so far.
Yeah, the lost fumbles they're just amazing. In the first game, the Tampa Bay game, and you had a couple of lost fumbles to start the first half of that game, and then I guess all of them have been bad. The worst one, you tell me, was the one with Justin Jefferson against Philadelphia. He's looking to go in the end zone and score right before halftime. The ball slips out of his hand, wind up being a touchback, and it goes the other way, and they kick a 61-yard field goal, and it really kind of cost you that game. I mean, 9 fumbles lost. Every single fumble you've lost 9. It's unbelievable. But my question involves, because JJ is Offensive Player of the Year last year, and they feed him the ball so much, Ben, not only on third down, but first down, second down. He's just so involved. So what's the passing game identity minus Justin Jefferson? I know they have T.J. Hawkinson, they have the young guy Jordan Addison, but where do they throw the ball without J.J.?
Yeah, I mean, they are, I think, still trying to find the answer to that question, because last week was the first game they had played without Justin Jefferson since he's been in the NFL. I mean, he has been available for them to form their entire identity around him, and you could make the argument that, I mean, it's hard to argue against leaning on him as brilliant as he's been, but you do open yourself up for this, that when he's gone, they don't quite have the counterpunch as well developed as they would expect that they would. I know with Adam Thielen leaving, Thielen wanted to be somewhere where he was going to be a bigger focal point in the offense, and he just saw the way this is drawn up here, it's not going to happen. And again, it's, when you have Justin Jefferson, you're going to try to get him the ball as much as you can, but they really looked last week like they were not starting from square one, but they just didn't seem like they had an identity quite in the way that they wanted. Things got conservative. It was not, I think, as much confidence to push the ball downfield, even though they have a first-round pick in Jordan Addison and the second highest paid tight end in the league. T.J. Hawkinson. They didn't seem to have quite that level of willingness to be creative, to push the ball, to take some chances. And this is a team that probably has struggled to take chances anyway. That's kind of the ongoing project with Kirk Cousins, is getting him to trust himself, trust his receivers probably a little bit more. And it just felt last week like everything kind of took a step back inward in a lot of ways, and it became much more about, let's just try to get 4 or 5 yards at a time and not take any risks and not beat ourselves. So I think they are still trying to figure out what this thing looks like without Justin Jefferson. The fact that they haven't run the ball very well hasn't helped either, but they need to figure out how they're going to make things work, at least for a few more weeks without him. And it's certainly not easy to have to be figuring that out when you're playing this defense that's coming in Monday night.
Ben Gessling is joining us. He covers the Vikings for the Star-Tribune as we're getting ready for Monday Night Football between the 49ers and the Vikings. Tell us more about Cousins, because he's an intriguing figure, and we know all the years where he took the one-year deals in Washington and has made a ton of money. He was on the quarterback show. I think a lot of people liked him in that show, but he always puts up great numbers, but he certainly doesn't seem to get the respect he deserves. Why is that?
Well, I think a lot of it has been he hasn't had the playoff victories. I mean, he's won one playoff game in his career, and the only trip he had to the division playoffs ended in San Francisco 4 years ago. So the pelts on the wall, or the lack thereof, I think is a big part of it. I mean, you saw in the Netflix series where he has the empty spot in his trophy case in his room for a Lombardi trophy. I mean, even being able to make an NFC title game would, I think, help with all of this. And some of it with him, I think, is people look at him and say he's a bit of a dork, and people like to kind of have fun with that. And he seems like he's probably leaned into it a little bit and said, "Yeah, I am," and it's I'm going to be who I am. I mean, quarterback talked about some of that, and we've seen it. He, I think, has been a little more willing to embrace that part of himself and just kind of go with it. I mean, even last week talking about how they won the game because they started playing Creed like the Rangers did. I mean, it's this sort of thing that he's just said, hey, this is me, and I'm going to be the dad that has all the cringy jokes. But I think a lot of it is probably, whether it's that or whether it's just a lack of playoff success, a lot of these things kind of get combined, and people just look at him and say, this is not, the alpha dog that you would expect at the quarterback position, and all of the ways that we have come to define that, I think. So if he were to get some playoff success, I think the rest of it would kind of fall in line and say, yeah, okay, it's a little bit different way of doing it. But without the playoff results, it's hard for people to get completely on board with it, I think.
Maybe that explains why the Niners were playing Creed during practice yesterday. It wasn't the Rangers higher, it was with arms wide open, which I thought was odd for a practice, but maybe they were... do you like that? Maybe they were channeling their inner Kirk Cousins. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was with John Lynch here, now the GM of the Vikings, traded Zadarius Smith this offseason. We saw him last week in Cleveland, Ben, and, obviously he's moved some other people, big pieces. Dalvin Cook just got rid of him, and now he's a Jet. There any way they could trade Kirk Cousins between now and Halloween?
Well, the tricky thing there would be that Cousins has a no-trade clause. So if they were going to do it, it would have to be somewhere that he would sign off on. Honestly, the one scenario I could see him saying yes to is if in some scenario the 49ers needed a quarterback, and that would require a lot of things to change and a lot of things to happen between now and next Tuesday. But it would have to be a place like that where he knows the offense, where it's a team that is in contention. I think a coaching staff that he obviously has a relationship with, he's spoken very fondly of the Shanahan, still talks to Mike Shanahan a lot, has a great history with Kyle Shanahan. So it would have to be something like that, or even Miami. If something were to happen to Tua Tagovailoa, he's got a history with Mike McDaniel. These scenarios I'm laying out obviously are so remote that I don't see it between now and next Tuesday. If the Vikings got an offer that blew them away, I think they would think about it. But the fact that he has a voice in this conversation and that he has said he wants to stay in Minnesota, it would take quite a scenario for him to move between now and next Tuesday.
So what do they do with him long term with his contract up after this year? Is he the quarterback of the Vikings next year?
I think that is still to be determined in a lot of ways. I don't think they've ruled out the possibility of bringing him back. They had talked with him before the season about a long-term contract, and they weren't able to come to terms on anything. I think there's a scenario where he's back, especially if they get this thing turned around. Otherwise, I think they are looking at possibly drafting one of these guys that is at near the top of the class. I mean, everybody's talked about this being a pretty decorated quarterback class, and they certainly have done some work on that class in the short term. I mean, they had Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the GM, was at Notre Dame last week to watch Caleb Williams. They had scouts watching Drake May in North Carolina. They certainly know the depth of this class, and there is, I think, a chance that, especially if they're picking high enough to get one, that they're saying, let's take our guy now, and if we need to get a bridge starter for a year, we do that, but let's try to get the next quarterback in here if we have a chance to do it. I mean, they had interest in doing that last year, and they looked at the Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson types. They just didn't have the capital to move up, but they certainly know that even if Kirk Cousins is still a really solid starter in the NFL, which I think he is by all accounts, they have to start thinking about the future at that position, and they certainly are doing their homework on what that could look like in the not-too-distant future. Ben
Gessling joining us. The Vikings are 2-4, Monday Night Football, 49ers and the Vikings. And just to widen that lens out just a little bit, a lot of people would speculate that the Vikings would be open for business. Danielle Hunter can't be a franchise. Would they move him? There's a couple other pieces. But, I'm looking at their schedule, and I know you know it better than I do. After the 49ers, Green Bay, Atlanta, New Orleans, Denver, Chicago, the Raiders, I mean, those are all winnable games for Minnesota. So as we come up on the deadline, win or lose in this game, especially given what the division is now. I mean, Detroit looks really, really good. That's hard for me to say. But, Green Bay's not very good. Chicago's not very good. I mean, they still have an opportunity, win or lose in this, where they probably think to themselves, geez, we're still in this thing.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't expect that they are going to go into, official or unofficial tank mode. That just hasn't been how they've operated. Their ownership talks a lot about how they want to have a competitive team every year. That makes it very difficult when you are trying to have a team that can contend and you're not picking near the top of the draft and you don't have a ton of cap room. That it is a difficult line to walk, but I don't think they are looking at burning it down in the next week or two. I suppose that could change if they would lose the next two. If you lose to the 49ers, then you go to Lambeau on a short week and get beat, and then you're 2-6 going into the deadline. Yep. Maybe you start to listen a little bit more. But yeah, that November schedule and then the Raiders the first week of December, the 5 between November and that Raiders game before they get to their bye week are all very winnable. So even if you got to 2-6, I mean, they have not been consistent enough to say that this is going to happen definitively, but it's not impossible. They reel off 4 or 5 and they're right back to 500, and you say, okay, if we win a few division games in December, they go to the Bengals too, and the Bengals haven't looked perfect. So there's still a scenario where I think they could talk themselves into saying, we could get in a wild card mix, let's not blow it up. Is that the right thing long term? I think you could have that debate either way, but I don't get the sense that they are just going to say, let's throw in the towel, even if they lose this one, simply because the schedule sets up the way it does, and their default is sort of, let's try to remain competitive as much as we can.
Great stuff. Ben, thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you,
Thanks. Ben. At Ben, make sure that you're following him, at Ben Gessling. I was calling him Gosling. I apologize. It's spelled Goessling. So everyone.
How would you know?
Like Ryan Gosling.
Gessling.
Yeah, it's Gessling.
Got it.
Should people be able to just do whatever they want with their own name? I guess so.
Of course they should.
Because that goes against
their pronunciation.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's spelled Gosling, and we all think Ryan Gosling.
You mispronounced the man's name, John.
No, I said Gessling.
At least you got
but
Ben
I did
right.
Before.
I just go with Ben. See, in my chair, I don't have to know.
No, they told me during the break, they go, it's
know
Gessling. So I called him Gessling the whole time. But I was reading it, and I was thinking Ryan Gosling. So whatever. Yeah. That's what they decided to call him.
Did you call him Ryan?
No, I never called him Ryan, although I was thinking it, and it wouldn't surprise me if we went back to the tape, and I might have. Could have. I don't know what he looks like.
You were so worried about Gosling, you were all screwed up.
Yeah, I probably called him Ryan.
I think you nailed it.
Ken. We call him Ken from Ken and Barbie, but I didn't.
Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. Can you say that one?
By the way, you nail that one every time.
Well, because he may be on the show Monday. You should practice all weekend.
What is it? Quessa Adufa?
Well,
What?
it's Adolfo Mensa. He works here.
Adolfo Mensa, yeah.
Is it Quessy or Quessai? I think is the first one.
We better work on
Just
that.
call
He's
him the
coming
Big
on.
K, Special K. I think we're going to have him on Monday.
Michael Huawanamani?
No.
That guy?
No.
He get traded to the Vikings?
No.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
No.
You guys
Vikings
nail every
have
one
easy.
of them.
They have easy names.
Do they?
They don't have anything that's going to bother me.
Is that what you do on Saturday night, like the names?
Well,
Like-
Sunday night will be this year.
Yeah, when you have a game, do you look at it and be like, okay, who are the tough names?
Schlottman.
Michael Huamanawanui.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
You know Ted spent like
Isn't
2
there
hours on
There's
that
a
one.
Schlotsky's Deli. I remember
Schlotsky's underrated,
in San
man.
Antonio.
Oh,
By
that's a
the
good
way,
place.
guess who was playing tonight?
Who's playing tonight?
Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, that's right. We got to get on that.
Now the Spurs are saying he's playing. They didn't know if he was going to play or not.
Oh, wow.
Victor is playing tonight.
That'd be worth the price of admission.
It's a preseason game. They charge for those?
Jeez, you do have easy names. I'm looking at these guys. There's nothing tough on this team. Osborne, Addison, Powell, Darisaw, Cleveland, Bradbury, Ingram, O'Neal, Hawkinson, Cousins, Madison, Ham. I mean, come on. This is easy. You don't even.
Ham's a tough one, John. How do you say Ham?
You can go out on Saturday night. There's no tough names here. Looking at their defense, nothing.
How about
Smith,
their
Bynum,
how about their
Murphy.
kickoff returner? How do you say his name?
Oh yeah, this guy's good too. Ooh, I don't know. About that one.
Kane
You're gonna have to stay home for that one.
It's Wanwu.
Wanwu?
He actually ran. He was very good against the 49ers in the playoff game.
He's good.
And he was good against the 49ers when we played him a couple of years ago.
Okay, but you get my point on this.
Wanwu. Yeah, they're
Wanwu
easy.
from NWANGWU, and you get Wanwu from that?
Yeah, the N is silent.
Man, that's a tough one. Okay, but you've already got that one down. Everybody else is Evans and Smith and Johnson. You got this down. This is
I got all my Johnsons.
you got your Johnsons.
Mullins.
There you go. All right, Nick Mullins. Easy, even if you get it back up there. All right, we got your 1 o'clock hour on the way. A 4-play for you to get you ready, not only for the Monday Night Football game, but remember, Chris McCaffrey a year ago, Andre Iguodala retiring, so we got all that for you in about 7 minutes. Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch, 49ers general manager, joined Murphy Mack this morning, as he does every Friday, on the 1-year anniversary of trading for Christian McCaffrey. What's his health heading into the Vikings game for Monday Night Football? That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a quick look at a post-workout scramble with 6 eggs, some local jalapeno jack, salt, pepper, cayenne, and some leftover brisket, and a less ordinary ingredient, a Honeycrisp apple. I just chop it up into small pieces and add it last so it stays nice and crunchy.
Gabe Kapler interviewed for the
Post?
Head of baseball operations in Boston. Can
Is
you
that
imagine
new?
him?
Is that a new post?
No, that's an old one.
Has he done anything since he lost his job?
No, the only thing I've seen him post is I guess he's buying, one of those Mercedes. It is?
That's a new post.
A Mercedes conversion van that he's doing. I've seen that one.
Well, he just did that one. He's posting again.
I was just thinking, can you imagine if he did a coffee review in Boston and they would just go, "Hey, you're going to get a Dunkin' Donuts, okay?" That's all they would do. I mean,
You just went Philly or New York.
Yeah,
Your Boston was not
Boston.
very good. It was not Boston.
I don't know that they would take so well to coffee reviews. It's just black mud.
He was
Dunkin'
a Red Sox,
Donuts, isn't it?
He was a Red Sox.
Yeah, he was. I don't know if that would fit.
He won a World Series there.
Before we do the foreplay, so John Morosi updated his story. They have gotten permission. He said they were seeking permission to talk to Jason Varitek. They have gotten permission to talk to Jason Varitek. So let's review. Catcher Jason Varitek, catcher Stephen Vogt.
Did they interview Varitek?
And they are going to. That's what Morosi is saying now. They got permission to. Stephen Vogt, catcher, and maybe still in the mix. I see that text earlier. Maybe still in the mix for Bob Melvin because John Morosi reporting something we already know, but kind of reiterating it, says the following. The Padres say he's staying, but word is he and GM A.J. Preller barely spoke in a season of underachievement. One rival exec suggested it looked like they kept him because they didn't want a Bruce Bochy 2 situation.
It's a rival exec. So
Yes.
have they spoken since the season ended? Everybody's basing this on what happened during the season. Have they been able to come together throughout the year?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now that would be the salient point there. So
Yes. All right, so that's the latest on baseball. Let's get you the rest. It is time for today's version of the foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we'll do a little bit more from Andre Iguodala. He was on First Take this morning. I bet he enjoyed that. And here he is talking about his retirement announcement and what he wants to tell fans.
Well, it was a beautiful run, beautiful ride. Played in some great cities, played for some great organizations, learned a lot throughout the course over my career, and some great teammates. And what I'm trying to do, or what I try to do off the court, and be the leader of investing in the tech space and opening that door and bringing it to the players, has been beautiful to watch, and we continue to go down that journey.
All right, we'll play more for you at 1:15, but how about that? There you go. Very Andre.
How many times he dropped a beautiful?
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
He
beautiful.
did. Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful. We will have more from Andre, and we'll talk more about his retirement and his career as a Warrior at 1:15. But again, that was his retirement announcement yesterday. So we'll get more into that at 1:15.
He didn't do it on First Take, did he?
Yeah, that's what I'm
He
told.
did?
From First Take.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Couldn't he have done better than that?
His
Doesn't he have
last
own
take
forum?
was on First Take?
Yeah. Yeah, these are all from First Take.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
He's going to be a Hall of Famer. Andre Iguodala, I don't think they win. The one, well, they didn't win that one because Durant got hurt. They do not win the first one without Andre.
Right.
Would they have won, the Durant years? He was not involved in last year, the most recent championship. He didn't play much. He came up with big moments. I even remember, I think it was Durant's second one. He didn't play at all. He was out, and he came back for, I think, the closeout game, or that's when he stripped Kevin Love. It's like, remember he had a drive through the half court, and he dunked the ball at the end of the game. He just had a penchant for big moments. Obviously, the first championship, they don't win that without his defense on LeBron James. And how many guys have won the Bill Russell Award, the Finals MVP, for their defense? And he averaged 20 a game in those finals, and that would flip the series. When they were down 2-1, they took Bogut out of the starting lineup, and they went small. And Andre was already guarding LeBron a lot, but now he was doing it right from jump, and they didn't lose again. They won 3 in a row. But then, so certainly the first championship, the first Durant one. Anyway, he's a 4-time NBA champion, not as involved in the last one. He's a Hall of Famer with his Olympic career, his years in Philadelphia, going to Pat Riley after he left the Warriors. He had a magnificent career. I would say, John, he had a beautiful career, is what I would say.
Beautiful.
And he will have his number retired.
Yeah. Well, like
number 9 will be retired. There's no doubt.
19 seasons, 4-time NBA champ, NBA Finals MVP. Made the All-Star game only once. 2-time All-Defensive Team, All-Rookie Team, Olympic gold medalist. So
yeah,
again,
he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, all those things. So
8 years a Warrior, 4 NBA championships.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have to get ready to retire some numbers, huh? Number 9, number 11, number 23, number 30 are all going up.
No question.
Number 35.
I was just going to say.
We'll bring that up on Tuesday.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's do some 49ers for you. Here's John Lynch this morning. He joins Murph and Mac every Friday. Here he is we were just talking about this. The trade deadline is looming. About 11 days away, a week from Tuesday. So here's John Lynch on what the 49ers could be looking for.
Yeah, I think this time of the year, it's just a lot of phone calls with other teams. Where are you guys at? What are you looking for? Who's available? So it's a lot of those things, and then you start to hone in on, okay, in the right situation, these are the guys we'd like to have. And so it's just a lot of communication with other teams. I think we've got a proven track record. We're not afraid to be active, and if it can help our team, I think the one thing we've remained relatively healthy. Number one, number two, we got a pretty deep and talented roster already, so it's got to really make sense for us. But we're certainly not afraid to make a splash if needed, and if we think it can improve us. So and that's just not a stock answer. I think there's still, Halloween, where the trade deadline is right after our Cincinnati game. So that's a long time, in terms of these things, and we'll continue to monitor, continue to communicate, and if we can make a difference on this team, we will.
I love that answer. They're aggressive. They've shown it. And
they got money.
Yep.
They didn't have to, they made a trade 2 weeks ago today when they traded for Randy Gregory, and all they had to lay out there, they flipped, back-end picks, 6 for a 7th, and, they got Gregory and a veteran minimum, so they've got a lot of money. I think they want to save that money and roll it into next year because you're going to have some guys that are up, obviously, Brandon Ayuk being one. Do you want to do something with Talanoa Hufanga? And then let's just see what the needs are. I don't think they have a glaring need now. I think if you wanted to upgrade the roster, cornerback would be the spot. Would you want a nickel or an outside guy? It would depend on whether you want to move Demo inside or out. You'd want a guy like Jalen Johnson who can do both. Mm-hmm. So if something comes up, where you want to move him inside or Demo inside, you lose Demo, he could go inside, play somebody else outside, whatever it is. But then I think you just have to wait. I don't think they'll do anything like in the immediate. I think if they do it, it'll be after the Bengal game. Because what if you get an injury? You just got to play this game on Monday night, play the game on October 29th against the Bengals at home, and then reassess. I mean, they were injury-free, as John said, and then they had a bunch of them jump up. Now, luckily, none of them are long-term. They're saying more day-to-day. But, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Dre Greenlaw, now Isaiah Oliver. They're just, day-to-day injuries you can manage, but if you get into that realm, John, where you start to get season-ending injury, they ran out of IR, short-term IR recalls last year, remember? Yeah. They had so many guys on IR and so many they brought back from IR that they ran out of space at the end, so you don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So that's what's going on as far as that goes. Brock Purdy was on with our friend Rich Eisen this morning, and, of course, he hears the critics, the tag of system quarterback, that all the talent's around him, and it's Kyle Shanahan. Rich asked him about it. Here's what Brock said.
Oh, man. I would just say, I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win. I want to help this team win. People can say what they want. That's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals. And then we'll see at the end of all this if that's true or not.
It's a great answer, and he's 100% right, and that's just how Brock is. But you and I talked about this. Trey Lance probably read too many of the clippings, and they're not clippings anymore. They come right on his phone, and James Wiseman did. And Joey Bart told us a couple years ago, hey, the advice I would give those guys, don't read stuff and don't listen to people. But Brock truly doesn't. He just is like, whatever, say whatever you want. I'm just going to do what I do.
He's too locked in. He's got his Bible in one hand and the playbook in the other, and if he's judging his success on winning, he's been a wild success. He was 13-0, number 13, won his first 13 starts in the NFL and not even starts, the game off the bench against Miami in December, and any game where he took the majority of the snaps, and there were 13 of them going into Cleveland, they won. So the only game that he has had to bounce back from, now the Philadelphia game, he got hurt, and he had months of what's the surgery going to be? Am I going to need Tommy John and all that? This one, he's got a football game, and I think it's going to be interesting, John. He's been on Thursday Night Football a couple of times. He's been on Sunday Night Football. He showed out on both, and this is Monday Night Football. And, Sunday Night Football, the league watches, but they had a game that day, and Thursday night they watch, but I think even so, Monday Night Football, it's got to be exciting for him to make the start on Monday Night Football and have them tell the story, because they've got that long pregame show that they do, and they talk about it all day long, and then Joe and Troy and Lisa will get into it. So it'd be nice for him to bounce back, certainly on Monday night, and the team needs it.
No doubt. And finally, Christian McCaffrey, 365 days ago. Christian McCaffrey on October 20th, 2022 became a 49er. Here's Kyle Shanahan yesterday about how he feels about McCaffrey's performance so far and his workload.
We treat him as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's week to week and how the game goes, but he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game. But I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's been playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes.
All right. Hope he's healthy. Right?
We will find out. They're going to be on the practice field, actually. So 1 o'clock already, John?
Yeah, how about that?
They're on the field right now.
And I said we were going to talk more about Andre Iguodala. We can do that later on in the show because I had forgotten, and how could I forget? The great Cynthia Freeland's going to join us from NFL Network. And we're going to play that cut for you. We're going to talk all analytics and numbers with her because she's great at it. But a couple of weeks ago, we were looking for this cut, and we couldn't find it. I forgot we were having the guy on from ESPN to talk some analytics, and we wanted to play it for him. And we're going to play it for Cynthia Freeland. Remember a couple of weeks ago he was on Tolbert and Copes and he talked about analytics, Kyle did? So play that for Cynthia Freeland, and then we'll talk about all the numbers around the Vikings and the 49ers. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Stanford head football coach David Chai joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Christian McCaffrey's season, his toughness, and what his possible absence could mean Monday night in Minneapolis for the 49ers. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Here, I guess on Saturday night when we get to the Twin Cities, I got to go to Matt's Bar and try this Juicy Lucy cheeseburger where the cheese is inside. And I love a good burger, but I especially love pizza. And there's one pizza that I love more than any other. It's Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. And their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are ginormous, and they are good. And don't forget to finish your meal off right with a super delicious cannoli or a tiramisu. Wake up early in the morning, stroll through the North Beach, and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And now the Warriors are back playing tonight against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. You get over to Chase Center or at Levi Stadium. Check out the more casual Tony's spots to get a slice at his Slice House locations. No matter where you go, remember, if you want pizza, you want Tony's, ranked number 1 in the entire world.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. You are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I've gone to these meetings a lot in other buildings and even here where you meet with an analytics department and they bring out this whole book and there's 2 million numbers to memorize. And I've watched coaches try to do that and you just melt during games. It's too much info. And it's when you realize, man, most of this stuff can be pretty natural. And some of it's 50-50. It's just your preference. And that's kind of what I try to keep my mind clear on it and go with what's natural. And then whenever there are those just obvious ones, when to call a timeout here between like 2 minutes and 2:30, when you have the 2 minute, all those things that analytics are 100% right with and the math is totally there. I don't even waste the time to learn that stuff because I just say, hey guys, when it's that automatic, just tell me and that's when I'll do it. But if it's not that automatic, if it's a 50-50 thing, just always let me go with my gut.
That was Kyle Shanahan. He was on with Tolbert and Copes last week, and they were talking about analytics. And we love talking analytics and numbers with Cynthia Freeland. She's NFL Network analytics expert, NFL.com, NFL Network. Make sure you're following her at C. Freeland. We love catching up with her and talking all about the numbers. She joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm good. I hadn't heard that whole clip before.
How about that? We played that, just for you.
I mean, I think it's funny because, like, the truth is like, first of all, as much as Kyle would like you to believe that he's not, like, super duper smart and could handle the 2 million numbers on it, he certainly could. But I also love, like, he's just kind of like, he's got that little edge of, like, just a little tiny bit of BS, meaning, like, remember when he said, like, we don't even know if we're going to be here Sunday, like, stuff like that. I don't know, I just think he's so funny. Like, I'm like, he is one of the ones who uses the most numbers, too, right? Like, of course you want to keep it simple, but, like, I don't know. That was funny. That was so funny.
And I've asked you this before. If I was involved with an NFL team, I would hire you to come work for me. I know you worked in the league office to do this. Has any team ever reached out to you? And then which teams? Do you want to divulge which ones?
I actually do. Sometimes I do consulting projects with them, which is kind of my favorite way to do it at this point because you have to have the right. Like, honestly, Kyle could probably he already has a great analytics department, but it's like there's some things, right? Like, I've been on TV. It makes things like a little bit more of a lot more. It just brings a little more of a spectacle to it. So usually I don't say anything, but we're at about 12 teams now, so. Almost there. Working my way to halfway.
Wow.
That's interesting. You know what I think is funny? Because we were talking about this last week when Kyle made those comments, and it was, you look at certain teams, and they might have 10 guys in the analytics department, and then New England has like 1. So, I mean, it seems that
Cleveland's got the 10, right?
Cleveland's got a ton. And then, like in baseball, it's going absolutely bonkers. But in the NFL, it seems to me that there are certain teams who are totally in, like Paul DePodesta, of course, comes from baseball, goes to Cleveland. He's got a big analytics department. There are others who are like, we're a little bit slower to come around.
Yeah, I could probably credit my TV career to Paul DePodesta because if he hadn't gone to the Browns, people wouldn't have been like, what is analytics for football? Like,
right.
Seriously? What is Moneyball for football?
Really?
So that's why I was first on TV. I was actually working in big data, it was called at the time, and trying to use big data to help tell sports stories for ESPN, for SportsCenter. And then they're like, "Can you just explain this?" And then that all it was kind of a interesting marriage of things going on at the same time. And then DraftKings came, and people were trying to do fun ways to give you an edge on your anyway. So the whole thing kind of came because of. So thanks, Paul. I've told him
Jonah Hill.
Before, but
Jonah Hill from
exactly.
Moneyball.
Funny part is Jonah Hill was not an accurate representation.
No.
Paul's actually marathon runner,
right.
Super slim, the whole thing, right? So super interesting. But yeah, the funny part is the one thing I will say. You can say teams don't have it, but Bill Belichick, they may be hidden in a quality control coach or just not necessarily called an analytic such and such, right? The A word can be hard for some people.
Right. All right. There are a few games on the schedule this week, and we want to get your thoughts on Niners and Vikings, but starting at Sunday morning our time, and I know you love your Detroit Lions. John, we went through the schedule game by game. And we have them going 13-4 this year. And that includes losing in Baltimore on Sunday, Cynthia. So let's just start with Sunday when you ran your simulations a million times over. Who wins, Honolulu Blue or John Harbaugh and the Ravens?
Well, my gut says the Ravens. My math says the Lions, which sometimes I hate that because I'm like, oh, gosh, like I'd rather – yeah. So gut says Ravens, math says Lions. But the question mark here will be the run game because we saw obviously David Montgomery is not going to be playing. Jahmyr Gibbs has been on the injury report, so I think he will be, I guess, good to go. But, and Craig Reynolds is now on the injury report as well. So that's some suspect stuff there. But the reality is it is actually, and I almost can't believe I'm saying this, but it's actually the Lions O-line that's really giving them the opportunity that even when those untimely turnovers happen, they're allowing Jared Goff to recenter, regroup, allow the run game to develop. And they use a lot of different run concepts, not just kind of the same thing over and over again. So it's really the dynamicism of that offensive line along with the running backs that allow things to stabilize even when unfortunate turnovers happen.
Cynthia Freeland joining us. And I was looking at your projections before we had you on before the season, and you had their ceiling at 11, you had their floor at 8, they're over under 9.5. And to me, I mean, you hit it right on the head. Their offensive line is dominating people. They've completely bought in on Dan Campbell. And I kind of looked them at the end of the year and said, okay, they won in Green Bay. Let's see what they got. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around it because I covered the Lions about 20 years ago, and I went through an 0-16 year there with Rod Marinelli. So it's I can't get my mind around the fact that the Lions are actually good.
Either can I. I mean, goodness, I have a dog named Gordy. That's how much I love, Detroit sports.
Yeah.
But, obviously hockey, right? But it's insane. I have never seen the Lions win a playoff game. I think I would cry. But the truth is we're going to see just how improved the defense is in this game because last year it was the run defense that was the question. I think in some alternative universe, the Panthers from last year are still running on the Lions somewhere. But it seems like it's fixed. It seems like it's better. However, look, week one, I think the Chiefs, I'm thinking everyone said, Chiefs kind of dropped the ball on that, literally dropped the ball on that one. So, but other than that, I don't know if their defense, and specifically their run defense, has been tested in the way that the Ravens, and the fact that, I don't know if Lamar Jackson knows which direction he's going to be running. So I don't know how the Lions are supposed to. At the end of the day, we'll see if that defense is improved or if it's, how much it's improved, I guess. How for real is it?
All right, so Detroit going into that game with a record of 5-1, so we'll be watching that closely. The other 5-1 besides the 49ers, the Philadelphia Eagles, Sunday Night Football. What a matchup. Mike McDaniel and that offense against Philly and their running game. Who wins, Dolphins or Eagles Sunday night, Cynthia?
I was really surprised at this because, I am a very offensive line-driven person. My entire master's thesis was on O-linemen. And I would think that with Lane Johnson and with the right guard and the right tackle banged up, starting right guard on IR, right tackle banged up, that I would have the opposite team winning. However, Jalen Hurts and that offense, I think, has a bigger advantage over that defense because I think the two question marks on both sides here is what are the defenses going to look like? And we've seen interesting they're not bad performances, but interesting performances from both defenses, right? So I'm looking at this game, and they've got a track meet here going on between the two offenses. But I think that the Philadelphia defense, even with the injuries, I think that they're going to be just a hair better than what Miami's going to be able to put out against whatever the Jalen Hurts-led offense is going to look like. Because we saw a weird Jalen Hurts last week. However, that happens. And what happens with a guy like Jalen Hurts is the week after that, they adjust, make the necessary decisions to get themselves out of those bad situations, and typically grow a little bit more.
The great Cynthia Freeland Jonas, NFL Network analytics expert. We love having her on to talk about all the numbers. So as far as the 49ers and the Vikings, you kind of just led us right into this, which is Jalen Hurts throws the 3 interceptions. They lose after the 49ers lose. And Brock Purdy plays his worst game as a professional and suffers his first loss since when he starts and finishes a game. So all the numbers were great for Brock, but the great thing about the numbers outside of the Cleveland game, obviously going into the Cleveland game, but the great thing about the numbers is they don't care who's around you. They don't care who, Kyle Shanahan's scheme. The numbers are the numbers. So how much does Brock drop off just based on that Cleveland game? And what were his numbers as astronomical as we thought they were as far as the way that you looked at it?
I don't think he drops off. I think they were astronomical given it's kind of somewhere in between because if he's good enough for Kyle Shanahan, just because he wasn't drafted in a position where all of us typically are saying, like, oh, this guy's going to be a stud, doesn't mean that if he's good enough for Kyle Shanahan, we shouldn't have taken that probably more into consideration. Like, we probably were like, whoa, a little bit too much. And just like when you're playing this last game, and now we're probably like, oh, a little bit too much, right? The Browns defense is exceptional. They're the only team that has negative expected points added against both the pass and the run in this situation. So to me, it's just a question of, what's the game plan? With a whole week to plan with at least a banged up, different people playing offensively. Like, Brock Purdy's not supposed to know what to do without Christian McCaffrey necessarily and Deebo Samuel. Like, he hasn't had enough experience yet. So the fact of the matter is you're playing this ridiculous defense, and you're playing it under really unfortunate circumstances that some of the best quarterbacks can't necessarily adapt to easily. And then you're expecting him to, like, already know what to do. Like, we got to kind of manage our expectations a little bit more. That's not really fair for him.
Yeah, the first play of the game, literally, from scrimmage, Deebo Samuel hurts his shoulder. Doesn't play much. Trent Williams played all but 2 snaps. So the report as they go on the practice field today, Cynthia, no sign of Deebo Samuel at practice or Trent Williams. Christian McCaffrey's working on a side field. His practice begun about a half hour ago. So as you run the simulations, do you have to run one that McCaffrey plays or doesn't play? You love your offensive lineman. What if Trent doesn't play or Deebo? So what are you thinking for Monday Night Football?
Well, the good news is when I'm looking at Monday Night Football, it doesn't change who wins, right? Like, I have the Niners winning kind of no matter what's going on in those situations, right? But Trent Williams is actually probably, like, in this case, not the bigger deal, but the one that makes a bigger, like, change, because you have a whole week. Kyle knows, right? Like, he knows what's going on. He knows how it works. But I think that, the way that the Vikings defense is playing, which, by the way, their defense is very susceptible to a lot of different strategies. So we're looking at this defense that is very vulnerable in a number of different ways. And I think that, Trent just makes the pressure potential different. That's it, right? Like, obviously it really helps to have Christian McCaffrey. Like, let me be clear, you're not replacing him. But it's probably for the sake of understanding what you're looking at in this defense and the matchup and how to get people open in space. Like, Kyle Shanahan with a week to do that, I just think he can figure that one out.
Well, it amazes me, too, that, Brian Flores blitzes about 20% more than anybody else in the league. I think they're up over 65%.
He doesn't have anyone else.
Right. So he just lets it go. Otherwise. Right, and they don't have the corners that Cleveland has. Cleveland can bring it, and they have the guys to back it up. Minnesota plays a different style defensively, but man, they bring everybody.
They bring it. Well, look, I went to college with Brian Flores, actually, and he comes from that Patriot model. Super nice human being. And, they tried playing all zone, then they tried playing a lot of man. Those things weren't working. Then he's like, well, might as well just blitz the crap out of them. Okay. They got to figure it out, this is not the best defense in the world, and it's not. They don't think that they have the biggest. They're not sitting there being like, hey, we've got the 49ers line, so they're not doing that. It is a luxury to rush with 4, to get an accurate pass rush with 4. Like, that is an extreme luxury.
So to review, after Week 7, you have Lions, Eagles, Niners all going to 6-1, correct?
A great week for us as fans, both of our teams, and then, I like the Niners too, let's be clear. And then also, if you're in Philadelphia, the cheesesteaks will be happy.
Very nice. You're the best. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Have a great season.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Cynthia.
The great Cynthia Freeland, at C. Freeland. Make sure that you follow her NFL Network. Yeah, she does. She likes the Lions a lot. She had them pretty high in her models before the year. She had a ceiling of 11. I think they're going to blow by that.
She's old enough to remember them winning a playoff game. Didn't they win one in the early 90s?
They won one in 91 against the Cowboys.
She was 12.
Remember the play Barry Sanders came out of that pile and Tony Casillas was totally turned around? That's
the last time they won a playoff game?
91, and then they went to Washington the next week in the NFC Championship game and got smoked, like 45-10 or something like that. But they did beat Dallas in the Silverdome, a place you've been many times.
Right on Big Beaver Road, yeah.
Right on Big Beaver Road, that's right. Absolutely. You just mentioned this, Christian McCaffrey on a side field. No Debo, no Trent. Aaron Banks, Dre Greenlaw are there. So, that's not good. No Debo, no Trent. Christian on the side field. What do you make of that?
Today's Friday. We're playing Monday night. We'll see.
All right. All right, a little bit more on Andre Iguodala. I heard there's a good piece of audio that we need to play, too. Plus, I got a couple of caboose stories. We'll do all those next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, speaking on behalf of Gold Bar Whiskey, which proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, the one and only Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. It's aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. So stop by for delicious food. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You are at Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund present the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They need Jahmyr Gibbs to go out and make some plays against a non-conference opponent, but a really good team, one that there's still some of those ghosts of Justin Tucker banging a 60-yard field goal off the crossbar and through to beat the Lions last year.
Whose voice was that?
So that's Tom Pellisario. And to just kind of set this thing up, they're on the NFL Insider Show on NFL Network, which is very good. And you know how it works. They're in side-by-side boxes, all right? So hold that, guys, because I want to play it again.
What did the other guys do?
So Pellisaro's talking, and he's in a side-by-side.
What did Garofolo do?
Garofolo is right next to him.
Did he lose it?
And so, again, let's play this one more time, and then I'll tell you the reaction. And, again, he's talking about Justin Tucker because he hit that one field goal against the Lions.
Off the gooseneck.
Right.
Longest kick in the history of the NFL.
That's what he's trying to say. But
right, we got it.
Again,
he wasn't going Mother Tucker.
No. What was in his mind here? Let's play this one more time.
He just said 60-year-old instead of 60-yard. It's
Exactly.
all. That was the mistake.
Here's what here it is one more time.
They need Jahmyr Gibbs to go out and make some plays against a non-conference opponent, but a really good team, one that there's still some of those ghosts of Justin Tucker banging a 60-yard field goal off the crossbar and through to beat the Lions last year.
Plus the way he said banging.
Banging. Like, right.
It's like, I think that's where he got the 60-year-old was, if he didn't give it the banging.
60-yarder, but he said 60-year-old.
Well, we know what he was trying to say, but he didn't say that. But the banging, because it went off the gooseneck.
Right.
Is why he said the banging. Over.
Yeah. So Garofolo, during that time, he's trying to keep a straight face, but he just can't.
Oh, come on.
And so he starts laughing.
Live
He kind of puts his head down and puts his hands over his face, like trying to gain himself. And then he does. And the thing that makes him do it, though, too, is Pellisario is still trying to, like, keep a straight face, and then he starts laughing. You know how that thing is.
And he's the button-up one of the bunch.
He totally is. Yeah, he's the straight guy.
Was Rap Sheet on as well?
No, it's just those two guys in boxes.
Wow.
So anyway.
I missed that.
That's
ghosts of Justin Tucker banging a 60-year-old.
You hit it right on the head.
Justin Tucker.
He emphasized the banging part, and then he says 60-year-old instead of 60-yard.
Got it.
So
got
that
it.
was
got it. It was self-explanatory. Very funny.
That was the issue there. So a couple of things, and we've talked to you about this.
It was a 66-yarder. Was he banging a 66-year-old?
He said 60, but it was further than that.
It was 60,
actually.
the longest kick in the history of the NFL.
Yeah. Speaking of, this is not exactly on the same lines, but in the same neighborhood, Rams head coach Sean McVay's wife is due to give birth any day now, which puts his availability for games in jeopardy if his wife goes into labor on game day. McVay says he will miss a game to be there for the birth of his first child.
Induced labor. There's ways to do this. When's she due?
Any day, it says. But it says, however, the head coach told reporters... You got a mower and blower
by your house, John? Is that what's going on there?
I've got a story behind that, so hopefully it's not too bad. I just got off the phone with my wife. I'll tell you about it in a second.
Is he coming in the house? Do you have windows there?
It was heated. It was a heated conversation, but it says,
Bring him in. I want to talk to him. The mower and the blower.
My God, man. It says,
he doesn't come on Saturday morning at like 6 a.m. like everybody else's? And he's trying to sleep in?
The head coach told reporters that he's not concerned about missing any games. He says, this is the quote here. Geez, I just lost it. Hold on. He says, I think there was a lot about me missing a game. I'm not going to miss a game. My son knows better than to come during a game.
Oh, boy.
Sounds like a guy having his first kid.
Sounds like he didn't know when to come either. He could have timed this to have the child in the off season.
It's going to be week 7.
Remember when Joe and Jennifer got into it because they were going to have a baby the middle of the year, and everybody thought there's a way to go with the rhythm method and have the baby in the off season.
Right.
When is the child due?
Any day is what it says.
Monday morning induced labor. She's late. The first child's always late.
There we go.
Monday morning induced labor.
Is that better?
Speaking of blowers.
God, man. This life. No, she's up at a winery, and I didn't know anyone was going to come into our backyard.
You just close the window.
So I just closed my window. But I like this place. I like to get some air during the show, and this is a studio that's separate from my house, and so it's nice. I come in here all the time for peace and quiet, get away from the family a little bit.
Mower and the blower always comes Friday afternoon.
And so, during the break, I look outside, and there's just, as you just heard, there's like 3 guys in our backyard. So I text her and I go, would this have been useful information for me? Because, I was going to be home today.
In?
No. So she just texts, I forgot to tell you that. I'm like, I texted them and told them to be more quiet. I go, be more quiet. They have gigantic blowers and grinders and anyway.
Grinders? A sub sandwich?
Yeah. My gosh, or the app or whatever it is, but they've got it.
Just close the window. You're all good now.
I just did that, so... Anyway,
you're lucky. Everybody else's mower and blower comes on a Saturday morning when you have a raging hangover at 6 a.m.
No, it's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be nice. Right. We'll have a drink in the backyard after the show. And
don't you like a nicely mowed lawn, though?
Oh, it's the best.
Go out there.
I'm not complaining.
Go out there and watch baseball and just lay on the grass.
Yeah. No, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Make a clay wood.
I didn't know. And so, the window open, and you could clearly hear that. So I apologize.
All right. Banging 60-year-olds. I didn't even hear.
Exactly. A new pepper 3 times hotter than the previous Guinness World Record holder hit the market this week. It's called Pepper X.
Ooh.
Pepper X.
Why is everything X?
Now it is. 2.693 million on the Scoville heat unit, the SHU.
What? The Scoville?
Scoville. That's how hot they try to
what does that mean?
The funny part about this, though, is the same scientists that created this Carolina Reaper spinoff. So they took a taste of this whole thing and they passed out. So I guess that's when they knew it was hot.
That's hot enough.
Because they took a bite of this thing that they created. It's called the Pepper X, and they actually took a small bite of it, and they passed out. And they went, "Yep, that's the one."
That's what we want.
Yeah, the one that makes you pass out.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty much a lawsuit waiting to happen? Like, does it?
Not if they're warning you ahead. They're warning you.
Do they need to make a pepper that hot? I mean, do we need to just? I guess so.
So how do they quantify it with the Scoville?
Scoville? That's I guess the meter to how hot something is.
Which is unlike what the Minnesota Vikings, the Skol, whatever they do before games.
Skol, SKOL.
Yeah.
Skol.
Is that not it?
No, that's a different.
That's a different one.
I think. Right. Yeah, I think that's a.
I'm already putting earplugs in for Monday night.
Oh, that's gonna be loud.
What do they do? Blow a horn and they beat a drum? They do all kinds of things.
The horn is constant too. I don't know that it's as annoying as what the Rams do with the guitarist and the guy yelling Rams house and all that kind of stuff. But it's pretty
the
close.
Niner fans take that one over.
Yeah, but it's not good. And then finally, she literally sleeps like the dead. A human vampire took to her extreme. She loves vampires. Apparently, she sleeps in a coffin, which she insists is super comfy.
I can imagine it's nice.
Despite getting called a weirdo online.
They don't lower the top though. They don't go closed coffin.
No closed coffin.
It's an open coffin.
She says that, and of course, this video has scared up. It says here 1.2 million views on TikTok. She says, "Yes, I keep a full coffin in my bedroom." Her name is Sad Spice. Interesting. Okay. But anyway, she's a Southerner. And
she's not married to David Beckham. I get all the Spice Girls.
She's one of the Spice Girls.
That new doc, by the way, on David. People love that.
I haven't seen it yet. I need to see it. Anyway, she says her coffin
She's so
bed.
in love.
Her coffin bed is to die for. Funny.
Literally.
Funny.
Does she sleep on her back? Does she turn?
Is there any other way to go? Let's see.
Yeah, you a back sleeper?
I'm a stomach sleeper. It's the
I
worst.
know.
You're not supposed to sleep in your
You're
stomach.
not supposed to go in a coffin on your tummy, though.
No. She's even had her teeth done to look like fangs. Probably wouldn't work for me.
She's taking it seriously.
She's very pretty, though, I will say. Anyway.
I'd like to go to her house to trick or treat. Do they just wheel out the coffin right to the front door?
How would that be if you're sleeping over? You walk in and you're like, sorry, this is the bed. It's a coffin.
And it only sleeps one?
It's time to go.
She doesn't have any sleepovers? Any roommates?
Doesn't look like it. I think if the woman that chooses you to go home with her, and if her bed is a coffin, that's probably a clear sign to go. You might want to go. Just saying.
Maybe she's Mrs. Ray Guy.
Ooh, very nice, Mr. Coffin Corner. Very nice. Caught that one.
Just put the bed right in the corner.
All right, that's your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. We got one more on Andre before we get out of here, top of the hour, and then Tolbert and Copes at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, so I started my own venture firm, Mosaic General Partnership, $200 million early stage tech fund, investing in companies all the way from health tech to sports media rights, software, all throughout the tech ecosystem, and just changing the way we're thinking about it and who's getting access and who's participating on some of these cap tables.
That's Andre Iguodala. After 19 years, he's out. Go ahead.
$200 million.
Andre's
rich. Thanks for Andre.
Not bad.
Sports media properties. Interesting.
Yeah. By the way, totally off, but Warriors related. Chase Center just tweeted this out. The paper plane clay bobblehead with tonight's first 10,000 fans against Wemby and the Spurs.
And he is playing.
Yeah. This is nice. I just sent you the text of that. That's one you'd want.
What is it?
He's sitting. It's a Klay Thompson paper airplane bobblehead.
Yeah, cool.
And he's sitting on a paper airplane, and he's holding one. That's a nice bobblehead. That's a nice one. Cool. You're gonna want that one. It's very cool. Very cool. Nick Wagner reporting, as he says, it guarantees nothing in terms of his availability for Monday night. But Christian McCaffrey asked Kyle Shanahan to not take anything out of the game plan as they prepare. So Interesting.
Brian Flores prepare for CMC.
Yeah. And
So,
saying, go ahead.
It's coming down to this, John. They're starting right now in Arlington, Texas. Which former Giant manager are you rooting for tonight? And this is a good one, isn't it? Jordan Montgomery for Bochy.
He's pitched really well.
And does he Bumgarner him and bring him back out of the bullpen in Game 7? I mean, and then it's Justin Verlander for Dusty.
Right.
This is a game. I thought the winner of last night's game would win the series. But tonight, right? Go up 3-2. Whoever wins tonight's going to win. That's a matchup.
It's crazy. It's crazy, too, because the Astros home and road splits and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy in that one. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just saw a small snippet in the break there of Bruce Bochy doing an interview with Tom Verducci beforehand, and I'm a Boch guy, man. So I
over
like
Dusty, Johnny be good.
I like Boch. Not that I don't like Dusty. I just I don't know. I'm just kind of pulling for the Rangers a little bit because of Boch. So we'll see what happens.
Houston's offense is big time, and you got Verlander on the mound. That's a titanic struggle. And then over in the National League, Arizona's going to go bullpen game.
Yeah, I hate that.
And go Joe Mantiply to open, seriously, against the Phillies? How are you going to get through that lineup?
Weird. Yeah. Oh, well, it is what it is in today's day and age.
Watch him pitch a shutout.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Just to give you an update on everything, we've talked a little bit about the Giants today. Again, they do have permission to interview Jason Varitek, according to Joel Sherman of the New York Post. And again, he was part of their game day operations, prepping for teams. So I don't know if he's overly analytical, whatever the case may be. But you're like a fiery guy, and everybody seems to be hiring catchers, of course. And then Bob Melvin, as Andrew Bagley kind of suggested today, that ship maybe hasn't entirely sailed. So we'll keep an eye on Bob Melvin. Lots of Giants news today.
The Giants are interviewing Jason Varitek while Jason Varitek interviews Gabe Kapler to be his boss? How's that working?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. So, yeah, Gabe was in Boston interviewing for that job. Apparently, a lot of people have said no to it. That's odd. Wouldn't people want to run the Boston Red Sox with all the money they threw at
Billy
baseball?
B never wanted it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
No, they have turned on guys. They fire GMs there rather rapidly. They don't have a lot of patience for people.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then over the weekend, like you said, there's some big games coming up this weekend. We talked to Cynthia Freeland about them, so you'll be hanging out and waiting till Monday for the 49ers to play. But as you're watching, the Sunday night game is huge between Philly and Miami, and that one is in Philadelphia. And then watch the Lions and the Ravens. That's a big one because, and again, look, anybody can get beat. There's no question about it, but the Lions have certainly an easy schedule, and if they don't lose to the Ravens, they could pull some off. So that's big as far as the 49ers. Those are your one-loss teams in the NFC to watch this weekend.
And how about the college football game tomorrow in Columbus? Penn State, Ohio State?
Big.
How good of a matchup is that going to be?
Plus, did you see this story? And I'm on team. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. But It seems like there is an analyst for Michigan who's been stealing signs, it says here. Big Ten coaches have known about the Michigan analyst. They say spearheaded UM's alleged sign-stealing system. Now, Harbaugh says he knows nothing about it, but what's funny is there's these videos of him, and he's standing constantly right behind or to the right of Harbaugh. So he can say what he wants, but that's pretty hard to not know what a guy's doing who's standing right behind you. But we'll see.
And he's stealing them from the other sideline when they flash in the sides?
Apparently so.
Well, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of a
Change the
system do they
sides.
have that's not, what are they doing that's Houston Astro-like?
That'll be interesting for the details to come out, because it says one coach confronted the analyst saying, "We know what kind of S you are doing, and it's effed up." And then apparently the video from Greg Schiano, who's at Rutgers again, apparently after a Michigan game or halftime of a Michigan game, kind of alluded to these kind of things. So we'll see. More details will come out on it, but I don't know.
But they're stealing them during the game?
Yeah, that's what they're accusing them
With
of.
what kind of technology has Andre Iguodala come up with that allows you to do that that's nefarious?
That's a good question.
Seems like that's, if it's during the game, it seems like they're not breaking into their practice.
Yeah. So I don't know.
In a side story, John, Jose Altuve is ready to lead off for the Houston Astros. Bang the garbage can.
Let's go.
Montgomery's throwing a curveball.
One thing we did not mention today, and we didn't have time to run it or play it, or we would have, after losing October 20th, 1996, so today in history, after losing 19-7 to the Panthers, Jim Mora didn't give the playoff speech, but he did give the diddly poo rant. Diddly poo. Remember, we couldn't
I
do
remember
diddly
diddly poo.
And then the next day, he actually resigned. So
Where's
no
Jim Mora
playoffs.
Jr.? He hasn't coached. He hasn't gone back to coaching in years.
Is he a Pac-12 analyst still?
Is he?
He was. I don't know if he is anymore. But anyway, I think that'll do it for us. Thank you, boys. As always, great guest list. It was fun talking to Cynthia Freeland. It always is. And Matt Mayoko. And Gessling. Gessling is his name. It's not Gosling, even though that's the way it's spelled. And I would have screwed that thing up. But
He kept calling him Ryan the entire interview, though. So.
Called him Ken. Hello, Ken. I like your job there. You got Ben Gessling.
Juicy Lucy Matt's Bar.
You going to do it?
That's where I'm going?
Yeah.
Who's the guy that I talked to
Let
at
us know.
Matt's Bar? It's not Matt. Send me his name.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Send it to me.
He said he was going to be there, and he said he would buy your Juicy Lucy.
That's
so,
all right.
Let me get here. Hang on a second. Jeez, people are tweeting the heck out of me today.
Diddly poo
There it is.
offensively.
Oh, Tony. Tony said he'd be there. Tony.
Good Italian.
Yeah. See, there you go. You won't forget that.
Yeah.
All right, thanks to the boys. We appreciate it as always. Walter and Danny Pop, have a safe flight. We will talk to you on Sunday. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Ghosts of Justin Tucker banging a 60-year-old.
Yes.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined, per usual, by Dennis Ranahan, 2:50. We're going to have Tim Ryan at 4:30, and Marcus Thompson, 4:50. We do have an addition to our Friday show because the Niners play on Monday. We'll be talking to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, at 3:30. Then if you missed that, we'll replay that for you at 5:15. 14. What's up?
What's up, dude? We got a series.
We do have a series.
We got a series.
Yeah. I mean, the Rangers need to get the hell back to Houston. They need to get out of Texas.
Who's that bastard coming to Houston?
Arlington.
Yeah, get out of Arlington, get back to Houston.
Good grief.
I don't know that, dude, watching him the last couple of days, that pitching for the Rangers is more what we saw throughout the regular season, in the bullpen at least. I mean, Andrew Heaney got off to a tough start, but they tied it 3-3.
Yep.
And then that was it. That was basically it for them.
Whatever it is about that park, they rake in that park. They've been raking in that park all year, and they continue to rake in that park. It's just they thought they got away with one when bases were loaded, and Yordan Alvarez almost cranked one out for a grand salami. He's like, whew. Next batter, 3-run homer. Abreu's like, well, they got 4 anyway, so we're toast now. They just, that lineup is scary. You put them in Houston for some reason, they're not very scary. And then you put them outside of Houston, specifically in Arlington, they become scary again. So yeah, they're right back in this thing. And this one, it wouldn't surprise me. This one went 7. This one could go 7. We'll see what the Phillies have for later on today. I still think they're going to win that because it's going to be really hard for Arizona to win in Philly. And even if they win 1, that means they have to be clean at home. And Philly's going to get one, I would think, at some point in Arizona. I mean, Arizona just barely squeaked by yesterday. Marte had that hit in the bottom of the 9th to get that one done. But the pitching was great. Fott was great. They held him to 1 run. And
I didn't like pulling him.
That was on a wild pitch. Yeah, exactly.
But they won the game, so, you know.
But, I'm hoping the Arizona can win and make that a series. But, yeah, we have a series. At least we have one series where there's going to be a little drama, maybe a little second-guessing, maybe some decisions that are made that you're like, I wonder about that decision. Because we really haven't had many of those either. I mean, Fott got yanked yesterday. I think both of us thought it was a little bit too soon. Didn't come back to haunt them. They ended up winning the game. We'll see, though, because we really haven't had that. I mean, can you remember? I mean, I watched most of these games. I can't remember any decisions that we were like, God, what are you doing?
It's all been pitching decisions. It's all been the only one. I think I said that yesterday. Like, there's been with all DH, and even with the great managers, maybe it's more about what happens in these clubhouses and, like, more about the big picture stuff than it is about the nuances of the game, because I think you're right. That's one of the great things that we're not going to get in this series, I don't think, really, is strategy between Boch and Dusty. We talked to Wotus about it yesterday because it's really just about lineup and about, and he said there's more depth to it, of course. There's more nuance that we just won't know behind the scenes, but it's more about what you're doing, I think, game to game and big picture than about the decisions you're making in game, except when you make a plan like Lavola, where you go 18 batters for Fott and just go get them. Then you can get questioned. It's a Football Friday, so I don't want to stray too far from that. It is a fantastic, fun, blanking Football Friday here on Tolbert and Copes. But we do have to hit this. You see Andre Iguodala retired today?
I did.
Did you know that he wasn't? I thought he was already retired.
I thought he retired 4 years ago.
I was like, Sasha, this morning I said it to her. We were on a walk up by Coit Tower, and she goes, he didn't retire? She said, wasn't he a coach last year?
Yeah.
And I said, no, basically. I said 4 games, yeah.
Dude, I thought you retired 4 years ago. Right? Okay, congrats. I'm going to text him. I'll see if we can get him on the show and chat with him. He's always interesting to talk to.
Yeah, dude, that'll be a good one. And then we got baseball getting going soon here. Actually, I think like any minute now. Baseball's gonna get going. What's the early game today?
AL.
Okay, so we get the Astros and the Rangers immediately. Do a quick turnaround. Yeah. Day game after 9.
Verlander today.
We do. Justin Verlander on the hill for the Astros, and then the Thursday night football game, Jags and Saints. Saints shouldn't have even been in it there at the end, dude.
That was a rough watch.
I saw Mark.
I fast-forwarded through some of the first half. I was like, I can't watch this. The only thing that was fun for me is I had Kamara, and they kept throwing it to him. Captain checkdown, Derek Carr was. I was like,
nice.
Woo, just keep dropping it off to him. Here we go. Give him another 5 yards, another 6 yards, another 5 yards. Man, that was. And then, who is he? Was he like Derek Carr channeling his inner Dan Marino? Like, this guy was yelling at everybody.
Is he barking at Olave? Like, yeah. What the hell is this about?
Yelling at coaches, just literally barking at everybody. Yeah, he yells at Olave and he throws it like 20 yards out of bounds. Like, look, no one on the face of the planet could have caught that ball. Nobody.
Could it have been about route or about what he was doing or where he was? Did he throw it out of bounds because he wasn't in the right spot? Like, even so. Even so, it's
like you're not Dan Marino.
You ain't threading the needle in this one, Derek.
Even Dan Marino was a little ridiculous. He'd yell at everybody. I was like, golly, does anybody like this guy? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but yeah, like even Derek Carr said, yeah, I gotta calm it down a little bit. Like, yeah, you do. You really do.
Yeah. It was a lot. I saw Marcus the Waterboy, who does the morning show with Murph and Mac and the leadoff spot 5 to 6 a.m. When I got here today. And he's a big Raider fan, and so Foster Moreau, who dropped that game-tying potential touchdown, like with seconds left there on third down, used to be a Raider. And I get here, and he says, Foster's Australian for drops. I thought that was pretty good. Nice, good line, Marcus. Way to go on dropping the game. Like, I thought it looked like he left the ground too early. You know that when you jump too early and the ball's still up there, you're like, no, I'm not going to get there, and it just went off his fingertips, but that was tough. That was a tough deal to get that close. But unless you had the Jags like I did, then you feel good about the plus numbers there. So we will get into plenty of football, as you mentioned. Got a great guest list for you today, and you want to stay tuned. We're still going to have an opportunity for you to win 2 tickets to go see WBC Championship Boxing down at the Cow Palace. I will tell you in just a minute how you can win that when we come on back, and then we'll get into a whole bunch of football stuff. We should get an update today, or hopefully when we talk to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, we'll get an update on the injury status of some of these players. Probably nothing firm, but just see the day-to-day stuff of what's going on and how you go about managing that as they get ready for the Minnesota Vikings. We'll get into some of what's going on across the NFL here, and it's a fun Football Friday. By the way, Tom, I haven't seen her yet, but I know she's supposed to be here today, Harmony. She'll be here at 5:30. Yep. Harmony is here with her double banger. The latest on the 49er injuries. John Lynch was on with Murph and Mac this morning. We'll tell you what he had to say about some of these injuries. He also spoke about the trade deadline. We'll get into that later as well. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Iguodala is officially retired after 19 seasons in the NBA. I assumed he was retired for most of the offseason, but I guess it's now official. Good for him. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
To have a guy like Christian, and then to be able to bring in, a Jordan Mason, who's, we call him JP, but he's been playing at a really, really high level. And you're seeing an improved player, runs with a physicality. The first guy never seems to bring him down. If he does, it's, JP's carrying him for 3-4 yards. He's very secure with the ball. Elijah's always been a really good player. He's got a mix of physicality and speed, has improved in the pass game. Elijah's challenge has always just been staying on the field and staying healthy. I can tell you he's looking really good. Both those guys are looking really good. So we're excited that we have that depth. Ty Davis Price is a guy that it continues to get better. So we're confident in that group and their ability to function at a high level with or without Christian.
That's John Lynch, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, getting ready for a Monday Night Football game. Nice to have the weekend off for the Niners, so get to kick back, relax, and watch 6 teams on bye. And then we get one really good game, I feel like, in the early window, at least on the docket. The Lions game should be a pretty good one. And then we get into the afternoon slate. There's a few more, but not a huge slate this weekend with the Niners not playing until Monday. We do have injury updates for you, by the way, on Christian McCaffrey and on the practice from today. So the latest on McCaffrey and others' practice statuses from today. I will get to you here in just a second. I got to get Derek to send that over to me in 1 sec here. And then we will get to a conversation with Dennis Ranahan here at 2:50, get you some lines and some picks for this weekend. How confident would you be in Elijah Mitchell or Jordan Mason or Ty Davis Price filling in? What's your level of confidence, yeah?
Confident enough that they could win the game. They've shown it. I mean, you go through all the guys in the past that have succeeded here. So, and not to say they don't have talent, they do. But I feel fine with them. I mean, they're not going to have the dynamic plays that Christian McCaffrey adds, of course.
Right.
But yeah, I think they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I mean, yeah, it's not something I would look at and go, oh, that's a trouble spot. No, I don't think that. I think they're going to be fine running the ball. I just do. So yeah, doesn't worry me.
I think McCaffrey's kind of recalibrated how we think about the running back spot for the Niners, because we always knew it was run heavy, right? And I think the other part is Jimmy turned the ball over a lot. I mean, I would say more frequently than Brock is, obviously. Brock is taking care of the football more. He's been more accurate. He's been better, which is why the notion that you can just put anybody in there and have the same success is sort of ridiculous. But having McCaffrey does unlock the offense to another level. Like we talked about the gravity of him and what you have to sort of protect because of all the weapons they have around him. He's unbelievable. It's incredible when guys put up these numbers when you know that other teams are game planning for him. So I don't know if people have forgotten what it was like before McCaffrey. It was okay. Jeff Wilson Jr. was really good last year when Elijah Mitchell went down before McCaffrey got here. So much so that he was going to be a backup and was like, I'm going to be the third guy again. And I was playing like a number one. I mean, he was going for 100 or nearly 100 and a touchdown. It felt like every week early on in the season. The Denver game a little different. But I think we think a little bit differently about the offense because McCaffrey makes it look so much different because of his ability. Whereas I think they'd be okay to get through a game with a couple of guys back there.
Yeah, again, I just don't. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. As long as maybe it becomes a little bit of an issue if Debo isn't playing, because Debo can give you some carries back there too, and Debo's the guy. you can use as a weapon as a wide receiver in the running game. You just flip it out to him. He gets those little bubble screens.
I expect he's part of
quick,
that, yeah.
Quick
He's
flips
out.
and
Right.
then get 5 yards, 6 yards, stuff like that, which is basically a long, as they call it, a long handoff. So he can help in that regard. So if Tebow is healthy, then I don't think the offense is going to have a huge issue. Does it take a hit? Of course it does. But I know Minnesota's dealing with some injuries on the defensive side too. So their defense is going to be a little bit compromised. Again, it's not something that I would really have much of a worry about.
No,
if any.
I almost lean on Kyle in that realm where I go, he can get creative in different ways. He's such a good play caller, and you've been talking about this for a few weeks about what makes a guy a good play caller.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this would be that, right? Where you say, I don't even have all my weapons, and I can still cue things up for guys where they can have big games or we can spread the ball around and find success. And then at the end of the game, maybe look up and still see that you've put up close to what your season average in scoring is, because I just wonder about against a team where their run D is really good. Pretty darn good against on yards per carry. They give up, I think, like 15th or 12th most rushing yards per game in the league, but they make teams go, like the rate of doing so is not great. It's 3.1 is what they allow per carry on the year. So it's not great up against that defensive line. It's where you get into the secondary, it can be a problem. So maybe it's quick passing game. Maybe it's a lot of that stuff out of the backfield, but that's where they specialize. And so that's where great play callers, I think, come in handy, where you can scheme guys open versus saying I need to have my spectacular player to do it.
Yeah, I just look at their weapons and I look at the secondary of Minnesota, which is a little suspect. And Trent Williams, obviously, if they don't have Trent Williams, that's an issue, because then the protection isn't going to be as stiff as it might be. But I don't think this defense, again, it's not a bad defense, not good, it's just okay. But it is compromised. I believe they got some injuries on the defensive line. I'll look, make sure. But I if I remember correctly, it's some dudes. They have some dudes that are missing from a defense that, again, it's kind of middle of the road. But when you're losing some of your best guys, it's going to slide the wrong way. And coming off the loss, I think is a factor as well. So I just think this is a nice setup. I didn't like the setup last week for the 49ers and the spot they were in. I do like this spot. I do like this one. I think this is a Viking team that's kind of sliding the wrong way, kind of grasping without their best offensive weapon. So I'm not sure how that offense is going to perform. Addison and Osborne, Madison. I think this defense is going to be a little angry too. I can imagine. I'm imagining one of those weeks, because Kyle said it before, where he's walked around and talking about the defense, just saying stuff like, "Yeah, thought you guys supposed to be number one in the league."
Yeah.
Interesting. Stuff like that, where he kind of needles them a little bit and gets under their skin a little bit. Yeah. How many yards? God, we give up a lot of yards rushing against that Browns team. Okay. See what you guys got this week. I could just see that, and I could see them coming out and having a dominant performance against this Viking offense. And look, the Viking offense is probably going to score some. Cousins is very capable, but if anybody knows Kirk Cousins, it would be Kyle Shanahan. So I like the Niners here. I like the spot. I like the fact they lost. I like the motivational angle of this one. So, whether McCaffrey plays or not, obviously if McCaffrey plays. Now, if McCaffrey doesn't play and you're a wager, you may get another point knocked off, possibly half a point. I don't know what he's worth in terms of the spread, but if he plays, probably stay at 7, maybe even go up a half point, possibly. But no, I like the Niners here. I think this spot's a good spot for him.
Niners and the Vikings, Monday Night Football. We will have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund with the pregame and the postgame for you. And thanks to everybody who's checking in on a fun Football Friday here.
Damn, what happened to me?
What happened?
They just went black here.
Did you? Did you dark out in there?
Yeah,
dude,
like,
you look like
I'm gonna hide my hands.
Your head looks like it's floating.
Dude, I'm gonna hide my hands.
Yeah, you gotta get a little bit.
See my hands.
I
I'm
can
just
see a little
see
bit.
if you can see my head.
A little bit of your lap. Yeah, we got to get your.
Okay.
You work on that.
Hold on a second.
You work on that while I let everybody know how they can win a pair of tickets to go see live WBC Championship Boxing down at the Cow Palace. We are giving away 2 tickets to caller number 10, but only when you hear the cue to call. Raph on the board today. Raph, you got the cue to call?
I broke my back. Spinal.
Every day gets me, dude. When you hear that between now and 6 o'clock, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR, and you can be the lucky winner of 2 tickets to go see WBC Latino lightweight title. It'll be on the line. Adam Blue Nose Lopez faces off against Giovanni King Gio Gonzalez, also in action. Undefeated Filipino sensation Jacob Makalui, and undefeated 2016 Russian Olympic boxer Peter Kamakov, and from Cork, Ireland, Tommy Hyde. For tickets, visit westside-promotions.com. You can come witness the resurgence of boxing in the Bay Area when Westside Promotions invades the iconic Cow Palace. Get your tickets today. This is going to be an action-packed night of pro boxing. Get them at westside-promotions.com. Or when you hear final, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. I can only see your head. You look like you're just floating.
Final.
This is pretty good. Dude, Tom's like mirror.
Copes in the floating head.
Mirror, yeah. It's Copes in the head on the Sports Leader. All right, we'll be back. It's Adam Copeland with you. It's a fun football Friday. Tom's head is floating around there. If you're on the live stream, everybody check it out on Twitch. You can check it out on the KNBR page, knbr.com, or on YouTube's stream, just knbr.com. You can see it right there. When we come on back, let's get into some of the football games this weekend. Some good college games on the slate, and a couple of good NFL games we should talk about, as we don't have any Niners to worry about on Sunday. And then Dennis Ranahan at 2:50 to give us our football picks for the week. It's Tolbert and Copes. It's the Head and Copes on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a fun football Friday here. We're underway in Game 5 of the ALCS, by the way. Astros are already up 1-0 here, bottom of the second. Justin Verlander pitching with a lead against Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers. Also a Ska Friday.
Yes, it is.
Got to put that out there. Ralph on the board today, already doing a nice job. He was panicking, though. He was like, dude, what's... For a musician, he didn't know any ska. But then again, Ralph's genre is more... Ralph's genre stuff you like, though, Tom. It's pretty heavy, so... Yes. I think you'd like some of Ralph's stuff. Face-melting stuff. We got a good weekend of football. Tom, any interest in Penn State, Ohio State?
Of course.
Can I offer you a Penn State, Ohio State, Tom?
Yes, you can.
On a Saturday afternoon, that's a good helmet game. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Do you think I should, you know what I was thinking about doing? Maybe, I don't know if I could recreate this on a Friday. Some guy said they were wondering if I was going as Steve Jobs for Halloween. That black long sleeve.
I said when we went to break, I said the turtleneck.
Really
the turtleneck would make it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody turned off the lights and it went black on me and my head was floating. So I was thinking maybe I should do, I should put this on here and do like the, the campfire stories. Maybe every Friday I can find some scary stories and just what do you think?
Yeah, that's pretty good. We should do it when the clocks change because then it'll be dark early. You know what I mean?
It will be dark. I can turn the lights out. We can do like little campfires.
Yeah, we'll get to
Halloween.
Steve Young will tell some scary stories. Yeah,
maybe on Halloween we'll do something like that.
Yeah, that'll be great.
That'd be nice.
That'd be fun.
Here's what I'm wondering with this game because I don't know if we know exactly who these teams are. Ohio State was tested against Notre Dame and barely came out of there with a win. It did help that Notre Dame played down a man. I don't know if they got a red card the last two plays of the game, but they were down a man. And they made some incredible big-time plays the last drive. Now, McCord did almost throw a pick that last drive before he let him down to score, but there's a 3rd and 19 that they completed. And their defense there's no doubt their defense is good. They can't run the ball. For an Ohio State team to not be able to run the ball is crazy. Ohio State always runs the ball. And Penn State with Aller, their offense is interesting in that they can run the ball pretty well. A pretty good running team. I don't know how much explosive plays I don't know if their receivers are real explosive, but I don't know if they've been tested at all. Their defense is a dominant defense by the numbers. You go down the numbers, and it's a really, really good defense. And then you look at who they played, it doesn't really impress you. So I don't know if we know much about Penn State when they step up. Well, we're going to find out on Saturday. We'll find out tomorrow. Now, they don't play well. Franklin, I believe, is 1-8 against top 10 teams on the road, and maybe 1-8 against Michigan and Ohio State. I'm not sure. I know it ain't good. So it's one of those games where I don't know if I have a strong opinion one way or the other. I think points will be at a premium. I think points are going to be hard to come by in that game because I don't think Ohio State's as explosive as they usually are. And Penn State, I don't know that they're going to move the ball consistently against a pretty good Ohio State defense. But again, I don't know if Ohio State's going to be able to take advantage of anything that Penn State does defensively because they're pretty stout. We don't know how stout, but can James Franklin go in there and beat Ohio State at the shoe? Like Ryan Day, I don't know if people are looking at Ohio State now a little bit differently because maybe they're not quite as dominant as they've been the last few years. They've lost to Michigan the last couple years. I mean, hell, this was a team, and granted, it's a different team, but they outplayed Georgia for most of that game last year and barely lost that game at the end and had a chance to win it at the end. So I don't know if people are downgrading Ohio State a little bit. I think the numbers still say they're, a top 3, top 4 team in the country. So I think if I had to, I'd probably still go Ohio State just because Penn State doesn't win these type of games and Penn State is on the road. Ohio State does win these type of games. In fact, really, who they've lost to the last couple years? Michigan and Georgia. That's it. And Michigan and Georgia have been two of the best teams in the country.
Seems like they're always the team left out. Like they're it's like if you were doing a March Madness, you'd say they were frequently first two out or first
they were like
three
number
out.
5.
Yeah, always.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If they weren't 4, they were 5. They were like right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd probably go Ohio State, like low scoring game, but yeah, that's a really good game. I'm looking forward to that game. That's the best game of the day. It's kind of a bummer. It's at 9. It's like, damn, get the game. I mean, I guess it's kind of nice to get the day started with that game, but dang,
nothing to look forward
sit down with a beer. I'm not sure I'm going to be cracking a beer at like 9:30 in the morning. In fact, I know I'm not going to be cracking open a beer at 9:30 in the morning. Those days have passed me by.
How about Utah USC at USC? Is Cam Rising back yet? No, still not. Is he ever coming back?
Cam Rising.
I'd say it's Cam neutral. He's not going anywhere. He's just he's not coming back.
He might redshirt this year, like a medical.
A gray shirt or a red shirt?
Back for his seventh year. Seventh year. He's going to be one of those guys you can be like, dude, you have kids?
Been teaching in the class.
Go play for BYU. You have like grandkids playing at Utah. So, yeah, here's the question with this one is USC's defense isn't very good. Although they did play pretty good last week against Notre Dame, it was the offense and Caleb Williams that put them in all kinds of jams against Notre Dame. You look at the stats, I think Notre Dame only had like 230, 240 yards worth of offense last week. So it wasn't like Notre Dame was moving up and down the field for 48 points. They didn't even have 300 yards of offense for those 48 points. It was all the USC offense setting up the Notre Dame offense with just some sloppy throws from Caleb Williams, and the offensive line wasn't very good for USC. So here's the thing. The strength of USC is the offense. The strength of Utah is the defense. The weakness of USC is the defense. The weakness of Utah is the offense. So I kind of like USC in this one coming back home. They lost. I thought USC would have beat Utah last year in the Pac-12 championship game. Had Caleb Williams not popped that hamstring, they were off to a great start in that game. So they come home, got their heads handed to them. It doesn't hurt them in the conference. They lose a non-conference game. It probably takes them right out of the playoff picture, though. But if you can beat Oregon and Washington, that's going to jump you back up pretty high. So maybe they're not. Maybe if you still win the Pac and your only loss is to Notre Dame, maybe you can still squeeze in. I'm not sure. It just hurts when you lose by that much. It's not like they lost 27-26, 24-21. They got smashed. And that resonates. That's a 4:30 game. Everybody's watching that game. So that I don't know if they're going to be able to overcome that. But I just worry that Utah is going to be able to keep up with SC. Because I think SC will probably score. Although Arizona shut them down for a good part of that game a couple weeks ago. I think they had like one first down throughout the first quarter and a half. They didn't do much in the first half, and then they kind of got things going.
They were terrible early.
Yeah, they were
terrible early.
But Arizona's a juggernaut now, and they just went out and killed Washington State. So maybe college football playoffs might be asking a little too much, but I think the Cats may be heading.
Can we get an inside bowl? You know what I mean?
Bowl. I'll take an inside bowl.
We'll take whatever.
That ends with a bowl. I will take it.
Yeah, dude.
I will take it right now.
Maybe give me a Belk bowl.
Yeah, I guess I like SC because I think SC's going to score against most teams, if not all teams, at home. Like they'll find a way to move the ball and put points up. And I just don't know that Utah, without Rising, is going to be able to keep up with them. And Utah's defense is going to make some plays. They do. But I just, especially coming off that type of loss, I think it'll be a good game. I'm looking forward to watching it. And it's an intriguing game because you get the opposing units, offense and defense, are the strengths of each team, and they go against each other the entire game. So can USC's defense hold up against a less than threatening offense? And Utah's defense is really stout, but can they hold up against that high octane offense, especially after a down game against Notre Dame? So you expect Caleb Williams to bounce back. He's not going to make some of the throws. He made some bad throws against Notre Dame. I think the key for USC is just be able to run the ball a little bit. I mean, it just can't be the Caleb Williams show. It's almost like you're watching Josh Allen out there for the Bills, not necessarily this year for the Bills, but the past few years where it's like, hey, can you just do everything for us?
I don't think they're far off from doing that again. I mean, their run game isn't great. I know
great at all.
They've been going to it a lot, the Bills have, but they've had a couple of good games from, what's his name, James Cook.
Yep.
They've had a couple, but they're giving it to Latavius Murray at the goal line. But it's still a lot of Josh Allen. I mean, he's had a handful of rushing touchdowns this year.
It is a lot of Josh Allen.
He's fumbling so much, you know?
Yeah. And here's another thing, too, that I think USC is going to have to contend with. They were out physicaled last week against Notre Dame.
Yep.
And I said that going into that game, that I'd seen this game before where Notre Dame's good but not great, but they're just physical and they're tough, and USC's super athletic, and they got all the highlight stuff and the glitz and the glamour, but when it comes down to it, Notre Dame's just tougher, and they just beat the crap out of you. And I think that that came to fruition last week. There's not a team in the land that's any tougher than Utah. Whittingham does a hell of a job, and he always has a tough team. They always have a nasty front on defense. So they're going to have to contend with that. You're going to be able to play against Washington, be able to play against Oregon, because maybe they're not the most physical teams, although Oregon is fairly physical. But when you play against these teams that are physical with an F, like Utah is, you got to strap it on, and they haven't been able to do it. I mean, Utah, I think, won 4 in a row against USC, so they've just been the more physical team when they play them. USC is going to have to buckle up that chin strap, because you don't want to be known as that team that's like, hey, we're just high flying when the game's up and down. It's great, we're having a good time, but we really got to get after it and play some nasty football. That's not really. And
you seem soft, dude. Then you're like, that's not football. Then now you're just that's ballet on grass.
Exactly.
Then it's tough.
Exactly.
So, let's get into just a couple of NFL games here before we catch up with Dennis Ranahan and get some picks. So Lions at Ravens has got to be the best of the early slate. First of all, we got to mention, and we said this yesterday, in fantasy football we call it Bye-Mageddon. There's 6 teams on bye. Got a bunch of guys out this week that just aren't playing. One, due to injuries. So many big injuries across football, but also 6 teams on bye, so we only get 6 games in the early slate. Lions at Ravens is going to be the best one, and that's kind of intriguing. Lions, again, really balanced. Ravens, I think they're fairly balanced. Their defense is no gimme or no cupcake either, and the offense, I think, is still a work in progress. It's teams like that have good defenses, like the Chiefs even, and their offenses aren't totally clicking yet, but they're still winning games that, seem real dangerous when you get to November and December, when the weather turns especially.
Yeah, this is interesting because I kind of like Baltimore
so do I.
In this one. Road game, Goff on grass, Lions on grass. But here's the thing. I think the Lions are different this year. I don't think they're the Lions of the past where they can't go out on the road and win a game. They won the game on grass last week in Tampa. I mean, they just handled them. And I thought Tampa would play them a little bit closer.
20-6, was that it?
Yeah, but I think 20-6. I mean, and their defense, like I've talked about this. They're the only team, along with the Niners, that has a top 5 and top 5 offense, top 5 defense when it comes to yards per play. Yeah. Now, that's not the be-all, end-all stat, but it's something, and it gives you a little indication of what a team's like. So, it's amazing that Goff has resurrected his career in Detroit, of all places, and he was cast off from L.A., took him to the Super Bowl. They thought he couldn't get it done. And they just kind of shipped him, and it was funny because I don't know if I laughed at it at the time, but I was thinking, because the Niners were going to be on it. The Niners wanted to get Stafford at the time, and the Rams beat him to the punch. But I think Detroit was saying, well, we wanted Goff. We wanted a quarterback. And I was like, really? That was the deal breaker? Goff? And the Niners couldn't offer you – they couldn't offer you Jared Goff? And now I'm thinking, well, I guess they knew what they were talking about.
They wanted a quarterback. They had Matt Stafford. We need a quarterback.
He can still spin it. I mean, he can still throw it. He's – and I look at him differently now.
So do I.
I don't think he's great, but I think he's good. And I think he's good for this team, and they've surrounded him with some good players, and they've got some toughness. And Campbell, another guy that I think all of us watched the opening presser and went, oh, boy, what the Lions are in for some interesting games. And obviously he's really smart, and he's instilled some toughness in that team. They've drafted well, so I think this is a team that can go out on the road and win games on the grass. This one's going to be a little bit different because I think there's going to be some weather, a little bit of wind, so it's not going to be as easy to throw the ball. And they're missing, I think, both of their backs. I think Montgomery and Gibbs are out for this game. At least that's what I read. I have to check on that, double-check that
Montgomery's out. I don't know that I'll check on that for Gibbs for sure. But I know Montgomery looks like he's not going to play. And Craig Reynolds, I think, is the other one. Is that his name?
Yeah, exactly.
And he's he was limited on Wednesday in practice.
Yeah, so if they're out, the running game's out, and Baltimore's got a pretty good defense this year as well. So, yeah, I just think Baltimore – at home, pretty short price.
Gibbs is going to play, it looks like.
Gibbs is going to play? Okay.
Looked pretty good, they said us an hour ago, a report.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I I think Baltimore. I like them in this spot. I do, but I don't think even if Detroit loses, I don't think that's a knock on them. I still think this is a really good team, and I think they're going to win some games on the road. They're going to win some games on grass, and they're to me. They're clearly the class of the North. There's really nothing else there to compete with. The Vikings, the Bears, the Packers are better than all those teams. So who would have thunk it? We live in a brave new world where the Detroit Lions rule the NFC North.
And the Browns are the best defense in football. We'll catch up with Dennis Rennan here in just a few minutes. One more game I want to ask you about. Tomorrow night's Sunday night game. Do you buy more into the Eagles' defense in that game, or do you say they can't score enough on offense, you think, to keep up with Miami?
I just wonder. I think there's going to be a little bit of wind in that game too, and I think it's going to be cool. I want to see how the Miami offense does because, again, who have they played? And they've played in pretty good weather too throughout the course of the early part of the year, and it's been all systems go for that offense. The only game it wasn't all systems go for the offense was against Buffalo, and they got smashed in that game. Like, that wasn't even close. Their defense got taken to the woodshed, and the offense, after about the first quarter, maybe quarter and a half, early second quarter, was just shut down. Yeah. They couldn't do anything. So are they going to be able to keep Tua clean? Because we know the Eagles' defensive line can get after the quarterback. If they can't keep them clean, they're going to be in trouble. If they can, then I think they're going to be able to do some business because the Philadelphia secondary, from what I've seen so far, I know they're missing some guys from last year, free agents, stuff like that. They're not the same secondary. So, but can Buffalo rolled right through that defense.
48-20 is how bad Buffalo beat them.
And while Philly's not firing on all cylinders quite yet, I think if they, I think they really got to stick with the run more. Like, Swift is having a hell of a year, and I'm not just saying this on my fantasy team.
You bring him up all the time. You're like, oh, it's not because of me.
He's been really good.
He's been fantastic.
Hurts is running the ball really well.
He got hit hard last week below the leg, though. That final throw he made, that pick he threw.
Why was it? Why we didn't even talk about this. Why are you throwing that ball?
I don't think he got any push. I don't think
there's like a minute 40 left. The Jets don't have any timeouts. And you can't come up with hell. They could run the ball for 8 yards. They could run the ball there, take it down to 55 seconds, punt it down to 10, 15, and make Zach Wilson go
drive the field
45, 50 yards, get a field goal. That was weird to me. That was a weird play call, but I don't know. I think the Eagles are probably the play here. Miami's a team that I want to try to go against good competition.
I'm with
road.
You. Yeah.
That's so again at home, they're playing the Eagles at home. There's no way I'd take the Eagles, even if they were getting maybe 4, but they probably wouldn't be. They'd be maybe getting 3 at the most. Then I'd be all over the Dolphins if it was 75-80, and they're like, "Hey, fast track, here we go, stop us." Because I don't know. If you put them on that type of track, that type of surface, I don't know any team in the league could stop them. I don't know if the Browns could stop them. You put them down in Miami 80 degrees. It's so dynamic, and then they're so fast, and you miss a tackle, you take a wrong angle, and then bam, 50 yards later, dude's in the end zone celebrating, doing a dance. But they're not. They're playing in Philly, and they're going to be a little bit of weather. So this is what I'm curious to see from Miami. Can they transition? Can they be a team that's a team for all climates, all stadiums, all surfaces, all weather? I kind of have my doubts, but we'll find out on Sunday night.
The Miami Dolphins running backs have 19 total touchdowns on the year. That's more than 28 other NFL teams combined, that they've had as a team total on the season. And to your point, Chargers, Pats, Broncos, Giants, and Panthers are the wins for Miami. Let's talk about some more of these games. We'll get some picks. Dennis Ranahan, Quackside Sports, and PicksFootball.com. We'll talk to him next, only here on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and said the 49ers could look to be active at the trade deadline once again. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's get to some picks. We'll get to a little NFL. We do it every single Friday with Dennis Ranahan, Quackside Sports, picksfootball.com. Dennis, what's going on?
What's up, Dennis?
Well, hi, guys. I was thinking last week when Jake Moody missed that field goal, I was rooting for him to make it. I had the money line on the Browns, and I'm rooting for him to make that kick. I guess I'm a fan. But it reminded me, in 1984, when the 49ers were so good and won the Super Bowl, we had an honor dinner for him at the press club, and I emceed it that night. And Ray Wersching had missed a field goal in Week 7 against the Steelers, and the 49ers were 15-1 that year. And that field goal was the reason they didn't have a chance to beat Pittsburgh. It would have tied the game late. And so I introduced Ray Wersching with a number of 49ers on the dais up there as the reason the Dolphins, the reason the Dolphins are still the only team perfect in NFL history. And it was just such a horrible thing to say in introducing Ray Wersching. He'd missed one kick. The 49ers were 15-1. And I looked down knowing, oh, that wasn't smart. I was trying to be cute, and that didn't work. And Dwight Hicks was right next to me at the right side. And he looked at me, kind of scrunched his nose, and went, that wasn't good. It was too soon. And so I'm not going to make any stories up about Jake Moody, but I sure hope that kick is what is between the 49ers and a perfect season this year.
Well, let's start with that game, because I think last week I didn't think the spot was good for the 49ers for a few different reasons. This week I think it is a good spot for the 49ers. I think it was actually good for them that they didn't make that kick. Sometimes when you don't play well, you don't deserve to win a game, and then you win the game. That doesn't help you long term. I think when you do play like they played and you end up losing, that's going to pay dividends, and it may pay dividends rather quickly. I just think the defense didn't play great against the run. I think they're going to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder going into this game. I think they may, if McCaffrey plays, I don't know how much he'll play. If he doesn't play, that'll make everybody else kind of bow up a little bit. And I think defensively they're going to be really into this game, Dennis. And Minnesota just seems to be sliding the wrong way, right? No Justin Jefferson. They haven't been even good with Justin Jefferson. The defense is better than I thought. It's kind of middle of the pack, but I think they have a few injuries they're dealing with. I just think this is a good setup for the 49ers. How do you see it?
Yeah, I agree with everything you say there. And here's the other situation I'm looking at is Minnesota's just good enough, particularly on the road, to get the 49ers' attention. Last week we had a situation where the Buffalo Bills were coming off a loss in London against Jacksonville and still thought they were confident to win. I actually on the radio said, oh, yeah, take the Bills, lay the line. And then I listened to that and went, oh, that's stupid. That's a mistake. Why would you do that? Because the Bills didn't have any motivator, even though they were coming off a loss. And it's horrible to have lost and still be confident of a win in your next game. And they certainly were against the New York Giants because they dominated them so much statistically. In the San Francisco case, they're a good team, great team perhaps, coming off a loss. And the Vikings are just enough of a team to still get their attention. And, I think they'll drill the Vikings big time.
Talking to Dennis Renahan, PicksFootball.com on the UMA guest line. Dennis, what do you think about the Sunday night game? Tom and I were just talking a little Eagles and Dolphins. I said, it's tough. I'm with Tom, I think, on this side where I like the Eagles just because it's tough to go against them right now with their defense at home. But Miami hasn't played anybody of significance, really, when it comes to a defense. This will be the toughest one they've faced. If it was in Miami, I'd probably go with Miami, but I think I like Philadelphia here. Do you have a side on this or a thought either way?
Well, I have a thought. I don't think I'll end up with a side on it. Miami is so fast on offense. Yeah. They are so fast. Always depending on the weather, and certainly now we're getting into the time of the year on the East Coast where it can make a bigger difference. But in this situation, I think it's a little too bad for the Dolphins that the Eagles lost last week, because there you have a quality football team coming off a loss with an opponent that's got their full attention. So in that regard, that would push me towards Philadelphia. But we may be looking at two teams where this year it's Miami and last year it was Philadelphia as far as being a truly elite team. Even though the Eagles finally fell from the unbeaten ranks last week against the Jets, I wouldn't bet against the Dolphins here just because that offense can be so explosive and it's healthy. So as long as the Dolphins are healthy, I'm not interested in going against them, but it's a great game. I mean, this is a great matchup.
Let me give you another one that we're both interested in. I think we both like Baltimore over Detroit here, laying the 3. I know the 3 maybe is a little juiced. I don't know if any 2.5s are left, but it'll probably settle around 3. I would think. Detroit team's a different team than they have been in the past. I think they're capable of going out and winning these road games. Winning on grass, where in the past you thought, maybe not, and maybe not with Goff. Different team, but I like Baltimore here. How do you see this one?
Well, the thing that would sway me towards the Baltimore side is just the records. In that Detroit's 5-1, and Baltimore's won less games. That means you're asking Detroit to pull 2 games ahead of Baltimore. Now, even though they're in different divisions and conferences in this case, I still look at that as a balance on where the talent is being used and how much is still left in the tanks for the teams. I love this Detroit team. They are, they've met every challenge and won it except that second week loss after they were coming off the win against Kansas City in their opener to Seattle at home. But that may be the anomaly for this year. Oh, I just said that word correctly. I haven't pronounced anomaly correct in about 26 years.
2 in a row.
I'm so proud of myself.
Two's a streak. Dennis. Yeah.
I'm really proud of myself, guys. That was really a good word to throw in there. In any case, that may be the one exception to the problem with Detroit. In my mind, also is that David Montgomery's out, and he's been a really good addition to that Lions squad. This is a great football game. Isn't it interesting that we've got John Harbaugh with a strong Baltimore team, and we have to have a conversation whether they can beat Detroit. Mm-hmm. That's how far the Lions have come along, and so I think it's a great football game. But I won't be on it. I'm not going against Detroit. They played too well to give points with.
Got it. All right, one more, and then I'll let you give a game that you find interesting. Do I dare go on this Charger team, getting 5.5 against Kansas City? I mean, they always play them tough there. I don't like them when they have to win, but to keep it close, I think they have enough talent. Kansas City hasn't shown that they're the offense that they have been the past few years. Eventually they might be, but they're actually a better defensive team right now than I think they are a better an offensive team. And they seem to play well there. When they play L.A., in Kansas City, those games always seem to come down to it. How do you see this one? Like, I don't know if I'm I'm really going to have to suck it up if I want to take this Charger team, but how do you see the game?
Yeah, Pam was really upset when she noticed our screen door was open Monday night because she said, then the neighbor's been hearing you all evening because I was yelling at the Chargers, when they were playing the Cowboys. They just wilt. The team just wilt. And that's coaching. That's context set. It just, and so I was beating myself up. Why did I take the Chargers over the Cowboys? Even though it was close and they could have won, they didn't. And that's what they always do. Now, can they stay within 5.5 points? Well, as you said, that it's been the Kansas City defense that has played better this year than their offense. And so I'm not willing to lay 5.5 points with them either, but yeah, I don't want to send myself into another root canal with the Los Angeles Chargers.
All right, give us a game that you're looking at and you find intriguing.
Yeah, I find this intriguing, and I'm not usually a big favorite player, but I'm looking at the Seattle Seahawks playing the Arizona Cardinals, coming off a loss, going home, a narrow loss to where they really outstatted Cincinnati, but lost the game last week. Now they're going home, and they're playing Arizona. And I think those early season games, including most significantly the third-week win over Dallas, got people interested in the having to prepare for the Cardinals, thinking, they're not too bad. Even in their 15-point loss to the 49ers, or more than 15 points, late 15, I guess it was 18 or something. But in that case, they played the 49ers pretty tough. And so I think that the Cardinals' talent is not nearly as high as now teams need to prepare for them. So with Seattle coming off the loss, going home, and in a tight division race in the NFC West, I think they'll light them up here. I'll lay the 7.5, 8 points, and take the Seattle Seahawks in this spot.
Now I could definitely see that. All right, let's see if we can get it going this weekend. Get it going. Let's talk about a clean sweep next week. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Have a great weekend, Dennis.
See you, Dennis.
You too, guys.
All right.
All right, great stuff. Dennis Ranahan, Quackside Sports, and PicksFootball.com. Dude, you know the worst game I think of the weekend?
What?
Which we're going to get nationally, or not nationally, we get it regionally here instead of, if you don't have NFL Sunday ticket, you're not getting Lions and Ravens. You're getting Raiders and Bears on Fox.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Neither team has a starting quarterback. You're going to get Bagent, who Tim and I were calling Baggett last week.
Baguette?
Baguette. Yeah, you got our boy Raph here sitting wearing a Chicago Bears hat right across from me through the glass. And then we get Derek's Raiders, who are starting AOC. Or Hoyer. AOC, Aiden O'Connell. Oh, it is Hoyer. They've announced it. As of earlier today, he says it is Hoyer. There you go.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why are we still like a regional Raider section of the country? Like why? Because I guess
I'll tell you why.
There's Raider fans still here. Like I don't even hardly know any Raider fans here anymore. They're like, whatever. I'm done with this team.
Oh, yeah, Derek, he's like looking at me. He's like, yeah.
Well, I know, obviously Derek's a Raider fan, but
they're all delusional. The ones who are still fans are just kind of like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? They left again.
I mean,
you got Mark Davis winning titles with that. By the way, you see he's the owner of the Vegas. I didn't even know he had ownership in the Vegas. Does he own them entirely, the Aces?
Yes.
Dude, he's out there dancing on the court with OT and Tom Brady own it together? What a riot, dude. So wait, you're telling me Al Davis got 3 championships and Mark already has 2? Back-to-back with the Aces? It's out there.
I mean, that's just a crime that we get that game. On a number of fronts.
Yeah.
Not just the Raiders front, the damn Bears front. Like, I mean, come on.
What are we doing?
We get a quarterback. We don't even know how to pronounce his name. Baggett, I don't know. Baggins,
Bilbo
Dildo Baggins.
Bilbo
I don't
Baggins.
know what the hell his name is. Like,
Derek should call him T-Bag. T-Bag it. Yeah, there you go. T-Bagent. There we go.
I mean, God. Oh, that's got to be the worst game of the weekend, doesn't it?
That's what I'm saying. Is I'm looking at the slate. I'm like, that has to be the worst game on the docket. Like, are you? And by the way, so Deshaun Watson for the Browns practiced, I guess, in a limited capacity. I was thinking that could have been one of the worst, but it's Minshew. At least that's a name. If you had like P.J. Walker against Minshew, Colts, and Browns, that was not looking good. But Raiders, Bears, neither team having a starting quarterback. I don't know. That's an ugly one. That is not a fun game.
No, that's the worst game.
That is not a fun game.
I mean, yeah, I mean, even
Commies Giants.
Even if Watson wasn't playing, I mean, the Browns defense is worth the price of admission. The way they play, even though Minshew magic is about as fresh as David Copperfield, like that wore off a long time ago. I don't know anybody.
It's over, bro. Cut the Fu Manchu. Cut the
Minshew's brand of magic anymore. The Daisy Duke shorts and all that stuff. Nah, I'm done. But even if Watson's playing, I wouldn't want to watch that game. I don't want to watch that game, but I would watch that game over the Bears-Raider game. I tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I do have Sunday tickets. I don't have to. I won't spend 1 second on that game. Not one.
408's a secret Bajan man. on the Bajan man. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. By the way, we will get into some good football talk. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, going to join us in about 20 minutes at 3:30. If you missed that or you got something going on, we'll have it for you again at 5:15. We got plenty more to get to here. It's a fun football Friday. Everybody says, hammer that Raiders and Bears under. And then one guy says, 408, Tom, Dildo Baggins must have missed that Lord of the Rings sequel. Oh, it was not a sequel, my man. It's a totally different franchise.
Yes,
we got more coming up. How about this? It is a year anniversary of the day the 49ers acquired Christian McCaffrey. And John Lynch was on with Murph and Mac earlier this morning and talked about their approach at the deadline. We'll talk about that just a bit when we come on back and whether or not the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey have made themselves, I mean, they're obviously the favorite, but was it more him? Was it more Brock Purdy? It's like arguing Brady or Belichick. We'll talk about all of it next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Joel Sherman of the New York Post reports that the Giants have asked permission from the Boston Red Sox to interview Jason Varitek for their managerial position. Meanwhile, the Boston Globe reports the Red Sox have interviewed Gabe Kapler for a front office position. The stories and more are trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We really didn't know right till that last call. Ultimately, I think it was a 5th-round pick next year that we had that the Rams didn't. That was the difference. And, we had gone that far. We said, all right, we're not going to let a 5th-round pick 2 years out hold this up. So I'm sure glad we did it, everything from his talent, his ability. But I think the biggest thing, I tell our young players all the time, there are so many examples on what it means to be a pro. It's not often that in places the best players, and there's so many examples, Fred Warner, the George Kittles, Christian McCaffrey. If you just watch that guy, you'll understand what it means to be a professional.
49ers general manager John Lynch, he was on with Murph and Mac earlier today, as he is every Friday throughout the 49ers season. Happy Football Friday and Ska Friday. Raph on the board today doing a nice job. John Lynch talking about the trade for Christian McCaffrey. I don't know what. I'm sure there are bigger trades. We'd have to go back and look at, the Fred Dean trade people say is huge in terms of what it did for the 49er defense. Or for the
Steve Young trade?
Steve Young trade is a huge one. I was trying to go further back and then work my way forward, but I'm trying to think
of... my bad.
No, you're all good. But you're right. Steve Young, I think, topped that one. Right? You win a Super Bowl, he becomes Hall of Famer. He's one of the all-time greats. And then you jump to this one. He's probably a Hall of Famer, too. Christian McCaffrey. He's got a Hall of Fame talent. I said he's probably the best player I've ever seen, but the trade for him is going to go down as it may help define this era of 49er football. You know what I mean? If they win one this year and they continue on beyond this, he and Nick Bosa will be two of the biggest, and Brock Purdy, maybe the three cogs that you look at when you talk about how this thing turned around for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and the moves they made. The Jimmy Garoppolo injury with him going down, allowing them to get Bosa, and then the drafting of Purdy, obviously, last, but then the trade for Christian McCaffrey. They had that 5th rounder. So a year ago today, they traded with the Panthers for a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th-round pick in the 2023 NFL draft, and then a 5th-round pick in the 2024 draft is what Lynch was talking about there, or the 25. Was he saying 4 years out or whatever, 3 years out? So the irony is that Monday we may get an opportunity to see what life looks like without Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. Right, that's what's sort of funny is he gets here for that Chiefs game, and then Jimmy gets hurt the following game. The bye week, I think, after the Chiefs, and they played Miami. Mike McDaniel comes to town. They beat Miami, but that's where Jimmy gets hurt. We saw very little of no McCaffrey with Brock Purdy. And I think we saw some was it the Dallas game he got banged up, and he left the game, and then we saw Elijah Mitchell for the whole back half of that game, I think is the way it went in the divisional round last year. But it's interesting that a guy of that caliber paired with the guy who's the last pick of the draft and another guy who's a number 2 pick have kind of been the guys to turn it around. You think the acquisition of McCaffrey or Brock Purdy getting the chance to play had the bigger impact on the team? I think it's a fair question to ask.
I don't think it's fair at all. I'm not going to answer it.
Okay. What about you, Raph? You got a got a Raph here in the class today. Raph on the Sports Leader. Because Brock has stabilized the position. I just don't agree that anybody could do it, or it would be Nick Mullins or Jimmy. There's something about Brock's preparation, his understanding, his commitment to the game of football, and the way Kyle wants it to be done.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd have to see another quarterback play half a season with McCaffrey, and then Brock Purdy play half a season without McCaffrey.
That's fair. Yeah, it's not the same. It's not an apples.
Detroit. But if I had to guess, I would guess Purdy, just because we've seen multiple running backs play in Shanahan's system and have success. Now, again, you're not going to have the dynamic plays you have with this guy. So you're losing something, but we've seen other quarterbacks that weren't named Jimmy Garoppolo go 15 games under 500. Because Garoppolo won a lot of games. You can say what you want about him. When he started at quarterback, they won football games.
When he started quarterback, yeah.
They won a lot of football games. When he didn't start at quarterback, they didn't win a lot of football games. So I don't know. I don't know if I could really make that, but I guess I'd probably go Purdy just because Garoppolo won a lot of games, but not everybody else. So I agree with you. I don't think everybody could do it, and I know everybody can't do what McCaffrey does, but you might be able to get somebody that could, again, plug and play type guy that Shanahan's had so much success with.
I mean, to your point, so Nick Mullins starts 8 games in 2018 at quarterback, 3-5.
Yep.
Completes 64% of his passes, which isn't great. 2,200 yards, 13 touchdowns, 10 picks. Again, he's throwing interceptions. That team was just not nearly as good in 2018. Then 19, they get Bosa, and things all completely change. But then in 2020, he goes 2-6, Nick Mullins. In 8 games started, he plays 10 games. He completes about 64.5% of his passes. And for 2,000 more yards, though, and he goes 12-12. So that's just the quarterback he was. He's a guy who's going to turn it over. A lot of this is predicated, as is winning football games, on not giving the other team opportunities. You're only going to get a finite amount of drives and chances to do it, right? If you can cut down on those drives for the opposition, you give yourself a far better chance to win. You get more times to score. Too many of the quarterbacks they had, and we've seen Jimmy even do it right now with the Raiders. What's crazy to me is that I don't feel like he was almost any different of a QB from the time he got here versus when he left for Jimmy Garoppolo. Right? Like it seemed like he had plateaued. Like that's what was so intriguing about him and what cost the second rounders. We saw him start those games when Brady was out with the suspension. Then he got hurt and Jacoby Brissett started. But in the time he was playing, we thought, boy, this guy who's a backup to Brady could end up being, if we develop him and we see what he does in a big offense or with weapons around him, maybe he could be something special. But he was never much different to me. I'd have to look at his numbers to see like completion percentage and attempts and whatnot. But even today, he doesn't strike me as that different of a QB from when he got here.
No, not at all.
And you've got to adjust.
Yeah. Although he was, I've said this. I was higher on him his first year here, thinking, they got themselves a top tier quarterback. 'Cause he was like throwing for 300, 350 a game, and they were winning games. And then all of a sudden, he got hurt the next year, and then he was really never the same. And I think the one thing that stands out to me more than anything is the way Kyle calls the game with Purdy.
Aggressiveness.
Center.
Yeah.
He's just more aggressive. He trusts him more. He said so. He said it to us that he trusts him more because he's earned it. He just never fully had that trust with Garoppolo. Because he would do some stuff that he did it once or twice a game. You'd scratch your head and go, "Whew, man, what are we doing there?"
Listen, yeah.
So, but again, that's the one thing about quarterback. You're always looking for an upgrade, unless you got one of those handful of quarterbacks. You're like, yeah, we're good. We don't need to look around. Everybody else, even if they're good, you're thinking, wonder if somebody out there a little bit better than this guy. And Garoppolo, he was never in that top tier of quarterbacks. I'm not even sure if he's in the second tier. Maybe he was. But he was a guy that you looked at that did enough things. A few errant throws here or there. Kind of held the ball in the pocket sometimes a little too long that you thought we could do better. And again, you also have to factor in how much a quarterback makes too. Like, can we do better than this guy making $40 million a year, or $50 million, or $35, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, but I mean, he was a good quarterback here. Led him to the Super Bowl and won a lot of football games. So, yeah, I'd probably go Purdy, but I don't know that I'd feel all that confident about it because McCaffrey is just, again, he's so dynamic.
I think everybody thought they were Super Bowl contenders anyway. Right? Like coming into last year, even with Trey Lance, we thought, okay, this team is supposed to be a contender. So can he continue to keep that flame alive? Like, is he a guy that's capable of continuing to do that? As, by the way, the Texas Rangers just hit a home run and tied the game here, bottom of the fifth, 1-1 now. A home run for who hit this year?
Bro, you're ahead of me. Damn.
Sorry.
I'm like watching the game. I look down and go, it's 1-0.
Sorry. I saw the reflection in the glass, and I was like, is that guy rounding the bases?
Or Lau. Is it Lowe or Lau?
Nate Lau, Brendan Lowe. Okay. I never know. Or is it Nate Lowe and Brendan?
He's a Lowe or a Lau, one or the other. That's all. We know that.
Should have good Lau.
Don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, one of those two. Off of Verlander, their bottom 5, 1-1 is the score. Bochy got his guys going. All right, it's a good series already. We're 2-2 here. We're game 5. This is big. Heading back to Texas after this. As long as I get a game 6, I'm gassed up. Getting a game 6 is fun. Getting a team with their back against the wall and somebody fighting to survive. We'll update you as more of the baseball keeps going. But the case for me for it being Christian McCaffrey is that the Niners were already Super Bowl contenders, And we've asked several times this year, has the offense reached the level of the defense? Because the defense was the calling card, even with Kyle as the play caller. And then they became like I won't say far and away, but they became, I think, in everybody's minds, like that's the best team in football. And it was pretty clear. Like right now in basketball, like we'll see when the season starts, but there's nobody carrying the torch from one season to the next year where, yeah, Denver won the title, but it wouldn't shock me if Milwaukee's the best team in basketball this year or if Phoenix ended up being the best team or who knows what happens. The season's got to play out. Guys get hurt and whatnot, but I think universally people consider the Niners, even after the loss last week, the best and most talented team in football. So that's because of Christian McCaffrey. The question is, does the offense work better because of him? It certainly works at a higher level, but I don't think that much is different. And like the production might be a percentage or a group of percentage points higher, but I don't think it's that much different with him there, is my point.
With McCaffrey there?
Right. I think it's more electric, but I don't think it's
yeah.
It doesn't seem to, you can just do more. Teams have to prepare for more. You can't cover. It's like what's Bradley Beal going to do this year for the Suns? He's been the number one guy on the Wizards for his whole life, and he's averaging like 30 a game, it seems like. Right now he's going to be the number 3 guy.
Yep.
The number 3 defender is going to guard him every game. That's like Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel or Kittle. So that's what McCaffrey does for you, I think. Well, we know more than what a Brock Purdy does in a different manner. I think that's a counter to it.
Yeah, I think they're both. They got here relatively the same time, so
right.
It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah. Which one is more important. Again, I don't know. I just know they complement each other very, very, very well. And I've said this many times in the past that I've always thought that McCaffrey in a Shanahan system would be just he'd blow people away because of the success that he had with backs of lesser skill, and we're seeing it. We're seeing like what it is. It is. It's like, God dang, this is like really, really good. Like, because he's gonna get you just by scheming and stuff. He'll get you some yards and get you some opening, and then the special talent that McCaffrey has, that's the one that could take it to the house. That's the one that could break the tackle. I saw that screenplay that he scored a touchdown on first drive last game against the Browns. It was a sweet play. Like, a lot of guys would have ran right into a Brown or maybe gone straight and not did the dip inside and then cut it back outside and have the acceleration to get into the end zone. Like, that was a sweet play. I was like, just got it here. Let me go inside, suck everybody in real quick, and then poop, right back to the outside and outrunning everybody to the end zone. Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that he does that not everybody can do. It's the quickness, the acceleration, the power, and the instincts of what to do. Some guys just don't have instincts. Some guys need a damn map to find a hole out of the backfield. It's like, bro, the hole was right there. Just, it is huge. You just ran up your guard's ass. Right. And why would you want to run up somebody's ass when you can there's a hole right there? It's like daylight. Go to that. Go there. And it's like linebackers. Linebackers have that same thing. Like Warner has it. Instinctively, you just know what hole where you're supposed to fit. Some guys don't. Some guys just keep running the wrong way, and guys keep busting loose for big gains. But he definitely has that on top of it, and that's just something you can't teach.
Niners and Vikings Monday night. Niners are off the practice field. We have our weekly conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. He joins us live next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. That's right. We're talking about it each and every day because each and every day we get closer to retirement. And I've got a plan, or I don't have a plan, but I have a thought. I have an idea. I have something in mind of what I want to do and how I want to live when I get to retirement. And I'm sure you do too. So don't you want to know if you're investing or if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or even if you're setting yourself up correctly to live that lifestyle when you finally get to retirement? Well, for more than 3 decades, and this is where you get your plan, Greg O'Donnell, he's been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. There's no cost, no obligation. You can call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We're working on making the connection with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. We have a conversation with him every week, normally on Thursdays, but because the schedule was a day back this week, they, of course, don't play till Monday. We moved it back a day. So we got Kyle coming on here in just a minute. Talk to him about some of these injuries and practice this week. Coming off the loss to the Cleveland Browns. In terms of this game, are we still sitting? The spread's still sitting at 7, right, Tom? That's where we were sitting when we opened. Sorry, right.
Total's 44.5.
Total's to 44.5.
If you want to know that.
It went up. I took the over early in the week at 43.
Did you?
Yeah, for those joining us here on the stream, we're making the connection with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Yep,
and
7 plus 15.
7 and 15.
7 minus 15. So it's shaded a little bit toward the Vikings.
Okay.
So you might want to wait. I mean,
maybe wait a little bit.
Yeah, maybe get 6.5.
Yeah, might be good.
So,
might be good.
Yeah.
We have made the connection. Let's start the Kyle Shanahan show.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Coach, what's going on?
What's up, Coach?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Pretty good, man.
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing good. Just got in from practice and ready to finish up Red Zone today.
So I made the case, let's see if you agree with me or not. I made the case that it was probably better off that you guys lost that game since I don't know that you deserve to win. And sometimes I've been a part of teams where you don't deserve to win a game and you win it. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess we're going to win a game regardless of whether we play good or not. And maybe you don't buckle down in the future. I don't know how you look at it. I mean, obviously you want to win a game. That's a given. But I wondered in retro when you look at it, maybe it's better that, it kind of wakes – I don't want to say wakes a team up either, but it kind of gets your attention a little bit like, hey, everybody's an NFL player in this league, and if we don't play like we can, we could get beat.
There's no doubt about that, and what you're saying. That's kind of what I tried to allude to our guys after the game, that we didn't play good enough to win. Now, that doesn't mean you can't win.
Yeah.
There's going to be times you don't play that well, and you got to find a way to win. And we almost pulled one out at the end, and we missed that field goal. But that's kind of what I wanted to say. Whether we made that or not, or whether we made it or not, doesn't change how that game went.
Yeah.
We didn't play good enough to win, and you can always get fortunate and things like that. And we didn't there at the end. But we got to go and look at the tape, and we got to make sure that we get better, because I thought we were way too sloppy in all three phases. We made way too many penalties, had way too many missed assignments. I didn't think it was a question of overlooking anybody, because it wasn't that guys didn't play hard. I mean, guys were out there scrapping, they were battling, but it's not about just playing hard, it's about playing well, and we didn't do that, and that starts with me, and we've had to have a lot more attention to detail this week, and we got to make a lot fewer mistakes than we did.
We were talking yesterday, Kyle, about how sometimes games are decided much earlier than the clock will have you believe. Like, everybody believes games are decided in the last 2 or 3 minutes, and sometimes there may be a play that happens in the first quarter of a game that really changes the dynamics of the game. A couple of them I thought the second series after the Warner pick, where you guys, if you do go up 2 scores, it's going to make it awful tough on them. And the 8-yard loss from McCaffrey on the little screen. And then the Ayuk play, catch he normally makes. Like, that's one I think if he had it again, he would make it. It was a great throw by Purdy. He didn't make it. Those were in the first half. But I thought those two, like that one series and that one play from Ayuk was like that. You could look back and go, boy, if we have either of those, we might have been able to get some margin there, and it would have been awful difficult on them.
Well, I got to look into you because I feel like you're in some of my team meetings. So whoever's been telling you what I've been saying, it's messed up, man. That's almost how I explained it to our team in terms. I mean, I was so pissed at halftime because I thought we had an opportunity to really to kind of run away with it.
Yeah.
We went down on the first drive and got 7. We got that turnover. The first play had lost 8 yards on a screen. The next play was 2nd and 18. We had Christian one-on-one on a go route when he went by the linebacker, but the whistle blew because we false started. Then we went backwards, so we ended up not getting a field goal. Then the next drive we went backwards, but we had the right look on that 3rd and 13, which I think BA comes down with that all the time, but he just didn't there, and we just missed a couple opportunities, and it was 10-7 at halftime, and it's really exactly how I felt the week before at Dallas. I mean, when we played Dallas, because we went in 21-7, but I thought it should have been 35-0. And when you miss opportunities like that, you just never know how that second half's going to go. And Dallas, it didn't matter because we came out and we played good in all 3 phases, and it wasn't an issue, and you didn't think twice about it. But the way we came out in the third quarter, where they went down the field and got a field goal, and then our offense, probably the worst third quarter I feel we've had since we've been here in these 7 years, just because all we did was go backwards. We got penalties. We went backwards in all 3 of our series, and it wasn't until the fourth quarter that we really started playing football, and it was awesome getting that turnover to get us kind of back into the swing of things, back into control, getting in that on the 8. I think we scored the first play, made it 17-13. I think there was about 11 minutes in the game when we did that, and then they went about 7 minutes to get a field goal to about 3.5, and then we went 3 and out with that intentional grounding again, and then they went 2 more minutes to get another field goal, and then that was it. We had our drive and had one chance to win it, and we didn't get it done.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan here on the UMA guest line. When you opened that third quarter there, you talked about you guys were going backwards. I think it might have even been negative yardage for the third quarter, and the offense is looking to get back in rhythm, and you're banged up there. What do you do to try to get back in rhythm? Because I think it's encouraging to see what Brock did on the final drive entering this week. I don't want to point to silver linings, but for how that second half had gone into that final drive to set you up for a chance to win the game is encouraging, I think.
No, I mean, I do too. When you have a frustrating first half met by a much more frustrating third quarter, you got to find a way to overcome. And fortunately, the score was still close enough that we could. And I was proud of the guys on that last drive. But when you do look into those situations, I mean, it takes 11 guys, and you got to be on the same page. You can't make mistakes, and they're going to have some plays too. So you got to give them a lot of credit because they are a good team and they did a lot of stuff, and they made some plays that we couldn't do much about. But when we did have our opportunities, we had too many mistakes. We had a couple penalties in some real bad situations. And when you have those versus that type of pass rush and that defense, I think we're pretty good at overcoming some of that stuff. In the past, if you look at how we are on 2nd and 20 and stuff, we usually can get it back and then into some manageable third downs and kind of forget about that fast. But in this game, and there's only 2 drives we didn't have a negative, and that was the first drive and the last drive, and that was the one we scored a touchdown on, the one we missed a field goal, and all those 2nd and 3rd and longs we weren't able to overcome versus that defense.
Is the rush defense where it needs to be, and I guess most importantly, is it where it can be? Because I look at the talent, and I think it should be better than kind of a middle of the pack, or maybe not top tier, but toward the end of the top tier. It just seems like it has been better. It could be. Maybe this is what it is. I'm not sure, but how do you see it?
Oh, no, I think it can be better, and I expect it to get better as the year goes. Sometimes, by no means do I think we're playing our best in that area. But sometimes when you just look at stats and stuff, they can be a little skewed with that. When you look at, just take Cleveland, for instance. I think they had 34 runs, so you're not going to get any there. They probably called 8 screens in the game and had a lot of success with those screens, so you're not going to get any there. Then you have probably 5 bootlegs, so you're not going to get any there. And then so what comes down to how many of those dropbacks they do. And, if we want to do better rushing the passer and getting those ops, I believe you got to stop them more in the run game. And when a team has 34 runs and runs for 160 yards on you, they're making you defend the run, and when you're defending the run, you can't tee off on the pass. And we did good on third down. I think they were 25%, but when someone's 25% on third down but still gets 34 runs called, that means they're kind of dictating everything on first and second down. And that's, to me, what affected our pass rush the most. Not that we couldn't pass rush, that we didn't make it a game where we could pass rush, and that's the goal. Make it a game where you can pass rush, get a lead, make them feel like they can't run the ball, make their coordinator and quarterback give up on it, and start going against the pass where our guys can tee off and rush the quarterback. And that's where I feel our numbers would come up a lot, and that's what we got to do, not just as a D-line or a defense, but as a whole team, put guys in that situation.
For the first time this year, health has kind of become a topic this week after a handful of the big name players went down, and you missed Drake Greenlaw last week. I know you gave the update yesterday on a handful of these guys. Some of the practice stuff was reported on today that McCaffrey was doing some work on a side field, and I know you mentioned day-to-day. That seems to apply to day-to-day work, individual work with a trainer. And then Drake Greenlaw back at practice, Banks back out there, and then Trent and Debo. Is there any update on the status of those guys? Any health, or is it a rest day? What are we looking at?
No, none of them can practice today because of their injuries.
Mm-hmm.
We're not ruling them out for this week. So when we say day-to-day, that means we're waiting each day to see how they come in the next morning, because they don't have stuff to where they're for sure can't play. They have chances to recover here. It's nice having it on a Monday night game because it gives them one extra day to do that. They're getting closer, but they haven't been good enough to get out there and practice yet.
I mean, obviously, Kirk Cousins very, very well, and that offense has been a very good offense in this league for a few years now. Without Justin Jefferson, it certainly changes. No more Dalvin Cook there in the backfield. Addison and Osborne and Madison, kind of the skill position guys. You've been around Kirk a lot, I guess I should say. What makes him a good quarterback? Like, what is it about him that you like, and what difficulties it goes into facing him?
Just how consistent he is. He knows he gets the ball to the right spot. If you have a pass rush and someone's open, it doesn't matter. He'll hang in there, take the hit, deliver the ball. I only got to spend 2 years with Kirk.
Okay.
And I only got to coach him in 3 games. He was just a backup for us there before I left. So I just always knew kind of what we had, and we all did. We knew how special he was. But just watching him over the years, it doesn't matter whether he's in Washington or, I think he's been there for 6 years, I think, in Minnesota. And I want to say he's probably had 6 or 5 different play callers in those time. I think this is his first time in a while that he's has one in the second year. And it's been great for him, having arguably the best receiver in the league. But when you watch Kirk, no matter who the coach is, no matter what the people are around him, you can always look at his numbers and what he does on offense, and he's always going to be up there because he's about as consistent as it gets.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I used to think in watching baseball, we're talking to head coach Kyle Shanahan, and watching baseball as a kid, I used to think, catchers must be the best hitters because they sometimes get to face guys that they used to catch, right? Like if you get to face a guy you used to catch, maybe you know all his stuff. I always wonder that for coaches who recruit or scout or draft a quarterback like that. Does anything from like his previous life as a quarterback, when you looked at him, does any of that still apply today, or is he a totally different guy?
I think everyone's always different. You're always evolving, and it has to do with how people are using you and stuff. And but it's not that I didn't coach Kirk that long. Right. I didn't get to play in many games with him. So I didn't get to always see him under these be in his helmet and things like that. So most of my stuff with Kirk is from watching him over the years, just like other people do, and studying him on tape and what he does. When we were there, you get to know a guy, and we wanted him there because of how much we studied him in college. And usually when you're in a building with a guy, you can confirm everything because you get to talk to him. You know truly how he's like. But the stuff that I know from how he plays is what other people see on tape. And I got a strong opinion about almost all quarterbacks because we get to watch them a lot. Yeah. And that's something as an offensive coach I got to be pretty careful of because, I really talk a lot, with our defensive staff on, what it takes to win. And that's different every week. And it depends on what quarterback you're playing. How does this team win? How do they use their quarterback? How do they try to win with their quarterback? And the way you try to beat those guys is different each week. And I got strong opinions on everyone. I definitely do on Kirk too. But you also got to make sure that, when you're not calling that game defensively, you're not putting in all the planning throughout the week. You give tidbits and you give pointers and you evaluate it and see what direction they're going in and try to help with all that. But you also got to set someone up to allow them to put the work in and do what they think's right.
Let me write that down in my notebook. Didn't coach Kirk as much as you thought he did. I'm good.
No, it's not just for you. That's for everyone.
Yeah, it's not what I heard, Kyle. It's not what I was hearing. Yeah, no.
I'm good now. I got the check. We're good. We're good there. Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator for the Vikings. I mean, this guy blitzes a ton. What I've read, I watched a lot of Vikings games, Coach, but it sounds like it's gone down. The number percentage blitz has gone down in the game since the season has started. I don't know if that's the case, but I know he does enjoy his blitzes. How key will that be to the game, being able to recognize the blitzes and then being able to pick up those blitzes?
Oh, it'll be huge. I mean, that's really what they do. And, we faced a lot of that versus the Giants here a couple of weeks ago, and I would say these guys do a lot more of it. Giants turned it up a little bit in our game, but these guys have really done it in every game, and it's basically what they do. And you got to pick the blitzes up and everything, but the hardest thing is when they don't blitz, and it always looks like they're blitzing, and now all of a sudden they don't blitz, and they pop everybody out, and you're thinking you're trying to get rid of the ball, and there's a big hole there, it looks like, and just a D lineman pops out right under it and either tips it or picks it. So it's that whole illusion of stuff that's going on the whole time where it seems like there's so many guys out there. It seems like there's 6 guys on the line almost every time, and they're coming all these plays. Then all of a sudden you change protection, you put everybody up in there, and it's only a 3-man rush, and you got everyone in protection trying to block. And so you only have 2 guys out on a route, yet they have 8 guys in coverage. And then your quarterback's just holding on to the ball, and you can do it for a while because only 3 guys are rushing, but it's hard to get 2 guys open versus 8.
Yeah.
So you play that whole game on when to block, when to get rid of it, when to go for the big play, when not to. And that's the hardest thing with blitzes because there are a lot of big plays to be had. But if you keep trying to go for those, there's so many chances because of all the stuff that they're willing to do at any time in the game. You don't always have answer for, and you got to make sure that if you call a play that doesn't have an answer versus those, you better be right when you call it, because if not, you're going to see your quarterback on the ground, best case scenario. You just hope that you end up with the ball.
Earlier this week, I just want to ask you about this because it's become a topic. And Brock was asked about it this morning. I saw he did a show, and Mike McDaniel was asked about it this week. Is it related to Tua? The whole system quarterback thing. Tom and I always kind of scoff and laugh at that because we're like, one, I don't know why that would ever be a bad thing that you looked at a guy and thought he would fit into a system of yours, and then he executed. I mean, that takes skill and it takes evaluation, but when I see it happen to McDaniel too, I just kind of laugh and I go, what is it about the system? Is it they think that the players around the QB are better than the QB? I know you earlier this week you said you didn't really care. Do you kind of scoff at that stuff and where it comes from and why that's even a negative topic?
Because it just sounds like, I mean, how this is the NFL. We're just coaches and they're players. Like,
right.
How can you say a player's not good just because of his system? And I think that's what you scoff at and you think's kind of silly. We all run systems and stuff, but it doesn't matter how good your system is. If you don't have good players in it, it doesn't matter at all. You can take a really good system, an NFL system, and go to high school. And if you don't have really good players or the right players to run that system's going to get beat by anybody. So it's about doing stuff that your players are capable of doing. And it's not like you just take the same system everywhere. You either stuff you want to do, there's stuff everybody wants to do. But what are your players good at? What can they be successful at? And that's usually what ends up becoming your system. You all have a foundation you start in training camp, but that evolves as the year goes. And if your quarterback's really good, you see that system evolve as the year goes. And if the quarterback's really good, he also probably has some good players around him also, because it's really hard to be a good quarterback in this league without good players around you, and it's hard to be a good offense without somewhat of a good system too, despite how good you are. So all of that stuff plays together, and I think that's the hardest thing just in football, especially these days. I mean, we play once a week, but everyone talks about it for 7 straight days. So you get fantasy stuff, you get guys' touches, guys' stats, all this stuff, and that's why I feel bad for some players sometimes, because these guys are constantly questions and asked, and they hear it from their family members because they see it on every media show and stuff that, hey, why didn't you get this? Why didn't you get that? And that doesn't always mean that you're not playing well. Football has to do with so many variables, and there's so many people on the field, and a guy will have a good game, and sometimes, I mean, perception-wise, and sometimes it's just because everything lined up and the coverages went there, and he was fortunate. And then he was good because he made the plays when they came, but so much stuff is out of control for players and stuff, and that's why you just got to be as good as you can and hope you get around good players, hope players have good players around them, and hope you have a good system that gives you a chance to perform.
Well, Coach,
that's my favorite, Copes, is in Kyle, when somebody says the quarterback's a game manager. I'm like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I'm trying to manage a win here. What's the problem?
Or he has too many weapons around him. Like, are we just making stuff up here? Like, does everybody want everybody to win by themselves to prove how good they are? Like, I don't get the goal of this. The goal is to win and, manage the game. Tom Brady was a great player. He was a great game manager, too. I just don't see what the deal is.
He's the best. Tom Brady did whatever it took to win that game, and sometimes he would throw it 50 times, sometimes he won it. Like, it's just, what do you have to do to win? And when you're a good player, you better not just think you're going to win it all just by being a good player. You got to win it by using your team to help you with your abilities the best way you can, and that's what football is. That's why I like it so much, because it's not just I know other sports are very team oriented too, there's no doubt, but I think of a pitcher. A pitcher can get in those playoffs, and you got two good pitchers, and you're going to probably be good in the baseball playoffs. Yeah. And that's not the case. And if you got 2 stars or definitely 3 stars in the NBA, you got a chance in those playoffs. But that's not the case in football. You can have 3 stars out there, but I mean, how do they get to be a part of the game? And if they're not on defense, if they're on offense, and they're not the quarterback or the running back, it's a lot of things has to happen for that ball to touch them.
Coach, we always appreciate the time, man. Appreciate the scope on that. That's a really good insight. And have a good weekend. Have a good trip out to Minnesota, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, guys. Good talking to you. Talk to you later.
Great stuff from Kyle Shanahan. Really good scope on that stuff. By the way, they asked Brock about it. Rich Eisen did. Brock just said, I don't care. He kind of hemmed and hawed at first. He was like, well, when it comes to, I don't care, man. It's basically like I'm trying to win a Super Bowl here.
Well, it's like what you win, and now you got to win a certain way.
Yeah, Michael Jordan did it by himself with the other Hall of Famers, right? It just doesn't happen that way. And he's right.
Two other Hall of Famers.
In football, the exact same thing. We got injury updates there from Kyle on Trent, Debo, and Christian McCaffrey on their practice status from today. Was it a rest day? Were they hurt? We'll tell you what he had to say next, and then we'll get into a little bit more about the game on Monday. Our recap of what Kyle Shanahan had to say. If you missed it, we'll have it for you again at 5:15. Only here on the Sports Leader. Iguodala is officially retired after 19 seasons in the NBA. I assumed he was retired for most of the offseason, but I guess it's now official. Good for him. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
None of them can practice today because of their injuries. We're not ruling them out for this week. So when we say day-to-day, that means we're waiting each day to see how they come in the next morning because they don't have stuff to where they're for sure can't play. They have chances to recover here. It's nice having it on a Monday night game because it gives them one extra day to do that. They're getting closer, but they haven't been good enough to get out there and practice yet.
That was Kyle Shanahan, undoubtedly, with Tom and I just a couple of minutes ago. There was the update there on the injuries to Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey was on a side field today with a trainer doing individual leg workouts. But Trent Williams did not practice, or he was not seen at the start per David Lombardi. Neither was Deebo Samuel. And both guys, Kyle says they're, as well as McCaffrey, not able to practice today. Not a rest day due to injury. Sometimes you get those rest days for the vets, guys like Trent Williams, and we used to see it a lot for Joe Staley. Every once in a while, Nick Bosa will get one. But for vets and guys who are our big money guys, you oftentimes will sit them down. Today, he said he was working on the red zone, and they hit the road tomorrow for Minnesota. Good scope there from Kyle. Good stuff to react to in terms of the Brock Purdy conversation, because he elaborated a lot deeper there. I thought that was a great answer he gave us there at the end about the thought about game managing quarterbacks. And I don't know when that became a term, when that became a thing. I sort of feel like it was a thing around like the Sean Hill era. That's when at least I first started hearing it as
I was thinking Trent Dilfer.
For the 49ers. Yeah, Trent Dilfer. Dude, are you wait. You're there and you're laying down? I was just only talking for that long. I was not throwing it to you because I thought you weren't there.
No, right here.
Anybody watching the live stream on YouTube or Twitch, first of all, thanks for checking in. And what's that? Derek Thursday something there. Your shirt, yeah, dude, your shirt blends into that like black couch or bench you're sitting on there. And now I can tell your pants are there. I thought that was like just like a little, I don't know, sweatshirt or something off to the side.
Yep.
Tom is blending in with his like a deep blue or dark black background there, and the couch and the black shirt he has on. Somebody earlier said you look like Jambi from Pee-wee's Playhouse, dude, the floating head.
Good Tool song, too.
Yeah. Somebody else texted in earlier and said, is Tom Wizard of Ozing on a Friday? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. That's pretty good. I really did think you were not back yet from the break, but sure enough, there you are, blending into the couch. What'd you think about that final answer there, dude? I thought that was really, really insightful, because we played this sound earlier this week when somebody asked him about Brock being referred to as a game-managing quarterback, and he said, I don't care. He kind of had the same reaction Brock did. Just thought it was ridiculous. But that was a good elaborating there, that it's just a lot of times, he said, I feel bad for the players sometimes, some of these guys, because of the way the NFL is viewed. And I kind of expected him to say it's the NFL. It's a storyline. We have 4 hours to kill every day, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, we have
it's a behemoth.
Basically, we have 20 hours between games.
Yeah.
And we don't talk all football. But
a lot
of football, and there's a lot of shows, I'm sure, that talk all football. There's an all football network called the NFL Network. So it's content. It's content. And a lot of times shows will make stuff up that is designed to grab the viewer or the listener. Like, that's something that I've never done. And you don't do it either, is we just talk sports. And if it grabs you, it grabs you. If it doesn't, I mean, I think it's sport. I think sports are interesting enough without manufacturing crap to throw out there to try and hook people. So I never got the game manager. It's like, well, I don't want my quarterback to manage the game. I don't want him. And I know how they used it. They used it as a pejorative term, like you can't make the throws, you can't win the game if they need you to make those throws in critical situations. You're check down Charlie, or you're going to be safe with the ball. You're not going to put the ball in harm's way, stuff like that. It's like, okay, I get where you're going here, but like I said, Tom Brady was a great game manager. Like I thought Kyle explained it well. He did whatever it took to win the game. Sometimes he'd throw it 50, sometimes he'd throw it 12. If he had to scramble for like 2 yards, he'd scramble for 2 yards. If he had to do whatever, he would do it. And that's what a game manager is to me. Like, I think some of the greatest quarterbacks, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, they're great game managers. But in that term, were they better than that? Of course they were. I mean, they're some of the greatest players of all time, but they manage the game. Like that literally is the job of the quarterback, to manage the game. So to say he's a game manager, and I haven't heard that term in a while. It always bothered me, but I haven't heard that in a while. But to your point, when he was talking about a system quarterback, what does that even mean? He's like good inside the system and he can't play. So he can't play anywhere else. He's just good. What they're saying is he's good with Kyle. He's good with the skill around him, that if he had a lesser coach and lesser skill, that he wouldn't be able to perform. Isn't that go for a lot of coaches? Like, I mean, do you think, I don't know, would Patrick Mahomes be Patrick Mahomes without Andy Reid? I still think he'd be really good, but would he be Patrick Mahomes? Or would we be talking about him like Josh Allen? Like, that guy's really good, but he got to win the big one. Got to win the big one. I mean, he had Tyreek Hill. He's got Travis Kelce. So, yeah. I said this a couple of days ago. You can't do it on your own.
You're only coming for so long before you have to start winning. Otherwise, they start criticizing you for it.
Yeah.
Right? You got to start. You can be coming, but yeah.
Everybody needs help. You mentioned Michael Jordan. How many times did he win before he got Pippen and Grant? That'd be a goose
Zero?
egg.
Yeah.
That'd be 0 times.
0 times.
He was questioned over and over and over. I don't think it was until his 8th year where he won. Yeah, Michael Jordan's great. He might be the greatest player, but he doesn't make his teammates better. He can't win like Bird can. He can't win like Magic can. Well, hell, Magic had Kareem. He had James Worthy. Bird had McHale, Parrish, DJ, I mean, Jordan had nothing, basically. And this guy's getting to the playoffs with that team would have won like 30 games without him. And he was dragging them to the playoffs and then beat a hell of a Cleveland Cavalier team back in the day. So, yeah, once he got his help, then it was like, uh-oh, now you're in trouble.
Hell, he needed Horace Grant as much as he needed Scotty. You know what I mean? Like,
he needed both of them.
He needed everybody. Like,
needed both of them.
Look at LeBron. He dragged the Cavs to the finals. Same thing in the more modern era, right? Like, he dragged the Cavs to the finals, and they got whooped because it was a one-man show. You just can't do it for that long by yourself when you get to a 7-game series. And then, nobody does it alone. And he jumps to Miami, and, of course, that's a whole different beast. But especially for quarterback, as Kyle said, he made a great point there at the end. In Major League Baseball playoffs, if you have 2 great starting pitchers, you have a damn good shot of going far. Mm-hmm. In basketball, if you get 3 superstars, you have a damn good shot of going far because they can take over a game. In football, it just doesn't work like that. Your best player can be your quarterback or your running back, and he's on the field for an unfinite number of snaps. You have no idea. He could not touch the field for an entire quarter based on either a turnover or special teams. That's the thing, is they're not on the field the whole time, and the goal is to get them out there.
No doubt. I mean, the 2 pitchers, as soon as he mentioned the 2 pitchers, I thought of Schilling and Randy Johnson.
Dude, 300 Ks apiece in 01?
Yep.
Miguel Batista was like,
And they weren't they like co-MVPs of the World
Series? Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 pitchers. So, that's exactly. Have a great goalie in hockey. You're going to have a chance to win. Like, there can be one guy that has a bigger impact on those sports than on football. Like, football, you can negate somebody. Like, if you have a really good, like if you had Bosa and they didn't have like anybody else, you just double him the whole time, chip him the whole time. And if you're not worried about it, if you can block everybody else, man up, then just put 2 guys on him, take Bosa out of the game. Baseball, great player. How do you take him out of the game? Let's walk him. What does walk him? But it's harder from a pitching standpoint, from a superstar basketball standpoint, like goalie possibly. There are guys in other sports that one guy could have a monster impact on the game, where in football it's harder to do. So, yeah, when they say it's, Steve Young always says it's the greatest team game. I'm not sure about that. I think they're all really good team games, but I know what he's saying. It takes everybody, and it's the only sport of the 4 majors where guys aren't playing offense and defense. You got guys that are playing offense, and then everybody comes off, and then everybody goes on for defense, and then everybody goes on for offense. So as good as you are, you're only going to be on the field half the game. You're a baseball player, you're going to be on the field the whole game. You can have an impact defensively. You can have an impact offensively. Same with basketball, same with hockey. But you can't do that in football, so that's why you need everybody. Everybody has to pitch in, and you need more players. And it's funny to me that, he has, look at all the stars he has around him. It's like, well, yeah? Why is that a bad thing? Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, he had stars around him. Like, I mentioned Joe Montana. Like, he had a pretty good cast around him. Steve Young had a pretty good cast around him. Troy Aikman had a pretty good cast around him. Like, what does he get dinged for having Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper and a great offensive line? Like, yeah, he was no good. He just had, look at the guys he had around him. Anybody could succeed with that. Like, that always bothers me. And I think they say that probably with Purdy. Oh, a lot of guys could do that. Well, so?
Yeah.
Who cares? What is it? That's the kind of stuff that bothers me, because that's the type of stuff that becomes like topical on radio and TV. Like, how many other quarterbacks could do this there? Who cares? They don't play there. I mean, why does it even matter?
Yeah.
Like, why are we even talking about this stuff?
You put this guy on that team.
Plays there.
He's not. Yeah.
And he's doing it. He's doing it. Maybe we could talk about why he's doing it, how he's doing it, how incredible it is that he is doing it. But I don't know. If Herbert was here, well, Herbert's not here, and he's not coming here. Who cares? We don't even care if Herbert's here. I don't know.
We got Herbert.
If Purdy was in L.A., I'm not. Well, he's not in L.A. He's here, okay? It's just, I don't know. That kind of stuff bothers me. All I know is this. He wins, he plays well, and he's here. He's going to stay here for the foreseeable future. Will he continue to win and play well? Don't know. Don't know the future. My guess would be yes, from what I've seen. But to try and how would he do here? How would he do here? Who cares?
We are past the Biff Tannen window of time, right? Like, we're past where Biff Tannen had all the information too. Are we? I think we're beyond that, because I think remember when the Cubs won the World Series in 2018?
Yes.
Remember, because I think
so.
I think 2016 was when. Was it 18 or 16? Was it the year they beat? No, it was 18. Yeah, I think that was the year that, because you're in the future and Back to the Future 2, and it says, like, congrats to the Cubs, World Series champions. But I think they actually did do it, like, within 2 years of the end of Biff Tannen's run. So
did they really?
Yeah, I think so. We'll circle back to that. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll let you know. We also just passed the birthday to George Jetson, I think. He was born in the last couple of years. His boy, Elroy. We've got some great sound for you. The Sound Soiree. We do it each and every day. The best sounds from across sports. Andre Iguodala announced his retirement today, and we got some sound from him, as well as some good football sound. That's all coming your way next. And then Tim Ryan at 4:30, Marcus Thompson at 4:50. If you miss Kyle Shanahan, we got that for you at 5:15. And then Harmony will be in the building for her double banger at 5:30. If you missed it, just a quick recap on the updates. Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel all did not practice today. Kyle Shanahan told us it was due to their injuries, though McCaffrey was on a side field getting some work in with a trainer. We will do our Sound Soiree next on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's Sports Leader.
Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and said the 49ers could look to be active at the trade deadline once again. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I broke my back, spinal.
is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Co's with you Friday afternoon. And we got a bunch more football stuff to come in. We'll do a little look at some NBA with Marcus Thompson. Warriors open on Tuesday night. How about that? Against the Phoenix Suns at home. First time Kevin Durant comes to town. With fans in the building since he left. He's coming to Chase, of course. And we just spoke to Kyle Shanahan. He gave us some injury updates, and we will replay that interview for you at 5:15. Nobody practiced today in terms of Debo, Trent, and McCaffrey. They were all still held out due to their injury, but McCaffrey was seen on a side field getting some individual work in with a trainer, which who knows? Maybe it's indicative of the type of injury or his status for Monday. That remains to be seen. One more update. While we were talking to Kyle Shanahan and Adolis Garcia, a 3-run bomb for the Texas Rangers. 4-2 Rangers now in the bottom of the 7th inning as Bochy's got his bullpen working and Aroldis Chapman is getting loose. Let's get you the sound soiree. Scary Chapman for Friday, October the 20th. Let's start with Brock Purdy. I was telling you about this. I mentioned it to Kyle. He went on with Rich Eisen this morning. Brock Purdy. Hope he got paid, dude. Brock Purdy needs to be charging for every one of these hits that he's doing. So hopefully Brock Purdy, who went on with Rich Eisen this morning, is getting paid for this hit. But he was asked, especially because he's asked, so what do you say about people being calling you like a system quarterback or just kind of a game manager? And here's what Brock had to say.
Oh, man, I would just say, I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win. I want to help this team win. People can say what they want. That's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals. And then we'll see at the end of all this if that's true or not.
Yeah, I love that. Just I don't care, man. We'll see if that's true or not when it's all said and done, dude.
I hope it is true. That means they're winning.
He manages them to a Super Bowl. That'd be nice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Game manages them right into the bowl.
Manage my ass into the Hall of Fame.
They'll be good to go. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know what the big
that's a
deal
good
is.
answer. It's like, who cares? Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, though. Good answer.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Good answer, kid. That a boy.
Yeah.
And by the way, earlier this week, remember we played the McDaniel, and McDaniel was like, I don't care. Whatever. I don't really give a damn what anybody says. Kyle kind of had the same talk. He's like, okay. All right, cool, man. Here's more.
By the way, that's my favorite part of Family Feud. When they go, name your favorite breakfast fruit. And somebody says, lima beans. And they all
lima beans, okay,
They all look for a second, and they're like, well, yeah, good answer.
Yeah, okay, good answer.
Good answer. And you know what you want to say to your brother, or is like, you're an idiot.
I've never
even
even seen you eat a lima bean. Yeah.
Dummy, that's not even a fruit. What kind of answer is that?
It's a bean
Grill him, Steve.
Steve.
Good answer.
Steve Harvey. Man, that guy found a sweet spot there, huh?
He's great for that show.
That and like 9 other shows he does.
He does a lot of
he's like
shows.
a judge, too, or something. More from the Sounds Far right here. Andre Iguodala. I guess this sort of surprised me today. Announced his retirement from the NBA. I was like, dude, I thought it was already over. I thought we were done. Here he is. He's on First Take. Here's his retirement announcement.
Well, it was a beautiful run, beautiful ride. Played in some great cities, played for some great organizations, learned a lot throughout the course over my career, and some great teammates. And what I'm trying to do, or what I try to do off the court, and be the leader of investing in the tech space and opening that door and bringing it to the players, has been beautiful to watch, and we continue to go down that journey.
All right, we got more from Iguodala. Yeah, you go, just being reflective on his career. One more from him on the Warriors this year. Does he think the Warriors, I mean, he was there for the whole season. He didn't play, he played 4 games or something, very little last year, but he's been around nonstop. Asked if he thinks the Warriors still have that title window open. Can they win it this year?
Yeah, I mean, when you got Steph Curry in your team, you always have a chance, and you can never count them out. I think it's him and LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
You can't count them out until it's over. And I think CP is going to be an addition to that team. You know, Steve Kerr spoke to it already in terms of the leadership he's brought to the team. Turnovers have been a problem for the Warriors historically, and CP is one of those guys who can settle them down. I'm super excited about him and what he's going to be able to bring out of Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga's probably had one of the better preseasons in the entire NBA. You know, Wiggins is Wiggins. You know, Clay, you know, going into a contract year. You know, with the Warriors, there's always been something that's brewing, and will it get in their way?
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't gotten their way thus far, and I think that won't be the case.
There's a lot said there. I mean,
yeah.
What do you think? What do you think of his comments about it?
I mean,
it's just.
I mean, he gives him a shot. I give him a shot. So
it'd be foolish not to. Again.
Yeah, he's going to do great though. He's big tech guy. He'll be an investor in a lot of stuff. I can see him being part of a investment group. I think he's that.
You sound excited about that
tiny
investment group.
Yeah, I think he has a tiny stake, like tiny, in Leeds United. So everybody's getting in on soccer. Everybody's getting in. I think Steve is too.
Is he really?
Like,
Steve Kerr's
I think
getting
Steve might have a small little piece of a team that Steve Nash has a larger piece in. I think it's Mallorca over in Spain.
Wow, really? Mallorca's solid. They'll make the Europa Cup each year.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see it pop up.
I think that's the one. I'm not positive. It's like that's like the new thing now. Everybody's getting involved. Everybody has like a soccer club, and it's become so big. I would know because I even watch it. I would have never thought I'd be watching soccer, and
Same.
I watch soccer now. I'll watch maybe a match on a weekend, something like that. Not
Champions League's a blast.
Now. Yeah, Champions
International
League for
tournament
sure.
I love, yeah.
Yeah, Champions League for sure.
Champions a blast.
But it's like, well, I guess it makes sense. It's like it's a lot more popular than it used to be, and all these basketball dudes are there's a ton of guys that are investing.
Chris Paul's got one, I think.
Well, hell, the Niners own Leeds.
Yep.
Now that think about that. Niners own Leeds, so yeah, it's wild.
I'm more of a Wrexham guy.
I'm a Leeds guy, and I'm a second division guy right now.
Second division, yeah. You're a championship guy. By the way, championship, not the first division. Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. We've spoken to Pelissero before. Apparently, he was talking about Justin Tucker's kicking ability. Oh boy, and he misspoke. All I know is his name's Tucker, and there's a misspeak. Here we go.
They need Jahmyr Gibbs to go out and make some plays against a non-conference opponent, but a really good team. One that there's still some of those ghosts of Justin Tucker banging a 60-yard field goal off the crossbar and through to beat the Lions last year.
What? That is not the misspeak I thought he was going to do. Banging 60-year-olds? What the hell?
Easy.
Dude, he's like laughing as he says it too. It's like he was like getting a riff off. You hear that? You fire that, reload that, dude. I got to hear that one more time.
60-year-old 60-yard field goal.
What? Dude, where's his mind at right there? You kidding me with that?
I get no reaction from anybody too. That is hysterical. That is great sound. Hats off to Tom Pelissero. That's a good win for a Friday. It's a fun football Friday. We're going to catch up with Tim Ryan, who will be on the call on Monday with Greg Papa and the Niners and the Vikings. Do one more time, Raph. Just hit it again. Just bang that one more time for me, dude. Just hit it. I just got to hear it. It's going to make me laugh, dude. It cracks me up. Tim Ryan is going to join us next. You got it?
Banging a 60-year-old 60-yard field goal.
Tim Ryan next on these sports here.
Wow.
Well, every week we catch up with Tim Ryan on the call this coming Monday, with Greg Papa right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680 for the Niners and the Vikings. He joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's up, Tim? How are you, man?
I'm doing well, Coach. So it's yourself.
Pretty good. We were. Good. I was thinking this morning. I was like, it's the first time we just talked to Kyle about 20 minutes ago. About 45 minutes ago. We spoke to Kyle Shanahan about the health of the roster. And I was thinking it's the first time we've talked to him this year after a loss. First time we talked to you after a loss. Did you hear Nick Bosa's comments about? It sort of made me laugh. So Nick Bosa went, "Yeah, I kind of forgot what the routine was. We hadn't lost in so long. I didn't really know what we're supposed to do." Tom was saying he thinks there's a good element to that. There's a silver lining to the loss, that it happens now in the way that it did, and it's not happening. Tom says it's good not to lose. The point he was making was it's good not to win that game. The silver lining there is if you come out of that with a victory, you might think, we didn't deserve to win it, but we found a way to win, versus making the corrections you need to make.
Yeah, I don't know. I always prefer winning myself. I will say this: it's a great reminder of what I like to say: play your best or get beat. And that was kind of a perfect storm, that game, when you factor in, you're coming off a very emotional win against the Cowboys. And that was like a playoff week, that, and preparing for it. And then the game, it all went great. And then, hadn't been on the road in 3 weeks. You go to the Eastern time zone and you play a team that had been resting for 2 weeks coming off a bye. So there, certainly was a little more pep in their step. And that defense is outstanding. Not only do they play outstanding, they had 2 weeks to prepare and really challenge the scheme of the 49ers. And then you throw in some absolute garbage calls by the officials late. And having said all that, the quarterback had his worst game clearly in Brock Purdy. And it wasn't just him. There was opportunities to make plays down the field. Losing Debo first play of the game, and then, Trent playing on one leg, and then Christian for the better part of the second half, and then to still have an opportunity to win it with a kick. To me, it would have been jubilation. But, again, I think it's just a reminder for a team that really, think about it, Coach, had not lost a regular season game in 51 freaking weeks.
Crazy.
So it was definitely a foreign feeling being on that plane coming back. But I can tell you, guys were in the iPads. They were watching the game. They were breaking it down. They were talking ball, how to get this thing right and get on the back, back on the side of winning. And this game is critical. Minnesota has, how many games they won last year. They're going to play everybody tight. I think they won 11 games by one score last year, one-score games. And this year they have not, because they've turned the ball over a lot, and they're 2-4 in one-score games. But you factor in the 49ers get a little rest, had an extra day this week. They made the most of it, playing on a Monday night, and then coming back home and playing a Cincinnati team that is improving without question. They got firepower on both sides of the ball, and they'll be off this week, so they'll be well rested. This to me is a critical game going to play Minnesota primetime.
Yeah, I guess the point was, Tim, that sometimes you don't take that reminder seriously if you end up winning a game like that.
Yeah.
Because you think, now we won the game. And that reminder doesn't sink in. I don't think it's a big deal one way.
Well, until you watch the tape and you go, there's 100 critiques and there's 100 plays the coach is going over. I get it from a psychological standpoint.
Yeah.
My preference is win any way you freaking can.
I can't.
Gotta like to win too.
I can't argue that.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know that it makes a difference one way or the other as far as the season at whole. And I'll be honest with you, I'm just used to garbage calls now. I don't even know that they affect me in any sport. I watch all the sports, and I'm almost numb to it. I'm just like, I guess this is the best we have when it comes to NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball. Those are the best officials we have. So I just I don't know. If I spent my time getting mad at all the calls, Tim, I'd just spend my time mad all the time.
No, I'm mad all the time anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Nice.
No, I'm totally with you on that. However, I would say that they got to figure out, and I get it. There's human error. There's judgment issues. Obviously, a couple of bad. Jarvarius Ward is. I always think of the rule. Like, was there any material restriction at all as a defender defending the pass? And he's had some bad calls against him the last couple of weeks, but. They've got to, and I don't know if they adopt the college rule, and I know everybody's thinking, well, they've got to make sure and get 60 minutes on time, and these can't be 3.5-hour games or whatever. But the hits on defenseless players have got to be reviewed because the human eye cannot catch it. The hit on
Totally
Deshaun
agree.
Gibson at the end of that game, I mean, that is a game changer. And in the end, with some teams, those are career changers. I mean, they're coaching changes that happen on a team that's 8-9 instead of 9-8 based on a call like that. They just are going to, and I know everybody at home, as soon as they saw it, and as soon as I saw it, I knew the flag was coming.
Yep.
But then you go back and watch it, and it was shoulder to shoulder. He was actually pulling off. It was a bad throw. The guy was stretched out. But they've got to be able to fix those, because if the human eye can't catch it, and therefore you can't make the right judgment, you got to let technology win for you.
Totally agree, because you have to call it, because you have to err on the side of caution, because you don't want to miss that one with the league office. But you're right. You're absolutely right. You got to be able to go back. It wouldn't even take that long. Take 10 seconds.
Exactly. The guy knows right away in New York, or if the guy knows what he's doing up in the box, knows right away. It's one look at it. No, that Exmo cam is pretty damn good. It doesn't miss much.
You're right. And the Ward one is like, we always used to say in the NBA, like, did anybody gain an advantage from this play? And when you look at that play, you're like, Ward didn't gain an advantage from that.
Why are we calling it? Yeah.
So it's just whatever. We move on. We were talking about if McCaffrey wasn't able to play in this game, the expectations for the backups. And I just, again, McCaffrey's McCaffrey. You're not going to get as dynamic as McCaffrey because nobody is. But I don't know how you feel, but I feel completely comfortable with like the offense and those guys being able to perform in the offense and the offense being able to get back to what they'd been doing pre-Cleveland.
I think especially in this matchup, because this team doesn't – I mean, they'll run man coverage, no question. And they are a heavy blitz team. They are going to blitz more than we've seen anybody, even more than the Giants, unless they totally, under Brian Flores, change their behavior pattern this week. They blitzed the Chargers like 80% of the downs, and on the year they're 65%. But they play a lot of 3 deep behind it, and they're sending so many guys. They've got 5 to cover 4, and they don't hip up and play real tight coverage like the Cleveland Browns did. So I'm with you. I think there's running cracks to be had. I think there's opportunities in the passing game, and the ball's going to have to come out quick. There's the biggest thing to me in this game, and I'm fully comfortable with the closer, J.P. Mason or Elijah Mitchell running the rock. And Eli's looked good coming back and getting healthier. You can see he's got more burst out of practice. But this game is going to be about the quarterback in the center, IDing the protection, the right protection, and at times they're going to have a free runner. They're going to have an unblocked player. They're going to send more than you can block. And then now it's on the quarterback and the side adjust, and the receivers understanding that, and hitting the quick break, out-breaking, in-breaking routes to let Brock get rid of the football, and to play like he played, for up until last week. So, no, I'm with you. If CMC can't go, I think it's still a very winnable game with, a combination of both of those guys getting plugged in.
Yeah.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the Uma Guest Line, Niners and the Vikings Monday Night Football. We'll have the game and pregame for you right here on the Sports Leader. In terms of what we saw from Brock last week, and you said identifying protections or identifying where guys are coming from, like he looked like he was under duress and maybe hurried and rushed for the first time, or maybe more so than we've seen in the past, or more so than we've seen at any point in his career. What about what that defense did to him is repeatable, if anything, or is I hate saying blueprint. I hate saying, there's one thing that it's.
Yeah, I don't think that.
That's not a thing. I'm just asking about what did they do, and what does he have to adjust to? What can other teams maybe show him that he's going to have to make that adjustment to?
Well, I tell you what they did do is they took away the middle of the field, and they were good at doing that. And the way you can do that is when you play sticky coverage out on the perimeter with their corners, whether it be a wide split or a tight split. And then they could do a lot of stuff with their safeties, bring them down in the box, blitz linebackers, just do a lot of stuff to keep the 49ers off balance and taking away the middle of the field. And if you notice, when they needed that drive at the end, where were they going? Whip routes out to the perimeter and made adjustments to give those receivers opportunities versus a guy that's right on your trail and you're trying to run across the field and run away from him. and then guys are putting on the brakes and running that whip route and going back to the outside. So, number one, they did that, and they did a hell of a job of doing it. They were key in the run game quite a bit with their linebackers and flying up there and really creasing the backfield. A big part of the 49er run game is receivers getting those crack blocks and getting those down blocks so they could get out on the perimeter. And the safeties were so fast, Copes, hitting the line of scrimmage and just reading off of what the 49ers were doing with some of the motions that they were hitting it in the backfield. A lot of negative plays. I don't care who the quarterback is. That many number of negative plays are going to be a challenge. And then I think there were some protection breakdowns, especially when McCaffrey went out. Now, if they're sending an extra guy and he's lined up on the line of scrimmage, that's up to the quarterback if he's going to be unblocked. Quarterback's got to see it, like we saw earlier with the Steelers' first game, and Brock spins out of there and makes the play because he knew that guy was coming and knew he was going to be unblocked. But when a guy's lined up there and you think you got it covered in protection, and then there's a protection breakdown, now that's on the blockers, and then now Brock's got to try to make something out of it. And, of course, the big sack when he fell and tried to underhand it and his knee was down. So it was just a whole mix of lack of execution. And then the one that got away from him on the interception wasn't a great throw. There was missed opportunities. The overthrow to McCaffrey on the wheel route that would have surely been a touchdown. So really, I think it was kind of a perfect storm of everything in terms of the lack of execution. And then defensively, to me, and I know it wasn't as bad, the quarterback made a couple plays, no doubt, and Amari Cooper made a couple of huge plays. But the leaky run defense, and it's different because Atlanta did it different, but that's kind of what it felt like. Cleveland was not a great run team going into that game, and they were able to find cracks out on the perimeter against the 49ers. And then, I think a big part of that was not having the guy who likes to hunt, number 57, out there, and Dre Greenlaw. So hopefully he's back, because that's where it all starts on defense. You got to make this offense one-dimensional. If Kirk Cousins has got a lot of short yardage situations, and they'll go for it a lot on fourth down too. I mean, think about this. I think they've gone for it 13 times maybe on fourth down. The 49ers have gone for it 3 times. So they're aggressive. They're going to go after it. You got to keep Kirk Cousins behind the chains. That starts with defending the run, and you got to make them one-dimensional and take some of that play action away.
How do you look at that? Not so much from a Niners standpoint, but league-wide when you watch football and you see everybody going for it as much as they do on fourth down now. Well,
I don't know. I mean, so much of it, Tommy, depends on down and distance, where they are on the field. But I'm never a guy that, and obviously it's been successful for a lot of teams, but I've never been a guy that wants to chase points early in a game. I think if you got 3, get your 3. If it's a half a yard and you got a push sneak that you feel great about, awesome. Do it. But I think it depends on your team. I think it depends on your personality. And most important, situationally, I think teams eventually get bit by it, especially if you're chasing points early in games, no matter what the metric says. I don't understand those damn things anyway.
Yeah, me neither, dude.
Some of those coaches need to throw away those charts and just use their brains
I'm more of a gut guy, Tommy. I'm more of a gut guy. Go with the feeling inside, baby.
Yeah. I'm kind of more of a watch the guy and try to figure out what's going on than what's
an eyes guy.
Just look at the chart here. What's the chart say? Tell your damn chart. So what do you think the Vikings are going to do from an offensive standpoint now that they lose Justin Jefferson? He was such a massive part of that offense. They got Osborne, they got Addison, they got Madison running the ball. How do you see them trying to attack the 49er defense, and what would concern you most if you are the 49er defense? What is one thing we got to take care of this or look out for this?
Stop the run, number one. And I think what they're going to do is I think they're going to harken back to some heavy tight end sets. They got a good fullback in C.J. Ham's been around a long time. They got a very good blocking tight end, the San Jose State Spartan, Josh Oliver. He may be the best blocking tight end in pro football, both run and pass. So I think they're going to do that. I think they like to run to their left side a lot behind Darisaw, their left tackle. This offensive line's good. And limit defensive opportunities to get takeaways. And because, again, that's been their biggest challenge with the 13 turnovers on the year, and just try to keep it clean for Kirk Cousins. And again, that starts with running the ball. So I would anticipate, multiple tight end sets, playing it close to the vest, and letting him look for his big play opportunities. When you watch him, he's a classic quarterback. He's gonna take what the defense gives him, and a lot of checkdowns to the running backs, a lot of chair routes and little quick routes where the tight end's just sitting in the middle of the zone, a la Travis Kelce, and that's what T.J. Hawkinson does. So I think they try to be methodical now that Justin Jefferson is gone, and then take those shots when they can. And Jordan Addison is that guy. The rookie out of USC who's having a nice year. They'll run gadgets. They'll run jet sweeps, all of those things to keep the defense off balance. But I say at the end of the day, they're gonna try to pound the rock. And I promise you, that perimeter toss and that pin and pull, and Cleveland ran it a lot of different ways. The wham plays, the trap plays, the things that Cleveland was successful with. The 49ers are going to see that on the menu until they show people they can stop it, and I think they can. Again, especially if Greenlaw plays, but even Isaiah Oliver and Fred and these guys, just pull the trigger, man. Just go. I don't think you're going to get them 2 weeks in a row with those same looks.
Well, it all gets going Monday, 5:15 kick from Minnesota. Niners, you guys leave tomorrow. Have a great trip out to Minnesota. Hopefully we're coming back with a win this time, Tim, and we will talk to you on Monday, man.
You guys are awesome. Always good to hear your voice. Enjoy your weekend.
Appreciate you, Tim. You too, man. Safe flight. Great
All
stuff
right,
there from Tim Ryan. Just to get you updated real quick here, is we're going to catch up with Marcus Thompson. Lots of stuff going down in this baseball game.
Spicy.
Dude, we are bottom of the eighth inning here, and it's bottom of the eighth inning. Texas Rangers are batting up 4-2 on the Astros. Game 5 of the ALCS, and it's Adolis Garcia who hit a big 3-run homer earlier to take a 2-run lead, and then pimped the home run, spiked the bat. He catches a pitch in the ribs. Looked pretty intentional to me. Bench is clear. He gets into it. And Dusty just got run from the game. He's like waving his finger in Martin Maldonado's face. So just want to get you updated. It's still 4-2. They have not cleared it up yet. Dusty just got tossed.
So when's the last time you saw a guy get hit and then turn right back to the catcher?
Ooh, rarely. I mean, every once in a while.
He was on Maldonado quick. Like, he didn't even look at the pitcher. He just went to Maldonado, and he wanted a piece of Maldonado.
Umpire didn't exist. He was like right in between them, and he didn't care. He was going to shove him out of the way almost. And then everybody came out. You got Doniaker and Bochy out there breaking it. Oh no, Dusty is not tossed. Dusty's still in the game. Dusty remained in the game. Did not get run. Looks like he's still hanging out on the railing. A lot of bracelets. A lot of friendship bracelets there. We got Marcus Thompson, who's going to join us next. Let's get into some basketball with Marcus. We got the NBA starting up on Tuesday, Warriors opening night. They played a preseason game the other night. Tom was out there. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson about that and what kind of threat the Vikings pose to the Niners next, only here on the Sports Leader. Joel Sherman of the New York Post reports that the Giants have asked permission from the Boston Red Sox to interview Jason Varitek for their managerial position. Meanwhile, the Boston Globe reports the Red Sox have interviewed Gabe Kapler for a front office position. The stories and more are trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.